Chapter 251 Madison Garden doesn't believe in tears. For Rockstager. Undoubtedly an opening lightning strike. However, those who were shown off were the two most carrying players in their team. And they were also the top and jungle combination that they relied on most for their offensive weapons. The morale and confidence that was finally built up due to the victory in the previous game were brought back a lot this time. Smeb was stunned for a while. Still not recovering. To be honest, the version of the World Championship is not very suitable for warrior heroes to appear. So many times on the road, you don't get too many shots. And some mistakes are not seen with a magnifying glass. But this game is different. Both sides are melee heroes. And they are also relatively famous heroes on the road. Everyone knows that the landing phase is definitely a 50-50 split when it comes to fighting Sword Princess with weapons. And it is purely about the details of the landing. The occurrence of such a situation can only mean that Li Hanqing's details and operational aspects of landing directly crushed him. Smeb is very proud. Since S5, he has been called the strongest top laner in the LCK. Even though he lost to SKT in the S5 finals. Because everyone knows that it was not him who lost to Marin, but the team of Ku Tiger who lost to the team of SKT won. And Marin is not good at landing. He is a team-oriented top laner who understands the lanes and provides full support in all aspects. Marin can't save the team with his personal ability. But if he is in a good team, he can exert the effect of 1+1 greater than 2. Someday is good at landing. But he seems to be better at heavy warriors. And in a head-to-head duel between the two in S5, Smeb won completely. Smeb has always felt that his personal ability is very strong. Even though in his heart, he has treated Li Hanqing as a player of the same level, and the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. He never thought that he would be crushed to this point when both sides were warriors. Peanut was also a little confused. Anyone's self-confidence will be greatly impacted if they are played by the other party like this.
Now Top's situation is suddenly revitalized.
Miller shouted excitedly.
Two heads are in hand. Sword Queen's development is simply invincible. And Noob chose to go online on foot without handing over TP. Which means that both sides will appear on the road. The TP is bad?
TP is bad? Audiences who have watched a lot of this World Championship basically already know it. Next, Top will definitely use this TP difference to attack the bottom lane. Especially Li Hanqing's outfit further exposed this intention. With two heads in hand, Li Hanqing was able to directly make Tiamat for the first time when he returned home. When Sword Lady uses weapons, line power is the key. After Li Hanqing made Tiamat, the top lane was always in his hands, and the weapons could only hide under the tower and passively replenish the tower. At this time, Sword Princess can use the Q skill, breaking air slash, and various Q skills to consume blood. The troop line is under the tower, and the weapons cannot fight back at all, because you can't take the initiative to Q to hit Sword Queen with weapons. Q must be used to distance yourself or dodge W, because a skilled Sword Queen must use W to slow you down when you can't dodge with Q. Instead of pursuing it, use W to block your stun, and your weapons come up for blood on your own initiative. But you don't need to replenish troops? What should you do if Bin Xian gets angry? The current situation that weapons are facing is that they can only be passively beaten unless the jungler comes to help. And when neither he nor Little Peanut flashes, they may not be able to catch Sword Girl to death. After all, Sword Girl is quite flexible. What worries Rox even more. Just on the top of the road, Sword Girl easily pushed the line. This way down the road, Easy plus Zyra has no advantage in pushing the lane against Ice plus Nami. Nami uses W to forcefully exchange blood with Zyra several times. Zyra does not dare to position too arrogantly, thus losing the ability to help the ADC quickly clear the lane. This is the reason why Easy's selection rate is getting lower and lower. Because with the same push line assistance, he is not as good as several other shooters. Because Easy itself does not have any line clearing ability. Is his wave clearing ability just a little better than VN? But other people's VN can still replenish the electric knife. What can your Easy do? This means Top can easily accumulate a wave of troops in the bottom lane and enter the tower, creating perfect conditions for Li Han to attack the bottom lane as TP. And Sword Girl also exposed the flaw again with a QA that was understated, followed by boring AE. And the weapon was killed directly. Sword Girl then withdrew from the range of the defense tower. See the scene. The three commentators in the LCK commentary box were silent. And the Roar Emperor with the loudest voice could not roar at this time.
It's too passive.
Cloud Templar shook his head helplessly.
The early mistakes were too fatal, causing Rox to completely lose the initiative. The offensive initiative is in the hands of others, so you can only be passively beaten. And such a move is not possible with Smebs until TP improves. Top can be used forever. Isn't it even more terrifying that even if Smeb has converted his TP, there are still 10,000 ways to force it out of you?
Roaring Emperor added at the side.
Perhaps choosing Kennen as the last choice is a better choice than weapons?
Jin Junong said this. But in fact, he also knows that when BP has been determined, it makes no sense for you to talk about such things. Because Rockstager on the court has no room for error. Losing means going home, although the weapon was killed. Because the defense tower on the road had a protection mechanism in the first 5 minutes. It did not lose too much health. Little Peanut had no chance in the bottom lane. So he tried to attack the middle lane again. But still no chance. Why did Victor forcefully keep Kalma? After going around in a circle, Little Peanut came to the top lane again. But the top lane was completely occupied by Top. And he had no chance at all. The audience looked at this guy walking all the way from the bottom lane to the top lane. Like a headless fly. Wandering aimlessly in the jungle. I'm laughing so hard. Is this the so-called strongest offensive jungler? How about checking the steps on WeChat in the wilderness? The WeChat step count champion is also a champion. There is nothing wrong with Top winning the S competition. And Little Peanut winning the WeChat step count championship. Satisfactory. They're all back. The tiger is still taking a nap. What's wrong with me putting Top on the other side? Finals. 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 Finally reached level 6. Little Peanut came to the top lane immediately and tried to cooperate. Sword Queen's body is squishy. As long as she can deceive her W. The weapon plus Blind Monk's damage is enough to kill her. Li Hansheng is no longer playing with them on the road.
Is Top going to attack the bottom lane? I see Noob is already getting ready. Candy came to the bottom lane. And Alway also moved to the bottom lane after pushing the line.
Spider came to Frog Concubine's side and inserted a thread eye on the partition wall to provide Li Hansheng with an eye position around the back TP. Sword Girl immediately came to the bottom lane. Rockstager didn't notice it at first. But they didn't react until the new wave of troops was forcibly blocked by Sword Girl at the second tower. The two elders, Xian Ming, naturally tried their best to push the line. But an easy with Tears of the Goddess all over his body. Using his head to push the line? The damage ability is almost 0. So he can only wait for death under the tower with the support. Top has flying spiders and Kalma's Ari group to provide shields. So there is absolutely no risk in jumping over the tower. The ultimate double kill. Both heads were given to Li Hansheng. This was not over yet. The bounty from the first blood tower was also given to Li Hansheng. This made Li Hansheng's personal economic snowball start rolling. It's not like Rockstager didn't try. Peanut found an opportunity. Ran to the middle and kicked Kalma back with Air Flash. The problem is not enough damage. Victor has just evolved an E skill. And neither of them was seriously injured. Karma's E, Encourage, puts a shield on himself to speed up. RW turns around to chain Victor and restores blood. And Q in the face can also slow down the two of them. The two of them could only watch as Karma ran back to the defense tower. In the third game, they used Karma to disgust Top. And now they are disgusted by Top's use of Karma. What is even more difficult for Rocks to accept is that Li Hansheng is very fat. How fat is that? Make Greedy Hydra in 11 minutes. This means that GNG's line clearing ability has been further improved. And the blood-sucking effect provided by Greedy Hydra is more obvious, which also allows GNG to exchange blood more frequently online and rely on lanes. Even in the face of gank, Sword Queen's operating space will be greatly improved. And the blood-sucking effect of Greedy Hydra is quite good. Rockstager became more and more desperate as he fought. Because they simply couldn't bear the pressure GNG created on the wing. Group play? Sword Girl's team playing ability was really average before she got the meaty outfit. But right now, Sword Girl's development ability is obviously beyond the timeline. And she has 2 assistants. Karma plus Nami. To protect her. It's acceleration. It's shield. It's increased damage. It's no exaggeration to say. Sword Queen may not need to break 4 flaws to kill Easy. The damage of 3 flaws is enough to kill Easy instantly.
Rockstager is so desperate.
Miller couldn't help but shake his head.
They actually didn't make too many mistakes. But after being shown off by Noob in the opening wave, they spent the entire game filling the holes they dug in the beginning. Indeed.
Wawa nodded in agreement.
Everyone knows that in this version, being 2,000 behind in the landing economy basically means that the game has completely gone far. Top has already achieved over 3,000 in economy in the 7 minutes of the game. Rockstager is just struggling to hold on with his last breath.
Can the people of Rockstager not understand the disadvantage they are currently in? No. In a version like S6 where map resources are only useful for the dragon buff, Professional players only need to compare the number of kills, the number of last hits, and the number of defensive towers to clearly know how big the gap is between them. It's just that they are unwilling to do so. Obviously, they still want to go to the finals to seek revenge from SKT. They obviously want to win an honor that will be remembered for the rest of their lives in the name of Rockstager before disbanding. Pity. Top became a stumbling block. Let them be in Rockstager's last game. And they are destined to leave regrets. 27 minutes of game time. Lee Hansheng led the way alone and killed Smeb, who was returning to defense on the high ground. The teammates on the front were holding Rockstager's men back from returning to the city. Ju Shengdan interrupted the peanut hiding in the wild area with one arrow. It can be regarded as revenge for the previous one. 3-1. Top successfully got a ticket to Los Angeles. Chapter 252. Welcome to the era ruled by me.
3-1. Won! We won!
Miller raised his arms with a red face and shouted loudly.
We finally won! Congratulations to Top! After 2 years, we finally have a team in LPL again enter the global finals. Ha ha ha! It's great! Let's be the #1 seed in LCK. And let's think about it again. The result between H2K and SKT in the first half is very likely to be SKT's win, judging from the historical record.
Speaking of which, Wawa could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He burst out laughing and said in an extremely excited voice,
Brothers, Top's road to winning the championship is already smooth. It is not even an exaggeration to say that they have already reached out and touched the championship trophy. The base.
Ha 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 ha. Champion. 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 Yes. No matter who ends up being Top's opponent in the finals, they can't stop Top from winning the championship. Woo woo woo. Is brother Hansheng really going to do it? At RNG San Shao. Wait. My brother Hansheng will tell you with facts right away. What kind of champion he is. Laughing at me. I'm afraid RNG's intestines are full of regrets now. Is reaching the semifinals considered a success? He too. My brother Hansheng wants to win the championship. The spotlights kept flashing, and finally gathered at the top player seat. The special effect of the shattered crystal is displayed on the long LED screen at the rear, turning into a logo with victory wings. The roaring and tsunami-like cheers echoed continuously in Madison Garden, and the sound wave formed by the mixture of various sounds seemed to lift the ceiling of Madison Garden. All Top members gathered around and hugged each other tightly, feeling the atmosphere of the scene. Lee Hansheng felt his blood surge, and his whole mood became uncontrollably restless, as if being infected by the atmosphere of the scene. Every powerful beating of the heart in the chest seemed to gradually match the dull rhythm of the beating of the cheer sticks. We really made it to the finals. In this darkest era of LPL, Lee Hansheng and his teammates are like a beam of light, shining into the LPL competition area shrouded in darkness, bringing hope to the entire competition area.
Woohoo! Damn it! We really made it to the finals.
Candy couldn't hide his excitement and was stunned for a while, as if his brain had gone blank and he had lost the ability to think.
You guys! Stay calm.
Imp was also very excited, but looked like someone who had experienced it before.
Can't you just follow the example of Shuewa? Don't be excited until you win the championship.
Don't even say it. Gu Shengban has the capital to show off. He is the only one in the team who has truly reached the global finals. The only one who has the status of a world champion and the skin of a champion. When he said he had experience in this regard, he really wasn't bragging. He was really awesome.
MD, you are not excited after winning the game. Do you really think you are a robot playing the game?
Lee Hansheng laughed and cursed. Don't say anything else. Gao Dui is the kind of person who is relatively reserved. But look at him now. His face was always filled with a smile that couldn't stop.
Indeed.
Candy patted Lee Hansheng's shoulder carelessly.
It has to be our Laoli. What about Sim? He deserves to be ranked #1 in the world. Riot's biggest mistake this year is not ranking our Laoli first. This you must have been slapped in the face. Xiang Renjie, why do I feel that you are complaining that Riot did not put you on the list? So you are unhappy?
Lee Hansheng teased.
Nonsense. Little Peanut is nothing. He's just a Lanzi. Brother, can't you still beat him?
Candy cursed.
Luck is also a part of strength. Brother is just lucky enough to have such a strong teammate. He can only envy him.
Everyone was in ink for a while, and then they were urged to go to the players' bench nearby to shake hands with Rockstager's people. The camera that had been focusing on Top then moved to Rockstager's player box. There was no sadness or joy on the faces of the 5 Rocks players. They just sat slumped in their chairs, looking at each other in silence. It is normal for them to be unable to accept this result for a while. After all, they originally planned to go to Los Angeles to defeat SKT, their mortal enemy, with the whole world watching, and complete their revenge. But who would have thought that they would fall at the last step to the final stage? With no hope of revenge, he could only end his world championship journey ahead of schedule. The scene was obviously a sea of celebration, and the screams and shouts of the audience were endless. But the joys and sorrows of human beings were not connected. This is the best reward given to the victors, but they are the losers. Everything happening in Madison Garden now has nothing to do with them. The three commentators in the LCK commentary box were silent for a long time before they recovered. In the past few years on the world stage, the LCK's record against the LPL has been almost one-sided. Although OMG also defeated Nijin White Shield 3-0. It was only the third seed. EDG also defeated SKT 3-2. But that was just MSI. And the two sides fought fiercely until the last set, and it was not an ugly loss. But now, the number 1 seed Rockstager, who had high hopes, was beaten out of breath by Top. The only winning hand involved a bit of luck. If Prey's arrow was just a little bit unlucky. If it hadn't hit, the suspense of the semifinals might have ended in the third game, both in terms of results and processes. Top is always the better side. The first one to speak was the Roaring Emperor. His position was similar to that of Adal. He was a field control commentator. One of his responsibilities was to prevent the commentator from falling silent for a long time.
Rox, who we had high hopes for, ended up in the semifinals. This result is unacceptable and regrettable. But this is the reality. No one will win all the time, and no division can be prosperous forever. Their defeat is also a wake-up call for us in the LCK. We cannot immerse ourselves in the glorious glory achieved in the past. Because our opponents have never stopped chasing, we must also face that Top may be really powerful.
Cloud Templar nodded in agreement.
Indeed, Top's playstyle is very typical of the LPL. They take the initiative to seize opportunities, constantly force you to fight, and make the game's rhythm deviate from the operation. Especially New. His personal ability is really outstanding. It's no exaggeration to say that I have never seen a player who can play such an exaggerated dominance in the top lane. Even Smeb can't withstand the opponents he gives. Line pressure. This kind of person is simply a monster.
Jin Junon sighed.
This is also the most troublesome part for us. Let's see if SKT can come up with a solution. There are also problems with diversion. Since the emergence of the First Blood Tower mechanism and the First Tower Protection mechanism, it has completely made the line change. The disappearance of tactics is the biggest weakening of our LCK. In the past, we could have used line-changing tactics to deal with it.
The essence of the line-swapping tactic is to directly avoid the landing period. Why were the previous LCK teams able to delay the team fight until the late stage without any brains and a stable teamfight lineup in the late stage? Because of the lane swap. They can skip the landing phase directly. It is really possible to put aside the landing and directly talk about the strength of the lineup in team battles. But not now. The landing period is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. In the match between Rockstager and Top, the most problems occurred during the landing phase.
Indeed.
Cloud Templar, as a former professional player, took a deeper look at the game version.
In order to increase the enjoyment of the game, Riot will definitely pay more and more attention to the landing period. Our LCK team also needs to for corresponding adjustments. We should not place too much emphasis on operational capabilities and ignore the most basic landing ability requirements for players.
On the stage, players from both sides have met and are shaking hands to greet each other. In fact, they have a pretty good relationship with each other. After all, they have arranged many training matches with each other. Li Hansheng gave hugs to every member of the Tigers. Seeing the sad face of Peanut, Li Hansheng smiled and patted his shoulder.
Why do you look like you're about to cry? It's not embarrassing for you to lose to the S6 World Champion. Anyway, you are the only team that has beaten us once so far. SKT can't win a single game. Rounding it all off, you must be better than SKT.
Peanut has long been accustomed to Li Hansheng's way of speaking.
Then I'll wait for you to give SKT a 3-0 victory. Prove that we are better than them.
Smeb also came over.
We must beat SKT. It's better to be 3-0. And don't underestimate SKT too much. Even though you don't want to admit it. Their growth rate in the knockout stage is terrifying. It will definitely be different in the group stage.
There's a big difference. You still have to be careful.
It looks magical. The LCK team actually cheered for the LPL team, hoping that the LPL team could defeat the LCK team. But that's the reality. SKT's light shines so brightly that it overshadows the light of others in the same division.
Forget it.
Mainly SKT fans are also terrible. The rice circle culture in South Korea developed earlier than in China. RNG's subsequent remarks about confiscating nationality are nothing compared to the extreme SKT fans in South Korea. Can only say, LCK has been suffering from SKT for a long time. It's not that I'm looking down on H2K. This year's H2K actually performed quite well. And Yanko's suppression in the jungle was very strong. But the mid laner who couldn't hold him back was called Ryu. And the mid laner on the opposite side was called Faker.
Don't worry.
Li Hanxing's eyes were very firm.
After all, we have a reason to beat SKT. If the LCK division is a behemoth that dominates the League of Legends project, SKT is the shining pearl in the LCK crown. Want to change history? So, we have to defeat SKT and defeat Faker, the representative figure of LCK. Only in this way can we truly rebuild the confidence of the entire competition area and even the audience. Li Hanxing waved his hand, turned around and joined his teammates, and walked towards the center of the stage. Smeb and others looked at his high-spirited back with envy in their eyes. This might be the scene they had imagined. After a long time, they slowly withdrew their gaze.
Let's go!
Prey, as a veteran, adjusted his mentality faster. He showed a smile pretending to be chic.
Even if you fail, you have to leave the stage with a smile.
After packing up the keyboard and mouse, they returned to the backstage passage. Nove and the team leader are already waiting here.
Children, I know you must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. If you want to cry, just cry. No one will laugh at you.
Nove watched his disciple express his true thoughts. The youngest Peanut's eyes were already red. He kept wiping his moist eyes, sobbing and looking at his brothers beside him.
Can't we really play games together again?
Although he already knew the answer, he was still unwilling to accept this reality. Everyone was silent. No one is willing to continue investing. And the disbandment of the team is inevitable. They have overcome all kinds of difficulties together this year. And all those details are in their minds. Peanut choked up and said,
I will never forget this year's experience. Thank you to my brothers for their tolerance and care for me.
Listening to the man's thoughts, several other members of the Tiger team felt uncomfortable. Nove also spoke.
It is my honor to be able to coach you. This experience of Rockstager is also the most precious memory in my life. Life has dreams. And everyone is wonderful. Even if we are no longer together. Everyone must continue to work hard. We will be interviewed later. Let's adjust our emotions. In the last little time in the name of Rockstager. Let's end it with a smile.
After the interview, Rockstager is almost disbanded. From now on, there will be no Rockstager in the world. And there will never be a team like Rockstager again. On the stage, Shox came to the stage wearing an evening gown and high heels.
Welcome to today's post-game interview session. The guest we invited is the top laner new player from the top team.
Before he finished speaking, the audience burst into thunderous applause. After Li Hanxing finished introducing himself, Shox directly asked the first question.
After defeating Rockstager, you successfully entered the global finals. How do you feel now?
After Li Hanxing thought for a while, he showed a big smile.
Of course I am very happy. After all, this means that we are one step closer to the championship. Rockstager is a respectable opponent, but obviously their strength is still a little behind us. Shox quickly asked the next question.
Tomorrow the semifinals of the first half are about to begin. Who are you more optimistic about? H2K or SKT? Or who do you hope to be your opponent in the finals?
In this regard, Li Hanxing waved his hands indifferently.
I don't care much about this issue. Because no matter who enters the finals, the final winner must be us. If we really have to choose one, then I hope it will be SKT. Because you defeated SKT in the group stage before? No. 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 No.
Li Hanxing shook his head and explained with a smile.
Because I want to stop the malice of some keyboard warriors. If H2K enters the finals and is defeated by us, some people will say, you didn't win by SKT. There is no gold in winning a championship. In order to shut up these people on the internet, I hope SKT will give it its strength and make it to the finals.
Shox's eyes widened, and he was stunned for a long time before he asked the last question.
Say something to the audience, and the audience watching the live broadcast.
Li Hanxing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, opened his hands, and said domineeringly,
You are lucky. Because you are about to see the rise of a legendary top laner. Welcome to the era of noobs ruling the road. Chapter 253, Being Rich Means Being So Generous. Li Hanxing's domineering speech naturally caused a burst of screams from the audience again. European and American audiences are deeply influenced by superheroes from Marvel and DC. And they like players like Li Hansheng who are strong and full of personality. Maybe the cultural background is different. You are too crazy in China. Even if you have this ability, some people will be disgusted and think that you are a crazy person who plays games. But here in Europe and the United States, as long as you have the ability, they will take it for granted that you are crazy. With a smile and a wave to the audience, Li Hansheng handed the microphone back to Shocks and turned to leave the stage. On the way backstage, he could hear what the European and American commentators seemed to be saying, which attracted bursts of cheers from the audience. His teammates specially waited for him in the tunnel.
Vincent, what were the European and American commentators talking about just now?
Li Hansheng couldn't help but be a little curious. But before Vincent could speak, Candy on the side took the initiative to speak.
I understand. They are saying that this year is destined to be a year of alternation between the old and the new. The new king will board the plane and the old king will die. We are very lucky to be able to witness the birth of a new legend. This era is called Noob.
Question mark. When I slowly typed the question mark, it proved that it was not me who had the problem. But you?
Xiang Renjie. How do you talk nonsense seriously and still hold back your laughter?
Li Hansheng couldn't help but roll his eyes.
I just realized now that you are quite good at talking. Hey, aren't I doing some artistic processing based on what you said in the interview?
Candy retorted with a smile.
Go away.
Li Hansheng complained angrily.
In this era, it's called Noob. Have you watched too much One Piece? Huh?
Candy was stunned.
I have read it. But after Roger died, I found it boring. So I stopped watching it. You haven't watched even one episode?
Gao Dui couldn't help but roll his eyes. While they were joking, everyone had already reached the door of their team's lounge. When I opened the door, I saw Guo standing at the door with a red face, greeting the team members with a smile.
Brother Hansheng.
Guo, who opened his arms, didn't expect someone to take the lead. Jackie Love happily rushed over and gave Li Hansheng a bear hug.
Holy shit! We actually made it to the finals! Yes! Yes! Yuanba always regretted it just now. He pretended to be a trophy and didn't play. As a result, he missed an opportunity to get a champion skin.
Ming on the side joked with a smile.
TCH, are you interested, buddy?
Jackie Love curled her lips in disdain. Quite tough.
Brother, you are still young, and you just have to rely on your own hands to achieve your dreams. Okay, I admit I'm still a little envious.
But the next second he confessed. Envy will definitely lead to envy. Not to mention the long-term economic benefits of a championship skin. Riot will directly distribute the sales of the championship skin to the members of the championship team according to a certain proportion. This is the first S championship in the LPL division. Regardless of whether they like top or not, they will choose to support it because of the title of number one. Even if I don't buy a set, I will pick a few to buy. The LPL division has a special affection for the ADC position. Ashue happens to be a player in the ADC position, and he is quite popular among the public. If he gets the skin, it is not an exaggeration to say a conservative estimate of several million? If Li Hansheng remembers correctly, the S8 IG championship skin seems to have given each team member 1,000 or a W. Chinese people always have special emotions towards first. But it's too late to regret, because there is only the finals next. Even if Top has defeated SKT many times, it is impossible to be bold enough to let a newbie go up on the stage of the finals. If this is a loss, it will do absolutely no harm to Jackie Love's personal development. The behavior of encouraging others to thrive is not encouraged.
Okay. Everyone worked hard today.
Guo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention.
Everyone, please relax these 2 days. I will negotiate with the Riot people to see if they can send someone to take us there. A stroll around the area, taking photos of nearby landmarks, etc. is not a wasted trip to a foreign country. You can also buy some things appropriately. It's cheaper to buy luxury goods abroad than at home. Don't buy too much. Just bring a few bags into the country like a purchasing agent. The customs won't care.
The team members immediately let out a burst of excited cheers. Candy and Imp were already discussing what luxury goods they should buy to bring back to their girlfriends. Gao Dui is also planning to take BB out to spend some time tomorrow. As for Li Hansheng and the others, the salary is not high. But don't forget that there are also wages from live broadcast contracts and various bonuses for domestic league championships. In fact, they also have money on hand, so they won't be unable to afford it. The finals are scheduled for October 29th. The team cannot go to Los Angeles immediately. They need to wait until the game between H2K and SKT ends tomorrow and determine their opponents in the finals. Riot will help book the flight tickets. Back at the hotel, there was no need to train today. Everyone returned to their rooms early. The next day, Riot Games actually arranged for 2 staff members who were familiar with the local area to come and take top people around for a walk. The Statue of Liberty, the Empire State Building, and even Wall Street in Manhattan. It is known as a gathering place for financial groups, which is not an exaggeration. It is not an exaggeration to say that 90% of the world's capital is concentrated here, including the Rothschild Group, the Morgan Group, Rockefeller, and Goldman Sachs. Which of these is not a top conglomerate that is world-renowned? Just a stomp of your foot can trigger a tsunami-like financial earthquake. But for Li Hansheng and the others, they were just curious at best. Just take a look from a distance and take a photo to commemorate it. The team members couldn't help but buy something. Li Hansheng thought about it over and over, but ended up buying nothing, mainly because of his homely personality. It was useless to buy anything. Moreover, for men, luxury goods are exclusive. You wear a multi-million-dollar watch and hang out with migrant workers at the construction site every day. How can people tell that your watch costs millions? But what is Li Hansheng's circle? Just the sports circle. But you still have to show off.
Damn it! Lao Li, why are you so picky? I remember you are not short of money.
Candy laughed and teased.
Why don't you buy something when you are here? Oh, I forgot. Your boy is single, and no one will give you anything you buy. Right.
TCH. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and curled his lips disdainfully.
Waiting until my buddy wins this championship. See if anyone takes the initiative to give it to me.
Li Hansheng said that he took the initiative to send it. It's not that the rich women in the fan base give themselves expensive gifts. He wants to wait for some brand owners to take the initiative to discuss cooperation with him. Of course, I probably don't have watches worth millions. But what about cars, clothes, etc.? It is estimated that many manufacturers will still be willing to give it away. Been shopping for a long time. Everyone in top just returned to the hotel. Everyone else bought some things and ran back to their rooms to tidy up. However, Li Hansheng ran to the training room alone early, planning to see how the battle between H2K and SKT was going to be today. Once inside, I saw Guo and Bai Yueya discussing things. White Crescent Moon had a troubled expression on her face.
Hey, what's going on? Brother Sheng?
Li Hansheng asked proactively.
Don't you want to arrange a training match? I just realized it.
Bai Yueya shrugged helplessly.
It seems that we won't be able to invite anyone to play a training match with us in the next period of time.
In fact, when we entered the semifinals, the only training match opponent that top could meet was H2K. As the schedule enters the final stage, of the original 16 participating teams, only 2 are left. The 2 sides are destined to become each other's opponents in the finals. Who would go out of their way to find each other to play training matches? Wouldn't that expose his tactics in advance? In fact, this is the normal situation. The teams participating in the finals basically completed the shooting tasks arranged by Riot every day in the last week. Other than that, you just have to keep ranking up to maintain your condition. And don't even think about training games or anything like that. You can't get a date with the team.
It's normal.
Li Hansheng shrugged.
Didn't I spend the last week playing ranked to maintain my condition? I know that too. But the problem is,
Bai Yueya sighed,
you have no idea what your rank is on the US server? Playing chess with bad chess players will only make you worse. I originally wanted to see if I could get ahead of the North American teams. C9, TSM, or CLG. It would be better than ranking. I didn't expect that all of them were already on vacation.
Li Hansheng just couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. This is also a very reasonable thing. People usually complete their training by playing 1 ranked game a week. But now they have officially entered the holiday season. Who the H.L. is still playing training matches with you? How can a training match be as fun as having a party? And to rank? The level of North American servers cannot even compare with the imperial capital of Ionia. I guess it's at the level of domestic second-tier servers. Right? For the players, it really does not serve any training purpose.
It would be great if we compete domestically.
Guo was also helpless. In China, they can easily build a strong sparring team. But in North America, they do not have such operating conditions. Li Hansheng suddenly had an idea and thought of a perfect solution.
We are just asking. Can we date Rockstager? Oh?
Guo and Bai Yueya looked confused.
I'm going back to China soon. How can I play a training match with you? Hee hee.
Li Hansheng smiled.
It's not like Riot has any regulations that don't allow you to find opponents for training matches. This problem can be easily solved. Our club has paid for Rockstager's air tickets and hotel accommodation. So it's like inviting them to go for free. Are you traveling to Los Angeles? And I think Rockstager would love to see us knock SKT off the championship throne. You believe me?
Just say that. In the LCK. Except for SKT fans. It should be said that except for LCK fans. In fact, other LCK teams don't want to see SKT continue to win. The reason is also very simple. We are all playing professionally. Why should I have to live in your shadow of SKT? Besides, SKT fans indiscriminately attack other teams and fans of other teams online, which makes many people actually feel disgusted with SKT and Faker. Faker is indeed the signature face of LCK. But just like that, others want him to lose rather than win. If everyone loses, there is nothing to say. Once SKT wins, SSG and Rockstager are destined to be beaten.
Huh?
Guihao stared at the white crescent moon with wide eyes.
Why didn't I think of this? In this case, then we will hand over this arduous task to you. Han Sheng!
Guihao put his hands on Li Hanqing's shoulders.
On behalf of our team, you will have a good talk with the Rockstager people. Bar! Fine.
Li Hanqing shrugged. This is nothing. He didn't even care about watching the game. He immediately ran to take the elevator again. This thing still had to be contacted as soon as possible. Get a result as soon as possible, so that you can be mentally prepared. I happened to meet Jackie Love and others at the elevator entrance.
Brother Han Sheng, what are you doing here? Me?
Li Hanqing smiled and waved his hand.
I'm going to be a social butterfly. I'll come back later.
Without explaining too much to his teammates, Li Hanqing took the elevator and came upstairs again. He didn't forget to grab Gu Xiangbin, which would make communication easier. The 4 participating teams all lived on the same floor. Li Hanqing ran to the room where Peanut lived and knocked on the door.
Brother Xiangbin? Brother Hanqing, are you okay?
Peanut looked at the two of them with a cute expression. The little Peanut with peak appearance is really something to behold. Li Hanqing signaled Imp to state his intention directly.
What? If I say that our club invites you to travel to Los Angeles, would you be willing? Huh?
Peanut was a little confused, then shook his head.
Travel? We have no money. Brother Hanqing, you still don't know the specific situation of our club?
Rockstager's investors have no money, and everyone knows this. Li Hanqing simply explained directly.
It's like this. Our boss is willing to pay for your whole team to go to Los Angeles together. All your expenses will be covered by our team. But there is one requirement. That is, you must accompany us to play training games these days. Before the finals come, you have to serve as our sparring team.
After Peanut heard this, he understood what Li Hanqing wanted to express. Was he paying them to be thugs?
Is that so?
He was stunned for a moment.
I personally have no problem. Being able to watch you defeat SKT with my own eyes is not a bad thing. I just don't know if the other brothers have other arrangements. How about I go and ask? You are here, wait a moment. Okay. I'll leave it to you then.
Li Hanqing nodded. He and Imp stood at the door of Peanut's room and waited. Peanut knocked on the team members' doors one by one and conveyed Li Hanqing's ideas to the team members. After a while, only then did Peanut return to Li Hanqing. Not only him, but Smeb and others also followed.
Brother Hanqing, after discussion with the whole team, we have unanimously decided to accept your invitation. If becoming your sparring team can be of some help to you, this way, when you defeat SKT, we can also have a sense of accomplishment.
Li Hanqing laughed. Isn't that what happened? It's really easy to do things if you have money. Chapter 254. Noob doesn't believe that the long night is coming. Li Hanqing immediately returned to the training room and told Guihao about the incident.
Okay, Hanqing.
Guihao immediately beamed. How much does it cost to cover Rockstager's accommodation and food for a week? How much does a plane ticket cost? The Tulba Group, which has a big business and a big family, really doesn't need this little money. If we can win this championship, the long-term benefits to Tabo Group will be far greater than such a small expense. Now the head office almost issued a death order demanding that he must win the championship. Those business elites calculated it through various data models. As long as Top finally wins the LPL's first S-level championship, the long-term benefits will be immeasurable. And even people from Taobao have already taken the initiative to help build momentum in China in advance. The popularity of this year's S-Games in China is higher than in previous years. Top success all the way is partly due to the fact that the capital is adding fuel to the flames.
Then I'll go talk to Vincent, and then book tickets and a hotel for them.
Guihao left the training room in a hurry. and Li Hansheng simply returned to his seat.
Wenba! How is the battle going? It's 1-1. But now SKT has the advantage. I think there is a high probability that we will win this one easily,
Jackie Love replied. Upon hearing the score, Li Hansheng immediately opened the browser to see the specific situation. Only then did he realize that Benji was on SKT today.
Hey, the Flying Chicken group is back in the world,
Li Hansheng teased with a smile.
The first 2 games were all played by Blackie. But after losing the second game, Dunkema lifted Blackie and his chair down.
Candy explained.
Reverse training?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Koma has always wanted to train Blank to succeed Benji. It's actually normal. Benji, who was born in 1993, is now 23 years old this year. The same age as the factory director. Even if he can maintain a certain level of performance on the court, SKT must take precautions. The biggest change in this game every year is in the jungle. Can Benji, who will be 24 years old next year, keep up with the pace of the version? No one knows. Replacing him with someone younger is a natural move for the club. How to train new people. In addition to the words and deeds of the veteran players, the most important thing is to let the newcomers play more games. Training through actual combat is the most reliable training method. Just like quickly leveling up.
Hey, if he is forcibly carried down, Xiao Hei's psychological quality is already poor, and his self-confidence may collapse now.
Candy laughed directly.
It's very difficult to buckle a horse.
Li Hansheng smiled.
I originally thought I could easily defeat H2K, but I didn't expect to lose a round, which made him afraid to gamble.
In fact, before the game everyone generally believed that the first half was the least suspenseful. Whether it is from the overall strength or the past historical record, SKT should easily enter the finals. What kind of rotten fish is your H2K? They are just the second-seeded team in the European and American competition regions. But are they worthy of SKT, which has won the S-level championship twice? I don't care what kind of trash players are in your lineup. Ryu was beaten into semi-retirement by Faker in S3. So he just went to Europe to dominate. Now that he meets Faker, how can he be wise immediately? The batch of mid-laners in the LCK back then basically suffered from technophobia when encountering Faker, whose IQ dropped by 50. The mid lane alone was enough to become H2K's fatal flaw. It's normal for Koma to want to use Jankos as a whetstone to hone his Blank, but he never expected that Jankos would become like this. Just in case, he didn't dare to let Blank continue to play. Otherwise, he would be eliminated in the semifinals. He really didn't dare to think about what would happen after returning to China. Angry SKT fans will probably want to tear down the base. Don't doubt the fighting power of fans nurtured and cultivated by Korean fandom culture. Sending blades and sending dead mice are just childish. They can even poison you. How about demolishing a team base?
I think if Keikoma wants to continue to cultivate Blank, it's better to confiscate his mobile phone first. I'm afraid that before he fights with us, he will be criticized by domestic fans and become autistic.
The past Feiji combination was so successful. So many fans take it for granted that SKT wins on the court. This summer, the club would rather lose the league championship than forcefully cultivate Blank, which itself has caused dissatisfaction among fans and put Blank under tremendous psychological pressure. However, the version of the S6 World Championship is another version that places great emphasis on jungle offense. The outstanding junglers are the kind of players who attack your jungle without any brains, such as Jankos and Peanut. Graphically controlled junglers are very uncomfortable in this version, and the data is destined to not look good. This leads to an embarrassing situation. When they win a game, the fans praise Faker, the big devil. And then, there is the double fat combination in the bottom lane. Even if it is not good, they will just praise Duke, and no one will care about Blank at all. But once you lose the game, Blank and Duke will become the targets of verbal criticism. Fortunately for Duke, he is a veteran, and was once the league's single-kill king. As a top laner, he is more likely to have outstanding performances than as a jungler. Fans are relatively tolerant of him, and SKT's tactics are originally about development, etc. Double C3P suit, and then use the line operation to give Duke the opportunity to lead alone. Unlike Blank, he has no chance to show himself. Blank was not so lucky. Neither his position in the team nor the team's tactical requirements for him are the type to attract attention. And he is destined to face a very poor public opinion environment. There are only a few players who are completely unaffected by public opinion. The more people criticize him, the better he performs. Like Jackie Love. After all, such a big-hearted player is rare. Obviously, Blank is not Jackie Love. Not only does such a person not have a big heart, but his mental endurance is also a bit fragile. This can be regarded as a price for Koma's failure to thrive. He was subjected to too much pressure from public opinion too early. Just as everyone continued to watch, there was a sound of footsteps. Rockstager's people have already arrived at Top's training room. They also get paid to do things, and they are quite efficient.
How's it going? How's it going? SKT won't lose in the semifinals. Right.
Peanut yelled and asked about the result as soon as he entered the door.
It's a pity that they won. Now 2-1.
Li Hansheng shrugged. Ah, everyone in Rockstager couldn't hide their disappointed expressions. They now wished that SKT would also lose in the semifinals. In this way, they can still seek some comfort in their hearts. At least they lost to Top, while SKT lost to H2K.
Do you think that in the fourth game of K-Coma, you will feel that you are
okay
again and bring blank up?
Ah Shui was obviously watching the fun and not taking it too seriously.
That's ridiculous.
Peanut curled his lips disdainfully after hearing this.
You know Shanjo doesn't have that ability. Right. He has been trained to look like SKT. He can't attack at all and has become a complete map-controlling jungler.
Peanut and Blank were both born in 1998. According to Korean language, they are relatives of each other and have the same seniority, so there is no need to use honorifics. Moreover, the two of them have a certain friendship in private. Otherwise little Peanut wouldn't tease her like this. Only, why does Li Hansheng feel so strange when he hears this? If you remember correctly, the high-spirited little Peanut, after joining SKT in S7, was also trained by Koma to become a map-control jungler. Right? Completely reduced to what fans call a newbie. Li Hansheng's strange gaze also made Peanut feel strange, and he subconsciously touched his face.
Is there anything dirty on my face? No. I just thought of some interesting things.
Li Hansheng waved his hand without explaining too much. This group of tigers, the ones who seem to be doing the best are Xian Ming and Xian Ming in the bottom lane. After transferring back to KZ, he still won the league championship. But Peanut, Smeb, and even Kuro all left their best form in S6 this year, which is disappointing. After all, Koma still has no clue. Maybe he also knows that if Blank loses another game, the pressure of public opinion will destroy the jungler he has trained. 3-1. SKT didn't let the European fairy tale play out. In the end, H2K failed to become the brave man who defeated the dragon, and they could only be eliminated unfortunately. But Yanko's performance this year has been outstanding, and he has won the recognition of audiences around the world. After all, everyone can see that H2K's ability to reach the semifinals is inseparable from his outstanding performance. As for Ryu, he can be considered a hard-working person. He is the epitome of Korean players. But he is a little more miserable than others, doomed to live in Faker's shadow, destined to be a stepping stone on Faker's path to becoming a legend. After the game, some of Faker's remarks during the interview were once again hotly debated by fans.
May I ask, Faker, how do you feel about entering the finals for the third time? I am very happy to be able to enter the finals again. I will definitely seize the opportunity this time and win this championship. Being able to reach the finals 3 times proves that our team can always maintain a high level of competition.
The host continued to ask.
In the finals, you will meet your biggest enemy, Top. Top's record against SKT since its establishment is 100%. Will this make you feel more pressure?
Faker hesitated for a moment, and then responded expressionlessly.
I have encountered countless strong opponents, but in the end we won in the end. I believe this time is no exception. The loss to Top in the group stage was not so much the opponent's strength. It's better to say that we didn't understand the version well at the time, and we needed to adjust to the time difference when playing abroad, which affected our performance on the court.
The host obviously wanted to stir up trouble and asked,
So do you think it must be you who win the finals? That's right.
Faker replied resolutely.
The past version has been against us for the whole year. We came to the finals again under strong pressure with the only goal of winning. Top is excellent,
but SKT is even better.
This interview clip was posted to domestic forums, causing a lot of discussion among fans. Laughing to death. Locust's mouth is really hard. Is it true that when Thanos snaps his fingers, Locust's mouth is still there? Hee hee. Shung divided by fans have forgotten how they almost lost in the second round of the group stage. Do you understand the value of the flying chicken combination? Then let me ask you whether you won or not. If you lose, you lose. Why are you so stubborn? Believe in brother Han Sheng. He is the pride of our LPL. Win the championship so you don't have to be ridiculed by the knife dog. If Top wins the championship, can it also be regarded as the Wings of LPL? That's ridiculous. Wings is a serious internet cafe team and doesn't even have sponsorship. But Top is backed by Toba Group? How can it compare? If we really want to compare, it is obvious that Rockstagers' experience is more similar to Wings. In spite of, if Miracles had color, then it must be Xiao Guang. The matchup record is 5-0. Top can hardly hide its decline. 0-5. SKT is sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands. This title does not make sense. That night, Rockstager accompanied Top in several high-intensity training matches. Lu Mao took the initiative to ask Gorilla how to play the auxiliary female gun.
Actually, the female gun can only be used to counter Zyra as a backhand, because Zyra is very bulky. If the opponent is Karma, the effect will be greatly reduced.
Gorilla did not hide anything, and truthfully told the pros and cons.
And it must be paired with ice, because only ice can provide stable control and subsequent deceleration. But you don't need to worry about the auxiliary female gun at all.
Right?
Didn't you develop the auxiliary Zerath yourself? It's always good to prepare more things.
Lu Mao smiled.
After all, it's the finals.
Hear the words. Everyone in Rockstager can also understand. But at the same time, they inevitably show a hint of envy. Who cannot envy it? They made it to the finals last year. And this year they have further optimized their personnel and are even stronger than last year. Peanut's personal ability is undoubtedly inferior to the previous jungler Hajin. But in this case, they still stopped in the semifinals. Actually, Rockstager's results in the past 2 years have been impressive enough. But even so, their players cannot guarantee that they will reach the finals next year. There are too many decisive factors. Your own personal status, version, and teammate status. They understand even better than the top people that they only have one chance in this life. Kuro then communicated with Wei Shen about supporting his teammates, mainly discussing the choice of troop lines and landing operations. Kuro was not as good as Gao Tui, but when it comes to supporting and helping his teammates, this is the foundation for his livelihood. And this is what makes him based in the professional arena. As for the bottom lane, the proud and arrogant Gu Shengbin didn't think he had anything to ask. Instead, he took prey and started chatting and blowing her pussy. Candy, the jungler, looked to Peanut for some jungle details and gank ideas. Bai Yueya is also talking to Noph. Although neither of them is the type of coach who is good at BP. The Three Stooges are better than Zhuge Liang. The two of them can always discuss something. Only Li Hansheng. Smeb looked at him. And he looked at Smeb. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Smeb is a little embarrassed. He instinctively wanted to discuss something with Li Hansheng. But when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have nothing to say to Li Hansheng as a defeated general. But you can't eat for free. Right? He hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to ask,
how about we solo help you figure it out?
Alright. Li Hansheng did not refuse. Sitting in front of the computer, the two of them skillfully logged in to the US server super account provided by Riot. Smeb is actually secretly competing in his heart. He was still reluctant to admit that he really lost to Li Hansheng. Maybe there was something wrong with the team. Solo explains the problem best.
The two of them chose to fight each other as melee heroes. Not long after, Smeb frowned, gritted his teeth and stared at the computer screen. His keyboard was pressed so hard that sparks shot out. But he still could not escape the fate of being killed by Li Hansheng alone. I can't beat him. I really can't beat him. Only then did he react. It was really the version that saved their group of top laners. This world championship actually leaves little room for the top laner to perform. Take a look at 4 of the hottest options on the road. The top 4 kings of the world championship. Echo, Bobby, Rambo, and Keenan. All have one characteristic. Either they have long hands and can mix lanes, or they have a solid body and can mix lanes. A mixed word stands out. Warrior heroes, who place more emphasis on personal abilities and landing details, have no room to play, which makes many people confused when facing Li Hansheng. I will choose Rambo. How can you suppress me? No matter how strong your personal abilities are, you cannot escape from the underlying logic of the game. The World Championship version of S6 is actually not friendly to carry operating top laners like Li Hansheng.
Come again!
Smeb gritted his teeth and simply changed his hero again. He really didn't believe in evil. But there is no doubt about it. This time he still lost. Unknowingly, the two of them attracted other people around them during their solo. The other members of Rockstager watched the two solo process up close and realized that they actually lost unfairly. Rockstager's mid and bottom double Cs are both at an average level, and the team relies heavily on its upper and jungle advantage to lead the team's rhythm. But look at it now. After Smeb had no help from the jungler in the landing, it was difficult to face Li Hanqing's crazy suppression. Before the semifinals started, Rockstager was internally optimistic about whether it could beat Top. In their view, Top is actually very restricted by the version, and this version is not very friendly to Top. The two core carry points were suppressed. Li Hanqing and Gu Xiangbin do not have much room to display their personal abilities in this version. Compared with the 3CS, Nozook and the others are more like just making up the numbers. Lu Mao and Candy actually performed very well. It can only be said that there is no harm without comparison. Compared with ordinary players, they may be considered outstanding. But compared with their three monster C positions, they are just average. Their ability to not hold back the team is their limit, and occasionally perform one or two brilliant operations. Gao Dui is a blessing in disguise. Everyone is an earthbound spirit. It is based on this. Rockstager is even quite optimistic. In their opinion, the top, middle and bottom are basically the same, and their own jungler has an absolute advantage. However, the current version only has one rhythm point for the jungler. The advantage of the jungler means that the entire team can play at the landing level. Get blessings. However, Brother Han Sheng is really strong. Peanut's handsome face was full of surprise and astonishment. It was the first time that he saw someone beat Smeb into such a mess in the lane. It's impossible to feel it intuitively in the game. This is because during the game, Li Hanqing needs to consider the threat from the opponent's midfielder, and in many cases does not dare to press. After all, the opponent's jungler position is not clear, and the mid laner disappears on the line. So he must be careful on the top lane. Especially considering that Rockstager is a top lane focused team. The opponent will most likely come to the top lane to help. In a purely solo situation, he can start to suppress without restraint, as far as his personal feelings are concerned. If Smeb's ability value is also digitized, then Smeb's landing ability is probably around 95 to 96, which is slightly lower than him. However, in the system's judgment, above 95, the difference in every numerical value is qualitative gap. No fight! No fight! After being killed alone again, Smeb shook his head repeatedly. If I continue to fight, my self-confidence will be destroyed. TSK. The top laners in the LPL next year had better hope that the version does not give warrior heroes a chance to appear. Otherwise they will suffer a lot. Smeb even gloated a little. No matter how strong Li Hanqing is, he is not from the LCK division. The two of them can only meet in the World Championship. Just because he can't beat Li Hanqing doesn't mean he can't beat Li Hanqing's team. Just like last year Marin couldn't beat him, but he could beat Ku Tiger where he was. Just like at the end of the quarterfinals, the four teams in the semifinals were all sent to the airport by Riot at the same time. Li Hanqing is also familiar with the H2K players. After all, the two sides have held training matches many times. Yankos, the fun man, is a little unhappy. Li Hanqing comforted him. Be optimistic. If it doesn't work this year, then keep working hard next year. Who knows? I can't say what it will be like next year. Practitioners like them know this better than anyone else. One generation of versions. One generation of gods. This year, he will encounter a version suitable for his performance. Who can say next year's version? It's okay. I believe you. Li Hanqing smiled. If it doesn't work, just transfer and find a stronger team. If you can't beat it, just join. There's no shame in it. Yankos is still a fun-loving person at heart, and his sadness only lasted a moment. So he immediately punched Li Hanqing with a smile. Come on. I'm tired of watching Koreans win the cup. Okay. I will help you get revenge. Li Hanqing smiled and nodded. The other side, the people from SKT were also talking to the people from Rockstager, just as the staff was urging them to get ready to board the plane to Los Angeles. The next scene made everyone in SKT completely dumbfounded. I saw Rockstager and others dragging their suitcases behind them. It looked like they were on the same flight. Shouldn't they go back to South Korea directly? Going on a trip? Please. How poor is Rockstager? They know better than anyone. How can they get the spare money to go on a team-building trip to Los Angeles? Koma found out after asking someone specifically. Top paid out of his own pocket for Rockstager to serve as a sparring partner for the next week. This wave of money-spending behavior directly made Koma dumbfounded. How can he still be a fool? Call it unfair. Unfair. To know, SKT has not held any scrims for a week. Because after entering the semifinals,
Rockstager and Top are regarded as potential opponents in the finals, while H2K is a direct competitor. Originally, if neither party could make an appointment for a training match, it would be okay. But now, Top can play high-intensity training matches with Rockstager every day. Isn't this the equivalent of a Krypton Gold player forcing himself to get a physics cheat? Even though Rockstager has been eliminated, everyone knows their strength. Playing a serious training match with Rockstager will obviously yield more rewards than playing the US server rank all day long. Coma first went directly to Riot officials to report the matter, but Riot's turn back made him despair. People said this was a club behavior by Rockstager and Top and was not considered a violation. In the end, Coma had no choice but to find Nof, saying that SKT was willing to bear their expenses with Top and see if he could also play training games with them. He hoped that he could negotiate with his teammates, and he would also negotiate with Top's people. The result was an immediate rejection. That is to say, the people in Rockstager do not understand Chinese, but the meanings they express are similar. Who are you sending beta to? Labor and management want you to die quickly. And you still want me to be your companion? Why not die? In this regard, Coma is really clueless. He also knew the reason. It's just that SKT has been too strong in the past few years and has made too many enemies. After all, winning the championship means you have to defeat many opponents. Isn't this the beginning of grudges? Rockstager even blamed them for the team's disbandment. If they won the championship last year, how could they be divested by Long Nu first? And then Rockstager not invest any money? It's all thanks to SKT. Everyone landed in Los Angeles, the city of angels, in the evening. This is the #1 city on the west coast of America, and it can also be said to be the world's most famous entertainment capital. Countless American popcorn blockbusters were created in Hollywood. The domestic understanding of this city comes from the Los Angeles Lakers. The S6 Finals will be held at the Staples Center, the home of the Lakers. NBA superstar Kobe Bryant, who accompanied a generation in adolescence, retired last year. If I had come a year earlier, I might have been able to watch Kobe Bryant's retirement tour at Staples Center. But, after arriving in Los Angeles, Top and his team did not have much time to travel around and enjoy the local scenery. Instead, they devoted themselves to intense training. If you want to play, you will have plenty of time to play after winning the championship. And this is not the last time. Rockstager? Naturally, guests are welcome to do whatever they want. The main reason is that the training time left for Top is limited. During this week, they still had heavy shooting tasks and various officially arranged interviews. These require a lot of their time. Even the LPL division specially invited Li Hansheng to conduct a small exclusive interview before the game. The person interviewing him was the current LPL host, Yu Shuang. When Yu Shuang first entered the LPL, there was actually no problem with his appearance or business abilities. I'm glad that Noob can take time out of his busy schedule to be interviewed by us. We will ask you some questions on behalf of the fans. First of all, what fans are most curious about is, how is the team's recent preparations? Are you confident in defeating SKT in the finals? Yu Shuang glanced at the line card and asked. Huh? Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows. Is this the wrong question to ask? Of course we are confident. He raised his right hand and said, It's 5-0. You should pay attention to whether SKT has the confidence to beat us. Alright. This is a standard Noob answer. Yu Shuang smiled knowingly and asked the second question. Our LPL has experienced a disastrous defeat in the past year. Some fans even felt that this was the darkest moment of the LPL, and even felt that the long night was coming. Fortunately, Top appeared, so we renewed hope. What do you think about that? Li Hansheng thought for a moment and then answered with a smile. I don't believe that the long night is coming, because the torch is in my hands. This year is just the beginning. I believe that our LPL division will get better and better. Yu Shuang's smile grew wider. She glanced down and asked the last question. If we can beat SKT in the finals, can Noob guess the final score? Or what is the team's expected score for this finals? Isn't this a question for giving points? Li Hansheng raised 3 fingers again and answered affirmatively. 3-0. We will maintain a 100% winning rate against SKT. We will also break the record that SKT will definitely win the championship if it enters the finals. Very good. Thank you for accepting the fans' questions. And I wish Top can get what they want in the finals. Help us LPL regain the long-awaited championship trophy. Chapter 255. It is our duty to build the glory of LPL. As the finals draw closer, the atmosphere before the war is getting stronger. The influence of League of Legends around the world is undoubtedly demonstrated through various viewing data of the annual World Championship. It can be said that the whole world is hotly discussing the China-South Korea war between Top and SKT. Is it the year's strongest newcomer? Noob, who leads the new king of Top to board the plane, announcing that the professional arena has entered a new era? Or will the big devil Faker lead SKT to continue to defend the majesty of the remnants of the old era and prove to the world that they are still the well-deserved king of League of Legends? Even whether Gu Shengmin can win the second world championship in his career and secure his position as the best ADC in history is a big suspense. The suspense of his battle with Bang, the #1 ADC in South Korea and even the world, will be revealed in this finals, full of attractions. After all, SKT has reached the finals again with the debuff of the World Championship, which is enough to show their strength. Although there are tricks on the field, the draw itself is mostly luck. Luck is also part of strength. It's like two sides fighting for punishment to grab the dragon. With a 50% probability, whoever grabs it will be lucky and awesome. Domestic fans on the other side of the ocean are naturally most concerned about the team's preparations at the moment, for fear that any team members will make any mistakes. Guohao's personal Weibo has reached a small peak. Almost all female fans came over and urged him every day to tell the players to eat well, sleep well, and not to make mistakes at the last minute. Even with the Pacific Ocean aside, the team members can still feel the ardent hopes of domestic fans. Honestly, LPL has no shortage of world runner-ups. Both S3 and S4 regrettably failed on the final stage in both years, always missing the final finishing touch. Especially in S4. Samsung White was so arrogant that he dared to compete with the royal family on the final stage. Play with the skin game. In addition to feeling humiliated, there was also despair over the strength gap between the two teams. They were both teams that made it to the finals, but there was also a gap in strength between them. The royal family did benefit from the schedule in those 2 years. S3 first defeated OMG in the quarterfinals, and was eliminated in the semifinals by Fnatic, who had no Oh Chung and an uneven lineup. Even so, they almost suffered a comeback. In S4, the top 8 will win against EDG, and the top 4 will win against OMG. It's all a matter of fighting and winning along the way. Now, the opportunity to wash away the humiliation of the past is right in front of you. As the C position of the team, Li Hanxing enjoyed the most exposure in the team during the filming of promotional materials for the finals. There are multiple sets of scenes of him and Faker looking at each other. The two of them competed with each other on the court, but they were not so tense when getting along with each other off the court. They could occasionally talk to each other, but they were not so familiar with each other. October 28th. That night, Bai Yueya, who had always had a training plan, announced that he could make free arrangements for the evening. This is similar to the days before the college entrance examination. The school will let you walk out of the classroom to relieve your stress. Playing 2 more training games at this time has no meaning for the overall improvement of the team. On the contrary, if we can face tomorrow's game with a good and relaxed attitude, the benefits to the team will be much greater. What exactly does the so-called rich family background mean? Mentality. The 2 world championships won by SKT not only brought them a lot of attention and popularity. The most precious thing is mentality. Whether it is before an important matchup or when they are at a disadvantage, they can always maintain a calm attitude. This is exactly what Top is missing the most. After all, experience requires time to slowly accumulate and settle. You have to experience some things before you can gain the experience to deal with them. Like Top. Now everyone is afraid that Top will suddenly lose 2 games and then be in chaos and collapse. This is not an alarmist statement, because Top has been a little too smooth this year. Changes in people's mentality often occur in just a thought. Li Hanxing didn't feel much. Perhaps this was his self-confidence. He never worried that he would perform poorly, but instead needed to worry about his teammates. Away! If you don't say anything, are you scared to face the Faker? Li Hanxing deliberately teased Gao Dui. Go! 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 Gao Dui curled his lips disdainfully. It's not like I haven't beaten him. What's there to be afraid of? That's right. Candy also interrupted with a smile. Lao Li, you don't think we will be nervous, do you? What's the point of being nervous? Anyway, tomorrow's result is either them exploding or us exploding. Judging from past encounters, there's a higher chance of an explosion. Hey, you are quite confident. Li Hanxing laughed dumbly. That's not true. Candy raised his chin proudly. Dude, I learned a few tricks from Peanut, and I'm just waiting to use them on SKT. Having Rockstager as a sparring partner this week has really improved the other team members a lot. Today's Top is equivalent to absorbing the essence of the entire Rockstager. Oh,
Smeb was just fooling around. He found that he was having fun without any help from Li Hansheng. Once he accepted this setting, he quite enjoyed it. His teammates worked extremely hard, but he really enjoyed the whole trip at a tourist level. So why not do it?
If I win this championship, I will propose to you when I get back,
Candy said even more shockingly.
Huh?
Li Hansheng's eyes widened. This flag is not popular. In the movie, people who say they will come back and get married after the war basically die on the battlefield. If this were in an anime, there would be flags planted behind Candy's back.
Are you serious? Look, I scared you. I just had such an idea.
Candy waved his hand.
He said that if I win the championship, he will agree to a few requests of mine. I am thinking about this. I know you despise her, and she does have many problems. But who makes me like her?
Looking at Candy's expression, Li Hansheng still couldn't speak out the words. 2. After all, he was not the person involved. All he saw were some small details of the relationship between Candy's girlfriend and him. Maybe Candy was very happy when they got along with each other in private? Candy is not too old either. Being happy is the most important thing at this age. They just enjoy the sweet feeling of falling in love. As for the future, it's a bit too heavy to talk about this kind of topic at their age.
It's okay.
Li Hansheng smiled and patted him on the shoulder.
It's good to have ideas. Right. Hey, actually, I have some potential.
Lu Mao suddenly pretended to be coy and scratched his head shyly.
If I can win the championship, I can fall in love with peace of mind when I go back.
This? Li Hansheng was dumbfounded. Why are you all in love? But he does seem to remember that Lu Mao's girlfriend is still a little star? He seems to be a member of BJ48. Not very famous. Probably an 18th tier starlet. At this time, Guihao and Bai Yueyao walked in from outside. Seeing everyone with smiles on their faces, they couldn't help but curiously asked,
What are we talking about? Everyone is so happy. Hi.
Ashui curled his lips.
Don't mention it. These people all exude the sour smell of love. It's the age of youth and restlessness. I can understand it.
Guihao was not so rigid, but he still did not forget to tell him.
Just don't affect the competitive state. You guys know what you are doing.
Bai Yueyao also opened his notebook and said,
After the BO5 match tomorrow afternoon, our World Championship journey will come to an end. Whether we can get a happy ending or not, the choice is in your hands. We have played against SKT quite a few times. You know enough about this team without me having to say more. In fact, in my personal opinion, the moment we defeated Rockstager, we were already the most favorable contenders for the championship. This year's SKT is really not as strong as Rockstager.
As usual, good things come first and bad things come later. White Crescent Moon changed the subject.
However, we should pay attention to it. SKT is not a weak team, especially considering their past record. The further they go in the World Championship, the better they will perform. Now we are almost both bright cards, and we know each other well. Trump card. Their advantages are still very obvious. Their strong tactical execution, troop line handling and resource replacement, as well as the Double C's late-stage support ability, are the foundation for their ability to carry the championship debuff all the way to where they are today. Then as long as we can target these points of theirs, victory will fall to us. The first thing we will focus on tomorrow is their jungle. Blank and Benji are essentially map-controlling junglers with insufficient offensive capabilities. Moreover, due to version restrictions, Faker cannot effectively move.
In the middle of S6, there are two Earthbound Spirit Brushes fighting each other. The advantage of the traditional mage is that in the later stage, it can provide a stable output ability that is no less than that of a shooter. But it does not have the explosive ability like an assassin. This makes it almost impossible for the middle lane to have a chance to kill alone when facing the line. Fighting for line rights is the most important thing in the current version. If you can't decide the winner online, then compete with your support abilities. This is precisely Gao Dui's weak point. And Faker has already developed his roaming ability through 2 years of experience in S5 and S6.
So we have to play more proactively and let the game proceed at the rhythm we are used to. As long as this is the case, the championship will eventually belong to us.
In fact, it can be seen from what White Crescent Moon said. Like the team members, he has an optimistic attitude towards this finals. The main reason is that Top has never suffered a loss against SKT, which gives them full confidence. Guihao also added appropriately.
I won't lie to you. I will give you a good calculation from an economic point of view. Let's put it this way. Next year there will be more capital entering the market, and the value of LPL players will be about to ushering in a surge. If you win the first S championship in the division, you can imagine how many times your worth will increase.
This is a more realistic issue. Having a career is not only a dream, but also a way to support your family. And the title of the first S competition championship trophy is an immeasurable bonus to the players. The championship bonus and the share of the championship skin include bonuses for subsequent clubs, which are obvious rewards. And what about hidden rewards? No one can imagine how much long-term benefits, such as various endorsements and live broadcast contracts brought about by rising fame, will ultimately be. Seeing the team members' breathing becoming hotter, Guihao showed a satisfied smile. It is necessary not only to brainwash the team members from an honorary level, but also to provide them with actual material rewards to give them a boost of blood. A two-pronged approach. The entire custody team is howling. Who would dislike having more money? We are all acquaintances. After seeing how different the world is, we hope to be more satisfied with our material life. At the same time, the night before the finals, Riot officials released a clip of the players being interviewed in the arena in advance. And Li Hanqing's remarks once again aroused heated discussion in China.
In the past few years, when I didn't become a professional player, I was just a spectator in the arena. I witnessed S2 and we fighting fiercely for 8 hours to stop in the quarterfinals. I also witnessed S3 and S4 when the royal family unfortunately lost in the finals for 2 consecutive years. I even watched the darkest moment of the LPL region in the S5 World Championship. From that time on, I thought, if I can become a professional player, I must win everything. Now the S6 World Championship trophy is right in front of me. I have to consider whether this is the only opportunity one have in this life. I believe that LPL has gone through many hardships. It will definitely rise. If there needs to be someone to lead the way for LPL to dominate the League of Legends, then it is my duty to forge the glory of LPL. It is our duty to do so.
The atmosphere is enhanced by Li Hanqing's words. The emotional expression has reached a new level. Ghost, is this the pattern of my brother Han Sheng? Are you still calling brother Han Sheng? Call me brother Rongwang. Oh, cry. They all gave me severe pain. Brother Ming brushes fairness on touching. Book the annual sayings. No matter what the result is. You can even forget who the world champion of S6 is. But it should be difficult for you to forget the words.
It is our duty to build the glory of LPL.
I can only say, when I heard this sentence, I knew that this time the victory would eventually belong to top. When the core of the team has this kind of awareness, what can SKT do to win the top spot? This passage is not only for LPL, but also for all audiences around the world. It's not just the LPL division that is talking about it. Audiences in major competition areas around the world are also talking about it. It was through this passage that Li Hanqing suddenly raised his global reputation again. Even the faker who compared him was eclipsed by him. The LPL must have saved the galaxy in a previous life to have players like Noob. Why can't NA have players like this? Even if NA had such a player, he would be more interested in partying than playing games. IMHO. Judging from the pre-match clips, Top gave me the feeling that they were sure of victory. But SKT did not show the corresponding mental outlook. The Big Devil may really be defeated this time. This is cool, isn't it? League of Legends has a new king. And I've had enough of Koreans holding the trophy. Chapter 256 White Crescent Moon. Can you do it? It can only be said that the atmosphere is heightened to this point. It seems that Li Hanqing can't be justified if he doesn't win the championship. The team members were bragging about each other. And Bai Yueya and Guihao ran in to give each other a shot. This is what Top did the night before the finals. Returning to the room early, Li Hanqing finished washing and lay back on the bed. Jackie Love had finished washing up early. He wrapped himself in a quilt and looked like a caterpillar at first glance.
Brother Hanqing, you will definitely win tomorrow. Right. I don't think SKT is our opponent. Hey, aren't you talking nonsense?
Li Hanqing smiled, adjusted his sleeping position, took a pillow, and put it behind him to make himself more comfortable. This makes it easier for him to play with his mobile phone. It has been almost a month since he came to America. Li Hanqing has already adapted to the time difference here. And he still can't fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning every day. Going to bed too early will affect tomorrow's game. But he doesn't care. Hanging Wall is fearless no matter what situation he faces. But his teammates couldn't do it.
That's right.
Jackie Love smiled when he heard this.
After all, it's the thigh that my buddy recognizes. Then come on.
Li Hanqing smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he lowered his head and fiddled with his mobile phone, most likely guessing that he was not sleeping at this time. Friends on WeChat came to cheer him up. There were other professional players, some people in the industry, and the members of Seven Wolves of Ionia were also in the group to cheer them on. Again, the atmosphere has already been enhanced to this point. It seems that if you don't win a championship, you really feel sorry for the atmosphere? October 29th. Staples Center. The atmosphere at the venue was still hot. All the tickets were sold out. And there were even a lot of sky-high price tickets sold by scalpers online. Even if more than 20,000 spectators are just talking quietly. Considering this order of magnitude, the noise produced is quite terrifying. Under the deliberate arrangement of the fist, the fluorescent sticks in the hands of the audience divided the familiar red and blue squares, which happened to be divided according to the seats, clearly distinguishing them. As the countdown progressed, the audience gradually became agitated, and the atmosphere on the scene began to become heated, showing what the finals should be like. This is the annual carnival for League of Legends players. This is an annual top-level competition. The team that can reach this point must be in the best condition under the current version, adapt to the version most successfully, and be at the best in all aspects. It's no exaggeration to say that they are the top 2 teams in the world right now. 2 teams that have perfect version compatibility, status, and personal abilities collide at this time. The game between the 2 sides will definitely be enjoyable to watch. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak, and the audience began to cheer spontaneously. In an instant, all the stage lights were turned on, and the spotlight focused on the center of the main stage. A symphony orchestra began to play. World Championship 2016. Under the leadership of a conductor in a tuxedo. The majestic momentum of the symphony created an epic atmosphere for the scene, and a projection of a hex loot chest appeared in the center of the stage. The Hextech treasure chest generated by special effects exudes colorful light, as if there are endless treasures hidden inside, tempting others to open it. This is a function that Riot Games wants to add to the new version. It is equivalent to using the stage of the finals to show this function in front of the audience in advance. At the same time, explosions of brilliant fireworks erupted from the edge of the stage. Amid the screams and cheers of the audience, the melody of the 2016 Global Finals theme song, Ignite, carefully crafted by Riot Games sounded, setting off the atmosphere of the entire venue. While the theme song was playing, the MV was also playing on the screen. The contestants this year were all made into cartoon characters. There was no fixed image, and their specific identities could only be inferred from some detailed Easter eggs. As a newcomer to the World Championship, Top should not have much of a picture, but Gao, Dewey, and Imp have both participated in the World Championship. There is also an image of a man wearing a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses holding a crossbow. This seems to be a reference to Imp's Mouse champion skin. In the last scene, it still ends with the cartoon images of all SKT members. However, Faker's cartoon image is the most eye-catching one. After all, he is Riot's son, so he is treated like his own father, wearing a conspicuous team uniform and using Ryze's exclusive skill Overload. These special effects allow you to recognize who this person and this team is at a glance. That is SKT led by Faker. As a person with countless fans all over the world, the cartoon character representing Faker appeared on the scene and instantly attracted cheers from the audience. The popularity of the Big Devil Faker was fully reflected at this moment, and even Li Hanxing had to avoid his edge. After the theme song ended, the director immediately cut to some promotional videos shot by both sides before the game, accompanied by specially edited exciting operations from the group stage to the present. It ended with the scene of Top and SKT players looking at each other with murderous eyes. Welcome to the finals of the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals. The host, who was wearing a crisp suit, shouted energetically and walked all the way to the booth where the championship trophy was placed. After 4 weeks of fierce competition among the 16 teams, 2 final teams were finally born. And today, it is destined that only one of the 2 will have the last laugh, be crowned the king, and finally win the championship trophy. Next, let's invite both teams to appear. With a loud shout, the host waved his hand in the air. First up is the 2-time Global Finals champion, the second seed of the LCK, Telecom T1. After the words fell, a burst of gorgeous fireworks were sprayed out. Dry ice mist rose, and all SKT members on the left side of the stage appeared instantly. Top laner Duke, jungle laner Benji, mid laner Faker. When the host said this, he could no longer continue. Faker's popularity is beyond imagination. After the audience heard his ID, the noise they made was deafening, and the host's voice was drowned out. Pity, because this year, under official arrangements, both parties came to the stage early, and there was no stage to enter under the watchful eyes of the audience. Faker could not replicate the showy moves he performed last year, such as performing a wave of tumbling. Gao Tianliang, who was backstage, saw the scene through the broadcast screen and couldn't help but ridicule.
That shouldn't be the case. Wei-Gu also played Virus this time. Why didn't Faker roll to avoid Q? I understand. Is this a hint that today's finals will be played? Faker is going to be beaten by Brother Wei? It seems to make sense. Huh?
Ming's eyes widened. You must know that in last year's S5 finals appearance, Faker made a handsome role on the stage. At that time, he was jokingly said by the domestic audience that he was trying to avoid Gao Dui's reverse Q. The other side of the stage. Since the host was still introducing the members of SKT, the lights were all over there. Although the audience could see the top members standing on the right side of the stage, they could not see their positions clearly.
MD!
Faker's global popularity is really outrageous.
Candy curled his lips. But with a little envy. Which professional player doesn't want to be like Faker? He has everything you can think of, including honors, popularity, and income. Oh, he doesn't have a woman. Eunjing thinks Marin is more handsome.
Then defeat him.
Li Hansheng chuckled.
His popularity is earned by winning 2 world championships. Let's also win 2 world championships and be more popular than him.
Maybe. Candy was not optimistic to that point. Faker's popularity is due to a combination of factors. Excellent strength and honor are naturally indispensable. And his various outrageous operations during the S3 period gave him a good marketing point for Riot Games during the period of rapid expansion of League of Legends. If it is the factory director, it is LPL's first-generation god-making plan.
So,
Faker is the target of Riot's first-generation god-making plan. We are no longer in an era when the smell of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. Only by combining your own excellent conditions with various capital promotions can you gain countless fans. The audience's voices gradually weakened, and the host found the opportunity to continue introducing the remaining SKT players.
Bot lane Bang, support Wolf, substitute Blank and coach Coma.
All SKT members waved to the audience with smiles on their faces. Coma did not continue to forcefully play Blank, but planned to bring Benji up in the first game and use the
Flying Chicken
midfielder combination. The intention was also very obvious. That is, to fight top. Subsequently, the host took a deep breath, then raised the volume again and shouted loudly.
Next, let's invite the LPL Summer Split champion, the #1 seed, Top Esports Gmang.
It is still a brilliant stage effect. Under the watchful eyes of the live audience and the global audience waiting in front of the screen to watch the live broadcast, beams of strong lights shone directly, allowing all top members to make their official debut in front of the audience. The moment they appear, the audience was all stunned. All members of top were seen performing a very neat pose, which was quite familiar to the audience. This pose is not the first time the audience has seen it, because Rockstager has made this move many times when he appeared on stage. This was actually Li Hansheng's impromptu idea, mainly because he wanted to thank Rockstager for his efforts this week. In the audience, everyone in Rockstager couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw this scene, and they were speechless for a long time.
Yeah, Brother Hansheng and the others didn't tell us in advance, but this surprise is really nice.
Peanut once again spoke like a tiger and wolf.
We played training matches with them, and they used our method. Come on stage. So when they defeat SKT, won't our sense of participation be doubled?
Prey frowned slightly. He always felt that Peanut's words were a bit strange, but he couldn't explain it specifically. A sense of participation? If you really want to say that, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. It just feels like some kind of switch in my body has been turned on invisibly. Before he could speak, the host's loud voice sounded again.
Top laner Noob, jungler Kundi, mid laner God, bottom lane Imp, assistant Lameo, substitute Jackie Love, and head coach BSYY.
Li Hansheng also received a wave of cheers and applause, at least judging from the cheers from the audience. Top can compete with SKT. SKT is indeed successful, but the boring management style cannot stimulate the adrenaline glands of the audience at all. Top's pursuit of the ultimate offensive style of play is in line with their ideas.
Ultimately, SKT will continue to create history and create a triple crown dynasty. Or will a new top king be crowned? Who will win the championship in the end? We will see the results in the next game.
As the host finished speaking, the players from both sides turned to their own player seats to prepare for the final adjustments. And then the real showdown could begin.
Good morning, dear domestic viewers. This is the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the live broadcast site of the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals. The three people sitting in the LPL commentary booth are the veteran Hive brothers and the new commentator Guan Ziyuan.
I returned to this familiar place again after 3 years, and some scenes from back then seem to be still vivid in my mind.
Miller sighed. The S3 Global Finals are held at the Staples Center. At that time, they could only watch helplessly as SKT slaughtered the royal family and successfully won their club's first S Championship trophy. Now, times have changed. SKT returned to this place again. But only Faker and Benji were left here again.
We are unable to change the results 3 years ago, but we can control the destiny now. Judging from the performance since the beginning of this World Championship, Top is undoubtedly the better team, both in terms of the players' personal abilities and competitive status. The fit with the version is better than SKT, and we have every reason to believe that Top will win the long-awaited trophy today. Of course, we can't take it lightly. After all, this is SKT in the World Championship. They still maintain the record of winning the championship if they enter the finals.
You explain what you say, and I try to use this method to arouse the emotions of the audience. Audiences watching the live broadcast are sitting in front of computers, and cannot be as immersive as live audiences, and cannot feel the atmosphere of the scene. A qualified host must make the audience in front of the computer feel the same atmosphere as the live audience. The director has already begun to release some data from both teams in this World Championship in advance. No doubt. Except for game duration, Top is far ahead in all other data. SKT's average game time is close to 40 minutes, which is a microcosm of their performance this year, falling into a disadvantage during the landing phase, stalling in the midterm, replacing resources through military line operations, and then looking for opportunities to make a comeback. So, SKT has a bladder game in almost every game. But there is nothing we can do. The version is what it is. This version of the mainstream lineup lacks team building and control. And the overall lineup is brittle, with long-handed turret-type characters. This leads to a very serious problem. After gaining the advantage, if the advantageous side does not have the Baron buff, it will be difficult to advance. If they jump over the tower rashly and lack front row and control, although the disadvantaged side cannot find opportunities, it can disgust you and keep guarding the line to kill your energy. Patience. SKT knows how to defend. The previous duel between the two sides was also dubbed by fans a duel between the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. At the same time, the results of the coin guessing between the two sides on the stage were also revealed. Lady Luck seemed to be on SKT's side. They won the coin guessing and got priority to choose the side.
I received the news that SKT took the initiative to choose the blue side in the first round.
Wada smiled.
This is good news. SKT has spent all its luck in advance, so Top will definitely have good luck in the next game.
Accompanied by a clang, the director immediately cut the screen to the BP screen of both parties.
Coming! The first game of the 2016 Global Finals is about to begin, and the two sides are about to stage a battle between dragons and tigers. SKT took the initiative to ban Rambo when he came up. Duke didn't like playing this hero very much, and Top still banned Leopard Girl. I remember that Benji didn't seem to know how to play Leopard Girl. Right. But it's always right to be careful.
Miller said he said.
It's best not to release this kind of hero easily. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with if a chicken is really stolen. SKT pressed down Karma again, and Top sent Syndra to the banned position. This is where the current version of Red Square BP is so painful.
Guan Ziyuan explained.
Faker is not Kuro. Faker is very good at using Syndra. It is impossible for Top to give this hero to him. Let's see what happens next.
The ban on the third floor did not meet any expectations. SKT sent Jace to the ban position, while Top thought for a moment and sent Han Bing to the ban position.
Ban Han Bing? This is a good choice.
Miller saw the clue at a glance.
In addition to being able to forcefully start a team, Han Bing also has an Eagle Strike, which is especially useful in disadvantaged situations. In the current version, there are not many ways for the advantage side to take advantage of it. The one who catches the opponent in the jungle for vision, it's a good method. But once you have the IC, the risk of doing vision will be reduced. This hero is both offensive and defensive for SKT's tactical system. After all, judging from SKT's performance in this year's World Championship, they will most likely be at a disadvantage in the early stage. How to better defend in the midterm is what they need to consider. The thing is, Top's move is to hit the snake 7 inches away.
Seeing this, SKT immediately grabbed the remaining top tool shooter, Jin. After Ice, the one with the highest priority is Jin. There is not much to say about Top. Easy plus Zyra were the first to lock in, denying the opponent the combination of Jin plus Zyra. This left SKT with Nami as the only option in the bottom lane. There is no ice. And there is no need to worry that the opponent will take out the option of female gun support. Besides, SKT may not play this routine, although it is not difficult. There are still some details. Really. SKT followed up with a backhand to lock Trolls plus Victor.
Wow! This troll chose Benji. But Benji actually hit it.
Miller suddenly exclaimed.
Jhin plus Troll is also a system commonly used by top. And SKT actually learned it secretly.
Seeing this familiar lineup, everyone at top really didn't expect it.
The person opposite is pretty good at being honest.
Bai Yueya frowned.
Why don't Han Sheng give you the Sword Princess? I have no problem.
Li Hansheng shrugged.
Then choose. Leave the counter position to All Wei.
Top chose the top and jungle combination of Sword Girl plus Spider. This intention is very obvious, which is to break through you at a single point on the road. Unexpectedly, Koma showed a smile that showed success. He suppressed a smile and patted Duke on the shoulder.
Come on! Your teammates will give you more help,
said. He then signaled the team members to lock in Olaf plus Nami. Once this choice comes out, everyone was stunned for a while.
Huh?
Miller reacted first.
It's broken. Koma's swing fooled everyone. Duke can play the top laner Troll. And the top and jungle combination of this Troll plus Olaf is too strong in the early stage. Right. And the Trolls can overwhelm the Sword Queen in early battles.
The Troll who can use Q to steal attack power in the early stage can suppress the Sword Queen on the opposite side. Not to mention that if a minion dies, it can continuously provide health points to the Troll, which can greatly enhance the Troll's ability to rely on the lane. Moreover, judging from the standing ability, the Troll may not be afraid of Sword Queen, as long as she does not create a blood recovery formation for Sword Queen. Troll Q steals attack power, R steals blood and steals double resistance, and W can also increase himself double speed. This hero's one-on-one ability is actually very powerful. The Troll's pillar can form an overall linkage with SKT's lineup. Unlike top, Li Hansheng Sword Lady is outside the team. Even if my Troll Wing can't beat you, it won't be completely negative in the team fight.
MD!
Bai Yueya tugged on his tie irritably, and Koma gave him one, telling him with practical actions that his title of champion coach was not for nothing. LCK commentary booth. Cloud Templar shouted excitedly.
This is the level that Coach Koma should have. He calculated the opponent perfectly. We got a perfect lineup for SKT. Whether it's side split pushing, head-on fighting, or early jungle confrontations, SKT can have the upper hand. The two-time champion is not in vain. SKT in the finals is worthy of trust.
Roaring Emperor even shouted excitedly. What to do? There wasn't much time left for White Crescent to think. At this time, he could only choose to kick the ball to the players and seek their help.
Choose a hero with strong wave clearing ability.
Li Hansheng thought for a while.
Get a way to hold you back. And my buddy will fight a bloody path for you on the side lane. Okay.
Gao Dui had no objection. Top choose the spring directly from 5L. Thus, the lineups of both sides have been officially determined. SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Troll versus Sword Queen. Jungler, Olaf versus Spider. Mid lane, Victor versus Clockwork. Bottom lane, Jhin plus Nami versus Zyra plus Easy.
This lineup,
Miller frowned slightly.
To be honest, Top's lineup is a bit bad. They can't play in front of each other at all. They can only rely on Sword Girl to gain advantage on the wing. But the problem is that Sword Lady is not very good at suppressing the trolls in the lane. Right. And the spiders are not easy to help. If the two sides fight 2v2 in the jungle, Top has no chance of winning. Believe in Noob,
Guan Ziyuan said directly.
At this time, you can only believe. Top will put his treasure on Noob. He will not let the team down. Nor will he let us down.
The two of them also insisted on this. If SKT came up with a lineup like this, they probably wouldn't even have to wait until halftime. They would want to pop the champagne right away. But this is Top. Even if they are no longer optimistic about this lineup, they still have to put in a good word. Chapter 257 The Incredible Reaction. The Chinese Sword Immortal. Is the lineup good or not? Everyone has a steelyard in their mind, and a very simple criterion for judgment. It's clear just by looking at the comparison of the expressions of the coaches on both sides at this moment. In a moderately popular live broadcast room on the Douyu platform. In the lower right corner of the live broadcast room is a top-quality pork head that is not inferior to Gao Dui, with messy hair, showing the abstract temperament of the anchor. It's obviously just an ordinary long-sleeve shirt, but it was worn by the anchor to look like a prince. However, The anchor's deep eyes are surrounded by big dark circles, and the corpse spots can be seen everywhere on his face, which will make you feel like it wouldn't be surprising if the anchor would leave this world forever in the next second. After all, the environment in the live broadcast room is very dark. It doesn't feel like live broadcasting at home, but like a morgue.
Ouch! Don't do it!
The familiar smell of pork came out of his mouth.
White Crescent Moon. You can do whatever you want after you return to China. But don't do it to me now. Is this a lineup that anyone can choose?
Brother Flame Rat looks at it, and wins with all his net worth surpassing the top. After all, a former SKT player, and a jungler that Faker agrees with. You actually don't beat SKT? Brother Flame Rat squeezes gently. Can this lineup be selected by humans? By Yue also loses all his wealth. Right? Just full. When I look at Ruozi's bee-like appearance, he can't really be a stud. Right? Brother Flame Rat is live broadcasting again. Wow. If I don't look at my Flame Rat for a day, it feels like there are ants crawling all over my body. Seeing these barrages, Flame Rat immediately shouted and started to retort.
Oh! How could the anchor support SKT? The anchor once played professionally in M3, and the predecessor of Top was M3. It's okay to have a poor lineup. We can see Noob's wonderful performance again, no matter what the top and jungle combinations are. Let me tell you this. Noob can easily destroy the opponent with any jungler. Noob can kill 5 people by himself. I'm telling you.
Faced with the barrage of
I'm anxious.
all over the screen, the Flame Rat retorted sternly.
I absolutely support Top. Believe first. Then question. Do you know about this in the All China class? Although Imp is Korean, but he is from the spiritual country. Besides, isn't he in love with that female anchor? Does Xiaogua's son-in-law understand? It started. Everyone is watching to see how Noob can kill the opponent alone.
Following the rapid signal sounds, both parties immediately bought their going out clothes and stood at the edge of the spring ready to go out.
Be careful. I always feel that SKT may cause trouble.
Li Hansheng kept sending signals to his F4 to remind his teammates. It is true that this version is not very popular for fighting in first-level groups. But the problem is that if the gap between the first-level combat power of the two sides is too large, the other party will still consider invading. Mainly just trolls. In the narrow terrain of the jungle, if the troll really wants to learn E, Pillar of Ice, at level 1, then with Olaf's slowdown and Nami's Q, Jin can also learn the deadly brilliance to retain people. It's very difficult for Troll to learn E at level 1. But if they really succeed in invading, Li Hansheng may not dare to suppress them if they use various summoner skills at the first level, are suppressed in health, or even get killed. It was exactly as Li Hansheng expected. After SKT came out of the spring, the entire team headed straight for Top's upper jungle area, targeting the sharp bill. Seeing everyone from SKT rushing over, the first reaction of all Top members was to retreat. Only Zyra used Q Fatal Bloom to activate the seeds that were passively refreshed on the ground. The resulting thorn spitters continue to spit out spikes and hit them. On Olaf, reduce his health. And Gu Xingbin's Easy also uses Q Arcane Shot to consume a wave.
MD! Is it so detailed?
Li Hansheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. SKT's overall formation was to let Olaf stand at the front. It seemed that Benji had nearly 1/3 of his health consumed for no reason. And it seemed like he was losing money. But the hero of Benji's game is Olaf. Olaf is a special case among jungle heroes. The loss of health will not have any negative impact on Olaf, but will bring him positive benefits. The lower the health, the faster the attack speed, and the faster the jungle clearing efficiency. All junglers who play Olaf probably wish they could start with only half health. Top left ornament eyes in its own sharp bill and red buff camps. The only good news is that before the S6 version reaches level 9, scanning can only scan one area, so no one will bring scanning in the early stage. And in such a version that pays attention to landing, there will be no one who doesn't buy red at the beginning and forcefully buys a real eye.
SKT is a bit shady.
Miller couldn't help but frown.
They forced the jungle to swap this time. Doesn't that mean they forced the spider to the lower half, while Olaf has been active in the upper half? Noob, isn't the pressure on you too great? That's right.
Wawa suddenly realized.
Are you targeting noobs like this? It can only be said that this is the foundation of a championship. Coach Koma's pre-game arrangements are too detailed.
Not only is BP calculating Top, but even the opening layout is also being calculated. This is still a series of tricks. Spider's activities in the lower half have no impact on SKT at all. Their bottom lane is Nami plus Jin. It is difficult for this combination to gain lane control against Easy plus Zyra. They can hide behind or even return to the defense tower without fear of spiders coming over the tower. Without hard support and the first mover, it would be difficult for the spider to take the first move on E. As for the middle lane, Clockwork doesn't have any control skills. Oh, Faker is a pig? Knowing that your spider is active in the lower half of the game at the beginning, don't they know where to position themselves higher? All of this is to help Duke on the road establish double insurance. Duke's personal ability is indeed not as good as Li Hansheng. So what? Help Duke get an advantageous lane hero. And also design a jungle route at the beginning. No matter how awesome Li Hansheng is, he can't show off without any equipment. Right? Looking at it this way, Noob is so difficult. He is restricted by SKT. Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but worry. In his opinion, there is absolutely no chance of going on the road. Very simple. The refresh rounds of the jungle area are determined based on the first round of jungle refresh of both junglers. Olaf opens in the top half of the top. And Olaf's one-on-one ability in the jungle is stronger than that of Spider. Now that Top has no line rights in the middle and top lanes, Olaf can continue to enter the top half of Top's jungle area to counter the jungle when the wild monsters are refreshed in the second round, and continue to create pressure on Li Hansheng. SKT is so insidious. Peanut and the others saw something deeper than the commentators. It was immediately clear why SKT deployed tactics like this. It is to restrict Li Hansheng. There is not much difference in personal abilities between the two teams in the middle and lower lanes, especially in the bottom lane. The tacit understanding between Bang and Wolf is even slightly higher than that between Imp and Green Hair. For SKT, the middle and lower lanes do not need any laning advantage in the early stage. They just need to develop steadily. The best time to establish an advantage on the road is in the early stage, when everyone's equipment and levels have been upgraded. It will not be so easy for you to explode at a single point. This is the foothold of SKT's tactics. Steady development in the middle and bottom, and use the strong points of the top and jungle, so that Li Hansheng cannot accumulate advantages through personal ability in the early stage. Even if you can create a certain amount of pressure on the wing in the midterm, it is not fatal. At that time, the initiative will be in SKT's hands. After all, they are the team with the better lineup and the more proactive team. Top only has one option, 4-to-1 point push. Brother Hansheng is really under a lot of pressure. Peanut couldn't help but feel his scalp numb as he thought about Li Hansheng's experience. Brother Jing Hao, if you were in Brother Hansheng's position at this time, how would you deal with it? Smeb glared at him fiercely. Littleby is disgusting, isn't he? However, he still unconsciously put himself into it, and came to the conclusion that it was despair. He can't even think of how Top can break the game now. Bixian came to the line in a neat queue, which also heralded the official start of the landing period between the two parties. Li Hansheng followed the little soldier step by step. With good luck, the first flaw was on the right side of the troll, which was where the Sword Princess was facing. A side-grabbing Q, breaking air slash. After breaking through the flaw, immediately pull back. The trolls just don't care. With the passive, King's Tribute, the trolls don't care about Sword Queen's consumption at all. This is where trolls are stronger than giant bugs. The big bug's passive is to recover blood and even mana when small soldiers are killed. But it must be a unit that the big bug kills personally. Unlike the troll only needs to have an enemy unit killed within 1,400 yards of itself. Will grant the troll a healing effect equal to a percentage of its maximum health. Li Hansheng couldn't help but frown. If this was another top lane hero, he would be able to step forward and hit AQ to distance himself. But you can't do this when facing trolls. Very simple. Distance. The troll's range is 175 yards, while the Sword Queen's range is only 150 yards. If you take the initiative to step forward, it will definitely cost the troll to hit A and then Q first. And the troll's Q can also create a slowing effect. At that time, once close to the body, the troll can use the range to perfectly hit AQA's consumption. This exchange of blood will make the troll more profitable, because it is impossible for the Sword Queen to play stand-up with the troll. If they open Q, they will increase their attack power, and you will reduce your attack power. You are so powerful that you can stand up with others with your head? If Sword Lady wants to hit AQ, she can only use the card troll to draw A to replenish troops. Otherwise, she can only use the range advantage of Q to use the edge Q to consume. But this is not enough. This troll's starting outfit is Door and Shield. Passive plus Dolan Shield's blood recovery effect allows the troll to recover to full health without even needing to take drugs for a while after it is consumed.
and Li Hansheng didn't dare to easily close up and consume A. If he only relied on Q to consume it, he wouldn't be able to really reduce the troll's health until tomorrow. What's more, there is an Olaf in the wild area who is eyeing him. Before the view of the red buff camp disappeared, he saw Olaf dragging the red buff upwards, obviously heading towards the Stone Man camp at top. At this moment, Olaf is behind him. If his position is a little bit arrogant, Olaf will come to a cliff. Unlike the troll, the Sword Queen has passive blood recovery. The blood volume recovery provided by the early flaw is almost negligible. It is impossible to accept the situation where Olaf suppresses the blood volume. As for why Li Hansheng was so sure that if he gave him a chance, Benji would definitely do it to him. This is mainly due to his understanding of the June Gel. Benji can actually be regarded as another factory director of mine in the world. The two playstyles are exactly the same, and they are both kind of map-controlled junglers, who are the kind of father-in-law. It's just that the factory director's thigh at the beginning of his career was smiling, so he grabbed it out of habit. At the beginning of Benji's career, his thigh was Faker, so he was used to hitting. Some media interviewed Faker. If you were to choose a player in the LPL who would most like to be a teammate, Faker's answer would be the factory director. And the LCK generally has a high opinion of the factory director. A distinctive feature of this type of jungler is that they don't mind sacrificing a little bit of their own development as long as it can make their teammates on the line more comfortable. One cannot be stubborn. It's like playing EDG. The factory manager clearly tells you to catch him at 2 levels, but you still have to go up and show off at 2 levels. Isn't this a bad idea? Loudly, you have to be careful in 3 minutes. Candy, who was far away in the lower half, quickly reminded. Although he doesn't play Olaf very well, he is consulted with Little Peanut frequently these days, so he has a general understanding of Olaf's jungle clearing speed. Then he sent a signal to the bottom lane. Puff, Lu Mao, you two can fight a little harder. I will come later to help you force out some skills or lower the opponent's state. Okay. Lu Mao relied on the passively refreshed seeds on the ground to immediately move forward and use Q, Fatal Bloom, to cooperate with the thorn sprayer generated by the seeds to quickly play Thunderlord's Decree, to reduce the opponent's health and help him push the line. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, Nami cannot help the shooter push the line. At this time, she has to take the initiative to use W to exchange blood with the opponent. After all, among the 3 popular assistants at the moment, Nami is the only one with the ability to recover online. Use W to exchange blood with Zyra to lower Zyra's blood volume, thus forcing Zyra not to consume unscrupulously. But Wolf didn't dare. He doesn't have a strong head. He even knows that the spiders are active in the lower half, but he still exchanges blood with them. Isn't this obviously giving the spiders a chance to jump over the bottom lane? The bottom lane was firmly controlled by Top, and was quickly pushed over, with Easy's military advantage. Its suppressive power is not inferior to that of the female police officer. After all, the range of Easy's Q skill is further than the 650-yard range of the female police officer's basic attack. But the 2 SKT bottom laners are not vegetarians either. The 2 have a perfect understanding of each other, and they cooperate with each other to make up for the tower without missing a beat. Top's bottom lane seems to have an advantage, but it is only an advantage on the scene, and does not gain much substantive things. But spiders have come all the way. At this time, the bottom line of troops was once again sent into the defense tower. Wolf had actually noticed it for a long time. He even left a vision in the grass next to the stone man in advance and saw the spider. But they can't help it. Retreating to the autistic bush? That's not a problem. Both of them are in good condition. It's hard to say that they are at risk of being killed under the tower. Hey! Candy came to the bottom lane. He seemed to know that he was noticed by the field of vision, but he had no fear at all. The doll shouted loudly. Are you about to go up? The troops have entered the tower. The bottom line of troops has entered the tower. Since Spider came to the bottom lane after clearing 6 groups of wild monsters, the bottom lane has reached level 3. However, SKT's bottom lane belongs to the side that was pushed to the lane. They are still a little bit short of level 3. The 2 sides attacked from the front and back, and Lu Mao directly used E, Twining Root, and W, Rapid Growth, to quickly summon a plant under the tower. The release of skills is very particular. Zyra's Q, E, and R can all make seeds grow into plants, but the effects of the plants generated by each skill are different. Seeds activated by Q, Deadly Bloom, will eventually grow into a Thorn Thrower, with a range of 750 yards. The seeds activated by E, Tangled Roots, will eventually grow into a Thorn Lasher, which only has a range of 400 yards.
but the attack can cause a 25% slowdown effect on the target for 2 seconds. What Lu Mao wants is this slowdown. Slowing down can greatly increase the hit rate of your own Easy and Spider skills. No! Easy directly fired Q and W, all of which hit Nami. Spider also summoned W, self-destructing Spider first, and Q, Neurotoxin, shot at Nami, providing a GPS guide for the self-destructing Spider. After a set of bursts in the human form, E, Cocoon, followed with a Snow White Spider Silk flying towards the two people under the tower. The tacit understanding between Bang and Wolf is revealed. Bang was stunned to use his body to help block the sea, but Zyra kept resisting the tower, and gave Nami the ignition set to continue to reduce Nami's health. The Spider and Easy have already rushed over. The Spider has transformed into a beast form, and its Q skill, Poisonous Sting, brings super high killing damage. Nami directly QED on the spot and raised the Spider, but the defense tower was now attacking Zyra, so it had no impact at all. Jin could only be forced to hand over treatment to increase his health, and Nami, who was still on low health, was forced to use Flash to avoid Easy's second Q skill. Spider took advantage of the situation and hit Jin again, and then used E to fly, get rid of the hatred of the defense tower and escape. Because both Jin and Nami have reached level 3, so it is impossible to kill them by force.
It's okay. It's okay. Candy's forceful capture in this wave is okay.
Miller continued to praise.
One flash and one heal. And more importantly, it lowered the opponent's bloodline. SKT will definitely lose troops in the bottom lane in the future, unless someone is called in to help clear the line. As long as Olaf comes to the lower half, the noob on the road will have a chance to breathe. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Nami was severely disabled. Jin had also consumed a lot of blood, and the two of them could not grab the line rights. Once they were pinned under the defense tower and continued to lose blood, they had no choice but to return to the city to replenish their health. This way they lose at least one wave of troops, and they can call Olaf to the bottom lane to help clear the line. But this means that their early pressure tactics on the top lane have completely failed. In the end, SKT gave its own choice.
Huh? Would you rather lose a wave of soldiers than ask Olaf to come down?
The doll stared at the screen in disbelief with wide eyes.
This SKT team is really going all out.
Miller could only sigh. How else could it be done? Lu Mao thought it was outrageous.
Damn it. Why don't we really let the jungler come to the bottom lane? Isn't this too darn targeted at Laoli?
Candy was also helpless. As for Li Hansheng, he is still trying every means to suppress the troll's health. After he reaches level 3, his chances of changing blood will increase. When the flaw was on the front, Sword Princess took the initiative to exchange Q, breaking / forward to exchange blood. This time it was not a Psy Q, but a face-to-face Q, called QA directly. The troll immediately counterattacked with an A+ Q Fang Bite. But Sword Girl's reaction is faster. Sword Girl's complete combo is QA. After leveling A, she immediately uses E, Deadly Stab, to refresh her basic attack. The moment Troll Q came out, W, Lawrence Heart Sword, was also released, successfully blocked the Troll's Q, negating the effect of damage and stealing attack power. The Reflected Sword Princess also caused the Troll to fall into a double deceleration effect that reduced its attack speed and movement speed. The Sword Princess immediately retreated after hitting a flat A with 2 stages of E critical hit damage and triggering the effect of Immortal Grip. The Troll simply can't make a second move. How A? The attack speed is directly reduced by 50%. And after Sword Queen activates E, she will get a 25-point increase in the normal attack distance, which means that Sword Queen can get stuck in the Troll's limit range and make an A first move, and then immediately pull away. This is a set of blood exchanges. It's equivalent to the Troll only A hitting the Sword Lady from the beginning to the end, while the Sword Lady takes full damage. But this is not entirely without cost. The CD of level 1 W in the early stage is as high as 24 seconds. And if you use all 3 small skills at once, the loss of mana consumption is also very large. By the time the CD of the second W was restored, the Troll had already recovered a lot of its health.
This B hero is so shameless.
Miller couldn't help frowning and complaining when he saw this scene. This is the solo kill king of LCK. Right? A pure bastard. Is SKT so disgusting? Are you really just a coward? Laughing to death. Are fans anxious? In esports, the winner is king. If someone can win, it's their own ability. It's really funny how you are incompetent and furiously posting barrages. Hee hee. A brainless fool is like this, and he will be fooled by others with just a little trickery. Playing games requires your brain. No matter how bad you are. Do you still have a hammer? On the field, Li Hanxing's brain was running rapidly, and he wanted to find a chance to kill the opponent. But Duke really acted like a shrinking bastard who just didn't take the initiative. After thinking for a while, Li Hanxing decided to make a bold attempt. He wanted to bet.
Xiang Renjie. Come on. Don't worry about your jungle area. I'm coming.
Upon hearing Li Hanxing's call, Candy instantly transformed into Qianjue's wolf spirit. He doesn't care whether he is in the jungle or not. No matter how fat you are as a spider hero, it will be difficult for you to show your positive side. The only way for this hero to play is to raise a father. Let Big Daddy be able to unleash the fighting power of two people. He can help with throwing skills in front of him. At least he still has the control of E, and the flying deception skill of E. He can barely count as half a person. Right? At this time, it is the time when the second round of wild monsters are refreshed. After returning home to update a round of equipment, Benji's choice was to use the green jungle knife to go to the bottom lane to help arrange a round of defensive eye positions, and then go straight to the top lane's jungle area. While farming, he didn't forget to take a look at the situation on the road. He found that Sword Lady seemed to be more violent when fighting.
Can we catch him on the road?
Benji asked proactively.
You can come,
Duke said after thinking for a moment.
If you can't catch them, help the opponent's state, push the lane, and force the opponent's TP. This way, I have TP to cooperate with to catch people in the bottom lane.
If people heard this conversation, I don't know what they would think. Duke, who is known as Du Buchuan by fans, actually one day offered to use TP to support his teammates. After Benji finished playing F4, he immediately hit the road. They didn't think about the spider's location at all. And they didn't need to. In a 2v2 fight between Troll plus Olaf, he is not afraid of Sword Queen plus Spider at all. A very important point is that neither of them has hard control. So there is no need to be afraid of being shown off by GNG's W. And without reflex control of GNG's W, it is difficult to hit all of Spider's bursts. Our two gay men, Troll and Olaf, still afraid of having sex standing up with two women like you, Spider and Sword Girl.
Candy came to the top lane, and Benji immediately walked to the top lane. Could it be that he was discovered? He can't beat him in a normal 2v2. If he was counter-crouched,
Miller said, and did not dare to continue. Top lane is top's only winning point. Once top lane falls into a disadvantage, they really couldn't imagine the next situation. However, when Candy walked behind the first tower on the upper road, he suddenly stopped and was stopped by Li Hanxing.
Xiang Renjie, listen to me. Don't be in a hurry to show up later. Olaf on the opposite side is most likely on the road. I will lure them out, and then do a wave of operations. If I fail to stun the troll,
you can directly don't worry about me. If I feint the troll, just flash up and follow me.
Li Hanxing warned. Ah? Candy was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized.
Are you taking it too far? The success rate is too low. There is no way,
Li Hanxing said with a serious face.
We have to open up the situation and continue to develop smoothly. We have little chance of winning. Do you think my brother is someone who would rather do nothing than make mistakes? Don't be stressed. If you lose the game, I will take the blame.
If you want to take it, you must give it first. Li Hanxing decided to use his body as bait. The success rate of this operation was less than 10%, and it even required the cooperation of the other party. But Li Hanxing still decided to take a gamble. Take a gamble. The scale of victory will tip towards top. Unsuccessful. It just makes the game end earlier. Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Olaf has arrived at the triangular grass on the upper road, and then walks up a little bit against the wall. Behind the first tower on the upper road is Olaf's blind spot.
Candy hasn't been found. Is there any chance?
Frontal over here. Li Hanxing seemed not to notice Olaf's arrival at all. Already chosen to strike first. When the flaw hit the front of the troll again, he directly QE'd forward without saying a word. The troll also successfully hit AQ this time, and turned on W, Ice Field, to accelerate himself. Olaf behind him sprinted away and rushed towards the line.
Why isn't Candy still moving?
Miller looked anxious.
Noob is surrounded.
It seemed that he was scared by Olaf behind him. Sword Girl ran back without looking back. Olaf immediately threw Q, throw against the current, from the extreme distance. Duke was very cooperative when he saw this. When Ice Pillar was released, he deliberately calculated the moving distance of Sword Queen and released it a little bit behind Sword Queen. When you see the troll's very obvious raise your hand movement, Li Hanxing immediately focused his attention, looking at the screen with bated breath. and kept thinking silently in his heart.
Duke, please don't let your hands shake.
The next second, a thick and long stone pillar appeared from the soles of Sword Lady's feet, as if it was about to poke straight in.
But
League of Legends is not Neon's 18-ban game, so there are naturally no strange scenes.
it's done.
Li Hansheng was ecstatic.
Because
Almost at the same time, the sword girl handed over Lawrence I's sword and held the Western long sword in her hand across her chest. Due to the physical volume collision, the troll stone pillar forcibly pushed the sword princess back a certain distance. This effect, similar to force displacement, will be judged as controlled by the system. The sword energy reflected by the sword girl directly stunned the troll in place. See the scene. Everyone was stunned and looked at the scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief.
Xiang Renjie, hurry up.
Li Hansheng shouted. Candy didn't have time to be in a daze. He had been waiting for the situation ahead. He had already walked outside the defense tower before the opponent was about to approach Li Hansheng. Then he directly flashed E Cocoon to help supplement the control. And the sword girl had already circled the top of the troll's head during this period, and used a flat A with a second stage of E critical hit damage to break this flaw.
Shiba.
Duke's eyes widened, and he looked at the scene on the field in disbelief. Benji was also dumbfounded. But at this time, he could only bite the bullet and chase after Sword Princess. Spider Q and W were released at the same time, and then switched to beast form and swooped forward. The troll, who was already in bad shape, was reduced to residual health by the concentrated fire of the two. When he finally broke free from the control chain, he tried to dodge to distance himself, but Sword Princess decisively followed up with Q. First blood. First blood obtained.
Kill him. Kill him. They have no skills anymore.
Duke didn't care about his own death at this time,
and kept reminding Benji. Olaf is still in good condition, and the sprint is continuing. The key skills of Sword Lady and Spider are both on CD, and the CD is very long. Sword Lady only has half of her health, so Olaf has plenty of room for maneuver. After Olaf quickly caught up, he leveled A and then E, reckless swing, and then continued to throw Q, countercurrent throw. However, in the face-to-face state, GNG turned slightly to avoid his Q, but Benji didn't care. His super fast movement speed allowed him to instantly pick up the iron axe to refresh the CD, and continue to attack GNG. Flat A. Sword Lady and Spider, whose skills are stuck in CD, can only use the method of flat A against Olaf. But after Olaf takes the initiative to activate W, he is not afraid of 1 against 2. In the Douyu live broadcast room, the flame rat stared at the screen nervously. Maybe he was too nervous, which caused his voice to become very high-pitched, like a eunuch speaking.
Benji! Benji! You can kill as many as you want after you return to Korea. Noob! Hurry up and do it!
Olaf's second flaw brushed against Sword Girl's face, and Sword Girl immediately broke through the flaw with a flat A, and Olaf's second Q shot was also thrown out. A fatal situation occurs. After breaking through the flaw, the Sword Lady used the movement speed gained to open up a little distance, and had the space to move around again to avoid Olaf's Q. Benji's face could no longer be tense. He was still able to pick up the axe quickly, but the problem was that with 2 empty QS in a row, Sword Queen's health dropped slower than he thought. Moreover, Sword Princess Q seems to have been converted to CD, immediately made a Q at an oblique angle, piercing the flaw again and triggering the effect of Immortal Grip. Although Spider had no skills, he and his 2 younger brothers kept consuming A at the side, which caused Olaf's health to drop faster than expected.
Die!
Benji knew that he had no way out. As soon as Q's CD improves, he will take action again, and this time, only a buzzing sound was heard. The Sword Princess disappeared directly on the spot, and a beautiful wave of a flash destroyed Olaf's third flaw. And at this time, the CD of the Spider's Q skill has also improved. In the beast form, the Spider's Q, Poisonous Sting, has killing damage. Olaf's health has further bottomed out. The Sword Lady immediately fired an AE, and the second A-level shot with a critical hit struck out, killing Olaf on the spot before Olaf could kill him. Double kill.
Noob!
The flame rat under the camera jumped up from his seat with excitement, raised his arms and shouted,
Noob! You will always be awesome. You are the pride of us Xia people. This wave is so damn awesome.
In the live broadcast room, the screen is full of question mark. After witnessing this extreme operation again, more than 2,000 spectators at the Staples Center were also so excited that they kept screaming and cheering. The European and American commentators even exclaimed,
Oh my god!
Thousands of online viewers around the world, who watched the live broadcast once again witnessed Li Hanqing's extreme operation. Hanza. Say. WDNMD? Is this possible? Who can tell me how to achieve that dizzy effect? Is this the charm of the world's #1 top laner? Even if there is no chance, I will force you to do it. You are dumbfounded. Krog continues to bark. God had not given birth to me. Li Hanqing. The sword is as long as the night. At this moment, I, Brother Hanqing, have once again arrived at the land of Sword Immortal. The Chinese Sword Immortal Li Hanqing. In fact, there is no contact with the crisis on the field. Victor, who was supposed to be in the middle, used his sprinting effect to rush all the way to the top. After seeing the remaining health of Sword Girl, a QAE third company flashed online and took down Li Hanqing's head. Shut Duan. But Faker himself couldn't leave either, because Clockwork followed closely and came to the top with support. The spider's skills had improved at this time. He switched to the adult form E and hit Victor at the extreme distance. Clockwork immediately commanded the golem to cause damage with QW. Although he failed to kill Victor immediately, after the pursuit, he still succeeded in taking the head. And the head was collected by Clockwork. 1 for 3. Top is still making money. And the head distribution is perfect. Faker and Li Hanqing exchanged 1 for 1, which did not cause any reaction. The main thing is that everyone's attention stays at the beginning. What method did Sword Lady use to stun the troll in place? Fortunately, there is a slow motion replay on the field that can give a satisfactory answer. Only in the slow motion replay did everyone see it. The troll used E to summon the stone pillar. When the stone pillar pushed Sword Girl back, the blocking sword energy took effect, stunning the troll in place.
Huh? Can it be like this?
Miller looked surprised.
This is the first time I've heard of this. From the perspective of the game principle,
Guan Ziyuan tried to explain.
When the troll Z hits the enemy's feet, it will indeed produce a forced displacement. Can it also be regarded as a small control to knock back? That explanation seems to work. But this is too difficult, isn't it? Such an operation not only requires the Sword Lady to react quickly enough, but also requires the cooperation of the trolls. Both conditions are indispensable. I can only say that Noob is really brave. As long as his W doesn't stun this wave, there will be a different result on the field. This is a Noob,
the doll proudly showed off.
This is his character. No matter how risky he is, he must take the initiative to try. Otherwise, why would so many people like him?
This principle is actually not difficult to understand. Duke and Benji also looked stunned after the incident. They really didn't expect that Li Hanqing would dare to make such a bet. But his bet succeeded. This is the backstage lounge. After Koma saw this, he, who had been sitting still, threw the notebook in his hand to the ground in anger. Can you blame Duke?
Cannot.
In that case, who could have imagined this situation? When every troll uses E, he will try to push people back with pillars. There is nothing wrong with Duke just pursuing perfection. Can only say, Li Hanqing is too scary.
Shiba!
Koma's handsome face was a little distorted, and he cursed in a low voice. From BP to the tactical design of the opening, they had already targeted Li Hanqing in this way, and they were suddenly cracked by Li Hanqing. This man is simply a monster.
Strong. Laoli.
Candy, as a witness to the whole process, immediately began to praise.
Both labor and management really don't agree with anyone. But I do with you. This is a great show.
Gao Dui couldn't help but praise. Li Hanqing really fought his way out of the situation when all conditions were not conducive to his performance. How can one not be amazed by this? With teammates like this, if they don't win this championship, they will appear to be too incompetent.
Calm down. Calm down. Win this game first.
Li Hanqing was very restrained.
You guys helped me deal with the army line. I can save TP. Xiang Renjie, you can consider taking action on the bottom lane.
Hit the road this way. Clockwork and Spider sent their troops into the opponent's top lane and behind one tower. In order not to lose troops, the newly resurrected troll can only pay TP to quickly return to the line. The TP difference between the two sides on the road is thus formed. And Li Hanqing, who is still taking a hot spring bath, is also updating his equipment. This time he didn't think about Tiamat. In this way, he can indeed get the line rights and suppress the trolls under the tower. But the problem is that it is useless to consume the trolls under the tower. The trolls are not afraid of your consumption at all. On the contrary, if he pushes the line rashly, problems will easily arise. He no longer is Flash. If Olaf comes to catch him on the road again, facing the double slowdown pursuit of Troll plus Olaf, he had no room for maneuver. So, He chose to make a small wooden hammer first, and then bought a pair of straw sandals and extraction, with the purpose of making himself develop better. This one is for him. There are almost no front-facing options. His only goal is to penetrate the opponent directly in a single line. GNG got 2 kills and 1 assist, which also meant that SKT's early tactical design was in vain. But there was nothing they could do. We can only continue to implement this tactic. I have to bite the bullet and continue to play like this. Chapter 258: The Difficult Road Barrier to Break Through. 2 heads were collected, accelerating the development of Sword Girl. But it's not something that SKT can't handle. The economy of 2 heads is not enough for Sword Princess to immediately reverse the situation. At least for now. Sword Princess cannot force 1v2. It is just that when the blood exchange is consumed, Bai Gong is more calm at first. If it was a change of blood in a disadvantageous situation at the beginning, now it is a balance of power, or even a slight advantage. What really makes SKT unacceptable is that Victor lost Flash in the middle, and the trolls in the top lane were 1 TP behind. This meant that the bottom lane, which had no line rights, would face severe challenges. But according to their established tactics, Olaf must focus on the upper half in the early stage, and can only abandon the lower half. Once Olaf leaves the top half, the top lane will enter a 1v1 landing situation. Sword Girl, who already has the advantage, can come over as a jungler and forcefully jump over the tower to kill the troll. Spider can play like this without farming. Level and equipment don't matter to Spider. He just wants to pull the opponent's jungler and blow himself up together. Not Olaf, as a character who needs to rush into the crowd and act as a troublemaker. If the equipment and level are slightly inferior, he will fall into an untenable situation, and team battles will have no effect. The only good news may be that Victor gets a valuable kill, and can evolve his Hextech core faster. As long as he can evolve quickly, Victor's wave clearing ability will be greatly improved, and SKT will also be able to defend in the future, more at ease. Soon, Gao Dui saw Olaf's figure in the narrow opening next to his B camp, which made Top conclude that Olaf will continue to abandon the bottom lane. Xiang Renjie, go ahead and tell me when you find an opportunity. I'll catch him. Li Hanxing immediately communicated with Candy. On the top lane, he has completely gained the initiative in the lane. The main small wooden hammer provides valuable movement speed attributes, which allows him to take the initiative to exchange blood without any worries. Because if it is not possible, he can still use his movement speed to distance himself, instead of being forced to stand still by the troll. Lu. Troll is a badass hero like this. His ability to stand still makes you confused. But Duke is even more ruthless and has war zeal. The longer he stands, the greater the benefits his talent will bring him. Li Hanxing brings Immortal Grip. This talent is strong in consumption during the landing phase. This is not. When Li Hanxing took the initiative to Q again, he hit continuously with A, and used W to block the troll's Q. After successfully exchanging blood, the troll's health was no longer as healthy as before. The increase in level makes the CD of Q breaking / shorter, and Sword Princess can use Q more frequently to consume it. With the equipment, the damage will be further increased. The troll's attempt to use his passive to slowly replenish his health with his troops is not as ideal as it was at the beginning. Shiba. Duke frowned slightly. It's not that he can't fight in the lane. Even if the 2 sides force a fight, the 2 sword girls with heads in hand can't stand up to him. But others won't stand with him. Sword Girl uses her more flexible body to do various things. This is not good news for him. The location of the spider is not yet clear. Once faced with jumping over the tower, he has nothing to do. Operating space. With the tactical style that Top has shown in the past, Candy may really be on the road without thinking. But what Duke doesn't know is, Candy is heading to the bottom lane at this time. After all, this is Top's next offensive target. He first ran to SKT's Sharpbill camp to line up a circle of vision, and then pretended to go back to the top lane, but actually sneaked back to the bottom lane again.
Whoa! Is it true that Candy doesn't plan to go jungle at all?
Miller looked unbelievable.
Spider, I understand.
Guan Ziyuan smiled. Since the bottom lane has lane rights, Imp and Lu Mao are aware of Bang and Wolf's every move. After all, they are always next to the lane, which is equivalent to being within Top's field of vision. The only possibility to leave the line is to do a ward. Just remember the time they left the line. And because the line of troops has been pushed forward, it is difficult for Wolf to lay out his vision. The extreme position is to lay out his vision in the triangular grass. After figuring out the layout of the opponent's bottom lane vision, Candy once again used the Sharpbill camp to enter the second half of SKT's jungle. He did not go directly to the bottom lane. Instead, We went around the popular buff area in a big circle, and then placed a relay in the grass directly opposite SKT's red buff camp. This relay can acquire a large amount of information, but it is often easily ignored. If you are lucky, you can survive on the map for more than 5 minutes. Li Hansheng, who was on the top lane, chose to retreat immediately, preparing to TP to the bottom lane. Coincidentally, at this time Olaf came to the top lane and discovered Li Hansheng's relay placed in the grass in the river. From SKT's perspective, Li Hansheng's retreat was reasonable. His vision found Olaf's position, so of course he had to retreat. Having this reasonable motive explanation made them relax their vigilance. Duke discovered something was wrong. It stands to reason. Even if Olaf is by her side, Sword Lady will not retreat to a very far back position. She will most likely be stuck at the extreme distance, where she can get experience from the army line. How could she be completely invisible like now, without even gaining experience? Olaf did not have the ability to forcibly retain people, and it was even more impossible for him, a troll without flash, to forcibly retain people from a distance. Really?
Sheepa! Sword Princess TP is out!
Bang and Wolf cursed at the same time. Sword Girl, who was supposed to be on the top lane, appeared on the bottom lane at this time, together with the spider, fight out of the grass near the stone man and completely cut off the opponent's back. Front. Easy and Zyra have already come in with their troops. Top found the timing of this wave of attack very cleverly. It happened to be the third wave of troops with artillery troops. At this time, the middle lanes of both sides were both upgraded to 6, and the top lane should have been slower. But because Li Hansheng took 2 people first experience, so reached level 6 one step ahead.
Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Help me!
Bang shouted anxiously, but did not stop the operations on his hands. He began to deploy E, overwhelming, under the tower in advance. Not because he wanted to cause damage. The Grenade of E's skill was almost impossible to hit the enemy without cooperating with the control. What he wanted was to slow down the area. This slowing effect would be huge. Improve their operating space. It's still Zyra who takes the lead. Lu Mao quickly put down all the 2 seeds stored in W, rapid growth, and then used E twining roots to focus the fire, instantly summoning 2 pillars of thorn whippers that can create a deceleration effect, and create them for the opponent first. Slowing effect. And the first mover hangs Ignite on Jin's body, and releases Q, Fatal Bloom, to activate a passively generated seed again, allowing the Thorn Spitter, with a longer range to continue to cause damage. Then he retreated to the extreme attack range of the defense tower to help fight against the tower. Easy still uses Q and W to continuously cause damage. But there is currently only one, Tear of the Goddess, in Easy's backpack, which does not seem to do much damage. Just like a small water gun that inflicts damage on others. The first wave of attacks by these 2 people was actually nothing. The main threat comes from behind. Jin also placed his E behind him.
Nami didn't flash. You can kill him first. Jin's healing and flash are still there.
Lu Mao immediately reported the summoner skills of the SKT duo to his teammates. The spider's goal is clear, with both Jin and Nami being slowed down. His E, Cocoon, was thrown at Jin. This forces Jin to dodge and dodge. Otherwise, there is really no room for maneuver. But Jin's cross flash greatly reduced the space for him to operate. Li Hansheng immediately used the ultimate move, Unparalleled Challenge, on Jin, bringing an acceleration effect to himself. Then he followed the spider and walked straight towards Jin's face. But the moment the 2 of them approached the defense tower, the mines Jin had arranged in advance took effect, forming a circular slowdown area. Sword Princess can only send Q, breaking slash forward, and Spider also first W, self-exploding spider, and then Q neurotoxin. Nami prejudged the backhand and handed Q. However, the Sword Princess releases QW together, and Lawrence Heart's Eye Sword is also released during the movement of breaking through the air. In this way, Nami's Q not only fails to help her own shooter, but actually harms others. Upon seeing this, Bang quickly handed over the treatment, forcibly accelerated himself, and wanted to walk out. But it was too difficult to complete such an operation while being slowed down. He was immediately stunned under the defense tower by the reflected sword energy.
I fainted!
Miller shouted excitedly.
I can't hold it anymore!
At this time, Lu Mao also communicated in advance and signaled his teammates to fight against the tower.
Lao Li, don't rush to take action. Let me resist,
Candy said immediately. Li Hansheng stopped instantly, while Candy's spider continued to output. Sure enough, after Lu Mao walked out of the attack range, the defense tower immediately transferred its hatred to Candy. Li Hansheng then began to output with full firepower. Gu Xingbin's easy also stacks up the layers of War Zeal in the process, which can cause a certain amount of damage. Li Hansheng only broke through 3 flaws, and Jin fell to the ground. Jin's deadly brilliance hits the spider, but the spider is not afraid at all. The spider is invincible when held in Yi's hand. What's more, after Sword Lady's blood regeneration formation was launched, Spider stood inside, stunned, and resisted the defense tower for a while, and then used Yi Feiqian to hang up after reaching the limit. Nami was not spared. Double kill. Double kill. Li Hansheng scored the 4th kill in this game.
Let's take the dragon first. One tower probably won't be demolished.
Li Hansheng took a look at the HP of the defense tower and made an immediate judgment. The main attributes of the first dragon are very good. It is a fire dragon and extremely cost-effective. He followed Spider to get the dragon, while Easy and Zyra continued to stay in the bottom lane and consume the health of the opponent's first tower in the bottom lane. On the other hand, look at SKT. Faker tried to go to the bottom lane to support, but was forced to stay by Gao Tui. After the two exchanged ultimate moves and knocked out half of each other's health, the matter was settled. Hit the road this way. The troll cooperated with Olaf to push the lane, and then consumed nearly half of the health of the top tower. No way. Troll is a tower-destroying hero, and Benji is also a thief. Before the troops enter the tower, he first lets Top's top tower beat him to a state of blood, maximizing the use of his passive effect. The other 4 players from top are all in the bottom lane. Easy doesn't have 6 and Clockwork is in the middle. He doesn't need to worry about his status at all.
Hey, there's no way,
Miller sighed.
The protection mechanism of the middle and upper defense towers will only last for 5 minutes. The speed at which these 2 heroes demolish the towers is really ridiculous. It's okay. In comparison, Top, who takes both heads and dragons, is obviously more profitable.
After returning home, Li Hansheng directly took out Yoguang this time. The top lane troll is not a jungle troll. The top lane troll's equipment is not too meaty, so there is no need to deliberately use black cuts. And Li Hansheng's development is very good. With 4 heads in hand, what else is there to think about? The most important thing is to maximize your damage ability with 3 items. The game time is just over 6 minutes. Li Hansheng has already gained 2 powers. In comparison, the troll who only has a pair of cloth armor shoes is much shabby. But it is indeed hard. Dolan's shield has a fixed 8 points of damage reduction, combined with a percentage damage reduction effect of cloth armored shoes, and is linked with the troll's passive, King's Tribute. Li Hansheng discovered that Duke was still just like an iron bastard. It is difficult to break through head-on. After finally consuming a few waves, a wave of trolls' pushback line was formed on the top lane, so that the trolls would position themselves forward in order to replenish their troops, giving Li Hansheng more room to pursue. He tried to step forward and operate a wave. Result? As soon as he put his ultimate move on the troll's operation left him unable to do anything. The troll immediately activated W to accelerate himself, and was not in a hurry to fight Sword Lady's A. Instead, he immediately ran to the wall next to him, using the wall to block the gap below him, and then used E, Pillar of Ice. It was not release it not to the Sword Princess, but to the top of your head. Be aware that troll pillars can also be considered walls. It's equivalent to having one end and one end stuck by the wall. Li Hansheng has 2 flaws that he can't attack. What's more terrible is, the troll's ultimate move, Supremacy of Power, is almost equivalent to instant use. With a backhand R, he steals Sword Queen's double resistance, and then just stands there and plays stand-up with Li Hansheng. Joke. How to fight this? Sword Queen's ultimate move lasts for a total of 8 seconds. And if any of the 4 flaws within these 8 seconds are not broken, no new flaws will be refreshed. This means that Li Hansheng can only stand in place with the troll for a few seconds and play stand-up. Playing stand-up with a troll? It is not an exaggeration to say that even if the troll is a big step behind Sword Queen, he is not afraid of Sword Queen at all when it comes to playing stationary. The hero troll is tailor-made for single combat. Almost all skills are tailor-made for stand-up duels.
MD!
Li Hansheng cursed and pulled away. We can only make plans again. For the time being, it seems that the top lane is not that easy to break through. This is already an exaggeration. For heads behind but not afraid of Sword Lady at all, there is almost no second hero in the canyon who can do this. No wonder Koma gave Duke such a hero.
It's interesting. Let's see how I can overturn your turtle SH. L.
Chapter 259. The Sword Immortal defeats the enemy and SKT is forced to a desperate end.
Is the troll's heroic restraint against Sword Queen so outrageous?
Miller and others couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. This is the Sword Woman with 4 heads in hand. Not to mention having to be chased by Sword Lady. You have to at least give some token warning. Right? How can there be such a thing? Using walls and pillars to trap yourself inside. You feel like you instantly transform into a Spartan warrior. One man can block the way, and no one can get through. Instead, Sword Lady was driven away.
There is no way! The hero troll has a strong standing ability. And Duke's proficiency in using pillars is also very high.
Wang Ziyuan shook his head helplessly. The top lane troll was once popular in the league, and in SKT's tactical system. Duke, who purely served as a single player, has used the top lane troll many times to perform split-pushing tasks. His troll skills, the degree of accuracy is very high, so it is easy to use the pillars perfectly.
No! Noob has to find a way to break through to the top lane.
Miller pointed out the most critical point.
The top lineup not only requires Noob to have a huge advantage, but also relies on Noob to create enough threats on the wing. If you don't, the ability to kill the troll alone does not create a big enough threat. And SKT will not be distracted too much by Sword Queen's split push on the wing.
A very important point of the 4-to-1 point push is that your single point on the wing must be able to create a big enough threat to have the effect of containing the opponent's energy. Like now. Sword Girl is not a big threat to the trolls. At least the trolls won't worry about being killed by you alone. And once the troll makes Tiamat, there won't be much pressure on the army line. Combining the two, it will be extremely difficult for Sword Girl to break through on the wing. But the situation was not that difficult. After possessing the Radiant Light, Li Hanqing's blood-draining ability by using the Edge Q, Breaking Slash, to crush the Flaw plus trigger the Radiant Light and Immortal Grip, is quite considerable. If the HP is slightly lowered, the troll will have to retreat slightly, and the control of the top lane is in Li Hanqing's hands. The only pity is that the S6 version of Sword Princess Q, Air Breaking Slash, cannot directly take effect on defense towers, making Sword Princess tower demolition speed far slower than that of later versions. Moreover, he also lacks the god-level talent of Explosion to demolish towers. Now he can only simply push his troops into the defensive tower and use level A to consume the defense tower's health little by little. Game time comes to 8 minutes. After both sides reached level 6, in the bottom lane, SKT tried to launch a counterattack. The main reason is that the faker in the middle can move before Gao Dui. As long as the hero Victor upgrades the Hex technology core and strengthens the laser beam of the skill, he can quickly push troops. If you want to clear the thread quickly, the clockwork will not be so fast. SKT's idea is fine. Ever since Li Hanqing's wave of TP bottom lane happened more than 5 minutes ago, SKT's health in the first tower of the bottom lane has been in danger, and now it only has less than half health left. Naturally, they have to compete with top for the bounty of the first blood tower. After Jin and Nami both reached level 6, they finally had the ability to cooperate with their teammates. When the flying chicken combination of Olaf and Victor came to the bottom lane, Nami waved the staff in her hand and released her ultimate move, Howl of the Raging Waves. A shocking wave of rage was summoned and spewed towards Easy and Zyra in front. Jin has also activated his ultimate move, Perfect Curtain Call. And there is no problem with Jin's proficiency in Bang. As a player who is extremely good at Easy, when playing Jin, his skill hit rate is also very high. Victor and Olaf started sprinting and rushed over, trying to complete the siege. Easy used E Arcane Leap to distance itself early, but the bulky Zyra was unable to quickly distance itself. But Lu Mao is not completely helpless. E Twining Roots, combined with W, Rapid Growth, summon Thorn Lasher to create a slowing effect, and then use the ultimate move to slow down the opponent's pursuit. Victor couldn't follow, but Olaf roared and activated Ragnarok and charged forward. The precise hit of Jin's bullets forced Zyra to flash, but when Olaf used Countercurrent Throw to throw the Iron Axe and the remaining bullets from Jin's ultimate move, Zyra had no room to dodge. Finally, the fourth bullet named Whisper in Jin's sniper rifle accurately hit Zyra and took the head away. SKT finally made a comeback.
Push the tower! Push the tower!
Wolf urged his teammates to deal with the troops quickly in his voice. But as soon as they organized their troops and brought them into the defensive tower, the support came from the triangular grass behind the first tower in the bottom lane. Gu Songbin and Gao Dui have a perfect chemistry, and they don't have too many problems. Xiao Huangmao immediately drew his bow and activated his ultimate move, Precision Barrage. Clockwork also directed the puppet to fly into the pile of minions. With one ultimate move, Command, Shock Wave, the two of them instantly cleared the line of soldiers with one ultimate move. Give SKT a chance to kill the defense tower in the future.
Nice! Wei Shen's support is quite good. SKT can only get a dry kill.
Miller shouted excitedly.
Candy has also arrived on the top lane. Can this wave of tower jumps be successful?
The director immediately switched the camera quickly. Hit the road this way. Since his midfielder is exposed in the bottom lane, Duke is very insignificant and retreats under the defense tower. This situation should be except for a certain T-shaped top laner or a certain J-shaped shooter whose own midfielder is exposed in the other half of the zone. Next time, they will all choose to retreat. Right? The moment the troop line enters the tower, the spider swaggered out of the grass behind the troll. Duke knew that he couldn't escape at this time, so he could only try to see if he could make a move. There are walls and defense towers, and he can also summon stone pillars. As long as the stone pillars are used well, he may be able to complete this wave of absolute defense. But without giving him much time to think, Candy took the lead. W summons self-exploding spider, and then uses Q, neurotoxin, to direct the spider to fly to the troll and explode, attracting the hatred of the defense tower. The troll immediately turned on W, Ice Field, to increase his movement speed so that he could move like a snake. In fact, Duke's attention has always been on Li Hansheng. He knew very well that the spider's burst was not fatal to him. As long as Sword Lady could not make up for the damage, he would be safe under the tower. But Li Hansheng also acted very quickly. Q, air braking slash, followed by AE, deadly stab. At this time, the troll has an obvious hand-raising movement. Li Hansheng immediately handed over W, Lawrence Heart Sword. Li Hansheng also knew the trolls very well. The troll hero E, Pillar of Ice, and R, Supremacy of Power, will have a hand-raising action. No matter which one of these two skills is blocked, Li Hansheng will definitely make a profit. If it is E, he is now standing in front of the troll. In order to avoid his subsequent output, Duke will definitely choose to use a pillar to force himself to get stuck, so that his W can rebound successfully and create a stun effect. If it is R, the trolls will be unable to steal double resistance and health, will become more fragile, and the difficulty of killing them will be further reduced. The next second, the troll was stunned and Duke used E as expected. Li Hansheng was not polite. He directly raised his hand and broke the frontal flaw with A, then handed Q, and then Q to another flaw, while Spider successfully used E to connect to the control. The troll was forced to stand where he was, and his head was successfully taken by Li Hansheng.
Nice! Nice! Can top win this top tower?
Miller excitedly cheered.
It should be possible. Spider and Sword Queen are not too slow in demolishing towers.
The W in the Spider Beast form can increase its own attack speed, and Sword Princess has already made a Radiance, which can maximize her tower demolition speed. In addition, before Candy arrived, Li Hansheng had already consumed nearly 1/3 of the health of the defensive towers on the road. The two of them worked together. This tower on the road was demolished in an instant. Candy was also very sensible and left immediately, allowing Li Hansheng, the top dad, to enjoy the first blood tower bounty of this top tower. What does it mean to be the emperor in the team? Lean back and akimbo. Ha ha ha. Candy is still sensible. You can add chicken legs when you go back. I don't believe it. A sword girl with 5 heads can't do anything to you. Troll? Top, come on. Brother Hansheng. Come on. Rush duck. Rush duck. Rush duck. After returning home, with just 10 minutes of game time, Li Hansheng took out the most expensive output equipment in the game, the 3-phase power. When he returned to the line again, he was able to stably take away about 1/4 of the troll's HP with 3 consecutive QAs. You must know that this was under the premise that the troll gave priority to the cloth armor shoes. To this point, SKT also knew that its plan to start the game had failed. Not only did they fail to restrain Li Hansheng, they actually made Li Hansheng so fat. At this time, we can only count on Duke to use his hero characteristics to withstand the pressure from Li Hansheng on the wing. However, Li Hansheng's development speed is far beyond their imagination. In 12 minutes, all of Li Hansheng's extraction deposits were withdrawn, which added a huge amount of income to him. After a little development, he immediately went home to replenish Tiamat, giving him the ability to quickly clear troops. At this point, Li Hansheng also started the perfect development rhythm of the army line and the jungle area. Not only his own upper half of the jungle, he also refused to let go of the opponent's upper half of the jungle. With his maxed out Q and the cooldown reduction provided by the 3-phase power, the CD of his Q skill is now about 3 to 4 seconds. With SKT's lineup, it is simply impossible to catch his flexible self in the jungle. For eating wild monsters, Emperor Kong agreed with both hands. He was a spider, and didn't need to eat wild monsters or develop. Anyway, he made up his mind to hang behind Li Hansheng and fuse with him. And he even didn't hesitate to act as his human eyes. In 15 minutes, Li Hansheng single-handedly took down the opponent's bottom tower. And the two sides began to engage in repeated tug-of-war in the middle. 18 minutes. Li Hansheng directly upgraded his Tiamat into the Greedy Hydra. As long as there is a line of soldiers, he will continue to suck blood to restore himself. 19 minutes. At the second tower on the lower road, under Li Hansheng's repeated consumption, the health of the second tower on the bottom road was also in danger. Duke's troll development is actually not very good. He still wears his spare parts: Tiamat, cloth armor shoes, small wooden hammer, bee stinger, and sapphire. Even though the troll is very good at countering the Sword Queen in terms of skill mechanics, it can't stand up to the huge disparity in equipment between the two sides. And when the soldier line enters the tower again, Li Hansheng took the initiative again this time. The moment bedazzled Junta. He used his ultimate move, Unparalleled Challenge, on the troll, and then started with a flat A to break the flaw in the front. The troll stood next to the defense tower. He immediately wanted to move closer to the defense tower, and use the defense tower to block the flaw above him. Then he used E Ice Pillar to block the flaw below him. After all, Sword Queen's damage basically comes from the real damage caused by breaking through the flaws. However, this time, after the first flat A shot, Li Hansheng immediately used E Deadly Stab to refresh the basic attack. The moment the basic attack fell, buzz, the whole person turned into a golden light and disappeared in place. A flash forcefully squeezed into the gap between the troll and the defense tower, and smashed the hole above the troll's head. Duke was shocked to know Sword Queen's A flash becomes more difficult to operate in the later stages of the game, because when Sword Queen's panel attack speed increases, the forward swing of the basic attack will become shorter, leaving less time for the operator to react. He quickly used E Ice Pillar to try to block his lower body. Li Hansheng had already guessed this step. QW all fired together and moved directly under the troll. The moment the stone pillar emerged from the ground, Lawrence Heart Eye Sword successfully blocked it, and the reflected sword energy locked the troll in place. And Li Hansheng used the active effect of the Greedy Hydra to break the loophole behind the troll. The speed of light breaks 4 times per second. The troll's health bar suddenly dropped, and there was still a trace of blood left. Duke quickly used his ultimate move with his backhand and flashed to distance himself. However, Li Hansheng quickly followed up with his Q, which was good luck. The flaw just hit Li Hansheng's face, and this Q took away the troll's last trace of health. Single kill. When they learned that the troll was killed by the tower, the expressions of all SKT members suddenly changed. Whether they can drag the game down depends purely on how long the trolls can resist on the wing, and the criterion is whether the trolls can safely guard under the tower without being single killed. But now, they can no longer close the hole Li Hansheng opened on the wing. Duke was chewing gum expressionlessly. Judging from the frequency of chewing, you could tell that he was not as calm inside as he appeared on the outside. After killing the troll alone, Sword Girl took advantage of the situation and demolished the second tower in the bottom lane, and successfully retreated to create distance before SKT's support arrived. And the time has come to the critical 20 minutes. Baron Nash will be refreshed in Summoner's Rift. This time, SKT is in a dilemma. Top side is grouping together in the Baron area to continuously apply pressure, while the Sword Girl in the bottom lane is constantly rolling the snowball. During repeated pulling, SKT makes the final decision. In the 24th minute, the troll abandoned the bottom lane and came to the front to cooperate with his teammates in a team fight. How can top make you happy? Immediately retreat? SKT, who was caught up, could only forcefully start rushing the Baron. The harassment from Easy and Clockwork made them miserable. And at the last moment, Candy once again showed the characteristics of the son of the dragon. His spider still flew into the dragon pit with E. And then the super high killing damage of Q plus punishment allowed him to snatch the big dragon from Benji's hands. Shiba! Koma in the background couldn't help but close his eyes in despair when he saw this scene. Sword Girl has already dismantled the Incisor Tower at home, but they won't be able to go back for a while. Finally, the game time is fixed at 26 minutes. Li Hansheng's Sword Lady demolished the opponent's base crystal alone. 1-0. Top won the first round. Although I have said it many times, I still want to say it. Top used the same method in the LCK region to torture us, and now they are going back to torture them. Miller laughed proudly. 1-0. Top is stable. Champion again. Waving to you. Ha ha ha. Wawa also laughed. That's right.
Win 2 more. No one can stop you from reaching the top. It can be seen from the first game that SKT has no way to get to the top. They have worked hard to design the tactics that came out specifically for the top lane were forcibly resolved by Noob using his personal abilities. Indeed,
Guan Ziyuan, as a diehard Samsung fan, wishes SKT would die.
SKT can no longer limit Noob's performance through tactics.
The three commentators made sense. The first game was Koma's killer move. He tried to relieve his pressure in the BP stage in this way. No way. 3 ban positions are really not enough for the current SKT. Unless he can ban Noob directly. But this is obviously impossible. On the stage, Li Hansheng took off his headphones and just escaped the torture of white noise. When the sound waves created by the audience stimulated his eardrums again. The audience at Staples Center did not hesitate in applauding and cheering, waving the cheering sticks in their hands vigorously. European and American audiences are really impeccable in creating a live atmosphere. Maybe it's because they have participated in various large gatherings since they were young and have been taught that they have the courage to show themselves. Before Li Hansheng could recover, his teammates rushed over.
Old Li, I'm asking you if I'm a dick with this spider or not,
Candy said as if he wanted to take credit. His mouth was almost crooked to the sky. He was like a real-life version of the crooked-mouthed god of war.
Damn. Dang. Dang. You are the best jungler in the world.
Li Hansheng has never been stingy when it comes to praising his teammates. Of course, he won't miss every opportunity to beat his teammates. Gao Dui and Gu Shengmin also joined in. Since the team's main focus was the 4-point push, Candy almost ignored them. They basically completed the game in a satisfactory manner, without too many eye-catching shots, but also indispensable. 4-point putt. 1 is very important. And the 4 teammates on the front are also very important. They can't be opened. They have to defend the line. And they have to create enough pressure on the front to create space for a single pass on the wing. So, the 4 to 1 point push is a tactic that requires extremely high tactical execution of the team. The whole world knows that this tactic is effective. But there are very few teams that can perfectly execute the 4 to 1 point push tactic. The 5 of them return to the backstage lounge chatting and laughing. This time it's not just Guahao. Almost everyone's face is red with smiles on their faces. Champion! This is not just them. But this is the first time for the entire LPL region to be so close to the S Championship. Kerdog speaks to me. Is this the SKT you boast about? No fun. I would say SKT is not as tough as Rockstager. 3-0. 3-0. 3-0. Brother Hansheng. Don't give me face. I'll torture you to death. Mom, you're not really going to win the championship. Are you? I only heard it as a joke at first. Whoever urinates yellow, please come and feed me, and let me know that this is not a dream. How far we were from this championship before. We are now so close to this championship. So much so that the spectators in the competition area felt that it was slightly unreal. Like they were in a dream. There is actually an LPL team, defeating 3 LCK representative teams all the way. It can be said to be the most difficult scenario of this era. Until both players came back on stage. The audience still didn't react.
In the second game, Top took the initiative to choose the blue side, so that their operating space in BP will be further liberated.
Miller spoke easily, obviously very optimistic about Top's performance.
That's right.
Guan Ziyuan answered.
At least they don't have to take on the banned positions of Syndra and Leopard Girl. Both of them require SKT to deal with headaches. There are only 3 banned positions, and these 2 heroes only occupy 2. Who will they ban next?
A clear clang echoed through Staples Center. The director directly switched the camera to the BP screen of both parties.
Top took the lead in banning Karma, and SKT banned Leopard Girl as expected.
Since the end of the group stage, no one has dared to release Leopard Girl. This hero's dominance in the jungle is so outrageous. Obviously, in the career statistics of Benji and Candy, Leopard Girl is not used much. But neither Top nor SKT want to release this hero. On the stage of the finals, don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. What's more, SKT is now the laggard, and they no longer have the cost and tolerance for trial and error. Immediately afterwards, Top banned Jin, and SKT banned Syndra. But this hand bans people. It has already given SKT a headache. The only choices for the bottom lane now are Ice and Easy, with Ice having a higher priority. But only Nami and Zyra are left as support. If you want to equip Easy with support, you have to choose Zyra to grab the lane rights. But Rockstager has been sparring with Top for a week, and Koma can conclude that the other party has trained the female gun support system. This is equivalent to saying that they can only choose Easy plus Nami.
But Nami is not much better than Zyra. She is also very bulky. When Top banned Troll on the 3rd floor, SKT waited again and again, and they chose to ban Han Bing. Thus, the white crescent moon smiled. Grab Zyra! Top immediately grabbed Zyra. After Jin and Ice are gone, Easy and Policewoman are the next choices. Zyra is a perfect match for these two heroes. Taking away Zyra means that Top's bottom lane must have lane rights. SKT's shortcoming of not having enough red band positions has been fully exposed. They have no room for maneuver at the BP level. Wow! The noob Jace has also been released. Does SKT want to snatch it? But Duke and Faker almost don't play this hero. Right. Miller laughed. The S6 version of Jess can be mid-level or top-level. But SKT's mid-level and top players almost don't play this hero. This hero is not in their hero pool. This is more funny. No way. Coma can only settle for the next best thing. Choose the combination of Easy plus Wet Nurse. Anyway, you can't grab the lane rights by choosing Nami. So try to choose an assistant who can help Easy mix the lane. Moreover, this version is basically a longhand attack. After being consumed, having a Wet Nurse on the side to restore blood can also enhance the team's tower defensibility. It's just that this will cause the team to be less proactive. But the version of the S6 World Championship itself is like this. You can only choose between initiative and counterattack. SKT currently does not have the capital to proactively attack, and they have no room for mistakes. Therefore, they can only choose a more passive counterattack lineup and use their own strengths to wait for Top to make mistakes when attacking. Wrong. They seize the opportunity to counterattack. See this? Top immediately took down the policewoman and the Czar with their long hands and double Cs. SKT thought about it. Their choice is Rise plus Blind Sin. Coma feels that he cannot blindly pursue defense. He still has to have a certain counterattack ability. When Benji took out his champion skin hero, he knew that he was going to fight around the middle. If a gap can be opened in the middle, this will allow Faker to move and drive the rhythm up and down. Faker's Rise is still trustworthy. Just that. Their lineup lacks AoE damage, so they need to hit the road to make up for the ultimate AoE. Top snatched Rambo away and then took the initiative to choose the Excavator. There is only one choice left for SKT, and that is Kennen. Without too much thinking, SKT could only play Kennen in 5L. In this case, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and SKT is on the red side. On the road, Rambo versus Kennen. Jungler, Excavator vs Blind Sin. Middle lane, Czar vs Rise. Bottom lane, Policewoman plus Zyra vs Wet Nurse plus Easy. Looking at the lineup, I'm obviously more optimistic about Top. They have a 3-lane lineup. Miller talked about the lineup. SKT's only chance is the mid-jungle linkage. This is their only chance in the early stage. But this is almost equivalent to saying that their tactical play is obvious. Let it be made clear to Top that I want to target the middle lane. In the worst case, both junglers will hang up in the middle lane. In this case, Top's upper and lower lanes can completely use the hero's characteristics to directly penetrate the lane. I believe in the personal strength of Noob and Imp. Wawa and Guanzi Yuan both have almost the same view. On the stage, Coma was explaining something to the team members at the end. He was standing behind Faker, his most proud disciple. Both Master and Disciple had stern expressions on their faces at the moment. If you lose another sentence, they will no longer have any retreat. Seong Hyuk, you must be more proactive this time and work hard all year just for today. I hope none of you will leave any regrets for yourselves. In the audience, after everyone in Rockstager saw the lineups of both teams, Peanut could not help but curl his lips. Top 1. How can SKT beat this lineup? There's no way. SKT's BP can't do anything at all. Smeb shook his head. The red side was occupied by Syndra and Leopard Girl in 2 banned positions. They were originally passive, but now they have become even more passive. So they let Top got such a perfect lineup. It seems that Top is really going to win the championship? Prey's eyes widened with envy. Judging from the state of SKT today, if they can defeat Top and sit in the player bench, maybe they are the ones who have a chance to win the cup. Chapter 260. But when Prey thought about it carefully, he felt that it would not be so smooth. The main thing is still on the road. They have witnessed with their own eyes how terrifyingly dominant Li Hansheng is on the top lane this week. Didn't you see that Smeb no longer continued solo with Li Hansheng? Why? Who can stand to be shown off every day? And who is not a masochist? SKT is in chaos now. Smeb had a different view. The bottom lane combination they chose was mainly defensive. But when they drafted the jungle, They also came up with a midfielder that emphasized early confrontation, which felt a bit inconsistent, contradictory, unwilling to give up anything, wanting everything.
This is the version of the S6 World Championship. You can only choose between counterattack and initiative. There is no so-called moderate choice. The reason for this situation, in the opinion of the Rockstager people, is that Coma really wanted to focus on defense at the beginning. But later they felt that if the lineup was too passive, it would be easy to be unable to withstand Top's offense. So they wanted to let their own the lineup adds a little more aggression and initiative in the early and midterm. That led to such a scene. Instead of grasping with both hands and being firm with both hands. It seems contradictory. It comes down to it. I still know the reason for losing the game, but can't deal with it. Which leads to chaos during BP, accompanied by bursts of cheers from the audience. The entire Summoner's Rift was presented to the audience. Both parties bought their going out outfits as soon as possible. This one doesn't have to guard against SKT's invasion. They don't have the capabilities of a first level team.
This means that we can't stabilize SKT in the early stage,
Candy said with a smile.
I can't figure out how to play a team with their lineup.
Top's 3 C position heroes all have long hands. And except for Easy, almost all of SKT's heroes have short hands. There is a high probability that they haven't touched anyone yet in team battles.
Now you can go to the middle and combine with All Wei to become the ever-hunting twins.
Li Hanqing also smiled. He has almost no landing pressure at all. Rambo is Kennen's top choice. Both heroes have the same responsibility in the team. They both help create AoE damage. But regardless of landing or team battles, Rambo's intensity is higher than Kennen's. Not to mention the landing. The ultra-long distance AoE consumption of Q, Arson Feast, will not attract the hatred of minions. And the shield provided by W can allow Rambo to take advantage of the blood exchange process. What about teamfights? Kennen relies heavily on Flash, and is afraid of weakness. After all, Kennen needs to enter the field and get close to him to cause AoE damage. Rambo is not subject to these restrictions. Rambo can even reach the front before the person reaches the front. But his ultimate support reaches the front first. Blindsin plus Kennen also pose almost no real threat to him in the early stage. The damage and retention ability of these two people are a little bit different. Not to mention, will Benji be on the road this time? SKT's lineup is almost telling Top that Lee Sin is going to be a dog in the middle to liberate Rise. And the linkage between mid and jungle is their way to win. This is not. Bin Xian just made contact in the middle. And Faker came up and gave Gao Dui some strength. The level 1 Zar can only learn W. And the Lang is nothing more than using the AoE of the Sand Soldiers to push the line. After all, the level 1 Zar does not even have any consumption ability. Because without Q, the position of the Sand Soldier cannot be adjusted. Oh! The opponent's mid laner is a pig? Knowing that you can only rely on Sand Soldiers to deal damage, you still have to walk in the face of Sand Soldiers. Faker himself is also very good at the Zar. So although he goes online with the army line, he stands on the side and does not give the Zar a chance to poke him. Instead, he took the initiative to step forward while the Zar was replenishing his troops. Played in AWA. The current version of Rise's W, Rune Confinement, can create the control effect of imprisonment when released naked, and does not need to be linked with E spell Surge. This is also one of the things that makes Riz a bad guy. And AWA stably triggers Storm Knight's Surge, and after gaining a surge in movement speed, immediately retreat to create distance, not giving the Zar a chance to counterattack, but also drawing off the hatred of the soldiers. So fierce? Gao Dui couldn't help but frown. He could clearly feel that this beating of Faker made him extremely violent, and he was frantically exchanging blood. Could it be that the blind monk had to catch him in 2 levels? He really comes to whatever he wants. Wei Shen is actually consciously taking precautions. If the blind monk wants to catch the 2 levels, he must come with a red buff. So he leans towards the lower half of his home area, away from the left side of the middle river grass. But he still underestimated SKT's determination to catch the 2. The blind monk, who was promoted to 2nd level early, has indeed been hiding in the river grass on the left side of the middle lane, crouching, just to wait for Rise to reach 2nd level. Almost the moment it reaches 2. The tacit understanding of the Feiji combination no longer requires too much communication in voice. Buzz. Rise turned into a golden light and disappeared, closing the distance between himself and the Zar. EW took action and imprisoned the Zar in place. Gao Dui could only watch the blind monk walk out of the grass. Then W touched his eyes to close the distance, and then answered Q, Tian wave. No way. This version of Rise has been reworked in version 6.14, and has been in a tepid state until now. so the various values of the skills had not been weakened at all. W. Rune Imprisonment can create a 1-second imprisonment time by placing it naked. If you use E spell Surge first, and then use W, you can double the imprisonment time. Why did Ryze plus Lee Sin become a rhythmic midfield combination with strong early and mid-term suppression in many subsequent versions? It's just that Ryze's 2-second fixed point control is too buggy.
Faker is so decisive. Benji has already caught up. Can Wei Shen keep the distance?
Miller looked very anxious.
The damage between the two of them won't kill them instantly. But the blind monk has a red buff that can stick to people.
The doll's tone also sounded extremely anxious. The only way for SKT to win is for the mid and jungle to open up the situation in the early stage. If they get first blood so early, this is not good news for top.
Did Wei Shen learn E in level 2?
Guanzi Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Obviously, Wei Shen deliberately saved skill points. He immediately used W, Sand Soldier Appearance, to summon a Sand Soldier behind him, and then used E, Quicksand Displacement, to complete a short displacement. Benji and Faker were both on guard. After Faker played Wind Rider, he immediately moved to the position behind Nazar in advance. The blind monk also got stuck behind Nazar immediately. When Nazar is flying with E, he usually flies to and stops next to the soldier. Once he touches the enemy hero in advance, he will stop in advance and gain a shield.
Are you really not going to give me a way to survive?
Miller's people looked at this scene on the field with great worry. Buzz? No way. Gao Dui could only hand over his precious flash while cursing.
Damn! That's so disgusting.
However, the blind monk decisively followed up and continued to use the red buff to slow down and stick to the opponent. The extra movement speed provided by Ryze due to Wind Rider allowed Faker to easily keep up with the constant A and cause damage. The Tsar, who was still on health, had already entered the tower. But Benji did not stop chasing, but continued to follow in. Ryze continued to move A. At this time, the excavator has come to support. But it is also only a level 2 excavator. It has learned Q and W. It does not have the E skill and cannot support the tower immediately. Wait until you come over. Ryze finished the game beautifully with an AE, taking the Tsar's head. First blood. But the excavator also flashed W, Earth Break, to knock the blind monk away at the extreme distance. And then cooperated with the defense tower to kill the blind monk. The two sides traded waves.
Top is not very profitable.
Miller frowned slightly.
The first blood bounty belongs to Faker. And Top's head is on the excavator. Now Faker's development rhythm is too comfortable. Right.
Ryze chose Blue Crystal to go out. After getting the first blood bounty, he could immediately make up Tear of the Goddess when he returned home. By making this piece of equipment so early, Ryze's equipment will take shape significantly earlier. This is the same reason that Easy was able to make Tear of the Goddess early. SKT is also not very satisfied. The replacement of the blind monk means that no one can help Ryze clear the line of troops quickly. So Ryze cannot push the line into the tower and save a TP. It was originally in Faker's mind. This wave caught. Even if the Tsar cannot be captured, he must be forcibly knocked out of his state and forced to return to the city to pay TP. In this way, there is a TP gap in the middle, and they can use TP to cause trouble on the side. This one comes with Storm Knight Surge. So Faker didn't bring Sprint, but chose TP. Although someone has made a profit now, and his personal development rhythm is very comfortable, it does not help SKT's overall game rhythm much. After the Tsar quickly TPs back to the line, Ryze must also immediately TP to come back to the line. And this time, Miller suddenly exclaimed. He saw on the minimap that the excavator had arrived in the Dalong pit, and then moved directly up.
Kandi is going to capture Keenan?
The blind monk is caught in red at level 2, which means that the opponent is red and will definitely go to the bottom lane after being resurrected. Kandi will not take any risks by choosing this time to enter the top half of SKT. Main. Duke is on the road without any defense, because he went to the middle lane to support. Kandi's jungle clearing route was completely disrupted. From Duke's perspective, the excavator had to deal with the wild monsters in the upper half before going to the top lane to catch them. Right? He did not look at the 3-minute time point, but chose to delay it for about 10 seconds. Under normal logic, there is no problem with this idea. But Kandi is a jungler in the LPL competition. Although he is essentially a map-controlling jungler, he is inevitably tainted with some LPL competition style. The most important thing is that in the middle lane, you can get part of the army line experience and the blind monk's head experience alone, so that the excavator has reached level 3 without having to continue to farm, and has the capital to cause trouble.
I just want to mess with you. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng knew that the opponent's first gank target was not him. So he fought fiercely as soon as he came up. He pushed the lane crazily and exchanged blood, suppressing Kinan's state to about half health. This actually gave Candy a chance to gank, waiting patiently for the CD of his skill to improve. Candy came all the way to the triangular grass on the top road. Lao Li, can you come up? Li Hansheng took a look at the situation and said, Come on. Let me take the lead. Don't worry. Okay. Candy patiently continued to crouch in the grass, while Li Hansheng was adjusting his position. When he saw Kinan's passive move of drawing W through A, he took the initiative to step forward. Just when the temperature is stuck at 50, I actively activate W, Broken Shield, to move forward, and then activate Q, Arson Feast, so that both skills can perfectly enjoy the bonus of yellow temperature without letting myself directly enter the red temperature state. When Duke sees this, he will naturally not be wasted in vain. The immediate backhand is an AQW in an attempt to counterattack. Li Hansheng just wanted him to fight back. Whether Kinan is drawing A, or opening Q or W, he will pause on the spot, which gives Li Hansheng the opportunity to throw E. Before being stunned, E, Electronic Harpoon, hit accurately and at the same time. It also entered a red temperature state. Candy immediately understood. Use E to drill the tunnel and get behind Kinan. Shiba, Duke then realized that he had been fooled. He quickly drove E to run backwards. But Kinan's E accelerated based on his current movement speed. He had already been slowed down by Rambo's Electronic Harpoon, and using E now had no effect at all, due to their forward position. Even if they flashed each other, they could not immediately distance themselves from each other. He could only watch helplessly, as he was knocked into the air by the excavator. After Li Hansheng broke free from the control, he continued to use the second Electronic Harpoon to slow down, and then use the extra basic attack damage brought by entering the red temperature to cooperate with the excavator. Killed Kinan! Nice! Seeing Top taking the lead again, Wawa yelled excitedly. That's it! Top continues to maintain this performance. We can win the game! Kinan's death in this wave was a real loss of blood. The troop line itself is pushed towards him. Even if TP comes down immediately after resurrection, most of the experience of the wave of troops will be lost. What's even worse is, he hasn't been able to run away yet, which means he will be hacked all the time. However, Top's attack has not stopped yet. After Li Hansheng returned home, he came out with TP as soon as possible, but his TP target was not the top defense tower or the military line. Huh? Miller and the doll both exclaimed. Noob! What is he going to do? It turns out that the location where Li Hansheng chose TP was the tunnel left by Candy at Dalongking. One section of the tunnel is in the Dalong pit, while the other section is in the upper half of SKT, which is the back of the red buff camp. Let's take another look at the troop line situation in the middle. Since there was no flash, although Gao Duizar had a range advantage, he did not dare to press too far forward, so the army line was pushed out by Faker instead. Moreover, SKT did not have any wards in the top half, so they had no idea what Li Hansheng was doing at this moment. Duke's feedback to his teammates is that Li Hansheng may save this TP, go online on foot, and then prepare to use TP to attack the bottom lane. The information on both sides is not equal. When Rambo came out from behind him, Faker himself was shocked. He didn't care about that much at this time. He originally took the initiative to move forward and wanted to throw a set of skills to the Tsar, so that he could trigger the effect of Wind Rider to quickly distance himself. But Gao Du used Q, Sand Attack, to direct the Sand Soldiers to poke at Faker. As long as the Sand Soldiers poke people, they can create a 25% deceleration effect. At this time, Li Hansheng then opened W to accelerate forward, then opened Q, and even flashed directly to Rise's face and used E, Electronic Harpoon, to slow down. At this time, Tsar also used E to move to Rise's face to coordinate the output, although Faker immediately backhand EW to keep the Tsar in place, and he used the effect of Wind Rider to run back. But Wind Rider is also based on your current movement speed. When Rambo slows down first, he can't successfully distance himself. Although the Tsar is imprisoned in place, he can use W to summon another Sand Soldier. Although the Tsar in S6 has been weakened in multiple versions, the most important range has not been reduced. The Sand Soldiers can control the attack distance up to 800 yards. And Rambo's second shot, Electronic Harpoon, has also been launched. Another precise hit, continuously creating a deceleration effect. Faker can't escape even if he has wings. The head was collected by Hongwen Rambo's flat A. Although Hongwen Rambo was silenced,
Each of his flat A shots would receive additional magic damage. Another head came in, and Li Hansheng walked back to the road again. He didn't lose anything at all. Kennen, a hero, has extremely poor lane pushing ability in the early stage. He ran to the middle to gank and then came back. Kennen had just sent the line of troops into his defensive tower. Things are looking great for top. The middle lane was originally at a disadvantage. But after Li Hansheng helped this wave, the disadvantage was eliminated between the Tsar and Rise. If the two sides are evenly matched, it actually equals the advantage of the Tsar. The Tsar has longer hands in the early stage and can perform better in team battles. If Rise has short hands, it will become more difficult to perform in the later stage, especially when facing the top 3C yuppies with long hands. The Tsar, the policewoman, and Rambo. When you can touch these people, you will be disabled even if you don't die. And here on the lower road, policewoman plus Zyla can easily suppress Easy and Wet Nurse. But these two push the lane too quickly. Easy has no ability to push the line, and the Nani's ability to push the line is not very strong. Naturally, the two of them were suppressed under the defense tower. There is no doubt about Gu Xingbin's strength, and he controls the distance between the female police officers very well. All kinds of flat A consumption made Bang very embarrassed.
Although the start was slightly bumpy, the advantage top gained at the start was what their lineup should have played,
Miller said eloquently.
A lineup with excellent 3 lines should have such an advantage in the early stage.
Can SKT find a chance? How to find it? Even if Kennen, who is on the road, can stun Rambo before he has his ultimate move, he may not be able to catch him to death if combined with the damage from the blind monk. The bottom lane is even more outrageous. Easy and Nani are purely a combination of stress resistance and development, and do not have any ability to cooperate with the jungle. If the blind monk goes, there is even a risk of being counterattacked by the policewoman and Zyra. Only in the middle can we find opportunities. But if Rise doesn't flash, he doesn't have the ability to take the lead. So Gao Dui's position is a little timid. Benji could only stare. The situation was a little dull. But when both sides reached level 6 in the middle, the rhythm on the court suddenly changed. As the two most powerful mid-lane players in the current version, they are both long-term and late-stage cores. The biggest difference between the Tsar and Victor is this. The Tsar has the ability to initiate. Gao Dui called Candy to the middle. He did not rush to take action. Instead, he deliberately walked to the lower half in front of Faker. But in fact, he was hiding in the grass. He knew that there was no Faker's vision here, so he was deliberately blinding Faker. When I see Rise step forward and use his skills to quickly clear the troops, the Tsar immediately used WEQ to complete a super long distance drift and came to Rise. Although Rise used W to backhand him, he was still close. R, Forbidden Wall, pushes Rise back. The Excavator also used the E skill to dig a tunnel from the side, and the W knocked Rise into the air again. The two of them worked together to reduce Rise to his remaining health. Faker relied on the movement speed bonus brought by Wind Rider to quickly distance himself and wanted to escape to the jungle. But in the end, he failed to wait for Benji's support. Instead, he was stabbed to death by the Sand Soldiers after the Tsar commanded the Sand Soldiers to slow down. Rise died again. Faker's data was reduced to 1 to 2. However, this is not over yet. Half a minute later, Faker also called Benji to the middle, hoping to complete a counterattack. His flash was about 3 to 4 seconds faster than the Tsar's. This time difference was enough for them to attempt a wave of attacks.
SKT seems to be opening up the situation in the middle again. But Noob and Candy are counter-crouching.
Li Hansheng, who was supposed to be facing off against Duke on the top lane, came to the middle lane at some point. Keenan's lack of ability to push the lane was clearly exposed. Rambo can easily push the lane and then leave the lane.
Ritz is coming!
Still flashing without warning, EW started to hold the Tsar in place. The blind monk W shot out from the grass in the river next to him, and then used the Q skill to move to the side of the Tsar. Benji adjusted his position in great detail so that he would stand behind the Tsar at all times, ready to kick the Tsar back immediately. At this time, the roar of engines sounded in the sky, and then a row of missiles fell from the sky, leaving a long line of fire trails on the ground. Rambo bursts out from the side, and the Excavator's tunnel also appears in the middle. The blind monk didn't care so much at this time, and quickly kicked the Tsar back with R, Dragon Swinging Tail, and kicked Rise in the face. But the Tsar immediately opened a certain distance with W's second company. When Rise tried to come over and use Q, Overload, to create damage, Rambo blocked the Tsar with his body. The Tsar with residual health could even use Q commands the Sand Soldiers to turn around and poke wildly.
Rise was knocked into the air. The three of them focused their fire. And Rise was crippled. Blindson flashed his Q. Wei Shen also flashed to avoid Q.
Miller explained the situation on the field quickly. After Rise was killed, Benji's blind monk tried to flash to adjust the angle, and then used the Q skill with a good CD to hit the Czar. But the flash CDs of the blind monk and the Czar are in sync. He can flash, and Gao Dui can also flash. This time, I felt lonely. No way. Benji could only escape from the middle in despair. Faker's data became 1 to 3. It started off on a good note. But now the alarm is sounding. At 8 minutes of game time, SKT used Rise's ultimate move, and the midfielder tried to come to the bottom lane to bypass the back. However, Zyra used her ultimate move to perfectly resolve it. Just by forcing out Zyra's ultimate move and the policewoman's treatment, their attack was forced to stop. 9 minutes. Kennen had TP, and SKT once again made a comeback to attack the bottom lane, trying to prevent Zhu Xingbin's policewoman from pushing down the first tower in the bottom lane prematurely and get the first blood tower bounty. What's embarrassing is, Rambo's TP and Kennen's TP only lasted 4 to 5 seconds. SKT doesn't just attack when Kennen's TP is good. When Kennen TPs, Rambo also TPs down. And both sides mid laners also choose TP down lanes. Immediately, a wave of 5v5 head-on duel began in the bottom lane. Zyra didn't have a big move, but Kennen used flash to enter the field perfectly and hit a wave of explosive output. But Zyra's weakness made Duke's mentality explode. The lineup itself is an advantage, and the equipment also has advantages. In the end, the two sides fought a wave of 1 for 3, at the expense of the jungle excavator's head. The opponents Rise, Blindson, Kennen, and the upper, middle and jungle were forced to stay. The follow-up easy, and Nani could not stop Top's advancement. Less than 10 minutes. Top took advantage of the situation and took down SKT's bottom tower, allowing the policewoman to get the first blood tower bounty.
Wow! This one is most likely to be stable. Right.
Wawa didn't dare to speak too harshly.
This is definitely stable. Next is the policewoman's favorite rhythm of perfect tower pushing.
Miller said firmly.
I really can't think of how SKT can come back. Even if Duke can copy Smeb's Thunder operation. Even if there is a perfect team fight, it will be difficult to reverse the decline of their lineup.
Really? Next, Top showed his perfect operation ability. The rhythm of tower pushing revolves around Imp's policewoman. At 13 minutes, a tower on the road was demolished. In the 17th minute, Top teamed up in the middle to push back the defending SKT players, and forcibly removed their first tower in the middle. The 3 outer towers fell down. SKT's defensive pressure surged. Without the natural protective barrier of the middle tower, SKT's jungle was facing a complete collapse, and Li Hansheng seemed to be competing with Faker. When he found an opportunity, he would call on his teammates to attack Faker, which made Faker miserable. In less than 20 minutes of game time, Faker has already died 6 times. In the end, the game time was fixed at 25 minutes. Top used the Baron buff to push forward in the middle. At this time, they already had an economic advantage of tens of thousands, and without any hesitation, they pushed directly in the middle. Won the second game very easily. 2-0.
2-0.
Wawa's excited voice sounded, and he shouted excitedly,
We have 3 match points. Even SKT will never come back in the face of this situation. Oh my god!
Miller muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face.
As long as we win one more game, Top will become the champions of this World Championship. And our LPL region will also welcome its first ever game. A World Championship.
Experience the darkest moment of S5. Even at this year's MSI, Top defeated SKT and won the MSI Championship. But it still couldn't make the LPL audience really stand up. The main reason is that MSI is not recognized by most domestic audiences at all. EDG is still the MSI champion, and they also defeated SKT to win the championship. But it still doesn't prevent them from being blasted in the World Championship. But now, Top really has the potential to make history. Wrong. It's just the last step away from making history. When the domestic audience realized this, no one could remain calm. In the LPL event live broadcast room, the barrages scrolled extremely fast, and the entire screen was filled with dense barrages. Ghost. Top. God forever. Noob. I'm Superman. Ha 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 ha. Top is awesome. You must hold it steady for me. Win the championship. Win the championship. Win the championship. Come on. Fans of Shun Divided By should take note of this. What if they win the championship? Is it really just 1 crown that exceeds 2 crowns? Guapi has 2 world champions. But even one of you, Li Hansheng, is not worthy of success. Labor and management really surrendered to this group of miscellaneous subjects. How come? Thaker has been playing professionally for 4 years and won 2 championships. My brother Hansheng has already won a Grand Slam in his first year playing professionally. Why can't he win? Do you have an MSI title? That's right. Keiza is cheap. Doesn't Keiza have a dedicated Korean channel? I suggest you turn left to the LCK event live broadcast room. Don't leave this disgusting person alone. Ah. Yes. Yes. The whole universe belongs to Smecta. And the whole universe belongs to Feek. Your family. So some subjects are really cheap. To celebrate the championship. It must be unlucky and disgusting. I have never beaten brother Hansheng in a single small game in my career. Is this worthy of being talked about? On the player bench, Candy and others jumped even more excitedly.
Hack! Oli told me this is not true.
Candy excitedly grabbed Li Hansheng's arm and shook him constantly. Li Hansheng grimaced in pain and quickly freed his hand.
Oh! What are you doing? Xiang Renjie, can you give me some lychees? Lychee? How do you call me lychee in this situation? Okay. Okay. There's still 1 game left. You're so excited right now. If you really win the championship later, why don't you just faint on the field?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
MD, are you pretending to be serious now?
Candy rolled his eyes and turned around to find Gao Dui and the others. Li Hansheng just smiled. The lively atmosphere at the scene. The cheers and shouts of the audience. Constantly stimulating his adrenal glands. I really want to win the championship. Although I have constantly imagined it in my mind. But when things really happen, only then did Li Hansheng realize that that taste and feeling were completely unimaginable and indescribable. On the way backstage, Li Hansheng could even hear the emotional shouts of the European and American commentators at the scene. Although he couldn't understand everything, he thought with his buttocks. What else could he say in this situation? He must be praising Top. After returning to the backstage lounge, Jackie Love and others immediately gathered around. And Li Hansheng could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the team's lounge seemed to have entered the celebration of winning the championship in advance. On the sofa nearby, there is a large national flag printed in advance. And you can even see the celebratory champagne specially brought by Guahao. Li Hansheng pointed at the champagne on the table half-jokingly.
Brother Hao, why don't you open this thing now?
Guahao shook his head quickly.
This is not fun. Wait until you officially win the championship. Let's celebrate again.
Perhaps the magic spell of popping champagne at halftime left too deep an impression on people. Basically, people in the competitive field are very resistant to this kind of behavior, looking for some inner comfort. And the other side, SKT's training room, the atmosphere is very depressing. Everyone lowered their heads and looked confused. It stands to reason. Thaker and Benji have won the world championship twice. And Bang and Wolf have also won the championship once. They are all experienced veterans and should not be so fragile. But the specific situation needs to be analyzed in detail. The prerequisite for maintaining a healthy mentality is that you have hope of winning. But now, facing this Top, they've tried everything and it just doesn't work. The lack of hope is the real reason why their morale is low at the moment. Chapter 261. Let Kushuzi have nothing to say. Rare. Koma was silent for a long time. No matter what difficulties he faced, he always believed that he would be able to find the perfect solution. But now, there was really nothing he could think of. In the competition between the top teams, first look at the version, and secondly look at the shortcomings of each team. The stronger the competition, the more obvious the shortcoming effect will be. Version. Not much to say about this. As last year's world champion, this whole year's version has been against them, almost following them in making various weakening and version adjustments. Even Koma believes that Riot blindly speeds up the pace of the game, and even makes the world championship version a rhythm where winning the LAN can win the game. One is to increase the viewing pleasure, and the other is to recognize that SKT's current landing ability is average. By the way, SKT will also be weakened. And the shortcomings? SKT's current shortcomings must be in the upper and jungle positions. The jungle positions are old and small. The version of the World Championship itself is not conducive to the performance of junglers such as Blank and Benji, who control the map and support their father. And hit the road? Duke's personal ability is okay, but he has been unable to integrate into the team. When encountering a mediocre top lane team, this will not be a hidden danger for SKT. After all, Duke can defeat the opponent purely by relying on his personal ability. But when it comes to teams like Rockstager and Top, it's a bit stretched. Especially Top. In fact, Before the game started, SKT had a similar idea to Rockstager. That is, they decided that the version of this World Championship was not so friendly to Top. Because Top's absolute strength is the top lane, and there isn't much room for it to shine. It is difficult for melee fighters to appear, and top lane heroes who can appear are particularly easy to mix up, which cannot truly reflect the difference in player strength. I originally wanted to rely on this to let the top laners mix in the lane, and then use better team execution and team coordination to try to defeat Top. They even used top junglers like Troll and Olaf to restrict Li Hansheng. But what's the result? All useless. This is the biggest headache for Keikoma. All possible attempts have been tried. They are really cornered and have no trump card at all. But the opportunity to win is right in front of them. And they can't do it if you ask them to admit defeat in advance. After all, you have to give it a try. Going one step further, they will be destined to be recorded in the history of the League of Legends professional competition and become the first team to win the competition championship for consecutive years. This honor is also very tempting for them. Koma's frown relaxed. He clapped his hands, attracted the attention of the team members, and then spoke. Kids, I know we are facing a very difficult problem now. Top may be the most difficult enemy you have ever encountered since playing professionally. Their power is daunting. But we are SKT. Having come to this point, you are not only responsible for yourselves, but also for all the viewers in the competition area who have high expectations for you. The strength of your opponent proves that this honor is hard-earned. Step over. You will go down in history. We have come this far. Let's work hard in the end and give it a try together. Forget about the previous 2 games. Just think that we and Top are going to have 3 BO1 games. If we win 3 games in a row, we will still be the champions. The opponent must now think that they have a chance to win and will definitely relax. So let us tell the opponent with practical actions. Never underestimate the heart of a championship. After saying such a long sentence, Keikoma couldn't help but pause, and then looked at Faker. We still have one last trump card that we haven't used yet. So let's use this trump card to launch our desperate counterattack. Faker looked at his mentor. And of course, he understood what Koma was talking about. That was SKT's final signature system. Mid-lane time system. Although time in S6 has been weakened, the passive is no longer a global percentage experience bonus for the whole team, but a storage mechanism similar to that. When you are about to upgrade, you must run to the old man time and let him save the time. The experience is passed on to you, but the skill mechanism of time has not changed. This means that SKT's high fault tolerance tactics based on the powerful map running ability of Old Man Time and the resurrection of the ultimate move can still be used. Both players returned to the stage again. Seeing the contestants on stage, the audience could no longer hold back their long-awaited emotions and once again burst into lively cheers and applause. Li Hansheng could even vaguely hear someone shouting noob. Looking towards the source of the sound, he showed a hearty smile towards the audience and waved his hand. After causing a commotion, he returned to his seat. Ha! Look! Look! Everyone saw it when they first debuted. Right. SKT's popularity was obviously more dominant at that time. But now, just 2 games have passed. Noob and Top are using their strength conquer the hearts of the audience. Especially Noob. His highly entertaining style of play directly impressed the audience and made them become his fans, said the doll. As a field commentator, if you ask him to talk about some things in the game and analyze some details, he may not be good at it. But if you ask him to talk about these off-court nonsense, he will be able to have a good chat with you. There's no way, Miller said with a smile. Noob's style of play is really eye-catching. It's like a sparrow pecking a cricket. A sparrow eating a cricket. In the 3rd game, SKT will go to the blue side again, and Top will go to the red side. Although the 2-0 lead is huge, we cannot take it lightly. SKT does not have to bear 2 ban positions on the red side. There in BP the pressure on the level will not be so great, and Top will most likely not be able to choose a lineup as perfect as the 2nd game, so as to play a crushing game. With a clang, the director immediately switched out the BP pictures of both parties. SKT chose to send Jess to the ban on the 1st floor. Wow! Are you doing this to give Noob face? Miller felt a little surprised. Top is still the same. Leopard Girl was directly sent to the ban. In this version, as long as both sides are good at Syndra in the middle, the red side has to take on 2 ban positions. That means the hero pools of the top 3 C position players are deep enough. Whenever the hero pool has a slight shortcoming, they will face the same problem as SKT when they were on the red side, Guanzi Yuan said eloquently.
But there seems to be news that next year's professional arena will change the band position from 3, increase it to 5. And then the BP will be cut into 2 parts. If you think about it this way, there will be more games in the BP stage in the future. Not only will the requirements for the player's hero pool be deeper, but the ability requirements for the coaching staff will also rise to a new level.
Perhaps because he thought the topic was a bit far-fetched, Guan Ziyuan immediately brought the topic into the venue.
Hey, you can see that SKT's second choice was to ban the Tsar. And Top, as expected, ban Syndra. Let's see how the third ban position will be chosen. Will it be targeted at the bottom lane like the first 2?
SKT quickly gave its answer. They did not deliberately target the bottom lane combination, but instead banned Rambo from the top lane. And when it's Top's turn, there was some hesitation here. Mainly by Yueyou was talking to Li Hansheng. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng is very clear about SKT's last trump card. The old man's mid lane system. This is SKT's most important thing. It is usually not easy to take out. Whenever it is taken out, it will be a desperate moment. He naturally knows how to easily break the system. Very simple. The portal in S6 has not been deleted, and the command flag has not been weakened. In addition, the S6 World Championship itself mainly deals with AP damage. These 2 items are enough for Top to easily crush SKT's timeless system. The mage really has no way to deal with the command flag plus portal routine. This version doesn't even have a minion death weapon. If Top really wants to set up a BP trap, they can even put Leopard Girl, the most popular AP jungler in the current version, on the opponent. Even, there is something even more amazing. Bring up Galio, who has not been reworked. Before the rework, Galio was a pure mage nemesis. Magic resistance can be converted into magic power. Naturally, Li Hansheng saw this kind of saucy operation from the internet. Shadao netizens are always happy to discuss such discussions as Guan Gong versus Qin Xiong. How to defeat previous S competition champions is also a long-lasting Nikkei thread on major forums. When everyone uses their little brains to brainstorm together, it's natural to come up with these weird ideas. Does it make sense? It's a bit boring to use this advanced version knowledge to crush the other party when you've already cheated. As a witness to the whole process of LPL slowly rising from the darkest moment, and even suppressing the LCK, Li Hansheng's ears have become calloused by the comments made by certain Han Za, Kerdog, and Han boys. Among them, the filial remarks made by some faker fans are the most disgusting. The most classic statement in S8 and S9 in the past 2 years is that you didn't even win SKT. If you didn't defeat SKT and beat Faker to win the championship, what's the value of it? Do you have to rely on Europe and the United States to help you eliminate SKT? Originally, as Faker got older and SKT's performance became increasingly sluggish, there were fewer and fewer similar comments. But after S11, SKT became more confident again. Immediately, countless filial sons stood up from the coffin, shouting that I can fight for my father again. There are all kinds of disgusting comments on the internet. And Faker has also degenerated from a big devil into a tough-talking teacher de Fei, ruining the popularity of many passers-by. As a reborn wall hanging, Li Hansheng wins. You have to win in the most beautiful way. It's not just about stepping on the corpses of LCK teams all the way to finally ascending to the championship throne. We also need to use the most direct way to defeat Faker, whom Han Za likes to brag about most, and the SKT he leads. If you win, you must win to the end. Let all Han Za and Kushiazi have nothing to say about this champion of top. You can't be tough on the internet. We must openly admit that the top S competition champion is the most valuable champion. Rebirth is about pursuing the most perfect answer, let alone a reborn wall hanging.
Hansheng, are you sure you don't want to ban time?
Bai Yueyou asked one last time.
No need. Just attack their time system,
Li Hansheng said with a determined expression.
I just want to destroy their most confident trump card. Okay, I believe you have this ability.
Bai Yueyou was also infected by Li Hansheng, and said with a heroic smile,
then smash their most proud tactical system. Coach Xiaobai seems to be communicating with Noob again. Is there some hidden tactic?
Miller and others still don't know why. Keikoma on the other side was praying secretly. Top has been training with Rockstager for a week, and there is no guarantee that Rockstager will tell the other party their trump card. If that happens, it will be terrible. After all, SKT's old man time system is not a top secret. It just depends on whether you will deliberately guard against this set of tactics. However,
Top's last option is to ban the troll.
Seeing the confirmation of the final ban, Koma and the team members all breathed a sigh of relief. They are really afraid that Top will not play according to the routine.
SKT grabbed Jin in seconds on the first floor. In Li Hanxing's opinion, this behavior can basically conclude that they will definitely take advantage of Old Man Time. But he didn't care at all. Top immediately grabbed Karma plus Blind Sin. This selection is very particular. Karma can hit, can assist, and is a swing position. Under the premise that the opponent has already played ADC, Top is not afraid that SKT's people will take Hanbing again. In this way, Top retains its own system of using Ice plus Female Spear, and invisibly dismantles the opponent's bottom lane combination of Jin plus Zyra, forcing SKT to only play Jin plus Nami in the bottom lane. Really? See this selection. Koma frowned involuntarily, instructing the team members to lock Old Man Time plus Ike. He wanted to hide the support temporarily. Time! Seeing this familiar hero, Miller and others exclaimed in surprise. The LCK commentary booth and the European and American commentary booths all had the same reaction. In fact, everyone knows that SKT has such a trump card and will not use it easily. Originally they thought they would see this trump card in the second game. Unexpectedly, I was left in the most desperate moment by SKT. Top must not be taken lightly. This is SKT's best bet among all bets. Miller looked slightly nervous, trying to convey his feelings to the players on the court in this way. It is obviously impossible for Top to leave the counter position to the support, so they are still forced to choose their own lineup in advance. Ice plus Clockwork was selected. This also confirms that Karma will definitely go to the bottom lane to assist. For SKT, the variables are reduced. They no longer need to hide on the last two floors, and the trap Top designed on BP will be self-defeating. They can choose to support Zyra, Excavator plus Zyra. This is their last choice. The choice is back in Top's hands again. Everyone is waiting for Li Hanxing to give the final answer. Under the spotlight, Li Hanxing thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Give me the captain!" With the bearded captain identified, the lineups of both sides have also been officially determined. SKT is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Ike versus Captain. Jungler, Excavator vs Blind Sin. Middle lane, Old Man Time versus Clockwork. Bottom lane, Jin plus Zyra versus Ice plus Karma. Chapter 262. What is a carry top laner? Originally, Li Hanxing wanted to choose Sword Girl and go straight to the road to kill her. But think about it later. The top laner of the opposite Duke, Echo, besides having a split push, could also be a troublemaker in team battles. So he simply took out the captain. The captain can not only split push, but also has strong AoE damage ability in team battles. Don't say anything else. After the 3 upgrade special effects of the ultimate move are clicked in the later team battles, as long as the captain uses the ultimate move well, it will be enough for the opponent to drink a pot. There is not much analysis on the lineups of both sides. For Top, if they stabilize and develop their multi-core lineup, they will not be able to lose in team battles in the later stages. The only thing that needs to be careful is to beware of Faker's Old Man Shang, who uses his map running ability in the early stage. Go and cause trouble on the wing. In the early stage of Clockwork, Old Man Time will definitely not be able to stand him. A double Q can basically clear the line of troops quickly, and then use the movement speed effect brought by Clockwork of Time, to quickly support the side. In short, SKT has now exhausted all their cards. So what if they can win this one? Top can afford to lose. In the next round, Top can choose the blue side and just ban Old Man Time, and that's it. Wawa looked very relaxed. It's not that he is arrogant, but that Top's advantage in this situation is indeed too great. The advantage is mine. How to lose when Flying Dragon rides on the face. After the coaches from both sides left the stage, accompanied by bursts of cheers from the audience, the full view of Summoner's Rift was presented to everyone. There was no disturbance in the first level team, and neither side had any intention of entering the other side's jungle area. They all adopt a conservative position in the jungle. Beware of the opponent entering the jungle, and then follow the line of troops to the line normally. In terms of talent, in order to increase the strength of the line, Li Hanxing did not choose Storm Knight's Surge, but chose Grasp of the Immortal. Between mobility and line suppression, Li Hanxing chose the latter. The last one will give SKT a decent death. Noob still continues his fierce landing style, playing very aggressively and exchanging blood frequently. But it is also easy to provoke Benji. Miller couldn't help but worry. Judging from the small map, the Excavator's clearing route is all the way up. It's okay. Candy is also rushing up. The worst thing is that the two sides will be 2v2. Wawa didn't care. There is not much difference in the 2v2 capabilities of the top and jungle combinations of both sides. If Li Hansheng can establish a health advantage before the jungler arrives, he will naturally be able to easily win the 2v2 victory. SKT's goal is indeed to hit the road. As the captain was a weakened character in the summer split, Li Hansheng took out this hero, which in their eyes was a chance. After all, the captain has no control at all, and has almost no counterattack ability when facing tower overrunning. As a pure output character, as long as the equipment is not good enough, this hero can easily become an economic black hole on the field that drags down the entire team. Benji didn't even go to the middle lane, and immediately went straight to the top lane after the quick 3.
Benji is coming. Noob must be careful about the position of the military line. Judging from the position, it seems that Candy cannot support him immediately.
When the excavator was in place, Duke and Benji planned how to attack Li Hansheng. The best way is to let the two of them fight together first. Not to mention letting Echo use W to create a stun effect. At least he has to use Q to slow down first. Right.
I'll seduce him first. And then you'll do it?
Duke suggested proactively.
Okay. But please pay attention to your blood volume.
Benji also reminded. Duke immediately took the lead decisively. He placed W, time crossing, behind Li Hansheng, which was on the road of Li Hansheng's subsequent retreat. If Li Hansheng retreated at this time, he would definitely be retained by him. Then use E phase dive, for a short distance. Flat A sticks to the captain's face. Q time curler, throws out and hits the captain, creating a deceleration effect. The captain was not idle either. When Ike rushed over, he used E powder keg to put down a barrel at his feet. A fiery sword strike hit Ike, and the two of them traded blows. At this time, Li Hansheng immediately turned around and pretended to ask for the barrel of A. Upon seeing this, Duke immediately followed suit and tried to level A. Dropped the barrel. He still knew something about Li Hansheng's captain. Li Hansheng has very good control over the speed at which the captain's barrel automatically loses blood. He almost always hits the moment when the captain's barrel is about to automatically lose blood. He couldn't let Li Han rise to A and explode this bucket. As for why he is so confident, because his talent contains attack speed. The captain will not bring attack speed, because the captain does not need the attribute of attack speed at all. And there is no need for attack speed to play the 3 consecutive blazing sword skills. The top laner Echo needs to be close to all kinds of flat A output, so there is a certain demand for attack speed. His panel attack speed is higher than the captain, so even if he raises his hand a little later than the captain, due to the influence of the attack speed attribute, his flat A judgment will take effect earlier than the captain. This is his confidence. What's more, if Li Hansheng successfully detonated the barrel, they would be in an embarrassing situation. First, it will let Li Hansheng refresh the second fire knife. But after the captain detonates the barrel, he will get an acceleration effect and slow him down. By then, not only will he face the risk of being replaced, but even Benji will be replaced. And he couldn't guarantee that he could keep up with the output immediately.
Brother Sex Bear is ready.
Duke is determined to be the first to drop the bucket. Benji, who had been lurking in the grass in the top lane for a long time, immediately walked out of the grass and prepared to cooperate with his top order.
However,
in Duke's stunned eyes, the captain who originally raised his hand to prepare bucket suddenly stopped like a ghost. Instead, he didn't react in time and hit the barrel with a stick. The picture of him directly dropping the bucket did not appear. Instead, he gave the bucket a level of HP. Sheepa!
His eyes widened, and then he realized that he had been deceived by Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng would not be polite to him. Immediately detonated the barrel with a flat A backhand, causing damage while refreshing his own fire knife. When Ike retreated, he used acceleration to forcefully catch up with Ike and used A again with a fire knife technique. Then Q gunfire negotiation, want to kill Ike by force.
Noob! This wave of cheating is a Tianxio. Can you change it? Flash! Ike flashed.
Duke saw that his blood volume was dropping so quickly. He gritted his teeth and simply flashed backwards into the W force field where he had not disappeared. He immediately gained a layer of shield, and then ran towards the river without looking back.
It's up to you next,
Brother Xingxiong. Li Hansheng now only has about 30% of his health left, and with all his skills, there is no problem for the excavator to kill him. The animation of the E skill drilling into the tunnel has ended. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Benji simply tried to dodge directly with W, hoping to kill Li Hansheng directly. After all, they don't know the location of the blind monk. In this case, sparing skills is undoubtedly the stupidest behavior. But Li Hansheng is destined to show off to the end. The excavator will flash over itself. This is not difficult to predict. almost at the moment the excavator flashes over. Buzz. The captain also handed over Flash and chased after Ike, who was still alive. The two figures are intertwined. Benji was absolutely dumbfounded now. The next scene made him open his mouth and become speechless. Candy, who arrived belatedly, blocked Duke's Ike in the grass in the river. Faced with this easy-to-get head, Candy was stunned, but was not greedy. After just W touching the eye and getting close quickly, an E to onlay break was followed by 2 E to slow down. And then stopped. That's right. Just stop. What is the throne within the team? Is this really just feeding the cake directly to your mouth? And even holding your chin while you chew? When Duke saw this, he couldn't help but want to start screaming. Sheep or not? Are you really going to lick the dog to the end? Do you have to help push your goddess boyfriends, but when he's tired? The captain's Q, Gunfire Judgment, has a fixed CD of 5 seconds, and Li Hanqing's rune talent allows him to start with a 10% cooldown reduction. So it only takes more than 4 seconds. With Ike being slowed down, he could only watch helplessly as the captain holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other gradually closed the distance between them. Then he raised his musket and pulled the trigger. A burst of fire erupted from the dark barrel, and the bullet hit Ike. The damage of this Q skill is also accompanied by the effect of Immortal Grip, which will clear the last trace of Ike's health bar. First blood obtained. After handing over the flashing excavator, the captain could only stare blankly when he saw the blind monk escorting him. Even when the captain took the blind monk back to deal with the troops on the line, he had no idea what to do. It's tempting to look at the captain's health. Right? I still have W, Scurvy Cure, in my hand, but the more blood I lose with Captain's W, the more obvious the effect of restoring blood will be.
Nice! First blood. This is guaranteed.
The baby raised his arms and roared with red face.
Just maintain this state. Don't give SKT any chance. Wow! In this wave, SKT's Widow Chun Chun was hacked by Noob alone.
Miller's eyes widened, especially after seeing the slow-motion replay. He took a deep breath. Whether it's a flat A, and then an immediate S to trick Ike into taking the A bucket, or whether it's anticipating the excavator's flash top later, it's almost impeccable.
Why do I feel that even if Emperor Khan doesn't come, Noob can still do a 1v2 and kill one of them?
Guanzi Yuan expressed his inner thoughts after watching the replay.
It seems to be true.
Miller had the same view. 6666. Right. Exactly. Brother Han Sheng. Just kill Kerdog hard like this.
Huh?
Kaiza. Why don't you speak loudly? Why don't you speak? Aren't you waiting for a miracle that will make 2 chase 3? Isn't it the so-called invincible old man time system? Why doesn't it work? Hee hee. Fans of Sheng divided by only open champagne at halftime. Right? Wait. Just wait for me. I always believe in Guapi. Hold the cup. Brothers, are you ready to celebrate Top's victory? My husband is so handsome. After retiring, Sheng Bao should work for the Education Bureau, so that he can check my academic qualifications every day. In fact, Li Hansheng felt a little surprised this time. But he then thought about it. There was a high probability that the system was at work. After all, his condition has gone through ups and downs since the last system upgrade. But he is different from ordinary people. Ordinary people have 3 states. Pull your hips, perform normally, and explode. As for Li Hansheng, he always has only 2 states. Either performing normally based on the values given by the system, or directly exploding.
Gui! Loudly, when I think that we will win the championship later. My heart is beating so fast. My damn hands are shaking.
Candy looked slightly excited. No way. It's hard for them not to think about this on the court. They were already leading 2-0. And now they are leading again at the start. Trivia, Li Hansheng started with 1 blood. And Top never lost.
Believe me. Give yourself a slap. The pain will make you calm down quickly. If you can't let go, I can help you slap me. Believe me, I will never be merciful.
Li Hansheng's seriousness gives what he thinks is the solution.
This is a good idea.
Gao Dui also nodded.
Xiang Renjie, how about you let me do it for you? Go away.
Candy rolled his eyes, ignoring the gasp that followed. Li Hansheng turned his head and saw that this kid was really cool. It turned out that Candy really pinched his thigh. After returning home, due to the bounty of 1 blood, Li Hansheng could directly take out Yogwon for the first time when he returned home. What kind of experience is it that the captain has Yogwon in less than 4 minutes? The answer is simple. You can directly get the experience of 3000 economy. What?
Isn't the pain mask 3,000 yuan? It doesn't matter who is wearing it. It's just that it's not worn on Ike. But Ike is operated by Duke. He puts on the pain mask. Doesn't it mean that Ike also has the pain mask in advance? Duke is really unplayable. After possessing the Radiant Light, the captain's damage directly experienced a qualitative leap. Without the need for any EQE double barrels, or a few slashes with the flaming sword. All he has to do is stand back and chatter QQQ mindlessly. Which is enough to make Duke drink a pot. Faker couldn't help but frown when he saw the situation on the road. He didn't want to blame Benji and Duke, but he was worried about the predicament the team was in. At this time, he had to stand up. Brother Sex Bear, let's go on the road together. He decided to take the initiative. On the top side of the road. Since Echo has been consumed to the point where he cannot replenish troops normally with A, he can only stand behind and throw Q to rub troops. But this also causes Echo to be in a state of constantly pushing the lane. After all, Echo's Q is considered a AoE damage. And there are 2 stages of back and forth damage. Although Duke had carefully adjusted his position, he still inevitably pushed the line of troops through. And this military line has become the captain's most natural protective barrier. Li Hongsheng neither allowed the troops to enter the tower nor allowed the troops to go out too far. He was stuck just a little bit in front of the defense tower. Anyone who came to him could retreat to the defense tower as soon as possible. Benji and Faker came to the top lane. No one can save Noob in this wave. SKT is taking action. Can Noob escape? Miller immediately became extremely nervous again, staring at the situation on the court. Ike is still copying the previous wave of operations, directly EQing forward to create a slowdown, delaying the arrival of his teammates. Li Hongsheng was not in a hurry. He first put down a bucket a little behind, and then played it with Ike. By slashing with the fiery knife technique, he can gain a short-term acceleration effect, minimizing Ike's slowing effect on him. The moment the excavator used ease to get close to him, he directly QED the previous bucket, and quickly put down a bucket on the way of the excavator, and Old Man Time. Boom! Boom! 2 barrels in a row. The excavator was blasted by the gunpowder barrel, and entered a deceleration state. And even the Old Man Time was also affected. This can kill you. The actual control range of the excavator's W, Earth Break, is not very large. The captain accelerates, and he is decelerated. So that when he comes over, the captain has already stepped out of the range of his W top flight. See this? Faker simply gritted his teeth. Buzz. Flash to close the distance between them. Hang E time clockwork first. Put Li Hongsheng into a deceleration state. And hang Q time bomb on Li Hongsheng's head. Then immediately use W, travel to the future, to refresh QCD. But Faker is a thief. He didn't give out the skill immediately. Instead, he waited until the excavator knocked Li Hongsheng into the air. At the moment when he was about to land, he threw the second Q before the first Q exploded. The effect of Old Man Time's Q skill is that if 2 time bombs are hung on the same target at the same time, the first one will explode immediately and have a stun effect. It's over. There's no room for maneuver in this wave. Miller couldn't help but sigh. The next second, things took a turn for the worse. The captain, who was still alive, immediately released Old Man Time's control with W. Erlian Tong had already refreshed his fire knife skills before, and slashed the excavator with 1 knife, giving himself an acceleration effect and rushing into the defense tower. This time, SKT's top, middle and jungle trio were stunned. How to pursue this? When there is no army line, we forcefully chase in. The captain guarantees that he will be replaced by 1. If he is lucky, he may even be replaced by 2. Can this deal be done? Faker and Benji could only return in despair. Oh my god! Is Noob so calm? Can he run away even if he is caught by 3 people? The 3 LPL commentators were completely dumbfounded. Correspondingly, the LCK commentary box was completely wailing. The Roaring Emperor's voice was particularly obvious. The audience at Staples Center was also impressed by Li Hongsheng's outstanding personal moves one after another, and gave enthusiastic cheers and applause. MD, do you like to target me so much? Li Hongsheng cursed. Although he was not dead, at least he had to lose a wave of troops. The opponent would not just watch him grow safely under the tower with residual health. The TP he saved will need to be used at this time. But then, Li Hongsheng realized how wrong he was. After being caught in this wave, only half a minute later, SKT's midfielder made a comeback again. Fortunately, the real he deployed helped him resolve this wave of crises. Until 6 minutes of game time. Although they failed every time, SKT continued to catch up. In just 6 minutes,
excluding the first 2 minutes. In other words, within 4 minutes, they caught 4 waves in a row. The result achieved is that Echo on the top lane can be on par with the captain in terms of CS. That's all.
SKT has no moral ethics at all.
Miller couldn't help complaining.
I'm just trying to catch him with my life. Catch! Catch! The more they catch, the more they lose.
The doll sneered.
Are you really not going to take the bottom lane?
While SKT was doing crazy things, the people at top were not idle. Candy and Gaodu also went to the bottom lane to spend some time to help play the summoner skills of the SKT bottom lane duo. And this wave, after the ice reaches level 6, Bang and Wolf no longer have any chance to save their lives. Han Bing used his ultimate move, drew his bow, and shot out a huge magic crystal arrow, which hit Jin's body and stunned him in place. Karma immediately applied E, Encourage, to himself, and stepped forward to chain Jin with W to prevent him from getting a chance to distance himself. RQ even rushed over to help compensate for the damage. Zyra quickly enlarged her moves on the spot to stop Top's pursuit in the bottom lane. But the arrival of the Blind Monk and Clockwork made them completely despair. The Clockwork that started sprinting suddenly walked to the faces of the two of them. And a perfect big move caught them both, completing a wave of double kills. Double kill. The LCK commentary booth, which was still wailing, was as quiet as a library in Busan. The atmosphere at the entire competition was obviously lively. But Cloud Templar and others were unusually quiet. Human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. Only at this time can they really feel how their LPL colleagues in the past few years felt when they were sitting in the commentary box, on pins and needles? At this point in the game, the mentality of all SKT members has collapsed. Even if they are 2-time champions. Even if they are the most successful League of Legends club in the world in the past few years.
Top chose to forcefully rush the dragon. This is SKT's last chance. The June Gel. Can Benji create a miracle at this moment?
The Roaring Emperor's tone was very tragic. Can't blame him. The game now reaches 24 minutes. The head ratio between the two sides was 4-15. Li Hanqing's captain now has 10 heads in hand. And he has already become a master. 3 items. Bloody Hand. Endless. Yuming Luxury Output 4-piece set.
It's very difficult.
Cloud Templar's tone was equally tragic. And his eyes were full of despair.
The Blind Monk is higher level and has killing damage. The Excavator can grab it easily.
But SKT has been forced to a dead end at this time, and there is no way out. When Jin stood at the pass of the Sharpville camp and opened up to detect the vision in the Dragon Pit, the entire SKT team pressed forward. Top appears to be more decisive. As soon as the Kalmar Ari started, everyone rushed out. The Blind Monk hiding in the Dragon Pit first used Q to hit Ike at the front of the crowd, and then rushed out of the Dragon Pit with his second Q. W touched his eyes in the air to change his movement trajectory in advance, and came to the side of Old Man Time. A library. With a flash of our kick, Old Man Time was kicked back into the crowd. And Li Hanqing, who had already placed the barrels in the Daolong pit in advance, directly came with a wave of Q flash 3 consecutive barrels. Boom. 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 Old Man Time in midair became a corpse on the ground before he even had time to hit the ground. Except for Jin, who was dragged at the back. All members of SKT were affected by the captain's 3 consecutive barrels. Li Hanqing didn't even have time to release his ultimate move. The person on the other side is either dead or maimed.
Win!
Miller roared excitedly, even a little loudly.
Even if you are SKT, there is no way to prevent Top from being crowned king this year. Noob used his super personal ability to tell the world about the reverse version in this version that is not conducive to the performance of the top laner. What is a TM carry top laner? 3-0. Top only needs to push the opponent's base to win the cup.
The doll roared along, destroyed in one wave. Let SKT completely lose its last hope. The game time is fixed at 26 minutes. 3-0. Chapter 263. Tell me loudly. What a champion I am. In fact, even before the explosion of SKT's base crystal, all top members could no longer contain their excitement. Each and every one of them took off their headphones in advance and jumped up from their seats. According to official event regulations, players are not allowed to take off their headphones until the game is officially over. But who would care about this kind of thing at this time? Li Hanqing did not behave like his teammates. All of them were blushing, dancing excitedly, and talking incoherently. On the contrary, at first, he felt an indescribable peace. Won the championship. That wonderful feeling was as if he, the traveler, suddenly had an intersection and an anchor point with this world line of parallel time and space. In fact, Li Hanqing had a feeling after traveling through time and suddenly awakening to such a system. It's as if his purpose in coming to this world is simply to become a game-playing robot that changes the darkest moment of the LPL division. He doesn't have any private life. For him, this whole year has been dominated by 4 words. League of Legends. But now, after changing history and winning this S-Race championship, the hot blood squeezed out by the powerful beating heart flows from the chest to the whole body. And the indescribable excitement arise spontaneously in the heart. It makes him seem to have perfectly integrated into this world. Those things that were originally blocked by his instinct suddenly stimulated his senses again. The huge noise made by the audience. The gorgeous fireworks effects on the edge of the stage. The ribbons falling from the sky. And the teammates yelling and screaming on the side. Tell him everything. Won the championship. Really won the championship. He felt a huge force dragging him up from the chair. When he looked up, he saw the faces of his teammates, who couldn't stop smiling. He also tilted the corner of his mouth and smiled. Let us congratulate Top for successfully defeating SKT and being crowned king. The 2016 Global Finals champions. This year is destined to belong to Top. Miller's eyes were filled with tears, and his tone of voice was still as strong as ever, but with a trace of trembling and choking. We've been waiting. We have finally waited for this day. The team from our LPL division has successfully reached the top of the world, winning the long-awaited S Championship trophy. No need to wait for next year. This year is our most promising year. Top did not disappoint us. They finally won the cup. If SKT is the mountain blocking the way to win the entire LPL division, Top has already overcome it. His words were equally powerful and choked with sobs. I believe it too. In the future, more LPL teams will be able to cross this mountain. Just like Noob said, the era of LCK dominance in the World Championship is over. Starting today, we will enter a new era. This era is called LPL. As veterans of the LPL division since its establishment, the two have accompanied the LPL division all the way and have a very deep relationship. In the past 4 years, they have watched LPL teams fall on their way to the championship. Very helpless and painful. But they can't do anything and can't change anything. Now, I can finally feel proud. It was so painful and frustrating at the time. But now I am so happy. Millions of viewers gathered in the major official live broadcast rooms in the LPL competition area. In the live broadcast rooms of major platforms, too many barrages not only directly occupied the entire screen, but also almost exploded the platform servers, causing lag. WTF? Did you really win the championship? Will I actually be able to see the LPL win the championship in my lifetime? Brother Han Chung is awesome. Top is awesome. They are all so hacking awesome. It's cool. It's so cool. Now I want to see what Hanzo and Kuza have to say. Stepping on the corpse of LCK all the way to win the championship. I just want to ask you if you are convinced. Gui. The most valuable champion in history is born? Defeating 3 LCK teams along the way. This gold content is really hard to beat. You don't even dare to write this kind of script in novels. Right? Is it really that outrageous? I thought SKT could at least resist. But I didn't expect to lose so quickly. SKT is really a bad guy. Not even as good as TM's Rockstager? At least they can get a win back. Is this the old man system that Kushiazi boasts of, and is invincible? That's all I think. Whoever has yellow urine, please urinate for me, and let me know that I am not dreaming. Today is destined to be a carnival night in China. The director once again showed the camera to the contestants' box. And the top people hugged each other and shouted incoherently. Obviously the noisy environment at the scene made it difficult for each other to hear what the other was saying. And obviously I didn't know what to say. So I could only keep repeating. Win the championship! Win the championship! But I just couldn't control my inner emotions and vented them in this way. Guahao, Jackie Love and others had already rushed out from the backstage, grabbed all the things they should take, and joined the queue to celebrate the championship. It stands to reason that Imp, who has won the championship before, shouldn't be so exaggerated. But who would have thought? On the contrary, he was the most excited one. In fact, it is understandable. He left the LCK with a bad reputation. He was young and frivolous and almost offended the entire LCK audience. He not only wants to prove it to Samsung's management, but also to those in the LCK who scold him. Gu Sungbin. He is the well-deserved #1 ADC in the world. Even if he loses his peak form due to alcoholism. Even so, he can win again. In the position of ADC, he is unique in Sungbin. There is still a gap in the middle. And then, there are other Lanzi. Last year,
S5's encounter with LGD almost made him think that his career was over. Fortunately, he transferred this year. Gao Dui, who had always been emotionally stable, now had red eyes. As the one who was criticized the most last year, no one can imagine how much pressure he was under when he was at his lowest point. Now, he can finally reach the top of the world and fulfill all the promises he made to his fans in China. A reverse Q. So what if Tang Sec's strongest mid laner, labor and management are now world champions? Lu Mao's reaction was still a bit confused. You said that I was just hanging around in the second team of RNG. And then suddenly I was pulled to play the main role in the LPL, partnered with a player of IMP's level. And suddenly he became the league champion. And suddenly he became the world champion? The experience along the way was like a dream. Everyone, don't be too busy getting excited. Go to the other side to shake hands first, Vincent reminded. Everyone at top temporarily restrained their inner joy and began to walk towards SKT's player seats. The cameraman next to them kept the camera lens pointed at them. At this time, they really made the world focus on you. Li Hanxing even made a funny face in front of the camera lens, which attracted another burst of cheers from the audience. The distance between the two parties is not far, but it feels like they have walked for a long time. Did everyone in SKT really feel this kind of torture at this time? Obviously before, when they walked towards the losing side as winners, they never felt that time pass so slowly. This is the moment that belongs to the winner. And it is also the stage that belongs to the winner. For losers like them, every day seems like a year. Looking at the high-spirited top people, Bang and others all recalled the scene when they reached the top of the world in Europe last year. Li Hanxing stood at the forefront of the team. The first person to shake his hand was Duke Koi. But, in this time and space, his title of Koi is destined to be taken away. And these 3 games seem to be a bit delirious due to torture by myself? As the two looked at each other, Li Hanxing could even feel the confusion in Duke's eyes. When he came to Benji, the mentality of the jungler was undoubtedly much more stable. He was almost semi-retired in the SKT team this year. In most games, blank was played, and he was temporarily brought up. Firefighters. Although he failed to win the 3rd world championship in his career, it doesn't matter. The title of 2 world champions, the man who knows how to help Faker best in the world, and the title of the June Gel are enough for him to win a large pension contract in a pension competition area like North America. Come to Faker. The two looked at each other. Li Hanxing could feel the strong unwillingness in Faker's eyes. He is not willing to give in. Versions have been targeting them. If the lane change game is still there. If this version of the map control jungler has more room to play. If this version of the bot lane combination is not so fixed. If there were not so many what-ifs. And there were too many words in Faker's mind. But in Faker's mind, he thought of what his mentor Koma said. When you lose a game, everything you say is just making excuses. After all, he did not say the words in his heart, but said with firm eyes, I will come back next year. Li Hanxing just smiled. Defeating SKT was the biggest humiliation for Faker. At this time, there was no need to continue to stimulate him with words. He replied lightly, Unfortunately, even if you come back, you will just repeat this year's failure experience. Say it. Without saying much, he took out his right hand and passed Faker, heading for the next target to shake hands with. In fact, SKT's bottom lane duo also has something to say. This version is not so friendly to them. The support is fixedly tied to the lane and cannot roam around. The ADC's casting does not have a big core in the late stage. And they even just lied down and lost. Every time, I would replenish my troops, and the 3 big daddies in the middle and jungle on the opposite side would come to the bottom lane to punish me. The bottom lane cannot drive the rhythm, nor can it become the rhythm point of the team. When the team is at a disadvantage in the early stage, no matter how anxious they are, they can only stare blankly and continue to add troops. After shaking hands, I glanced at the leading figures atop with envy. Faker and others hugged their peripherals and lowered their heads in the manner of a loser, leaving this stage that did not belong to them. Li Hanxing, who returned to the center of the stage, unfolded the super large national flag that had been customized in advance from Guohao's hands. Everyone lined up and let the national flag appear in front of tens of millions of viewers around the world through the lens of the camera. The audience once again cheered and applauded. And the edge of the stage also ejected gorgeous fireworks effects. Colorful ribbons continued to fall all over the sky. And S6 actually started to rain, golden rain, in advance. Riot's official beauty host Shox was wearing a decent black evening dress, which outlined the perfect lines of her figure. She wore high heels, so that Jackie Love had to raise her head to look at her at the moment.
Fortunately, Jackie Love doesn't need to be interviewed. He is a little transparent now that he hasn't been to one interview. Raising the microphone, Shock said with a smile.
Congratulations to Top! You successfully defeated a strong enemy and won the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals.
As soon as the words fell, the Staples Center audience burst into cheers again out of shame. At this time, a staff member came to the stage pushing a clothes rack. On it was a pure black coat with Riot's company logo on the chest and the words, World Champion, printed on the back, which means World Champion. Riot has already collected the clothing sizes of the team members, and everyone has taken a jacket of their own size and put it on. Subsequently, the queues were neatly lined up to prepare for the climax.
Next, let's invite Riot Games co-founders Tryndamere and Rise to award championship medals to the new champions.
In order to enhance the competitiveness of the finals and make the annual championship more ceremonial, Riot added a process of awarding medals in addition to holding the trophy. Tryndamere and Rise also looked at the top people with smiles on their faces. Can you stop laughing? They all dream of breaking the LCK's monopoly on the World Championship. After all, if a game project is monopolized by a certain region all year round, it will not be conducive to promotion. Let 100 flowers flourish. And diversification is the way to go. They have been working hard to weaken the LCK in the past few years, but they have never achieved results. Now, they finally got the result they were satisfied with. As the LPL region with the largest number of players and the highest commercial potential, it finally won the trophy.
Congratulations! You performed very well this year.
When they put the medal on Li Hansheng, Rise and Tryndamere praised him in unison. Li Hansheng smiled. After everyone wears their medals, they line up neatly again. Li Hansheng looked down at the championship medal hanging around his neck. He picked it up with his hand and raised it to his mouth, opening his mouth to take a bite. I'm not sure whether this thing can be chewed or what kind of material it is made of. The main reason is that I have such an impulse. As if using such behavior can further confirm the authenticity of my championship. Shocks also spoke again.
The next thing to be announced is the FMVP of this finals. I believe everyone has their own answer in their hearts.
Let us shout out your inner answer and see if it is consistent.
As she spoke, she pointed the microphone at the audience. I don't know if it was discussed in advance or if Li Hansheng's performance really conquered the audience. Almost only one idea is heard.
Noob.
Choral tsunami-like shouts swept in from all directions. Li Hansheng had a faint smile on his lips. And then he couldn't help but bow to the audience to express the audience's support for him. Is there any suspense about this? Anyone with an IQ above 60 knows who to choose. Right. Noob! 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 Brother Hansheng. Well received. Ha. There is no doubt about it. Do you understand Li Hansheng? The overlord of the team? It was only when the shouts from the audience gradually subsided. Shocks glanced at Li Hansheng with a smile on his face, and announced the answer randomly.
It seems that this award is indeed what everyone expected. Congratulations, Noob. Became the FMVP of this finals.
Before Li Hansheng could react, and he didn't know who pushed him, he staggered to Shock's side, on the large electronic screen behind him. In addition to Li Hansheng's handsome makeup photos, there are also statistics from his 3 finals games. Counter economy, average damage, damage ratio, KDA data are all gorgeous. There is nothing to be picky about.
This is the best personal reward for Noob.
Miller had already calmed down his overly excited emotions.
He said with a smile. Noob really fulfilled all his promises to us. He said he wanted LPL to stand up from now on, to end the darkest moment of LPL, to win the first S-level championship that LPL dreams of, and to change the world's prejudice against LPL top laners. He really did it all in this world championship. Arrive.
The whole world knows that LPL is rich in top ADCs. All other positions are okay, but the top lane is the weakest. But Li Hansheng's sudden emergence and winning the FMVP with his unrivaled carry attitude was announced to the world. The era when the 3 fantasy gods dominated the LPL top lane has passed, and it is almost certain to change the trend. Other teams will learn from top, and those operational top laners will have more room to play and get more opportunities. Under the idol effect, more and more newcomers will devote themselves to the top lane position, eager to become the second Noob. As usual, first, FMVP players will be interviewed individually. Shocks handed a microphone to Li Hansheng and then started his interview.
We defeated SKT 3-0. How do you personally feel about this result? You just feel relaxed, right?
Li Hansheng really didn't know how to describe it. It's really relaxing. In this version, With this top team forming a framework, it is impossible to lose to SKT.
It feels much more relaxed than the semifinals. Didn't some fans online comment that the semifinals are actually an advanced stage of the finals? I think the statement is very appropriate. Personally, Rockstager is a tougher opponent than SKT.
When everyone in the Rockstager audience heard this, they immediately beamed with joy. Rockstager lost to top 1-3, and SKT lost 0-3 to top. Rounding up, it's almost like they defeated SKT. They can't blame themselves for not winning the championship. They can only blame the more perverted top.
How do you feel about receiving this FMVP award?
Shox then asked.
Are you flattered?
Li Hanxing smiled.
Of course. First of all, I have to thank my teammates. In order to win this championship, they have worked as hard as me. I also want to thank our coaching staff, who work day and night. Our work has also given us a lot of help. And we would also like to thank the fans who support us, especially the many fans who have traveled thousands of miles from home. Your support is our constant motivation on the field.
At last, Shox asked the last question.
At this moment, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Hear the words. The corners of Li Hanxing's mouth raised slightly. The show-off time is coming. He specifically communicated with Vincent before the game just for this moment.
When I first became a professional player, an old friend and his fans once asked me a question that stuck with me. What kind of champion am I?
I have been looking for the answer to this question, and I dare not relax at all. Now can you help me answer this question?
Li Hanxing took a deep breath, and then roared loudly.
Tell me loudly. Me. What kind of champion am I?
As he spoke, he extended the microphone to the audience and made a gesture of listening. Although the North American audience does not understand the ins and outs of this matter, but it doesn't stop them from shouting out very cooperatively.
2016 League of Legends Global Finals Champion.
Chapter 264. What is TM's card? The smile on Li Hanxing's lips became even wider. He was even glad that this year's finals were held in North America. It would have been fine anywhere as long as it wasn't South Korea. Otherwise, with the pettiness of a great nation in the universe, we would just watch our team lose the game and lose the championship. Are you still cooperating with you in post-game interviews to show off? Who are you sending beta to? It would be nice if I didn't let you see what the Busan library is. European and American audiences are not so narrow-minded. They simply enjoy the game and devote themselves to the atmosphere. As an outsider myself, whoever plays well and is stronger will naturally cheer for him.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have audience members like you accompany us when we win the championship.
Li Hanxing bowed very politely, then took a few steps back and returned to Shox's side. Shox's eyes were wide open almost the whole time, with a look of astonishment on her face. She originally thought that Li Hanxing was just a little flamboyant. After all, she had dealt with quite a few LPL players over the years, and she already had a fixed impression of LPL players. They are all relatively humble, and can't let go in front of others. When being interviewed, they didn't dare to say harsh words, and they even resisted a bit. Even if they tried to induce them to say harsh words, they couldn't do it. Very blue and spicy. Not only was Li Hanxing flamboyant during interviews, but he was now so proficient in interacting with the audience that those who didn't know thought it was some European and American player who had interfered. The barrage in the domestic live broadcast room is still scrolling crazily. Li Hanxing's behavior made many domestic viewers watching the live broadcast in front of the computer seem to have awakened their DNA instinctively, and stupidly chanted along in front of the computer.
2016 League of Legends Global Finals Champion.
It was as if I had traveled to the competition scene at that moment, and the heat and excitement in my heart was indescribable. Ha ha ha. I knew I was going to whip up some old friends after the game. He. Then which old friend is it? It seems that one of Brother Hanxing's old friends has been kicked out of the club, and the other old friends seem to have an average status and situation in the club. Do you regret it now? Just asking you if you don't regret after RNG. Brother Ming. Whoever dares to mock Brother Hanxing in the future. Just ask. What kind of championship are you sending beta to? Shox on the stage ended with a smile.
The annual carnival moment that belongs to all summoners has finally come to a successful end. Let us give a final round of applause to the new champion top. Okay.
As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into applause and thunder, and a burst of dazzling fireworks erupted from the edge of the stage again. The top crowd had already gathered around, putting their hands on the trophy that symbolized the championship.
3, 2, 1. We are the champion.
Everyone worked together to lift the heavy championship trophy high above their heads. The cameraman on the side recorded this moment perfectly. Colorful ribbons were falling all over the sky. And the teenagers lifted the trophy in high spirits. Douyu Live Broadcast Platform. The live broadcast channel of Flame Rat. He, who is usually only moderately popular, got a piece of the pie at this critical moment. And his popularity in the live broadcast room exceeded the 2 million mark. The originally lifeless pig head meat was now red in the face. Excited, and constantly communicating with friends behind him.
F*CK! Shut it! Cute bro. I told you. If SKT can't do it, Top will definitely win the championship.
His words smelled like pork.
Oh, bro. Do you remember what I said? Noob can beat SKT5 by himself. I tell you, he doesn't even need teammates. Noob just needs to treat his teammates as more advanced soldiers, and the game is a game. It's his own game. Focus on the show. Isn't that what he wants? Noob. Always a god. I'm a Superman.
Gui. Rosie. Is this the top win in all studs? Are you feeling full this time? Hee. It's quite cool. I play top like Rosie, and make a small profit of 20 yuan. Small bets don't count as bets. MD. Juju is going to buy a luxury house in Shanghai. Rosie's mansion was built one by my brother Han Sheng. In another live broadcast room on the same platform. Dis. One fat and one bald. Oh. No. Sika is still at the peak of her appearance. And her figure is slightly slim.
You're brothers. I told you earlier. This version of SKT is just not good. They can't have an advantage in the middle and lower ranks. So why should they fight top? On the road. Just beat him.
Sun Yayo started crazy bragging mode.
If I had a teammate like Noob in the top lane back then, I would also be a champion support player. Don't be embarrassed. Okay. PDD definitely can't compete with Noob. That's right. MD. If the top laner was not a lookup at Noob, how could I have beaten OMG? What happened to Faker back then? He would have smashed SKT to pieces immediately after entering the World Championship.
Sika on the side was also very cooperative. Talk to each other. The two don't have the same tacit understanding as they did in the future. But now they have begun to bear fruit.
Get away! You idiots! When did I say that top can't beat SKT? I have always been a staunch supporter of top. That's right. It's time to show off my identity as a top fan of 20 years.
As they spoke, Sika and Sun Yayo stood up deliberately and pointed to their long-sleeve jackets and pants.
Did you see it? Look! Nike! We all use practical actions to point out top. Okay. If you still want to question this, then the anchor will ask, what kind of husband are you?
In Sister Zhou's live broadcast room. Although she became the official commentator this year, she did not participate in this World Championship. She is not qualified in terms of business ability or seniority. But that doesn't mean she can't take advantage of the popularity. Li Hanqing has played duo queue with her quite a lot. And a large number of Li Hanqing's fans have gathered in her live broadcast room.
Gaia!
She started with the roar of an evil dragon. And Sister Zhou wanted to transform immediately.
What am I talking about? Let's play. Let's make trouble. Don't make fun of Noob. Aren't we going to win the championship? I don't even know what you are afraid of. Brother Han Sheng and I can kill pigs in the strongest king's game. Defeating SKT and winning the championship is not a matter of minutes. What? Send a message to celebrate? No one really thinks that the anchor is so unemotional. Right. He must have sent a congratulatory message a long time ago. It's no exaggeration. When the anchor woke up at around 6 o'clock in the morning, he had already edited it in advance. Congratulations on winning the championship. Let me ask you if this prediction is cool.
The start time of the finals happens to be 7 o'clock in the morning in China. Some people choose to stay up all night to watch the game. But most people choose to set an alarm clock and get out of bed early to watch the game. Whether you just woke up or stayed up late. This moment of winning the championship had already wiped away all the fatigue in their bodies. And they were screaming as if they had taken the little blue pill. The trophy weighed 60 kilograms. At first, everyone's attention was still on this thing. But after resisting for a while, he couldn't carry it anymore. In the end, the trophy fell on Li Hanqing's shoulders. No way. Who makes him the only one in the team who has the habit of maintaining exercise. Fortunately, the journey was not that far away. When he returned to the backstage lounge with the trophy, Li Hanqing placed the trophy on the table. Everyone took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Then walked to the trophy and motioned to his teammates to bring it to them. Take 2 photos and happily send them to your relatives and friends to celebrate. Li Hansheng also held the trophy in his hand and asked Ah Shui to take some photos of him. However, Ming and Gao Tianliang, whose arms are as thin as bones, cannot lift such a heavy trophy alone, so they can only stand next to them and take photos.
Li Hansheng suddenly asked. By the way, have I used Raven in this year's World Championship? Why are you asking this suddenly?
Candy couldn't help but be curious.
I suddenly thought of a naughty return animation.
Li Hansheng laughed with his hands on his hips.
You said that if I played Raven, the effect of holding a cup would be added to the return animation. Probably when I was singing Back to the City. Suddenly the championship trophy hung in front of me as if it was summoned. Then I raised the championship trophy with one hand. Isn't it so cool to return to the city like this?
Li Hansheng gave a rough description.
Have you seen
the Light Envoy
breaking into Rui Divine Sword?
Jackie Love on the side immediately added.
Yes.
Li Hansheng nodded repeatedly.
Summon the championship trophy like the Rui Divine Sword, and then raise it with one hand.
Li Hansheng also had a sudden flash of inspiration. There will be a character in the champion skin who is set to be the one who takes the trophy. For example, Feng Nu in S1, Mundo in S2, Weapons in S3, Alchemy in S4, and Rise in S5. Li Hansheng does not necessarily have to become this character, but he can tell the designers about his idea, and they generally do not reject the ideas provided by the team members. For example, Duin danced like a stone man after winning the S9 championship, and LWX's Vian also waved his hands when returning to the city.
What the HL? There is a handsome guy.
Candy's eyes widened, and he roughly imagined it in his mind, and found that it was true. If you add a little particle effect, for example, when you lift the trophy, a burst of air turbulence will make the hair rush up, like a super scion explosion. It will be even more handsome.
MD, it has to be you.
Candy cursed.
We are still having fun here, but you guys have already started thinking about the champion skin. I haven't even decided which hero to choose. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Think about it slowly. Champion skins usually don't come out until April or May of the following year.
Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently.
Hansheng, it seems that you have never used Raven. You have used Jace, Sword Queen, Weapon, Rambo, Yasuo, Teemo, and Captain.
Guihao counted his treasures so much that Li Hansheng was surprised that he remembered them so clearly.
Sword Princess is a Western long sword. If you use this animation, it will be boring. Someone has already chosen the weapon. I will definitely not choose it. Yasuo seems good.
Li Hansheng thought carefully. Yasuo can control the wind element in his background story, so adding the element of explosive energy to the town recall animation will not appear abrupt. And Yasuo is a popular hero on all major servers, so he will definitely have no worries about sales. Thinking of this, Li Hansheng immediately tilted his mouth and smiled again. Find a place to sit down and take out your phone. Good guy. Originally, Li Hansheng simply wanted to surf the internet and see how he was praised in China. Can you look at WeChat? So much news. It is no exaggeration to say that all his friends in the WeChat circle immediately sent their blessings. There are even many friend requests. Su Xiaoluo from IG, RNG's White Star, EDG's Abu. These are either the boss or the club's management. Why add yourself as a friend? Is it possible that you still want to poach people? But Bai Xing is too outrageous. Doesn't he know the conflict between himself and Uzi? There is no difference between the two of them, and they are really at odds with each other. Li Hansheng didn't think too much about the transfer period for the time being. There was still nearly a month left.
Holy shit! Come and watch! The domestic audience seems to be going crazy.
Ah Shui, who also likes high-intensity internet surfing, suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Li Hansheng came over to take a look. Far away, Ah Shui was reading posts about the esports Louvre Museum. This kid has done nothing else these days abroad. He surfs the internet at high intensity every day, and his level of resistance has reached more than 10 levels. The title is,
How to Evaluate the Response to the Boys' Dormitory in Our School.
Inside the post is a recorded video. It seems that we are in a university dormitory. This time should be morning in China. On rare weekends, many students choose to have a good sleep. But the content in the video is different. When I clicked on the video, I was first greeted by waves of excited screams and cheers that stimulated my eardrums. Every student that the camera scanned had excitement on their faces and kept shouting. Some people even took out their own stainless steel wash basins and played gongs and drums. Someone took the lead, and gradually, The sound is getting louder and louder. And more people are shouting and venting. The entire boys' dormitory rioted. Although it was not very neat. Everyone seemed to be shouting.
Top awesome!
Not just one school. More and more similar videos are being posted online. Weibo is known as the women's toilet. There are even many girls, who don't usually play games at all, who have posted videos.
Are the boys at our school crazy? They don't sleep early in the morning on weekends. Nor do they play basketball. They all stay in the dormitory and scream.
The responses below are also true. Indeed, everyone is shouting about Top and Noob. What is this? It seems that some League of Legends team won the championship? Are you so excited? Am I not so excited when watching the Olympics? My WeChat circle of friends has gone crazy. Everyone was posting awesome stuff. Hee. I also reposted it. Although I didn't know what it was. It seemed to be very popular. To educate those who don't understand Jime. Noob is my husband. League of Legends has never won a championship before. This is the first time to win the championship. So the boys are very excited. By the way, I want to take advantage of my husband. He is really handsome. You can be fans. But don't compete with me for your husband. Draw your sword. Jime. Sheng Bao is my husband. Seeing such a scene, everyone was a little stunned. Even though they had imagined that winning the championship would cause a huge sensation. When this scene came, it still gave them a great shock. Even Li Hansheng, a time traveler, couldn't help but feel a little dazed when he saw such a familiar scene again. As if he thought of the time when S8's IG won the cup in Incheon. He seems to be one of those revelers in the video. However, at that time he was cheering for others. But now others are cheering for him.
How fast Tencent is!
Jackie Love exclaimed again. And Li Hansheng took a closer look. It turned out that someone was discussing Tencent's celebration activities after Top won the championship. The top players here have just finished their post-match interviews and returned to the backstage. Over there, the first wave of championship celebrations for the national server have already come out. And the home page of the national server client has been replaced with photos of the top players holding the trophy. All the heroes and skins selected by Top for this World Championship are free to use. And the Top champion lineup can be purchased at half price. With 3 times the gold coins and 3 times the experience in the entire region. In the current S6 period, the level and rune systems have not changed. New accounts still need to be upgraded to level 30 to have 30 talent points and equip level 3 runes. Players' demand for gold coins is huge. Everyone has to go through the pain of saving money to buy runes. This is not over yet. The rune page is half price. And as long as you log in within this week, you will be able to receive a special skin of the Top Championship Edition. It's just like when IG won the championship. A witch's skin was released first to celebrate. It's just that the hero chosen this time is one of Li Hansheng's signature heroes. Ruiwen. Well, in fact, the skin of Champion Blade Raven has been reset to a certain extent, and it looks like it was rushed out. However, the cards are still sufficient, and it's distributed for free. So what kind of bicycle do you need? This is just the first wave of the championship celebration, and Tencent's sincerity has already been seen.
Gui. Is this considered a massive hemorrhage?
Li Hansheng teased with a smile.
Indeed.
Jackie Love nodded.
All skins are on sale at half price. I guess there will be some out-of-print skins coming back for a limited time in the future?
The 16-year-old horse service has yet to mess around with some lottery activities. Some rare skins are indeed quite valuable. Strength comes second, mainly because of this speed. All the top members were still backstage, and they had already started celebrating.
What do you call the LPL's first World Championship?
Li Hansheng laughed with his hands on his hips.
Indeed. If we start broadcasting after returning to China, how many fans will come to give us gifts?
Candy suddenly asked. This time, even Li Hansheng couldn't give this answer. Honestly, he didn't know how to calculate, because there is no reference. In the year of S8, League of Legends lost a large number of players to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And now S6. It can be said that this is the year when the number of League of Legends players reaches its peak. Winning the championship at the peak of his popularity was also the first LPL championship. Even Li Hansheng couldn't imagine this scene. If it's really more terrifying than this. Li Hansheng could only think that S7 won the trophy at the Bird's Nest. Maybe that's the only way to surpass yourself this year? Chapter 265 The Perfect Champion Skin Idea.
Gui. The more I look at it, the more I feel that Tencent has suffered a big loss. The first wave of championship celebrations was so intense. How about the follow-up?
Jackie Love couldn't help but smacked her lips and sighed.
Ah, right.
Li Hanxing joked with a smile.
Mr. Ma is so embarrassed that he has to take the bus to work. It's really a shame.
For game manufacturers, what they provide is just a bunch of data. How can they lose money? Wouldn't the real money that the players took out still fall into their pockets? Just when everyone was still immersed in the joyful atmosphere of winning the championship. Chatting and laughing, the door was pushed open, and Vincent walked in from the outside, bringing some bad news.
Anyone who wants to take a photo with the trophy should hurry up. Riot will send someone to collect the championship trophy later.
Li Hanxing knew this rule. In fact, it is similar to football's World Cup and Champions League. The team can only truly get the original championship trophy when it wins the championship. After that, it must be returned to the organizer. After all, people wouldn't just order a new trophy for a competition. It mainly depends on the difficulty of making the trophy. Just like basketball's O'Brien Cup is relatively simple to make. Once the team wins the championship, it can take the original thing back to its own team exhibition hall for collection. There is a rule for football's Champions League trophy. That is, if a certain team can win the Champions League 5 times, or complete 3 consecutive championships, it can permanently collect the championship trophy. The rules of the World Cup are that if a national team can win the World Cup 3 times in a row, FIFA will order a replica of the Hercules Cup for you, and will not give you the original. The championship trophy of the League of Legends S competition seems to be quite complicated to make. It is understandable that Riot is not willing to give the original thing, and everyone will find it troublesome.
Oh?
Guihao was a little confused.
I thought it would be like the World Cup. The championship trophy will be kept in our club for the next year, and we will return it at the opening ceremony of next year's finals. Is there a possibility that Riot can keep it himself, and you can return it during the opening ceremony of next year's finals?
Vincent asked, and then he shrugged.
That's the rule, and I can't help it. However, you can request to order a smaller championship trophy model. I can help you provide feedback to the people at Riot, but you have to bear the cost yourself. That's not bad.
Guihao is very proud now, and has no shortage of money at all, with Tebo's parent company as a big capital platform behind it. What does this small expense count? He waved his hand proudly.
Everyone will order one. Oh, and one more will be ordered to put in the club's trophy room. Hey, I finally have a Goldrich trophy. Brother Hao, if you say this, you will be beaten by your peers.
Candy reminded him scornfully.
What does it mean to finally have a Goldrich trophy?
Top is a team that has been established for less than a year. The cabinets in the team's honor showroom already display many achievements that the team may not have achieved even 2 to 3, or even 3 to 4 years after it was established. 2 league championships, an MSI championship, and now another S-Race championship trophy.
Ha ha!
Guihao laughed proudly with his hands on his hips. And the others also laughed. There is no wrong way to show off at this moment.
The second thing,
Vincent continued,
there is also a post-game group visit that you have to go and participate in. Then Riot will invite us to visit their headquarters and ask you about the champion skin. You can first think about what elements you want to incorporate and which hero you want to choose. Anyway, there are only 2 principles. It must be a hero you have used in this World Championship. The other is to try not to choose heroes who already have championship skins. Try to stagger them.
He really said Cao Cao. Cao Cao was about to arrive. Li Hanxing couldn't help but widen his eyes. He just thought of a very handsome return to the city action. In the blink of an eye. You heard such news?
Hack!
Candy cursed unhappily.
Lao Li, did you know this in advance? So you thought about it in advance? You know where I'm going in advance?
Li Hanxing rolled his eyes. His understanding of champion skins basically comes from his 2 championships in S8, S9, IG and FPX. He got some general information from the news on the internet, but he didn't know the more detailed things. After a while, Riot staff came to take away the heavy championship trophy. In fact, after the initial excitement passed, everyone felt the same about this heavy iron lump. The main reason was that the model was too big and heavy. Except for Li Hanxing. Everyone else in the team had difficulty picking it up with both hands. Unable to leave the scene for a while, Li Hanxing could only continue to browse domestic websites on his mobile phone to see how the audience and fans praised him. Rainbow farts never go out of style. The enthusiasm for winning the championship is brewing in China, which can be seen from the number of posts and replies in Kangba. Am I the only one who discovered that Top won the championship this time by defeating 3 LCK teams? Kaiza has nothing to say now. Right? Step on Feek's head to win the championship. All I can say is, it's time to show off my identity as a top 20-year-old fan. Brother cute. This time Top wins the championship. And I declare that I will never criticize them for the rest of my life. They have free spraying rights here. I declare your declaration valid. +1. No way. No way. Is Top's performance impressive? At a time when everyone is celebrating. There are always a few blind people who insist on jumping out and saying something disgusting to you in this situation. Li Hansheng saw a hot post with thousands of replies. Called,
Why should Li Hansheng compare with a faker?
Faker? The reason why he is called God. It's because he has done things that ordinary people can't do. First of all, he has changed his game style. From being operationally paramount in his debut to now being both offensive and defensive. Gaming habits are like a person's personality. Once determined, it is basically a lifelong thing. It is basically impossible to change it. But Faker did it. Also, the most powerful thing about Faker is that he is not afraid of failure. He can still stand up after falling down. This is the most terrifying thing when he reaches the top again. So fans should just take it for granted. An S-Game champion will not be blown up to the sky. The porcelain Faker is even more unworthy. There are always people who like to deal with towers against the wind. Such people either simply don't like other people's good deeds, or they just want experience rather than hack. Ah. Yes. Yes. Kezadu has such a brain? Laughing. If the poster is serious, then I suggest you go to the hospital to have your brain checked first. If you are a liar, then I can only say that you have successfully deceived me. As expected of Faker's fan. This mouth is as tough as Faker's. I don't even understand. I have played against you 10 times in my career. I have beaten you every time and beaten you 10-0. How can Keza have the nerve to say such a thing? Sometimes you really can't tell the identity of these posters at a glance. Like this poster, who keeps saying that he is a fan of Faker. But Li Hansheng thinks that B is a top skewer. So he makes him laugh anyway. At this time, Vincent returned to the lounge again and said,
Let's go. Let's go to the post-match group interview.
Li Hansheng chatted and laughed with his teammates, and came to a familiar place. There was still a black advertising board behind them. And everyone sat down in a row. There was a separate microphone in front of everyone. And facing them was a dark crowd of esports media people. As the existence of breaking the LCK's monopoly on the S Championship. It attracted a lot of media.
Ask the new player. You have repeatedly performed amazing operations in this World Championship. Especially in the finals. You almost crushed the Duke players. You have a rich selection of heroes. But you are very good at each hero. Can you tell me how you mastered so many heroes?
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. It was really hard to answer this question. Is it possible to tell the other person whether he is a wall hanger or a time traveler? Does he know all the details and unpopular operations of all heroes?
Li
Hansheng pondered for a while, and then said,
If I really want to say it, there is a high probability that I work harder than others.
As he spoke, he made the gesture that made the Korean media extremely angry.
Maybe I have a little more talent than others? Hard work plus talent are the basis for my strong dominance on the field.
As a wall hanger, Li Hansheng has long been accustomed to saying these words with peace of mind. Didn't he try hard enough? In order to earn points and improve his attributes, he worked early and late, working day and night to rank up. He started training for 16 hours every day, looking at the entire esports circle. Such efforts are rare. Isn't he talented enough? What kind of genius can compete with a wall-hanging guy like him? Faker's talent is almost unique in the League of Legends professional circle. So what? Aren't you still defeated by yourself? Then the reporter asked by Yueya why he still didn't take action against SKT even though he knew that they had the habit of taking advantage of the time system in critical moments of life and death. In response to this, Bai Yueya smiled.
Actually, I have considered taking action. But the new player said that if you win, you must win beautifully. You must make SKT convinced when you lose. You must also make sure that SKT's supporters cannot find any fault. We must defeat their strongest system head-on. I was a little worried at the beginning, but the final result proved that my worries were unnecessary. The team members really did it.
Immediately afterwards, the reporter began to ask Gao Dui and Imp how they adjusted and got out of the shadow of failure after experiencing the fiasco of S5. The two people's answers were similar. They were simply dissatisfied with their results in the World Championship last year. The purpose of coming to the World Championship was to prove themselves and tell everyone that they had the ability to win the championship. Candy was also asked a question. The reporter asked him what it was like to be in the jungle of Top. All three lanes of players with very strong personal abilities. Candy's answer was also classic.
As long as the four of them are here, even a dog in Top's jungle can win the championship.
This answer is a bit self-deprecating and a bit showy. Candy also likes to surf the internet. And he also takes note of what fans say about him. Really, most of Top's brilliance was taken away by Triple C. He and Lu Mao were almost transparent. Although some fans praised Li Hanxing's ability to dominate the top lane without the support he gave. The man standing behind Li Hanxing gave him the highest praise. But to more people, he is a lucky man. Some classic comments on the internet. The top 3 CS are so strong that even a dog in the jungle knows how to play the game. He simply used this statement directly. It immediately caused a burst of laughter from everyone. The reporter asked Li Hanxing the last question.
In the first season of your personal career, you have already completed a grand slam of personal honors. Will you be satisfied with this? Or do you have other goals? Will you lose motivation? Why?
Li Hanxing said eloquently.
I just won one S-Race championship. I still have a steady stream of motivation to continue to fight for the second S-Race championship. When will the number of S-Race championships I win surpass all others?
As a professional player, maybe I will really lose motivation by then. But not now.
The reporter immediately added,
Do you mean you will also win the championship next year? Why can't it be me? There must be a championship every year.
Li Hanxing spread his hands and shrugged.
What's more, next year it will be held at our home court. I am eager to win the championship trophy again in the witness of the home audience.
Top has just won the championship. And now even if Li Hanxing says not 2, not 3, not 6, no reporter would question it. Now you are the biggest. You are the most awesome. After the interview, Guihao immediately took everyone to find a place nearby to have a good meal. Judging from his appearance, the head office was very satisfied with the advertising effect brought by this champion, and probably approved a lot of funds for him. In fact, Li Hanxing is also curious whether there will be any personnel changes in this team, because everyone signed a one-year contract. The contracts collectively expire on December 31st. Generally, teams that win the championship will try to maintain the original championship lineup. Unless, like SKT, the core players are aging. They will consider looking for substitutes. The 5 members of Top are all in their prime, and it is not impossible to give them another try. But he doesn't need to worry about these issues. It's not something he needs to consider. The next day, all Top members were invited to Riot's corporate headquarters to prepare to make some requests for their champion skins directly to the designers face-to-face. The designer in charge of the champion skin got right to the point.
It must be a hero you have chosen in this world championship. And try not to choose duplicate heroes.
Nowadays, Riot Games still strives to avoid repetition as much as possible. It is probably because they later discovered that the professional arena pursues the ultimate utilitarianism. Naturally, the range of hero selection cannot be too wide, and it is too difficult to avoid repetition. Therefore, the requirements for this aspect will be slowly relaxed later. But the basic principle is still to try not to choose champion skin heroes in the past 2 years. The situation of 2 consecutive championship skins, like Luo's, is only once. Gao Dui's goal is very clear.
I want Bright Moon. But I don't have any special requirements. Of course, it would be better if he is more handsome.
The designer nodded and quickly wrote it down in his notebook with a ballpoint pen. Gao Dui's request was indeed very easy for them. Just give a specific hero and let them do the rest. And the workload will be greatly reduced. After weighing it again and again, Lu Mao gave the answer.
Nami or Karma are fine. I don't have too many requirements.
The 3 auxiliary phantom gods in the bottom lane of the World Championship are Karma, Nami and Zyra. But Zyra has SKT's championship skin in S3. If you want to avoid it, you only have one of the other 2 options. There is no need to worry too much about sales. Nami and Karma are both soft assistants. Judging from the situation in the Chinese server, female players will play soft assistants, so they will definitely not miss this skin. The designer nodded and raised the corners of his mouth slightly,
as if he felt that Top's requirements were not high, and he didn't need to work overtime. Candy also waited up and finally chose.
I want the Blind Monk. If that doesn't work, I'll use the Excavator.
Excavator and Lee Sin are the top 2 heroes chosen in his career, and they are also very common in the pub game. After all, Blind Sin is an entry-level hero that every jungler must master, just like Thresh in the auxiliary position, Ice in the shooter position, Clockwork in the mid unit, and Crocodile in the upper unit. However, like Zyra, Benji chose Blind Sin as the champion skin as early as S3 when she won the championship. If you can't get the Blind Monk, the next best thing is to choose the Excavator. The Excavator also has a good appearance rate in the passerby game.
Then let's take the Excavator,
the designer said directly.
I can give you a little information. We have plans to conduct a small-scale redesign of the excavator, which will increase its damage capability.
Hearing this, Candy became uneasy. Judging from the current situation, a redo means a huge enhancement. Sword Girl, Nose Ho, Crocodile, Captain, Bobby. After the redesign, these heroes have been given a new lease of life on the playing field. And their extremely high strength has greatly increased the appearance rate and winning rate of these heroes in the pub game. The excavator is currently being criticized for being a pure sandbug in mid to late game team battles, because the damage of one ultimate move is naturally less than that of others. As long as the core mechanism and the earth hearing technique are not changed, the damage capacity can be increased, which will inevitably greatly improve the carryability of the excavator.
Then let's use the excavator.
Candy nodded. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes fiercely and said,
Kun, don't say it. You and I are civilized.
Where is the resin of these people? After thinking for a long time, Zhu Shengbin gave his own answer.
Gene or ice? Ice is better.
Back then, when Gu Shenggen first came into contact with League of Legends, he directly reached 2,000 points with an old version of Habing, and was discovered by MVP.Ozone at the time, and was recruited into the professional team. This hero has special meaning to him. Although Han Bing is currently actively planning this skin that feels amazing. If there is another champion skin, sales may not be that high. But Zhu Shengbin has been in the LPL for 2 years, and he is very familiar with it, and knows it very well. How much do the viewers in the LPL region look forward to this championship? Now after winning the championship, the sales of champion skins are not a problem at all. Moreover, after the redesign, Han Bing's selection rate in the passerby game is extremely high, so there is nothing to worry about at all. The designer nodded and recorded his request. Then his eyes stayed on Li Hansheng.
For me, choose Yasuo.
Li Hansheng said his choice.
Huh?
The designer was a little surprised.
Isn't it Jace that you're best at?
Everyone knows Li Hansheng's reputation as a Jess. After all, he was nicknamed LPL's #1 cannon, the Little Cannon King of Star City, and the 2nd Battalion Commander of the Eastern Kingdom.
It's okay. Come one by one. It will be the same if I choose Jess next year to win the championship.
Li Hansheng's unexpected show of pretentiousness almost made the designer stunned. Oh, is our designer team a pig? If you think the world champion is just a cabbage on the roadside, you can win if you want. So far, no team has been able to win the championship again, which is the best compliment to his colleagues in the game department. The most powerful weapon is the patch. But it is also understandable that just after winning the championship, it was the time when the self-confidence was at its highest. Then Li Hansheng relayed the return animation effect he thought of to the designer. When the designer heard it, he said,
Wow, this is very cool. What a good idea.
Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng had an idea and immediately added,
That is,
and the light messenger.
One uses a sword, one uses a bow, and one uses that kind of two-edged gun. Can we have a linkage between the 3 CS? Han Bing, it's just a bow. It doesn't hurt to modify the shape of Jiayue's weapon a little bit.
Right. This way it can be perfectly linked.
The designer felt a little dizzy after hearing Li Hansheng's idea. The 4 people had hardly made any requests before, but Li Hansheng alone increased their workload. But it's undeniable. This linkage setting is really cool. After all, the impression left by Top is that the 3 CS are invincible. It would be really good if the champion skins of the 3 CS could be linked together in this way.
We will seriously consider your proposal. And we also promise to make your skin very handsome.
The designer does not dare to guarantee that he will be able to make the perfect skin that the players want. But I will try my best to meet the players' requirements. After the communication was completed, Riot staff led them out of the headquarters company. Along the way, Candy cursed,
MD, you have to be a slut like Laoli. And you actually put this into a linkage. Why don't you suggest that the designer give you the whole drama of Lu Guan and Zhang Taoyuan being sworn off together?
How about Kowtow and sworn vows when we return to the city? Ha ha ha.
Li Hansheng laughed endlessly. In fact, he thought of a more sexy setting. It's a perfect copy of Light Envoy. He remembered that one of the Lightbringer's moves was to summon an Earth Dragon, then stand on the dragon's head and rush towards the enemy. In this case, Candy chose an excavator. Can't an excavator drill into the ground? If the green hair turns out to be Nami, Nami can provide the water element that Wavebringer needs. And it is a very reasonable setting that the wave brings gusts of wind element so that Stormbringer can draw the bow. In this way, wouldn't the 5 people be perfectly linked? However, This is a bit too complicated, and the designer probably won't be able to complete it. But it shouldn't be a problem for the original painting to reflect this element. Right? Everyone took a taxi to go back to the hotel. While in the car, Candy suddenly laughed out loud.
Faker has such a tough mouth. It really made me laugh. What's wrong? Look.
Candy handed the phone to Li Hanxing, and a video was playing on the screen. It seems to be a post-game group interview accepted by SKT. Someone has thoughtfully translated it into Chinese and made it into subtitles. The faces of the 5 members of SKT were not very good. After all, this was the first time for them to encounter such an experience. And the reporter's sharp questions continued to stimulate their deep wells. Coma did what a head coach should do. He took all the blame for losing the game and tried to help the players spread the firepower. After all, he is a coach, a behind-the-scenes person, who does not often appear in public. But there are always people who like to cause trouble.
Asking Faker, do you feel sad losing for the first time in the finals? Do you have any regrets about not being able to win the championship again? Which player from the top team has the deepest impression on you in this final?
This wave of death questions. Bobos seemed to be rubbing salt on Faker's wounds. Faker said with a dark face.
It's a bit regretful because I couldn't win the championship again. During the game, all my attention was focused on how to help the team win. So I didn't pay special attention to the other players. So there was no top player to give me support.
I was overly impressed.
The reporter continued.
Noob played such a dazzling game, almost single-handedly defeating SKT. And you also went to the top lane for ganks many times during the game. Doesn't it mean that you attach great importance to Noob and are afraid of his carry ability? We didn't deliberately target anyone. It was a pre-game arrangement to grab the top lane. That's all.
Maybe Faker felt that this answer was not convincing enough. So he added again.
I am sad to lose the championship. I am more focused on reflecting on myself. Why did I lose this championship? So I didn't care too much about my opponent.
This tough-talking look is like a drunkard who keeps saying that he is not drunk. The comments below are also very funny. So Faker can't afford to lose? Are you really just being tough? Beto struck down with a snap of his fingers. Faker's mouth was still saying,
I didn't care about any opponents? You just pretended to be pretentious after winning 2 championships with the dividends of the times? Who is he sending beta to? Now that everyone's strength has improved, does he still have so-called dominance in the middle? Laughing. He doesn't really think he is the runner-up. Right? Who can't see that the semifinals in the second half are the real finals? SKT is just lucky. Don't be so harsh. Everyone. It's obviously me, Brother Hansheng, who has given Faker amnesia. So people don't remember what happened. Li Hansheng suppressed a smile and handed the phone back to Candy. It really is. In competitive sports, the winner takes all. If the person who wins the championship this year is SKT, even if Faker talks like this, there will be filial sons and grandsons who will interpret it as Faker focuses on the game, so he can succeed. What Coma said is right. If you win a game, everything you say will be wise words. If you lose the game, everything you say will be just excuses. This is the charm of language. When you say a sentence and look at it from different angles, you can always interpret another layer of meaning. Back at the hotel, Jackie Love and others also gathered around, mainly asking about champion skins. Each one turned into a curious baby.
Gui, you win, Ba. I've calculated an account for you. You lost at least 0.1 small target this time,
Ming reminded with gloating. Ashui didn't take it seriously.
It's not a Dota game. How can you get so much prize money?
Cup prize money seems to be the only fig leaf for Dota players. After all, Dota does not have a complete league system, and the team relies on the annual TI bonuses to make ends meet. LOL is more committed to a complete league system to allow the club to enter a healthy and sustainable development. The amount of the championship bonus pool is indeed not high enough. The championship prize pool of TI is tens of millions of US dollars. And the prize pool of S competition is only 200-300 W US dollars. Right?
No,
Ming said.
This year, the revenue share of the skin of Champions Hidden Tribulation has been added to the bonus pool. Riot will put 25% of the revenue from this skin into the bonus pool. Is it okay?
The prize pool is not divided among the top teams, but the 16 teams participating in the World Championship will all share a certain proportion according to their rankings. Just a skin. How much revenue can it bring?
But after the subsequent champion skin is released, 25% of the income from the champion skin will also be distributed to the players,
Ming explained.
Do you understand the gold content of the first S championship in the LPL region? You haven't seen what those people said when you were surfing the internet in the past 2 days? There are a lot of comments about buying 10 skins even though they are selling everything. Right. You don't really think the fanatical netizens are joking, do you?
Ashui opened his eyes and thought carefully. But at this time, there was no turning back for him. You choose your own path. And you have to pay a heavy price for your youth and frivolity. He could only comfort himself.
It's okay. The S competition will be held in China next year. It will definitely attract more attention next year. If we win the championship next year, it will be over. Are you right, Brother Han Sheng? It's hard to say. We can't guarantee the version changes for a whole year.
Li Hansheng deliberately wanted to tease Ashui and deliberately badmouth himself.
That's right. Jack, I made you feel arrogant and arrogant. Now you regret it.
Candy also didn't forget to hit the target. Jackie Love was stunned. Li Hansheng laughed immediately.
Okay. It's not a big problem. Just win another championship next year.
But even if Li Hansheng said this, Jackie Love couldn't be happy either and could only force a smile. Seeing his unhappy look, Li Hansheng directly hooked his neck.
What? You don't believe me? Believe it. With a guy like Han Sheng. Why don't I believe it? That's enough.
Li Hansheng waved his hand.
Let's go. Let's continue to have a big dinner today. My friend is treating me. By the way, let's call the people from the Tiger team.
Li Hansheng is really not short of money. In his memory, IG seemed to rely on the championship skin. And each team member received tens of millions of bonuses. Top's championship cliff is more shocking and valuable than IG's one. After all, the main frame of the championship is composed of Chinese people. Although it is not an all-Chinese class. But as for Gu Sung been fighting with people in KR to protect the image of the country. It would be an understatement to say that he is more patriotic than some sheepdogs. Can it be considered a small all-Chinese class? Isn't he in a relationship with Shinjing Xiaoro? Being a son-in-law of the Xia Kingdom. Looking at it this way, wouldn't he be in the all-China class? But Li Hansheng also knew that this was self-deception. For demanding viewers? For an all-Chinese class, all 5 team members must be domestically produced. If one is missing, it will not be pure. Chapter 266 Li Hansheng's commercial value. This can be regarded as Top's last dinner party before returning to China. Li Hansheng specially invited everyone from Rockstager who had not yet returned to China. The main reason is to thank them for being willing to stay and play with them in the training matches for that week. Honestly, if people are willing to accompany you, they are giving you face. Do you really think they are traveling? Why not accompany them to the hotel and training room every day?
Thank you for your support and contribution on our road to winning the championship.
Li Hansheng raised the goblet to toast to everyone at Rockstager.
It's okay. You guys this year deserve this championship.
Smeb smiled.
But we won't give up the fight for the championship next year. Let's work hard together.
Although Rockstager has not announced yet, Li Hansheng is also very aware that the other party will definitely disband. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng can accurately predict even where each of them will go. Smeb will go to KT to form Galaxy Battleship. Xianning will go to Longzhou. And Kuro seems to be joining the African team or coming to China. And Peanut went to SKT. To be fair, the homes these people found were pretty good. Except for Xiaowawa. Although he achieved the best result of his career in SKT this year. He was the world runner-up. But for this, what he gave was his own spiritual energy. The high-spirited Grandma Hui Peanut from S6 will never come back. Is this exchange worth it? Anyway, Li Hansheng didn't know that Keikoma was talented. But he tried to train every jungler in SKT to be like Benji and become Faker's best helper. This would make Peanut not adapt well. Many players' playing styles were actually formed in their first year and were deeply affected. For example, Uzi likes to show off and lick blood with the tip of a knife. This can be seen from the bypassing VN in the quarterfinals in S3. And he has always played this way since then. Jackie Love debuted in S8, receiving Q, killing suddenly, and daring to deal damage. Even in S12, he still has this style. It was Faker who gave Keikoma the illusion. Originally, Faker was not used to being a rhythm mid laner. Nor did he like to play brush-type late-game cores like Czar. But the cold bench in the S5 spring split made him realize that he began to change his game style. And finally succeeded. This gave Keikoma the illusion that all players can be like Faker. Result: Peanut became the unlucky guy. Who did Peanut debut with? With Smeb mainly playing top jungle. His game style is actually more accustomed to playing on the top lane. This is why he left SKT and went to KZ to regain his second youth. Of course, the timeline of this world has been completely disrupted by him. And maybe the transfers in his memory will be biased. But who knows what will become in the end?
Work hard together.
Li Hansheng toasted again. The competition in the coming year is bound to be more intense because he will face more powerful opponents. The next day, Rockstager was the first to board the flight back home, while Top had to wait a little longer. Domestic. Although the transfer period at the end of the year has not officially started yet, the teams are gearing up. It seems calm, but in fact there is an undercurrent. The popularity and attention generated by Top's victory in the country is really terrifying. Capital investors who had not paid attention to the esports industry in the past finally noticed this emerging industry, which has not yet been developed. Virgin Land. At this moment, the big capitalists in the country were like hungry wolves seeing a piece of delicious fat in front of their eyes. I can't wait to get a piece of the action immediately. In particular, Riot has announced in advance that next year's global finals will be held in China. If the sponsored team can advance to the S competition, isn't this just a mobile advertising board? For these large manufacturers, they invest hundreds of millions in advertising expenses every year, and the results they receive may not be as good as those in the esports circle. The most important thing is that the people in the esports circle are mainly young people. The essence of business is to control young people. Whoever controls young people controls the future. Why do brands like BMW and Mercedes-Benz seek out LPL for advertising? Do you really think that ordinary teenagers or young people who have just entered college or just graduated from college can afford it immediately? No, no, no. What people want is long-term profits. First, use the overwhelming advertising to leave a deep impression in your mind. People are like this. When they want to buy something, their first reaction is the brands that leave a deep impression on them in their minds. What BMW and Mercedes-Benz want is that when you have the financial foundation and want to buy, you will have an idea about them immediately, so that you can become their potential customer. Compared with those top luxury car brands, BMW and Mercedes-Benz are nothing. But why do many ordinary people think that BBA is a classic luxury car? Many people were influenced by the Hong Kong and Taiwan films of that year. The influence of advertising on people is actually similar to this cell influence. And when Toppo announced its financial statements for this year the day after winning Top, it deeply stimulated domestic capital. In this year's financial statements, there is an additional item called esports-related income. According to Taoba's statistics, Taoba's annual esports-related revenue this year is 75 million yuan, which is 75 million yuan. This is equivalent to Top directly generating 75 million W in revenue for the parent company. This is just direct income. For example, the advertising effect and traffic siphon effect brought by Top. These long-term and potential benefits are not included at all. That is to say, the revenue brought by esports-related industries to Top directly exceeds 100 million yuan. And what did Top pay? Gao Dui and Imp have an annual salary of 1 million. Connie has an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. And there are a group of newcomers with child labor contracts such as Li Hansheng. Moreover, Top Club itself counts the investment in Top Club into their annual advertising expenses. The rate of return on this transaction is no longer just a few 100%, but several 1,000%. A return of 10,000%. What capital can see such a rate of return and not be jealous? Even if Taoba has to offer a sky-high price contract for subsequent renewals, stable income is inevitable. It is just a matter of earning more or less. Inside the RNG club, sitting in front of Bai Xing were two business elites in suits and leather glasses, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking like successful people. This is a professional he specially hired from the Big Four accounting firms and Deloitte at a huge cost. The purpose is simple. I want these professionals to use their data models to calculate the commercial benefits that RNG can bring once it successfully introduces Li Hansheng.
Is there any result?
Bai Xing asked proactively. One of the men handed Bai Xing a form with densely packed data.
Can it bring direct income of hundreds of millions of yuan?
Bai Xing took a cursory glance and was stunned. Even if this is income, there are no deductions for costs and the like. But running your club itself has costs. Could the cost be hundreds of millions?
We have calculated that Toppo has made substantial profits from the esports industry since Top won the Spring Championship for the first time. It was at the end of April and the beginning of May. By now, in November, they have really generated profits. It actually only lasted half a year. Furthermore, because of Noob's outstanding appearance, his personal commercial value is extremely high, and he has many female fans. These are the main force of consumption.
Shirahoshi nodded. In the beginning, only Gao Dui and Imp were a bit popular in the Top team. Li Hansheng had a lot of negative fans. so no one would have any expectations for such a team. But who would have thought that they would fight back and win the championship? He continued to read, making calculations in his mind. Not to mention the direct income. Those potential income will directly increase the overall value of the entire RNG club. At that time, he can give a part of his shares to attract investment from other capital. And he can also find professional negotiators to negotiate numerous sponsorship contracts.
The esports industry is a blue ocean market. As long as it is developed properly, the benefits will be immeasurable. After the brutal growth in the past few years, it is now time to bear fruit and harvest the fruits.
These two business elites just had to tell Bai Xing to buy it. The commercial value that Li Hansheng carries personally is enough to make the club brainless to talk about money. Because the resources you invest will eventually be recovered in multiples. There are many male fans who have sex for free. But female fans are all true love fans. Women have always been the favorites of capitalists. Once they are hooked, they will not stop their buying behavior even if they buy their hands. What's more, there is another long-term benefit, which is Li Hansheng's personal idol effect. He will attract many talented young people to join RNG. Why is SKT always changing its players so quickly? Isn't it just because of Faker's appeal? Young people come to RNG because of Li Hansheng's appeal. RNG has a steady stream of fresh blood and even receives rookie contract bonuses. The club's expenses will be further reduced. Now, White Star's only concern is that Top will win the championship. As usual, Riot will impose various restrictions on the champion team's playstyle. He needs a professional to tell him whether Li Hansheng can maintain a high level of performance with the competitive state he has shown. After sending away the two business elites, he specially called the team's head coach Fly. Although Fly's BP ability was average, as a Korean coach, his sensitivity to data analysis was still there. The answer he gave is also,
last year, Noob withstood overpressure and carried. He could even cope with the line change game perfectly. Such a player will not be restricted by the version, because his hero pool does not have any. The shortcoming is that when the version is not suitable for the top laner, his ability to carry the team will decrease. But once the version focuses on the top laner, his unparalleled personal ability will infinitely increase the upper limit of the entire team. And as far as I know, Noob seems to be a training freak. The number of hours he trains every day is considered an extremely hardworking player even in the LCK. With extremely high talent and such a hardworking attitude, you can hardly say that such a player is the second Faker.
Shirahoshi nodded again. He already has an answer in his mind. That is to sign Li Hansheng at all costs. As for the conflict with Uzi, adults put interests first. No one would refuse a sky-high contract. Right? But he can't come forward on his own. After all, he can't compete with a big capital like Tobua. If he recruits privately and annoys the other party, it will be tantamount to breaking his face.
Li Yuanhao and Lu Xiu seem to have a good relationship with him. You can ask these two people to be lobbyists.
Not just RNG. Reputable clubs such as EDG, VG, and IG have begun to prepare for action. After all, the financial statement released by Tobua is really enviable. Domestic capital is all focused on the esports industry. Li Hansheng, who is far away from abroad, still doesn't know how much change he has brought to the world line of this time and space by leading the LPL team to win the championship and advance in S6. The early entry of capital may even lead to the early arrival of alliances. When the real big capital comes into the market, the petty quarrels of rich second-generation people like Principal Wang will not be enough. The gradual decline of IG after S8 is actually a good explanation. First, after winning the championship, Principal Wang did slowly reduce his investment and even sold his shares in IG. But the more reason is that he personally cannot compete with the capital of large groups. On November 3rd, all members of Top boarded the flight back home. Before the plane was about to take off, Guihao also announced the team members' next itinerary.
You will have about 5 days of vacation after returning to China. Oh?
Everyone was dumbfounded.
5 days? Brother Hao, are you kidding me? Only 5 days. Because the Demacia Cup is coming soon. And after the Demacia Cup is the annual award ceremony. You all have to take a break by then. There is no time for custom-made suits. Just buy them ready-made when you return home.
Li Hansheng also rolled his eyes. To be honest, the Demacia Cup is really useless. The timing of the event is disgusting. Especially for a team like Top that finally won the S game. I had just experienced high-intensity exertion. And I didn't even have time to breathe when I returned home. I have to keep playing games all the time. That's just the way it is in the country. You don't really think that if you say I won't criticize you on the day you win the championship, you will never criticize you. Right? Just kidding. Bro. If you don't play well, you should spray anyway. But because this is a competition organized by Tencent, can you not participate well in a competition organized by your immediate boss? Many clubs will send the second team to have fun at the beginning, and only join the first team in the final knockout round or finals. But the top second team? Li Hansheng and Gao Dui did not have substitutes. The jungler and bottom lane duo had substitutes. But they did not.
Brother Hao, you don't want to play like this, do you?
Li Hansheng said with a sad face.
Ha.
Guo Hao laughed.
It's okay. The club already has a youth training team. When the time comes, we will recruit people from the youth training team to help you play in the previous games. If you can reach the finals, you can go.
Good news. 2. Only then did Li Hansheng realize that Guo Hao had been preparing to form the second team before going abroad. Now that Top has won the championship, the club's appeal to young people has further increased, and it is normal for the formation to be completed.
It's okay then. Let's go back to China and enjoy our vacation in peace.
Chapter 267. They are all my little fans. It was still a journey that lasted more than 10 hours. Top everyone finally landed safely. When they got off the plane, they all felt a little light. In the past, Li Hansheng didn't quite understand why those literati would express some emotions after returning to their hometown. It really feels like I have been abroad for more than a month and come back again, without the ubiquitous black and uncertain safety around us. The air feels different.
Hey, now let me see who dares to tell me that I will be hacked by Nico if I go out at night.
Jakilov cursed and opened his arms.
Ah ha ha ha. Buddy is back.
He went to America with him and didn't participate in the competition. He just stayed in the hotel every day, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were finally released.
Do you think any fans will come to pick you up at the airport?
Candy used the screen of his mobile phone as a mirror as soon as he got off the plane and fiddled with his hair from time to time.
Hey, Laoli, you have to pay attention to your image. Otherwise, forget it.
Seeing Li Hansheng look back at him, and then at Li Hansheng's face, Kong Di couldn't say what he said. In terms of appearance, he seems to be asking for trouble.
Brother Jie, it's okay.
Ashui patted his shoulder.
It's not our fault that we are ugly.
Right? Yes.
Candy originally thought that someone would finally comfort him. But when he looked up, he found that Jakilov, although he looked childish, his boyishness was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Not to mention the handsome guy. Anyway, she also has pretty features. Right.
And eyes Wakai.
Emperor Kong also cursed. Everyone got their suitcases. And as soon as they walked out of the airport, they saw a bunch of people outside, holding banners in their hands.
Welcome the top team from the 2016 League of Legends Global Championship to return to China.
Immediately there was a burst of cheers, which almost scared other pedestrians at the airport. But more people stopped and took out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos. Li Hansheng didn't have stage fright at all. Instead, he waved to the fans who came to pick him up at the airport. And he almost responded to all requests for autographs and photos. Domestic fans will be more restrained in their emotions. Will Li Hansheng say that when he took a photo with a female fan in North America, he was forcefully kissed by an enthusiastic female fan? Or maybe he just pressed his head on his chest? After a little delay, all the top members finally took a group photo with the fans who came to pick them up at the airport. And then, they left the airport and boarded the bus back to the base. Everyone looked left and right at the familiar scenes on the street. Everything was so familiar, but everything was so strange. Guo Hao took the opportunity to continue explaining the upcoming itinerary to his teammates in the car.
After you return to the base later, you all go take a shower to refresh yourself. Then you have to shoot a documentary about winning the championship immediately. Oh, there will be interviews with domestic media by then. By the way, you should also check out your personal Weibo.
These itinerary arrangements immediately made the team members' good mood of returning home disappear in an instant. And they all sighed.
Brother Hao, none of the donkeys in my hometown's production team are so busy.
Li Hansheng complained with a sad face.
No way.
Guo Hao shrugged helplessly.
Do you want to shoot the documentary again tomorrow? You can't avoid this. It's better to finish everything in one go, so that you can enjoy the holiday in peace in the next few days.
Li Hansheng sighed, took out his mobile phone, and logged into his personal Weibo. Several days had passed, but his private messages were still exploding, with fans constantly sending him private messages every day. He found the celebratory Weibo posted by Top's official Weibo when they won the championship. After just a few days of fermentation, The number of likes on this Weibo has exceeded the 443W mark, and the number of comments has reached 43.96W. Once again, let everyone see the terrifying traffic in the esports circle. Of course, the reason why such explosive data can be obtained is also inseparable from the personal consequences of some official media. For example, CCTV and other official media reprinted this comment and replied below. The same is true for some celebrities in the entertainment industry, such as Zhou Tianwan, who participated in the anniversary celebration, and Zhang Wei, who has expressed his love for playing League of Legends many times, etc. Other clubs also came over to congratulate, and the atmosphere in the entire comment area was very harmonious. God bless China. If miracles have a color, it must be Chinese red. Gui gui. First there was Wings, which dominated TI, and then there was Top, which reached the top of the S competition. Are CN's MOBA games collectively fighting for success this year? Ha ha ha! Finally, we have our own S competition FMVP. Brother Han Sheng will always be a god. What is the card of TM's first S competition champion in the division? Damn it! All the official media came to like it. I hope Top's victory this time will make everyone pay attention to the emerging esports circle and esports industry. We are not internet-addicted teenagers. We are serious professional players. The methods of competition are different, but we are also using our actions to win glory for the country. Li Hansheng randomly found a few photos taken at the airport from his mobile phone, and then simply edited a paragraph. We landed safely. Thank you everyone for your warm hospitality. Then paste the photo below, and then close the app. The other team members almost all did the same thing. Soon, everyone arrived at the team base on Lingshire Road and returned to a familiar place. Even though they would be busy for a while, the team members were in a much better mood. There was no extra time to sigh. The team members carried their suitcases back to their respective rooms one by one. They didn't even have time to tidy up. They all ran to take turns to take a shower and tidied up. Then they ran to the specially set up simple studio for filming. Recording. The filming of the documentary is not very complicated. The team members only need to cooperate with the photographer step by step to answer some questions, such as their mental journey on the road to winning the championship. Then some narration dubbing was performed, such as the one where Abu's Mual woke him up. These were all narration dubbing added later. They were busy until night before Li Hansheng and others had time to rest. Oh! After not seeing each other for a month, the two little guys, Fatty Dudu and Shuju, have become big guys now. The two gave full play to their genetic talent of big oranges are the most important. The food at the club base is also good, and their size is almost that of an adult big cat. Moreover, cats are more likely to gain weight after being neutered, and male cats will also develop gills, whether they are chubby or little orange. They look more and more like those famous cats on the internet. Originally, they were already familiar with the scent of everyone in the team, but after not seeing each other for a month, they began to be a little afraid of strangers again. They were not so scared that they would run away immediately, but they would not be too close. Only Li Hansheng. Most likely because he was picked up by Li Hansheng. But he is still so close to Li Hansheng. Come on! Come on! Eat your favorite nutritional ointment. He took them back to his bedroom and teased them for a long time before letting them out. As the two cats became more and more popular, the club also attached great importance to it. Not only did they make related peripheral products for sale, but the sales volume was pretty good. Even set aside a room for renovation. There are everything from cat climbing frames to runways, and even specially customized cat houses. Live broadcasts are conducted from time to time to satisfy fans' ideas of raising cats in the cloud. I lay back on the bed and sent messages to my friends one by one to reply to. Li Hansheng also began to make plans. How about I buy a house too? Such a strange idea suddenly appeared in his mind, which was deeply influenced by traditional culture. Li Hansheng has the same problem as ordinary Chinese people. When he gets rich, he always wants to buy himself a house first. Now in 2016, it is the second time that housing prices have exploded. However, based on Li Hansheng's current income and expected future income, he does not need to rely on real estate to increase his wealth. If you have this money, you might as well speculate in coins. The price of Bitcoin will double in the next few years. Just sell it 20 years ago and be done with it. Owning a house of your own seems to increase your sense of belonging to the world. Forget it. Let's talk about it then. The money we have now is not enough to buy a house in Shanghai. We will wait until bonuses and other things are paid out. Put down your phone and have a good night's sleep. In the next 2 days, Li Hansheng was not idle. He was almost spinning.
Needing to attend various media interviews, Top Club also held a grand celebration dinner, inviting people in the circle to attend. After finally finishing all this work, Li Hanxing and his friends, 7 Wolves of Ionia, had to attend a private gathering. Fortunately, Li Hanxing's private personality is low-key enough. So even though he has won the championship, there is no sense of distance between him and these old friends. But when it comes to LWX and LQS, Gluttony Sa has been demoted from LSPL. The boss Dong Xiesa posted a post on Weibo criticizing the players for being incompetent and not training well, which caused a stir. Both are now unemployed.
If you two really want to play professionally well, just tell me that if you can't find a team, I will help you contact them.
Li Hanxing didn't mind doing a small favor for the two of them. Li Hanxing is not a person involved in what exactly happened in Greedy Sa, and he will not comment easily. It's just a matter of helping them as a good friend.
Thank you, Brother Hanxing.
LWX and LQS quickly thanked them.
But let us contact the team ourselves first.
They also have their own pride. What's more, these two want to fight brothers LOL, and are not happy to be separated.
Okay, just tell me if you need anything.
Li Hanxing promised with a smile.
Brother, I will help you if you can.
After the party here, the team members finally entered their rest time. But Li Hanxing couldn't rest yet. He was stopped by Guahao.
Hanxing, I'm afraid I have to delay your rest time here.
Guahao apologized.
I mainly want you to meet the players of the second team. Many of them joined because of your reputation. Team! They are all a group of particularly talented young people.
Li Hanxing's idol effect has begun to bear fruit. Top's youth training team was suddenly overcrowded, especially the top lane position. Although Li Hanxing is still very young, it is not easy to take away Li Hanxing's position. But in top, he can train with the first team on a daily basis. And being promoted by Li Hanxing will also be of great help to his personal growth. Due to financial constraints, the top first team's team base did not rent many floors at that time. So the second team would not be with the first team, but was temporarily in another nearby office building. Guahao had the idea to expand the size of the team base so that the second team, the youth training team, could live together with the first team.
They are all a group of kids around 2,000, about the same age as Yuanba and Gao Tianliang.
Guahao did not forget to explain the situation to Li Hanxing in advance. Arriving at the second team's base, it was probably their training time. Li Hanxing stood outside the training room and took a cursory glance. Good guy. These are all familiar faces. The two pushed open the door and walked in, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was as excited as monkeys, finally meeting their idols.
Don't get excited. Everyone, let me introduce you to Hanxing.
Guahao waved his hands and calmed down the team members. He first pointed at a young man who looked like Gao Tianliang, with a square head and a beady face.
His name is Bai Jiahao. His ID is 369. He plays top lane in the second team, and he is your biggest fan.
Then he pointed to a chubby person with a silly smile next to him and said,
Zhang Xingran. His ID is Zoom, and he is also the top orderer. This is Zhang Guahao. His ID is Meteor. Even though he is young, he was once among the top 8 singles players in the National Table Tennis Youth Championship.
This is really cool. After all, as we all know, table tennis is divided into different levels. Domestic players are different from foreign players. If you can become one of the top 8 players in the country, you will start as a member of the national team elsewhere.
Oh, by the way, his position is jungle. Also, his name is Zhang Qi. His ID is Yageo. His position on the field is mid laner. His name is Wang Jia. His ID is Hope. His position on the field is ADC. This one's name is Lu Yunfeng. His ID is Missing. His position on the field is Auxiliary. These are the only people in the second team for the time being. And there are some others who have signed up. We are communicating with their families, so they haven't come here yet.
Li Hanxing nodded, and then looked at the childish teenagers in front of him. It is no exaggeration to say that these people will be the mainstay of the LPL in the future. Co-authored. Are they all his little fans? Now, all of them looked at him with burning eyes, like well-behaved babies listening to the teacher's lectures.
You all relax. Don't be too nervous.
Li Hanxing found a chair and sat down.
Actually, I don't have anything to say. I can only tell you that since you choose to play professionally,
be serious and don't laugh around. Seize every opportunity you get. Remember what I said in the interview before the finals? Treat any opportunity as your only one in this life. Don't leave any regrets for yourself.
Everyone nodded, and 369 timidly took the initiative.
Brother Han Sheng, I also want to be a player like you and carry the team on the field. I even hope that one day I can compete with you on the same field. Or even defeat you. Such arrogance caused everyone around him to burst into laughter. This is Li Hansheng. They didn't think anyone could defeat Li Hansheng at all. But Li Hansheng stopped the others from laughing.
Why are you laughing? What's so funny about what he said? Is it because I just won the world championship? If I think the same way as you, how can I talk about defeating SKT? Faker has already won the championship twice. If you don't even believe that you can defeat the enemy you face, how can you talk about competing for honors and winning the championship? Where is the next champion? If this is your dream, that's good. Your mentality is also very good. Remember what you said today? Even if you meet me on the field in the future, don't be afraid. Have the courage to confront me, or even defeat me. I also give you these words. Don't think in your heart that no one is invincible. Keep this mentality, and your career will avoid many detours.
Everyone nodded in understanding. And 369, who was encouraged by Li Hansheng, looked even more excited. If he hadn't been a little shy and restrained himself, wouldn't he have jumped up and cheered? Li Hansheng did not stay here for long. Then he left with Guohao. On the way, Li Hansheng did not forget to remind Guohao.
These people are all very talented players. Brother Hao's club has made a lot of money. From now on, you should have a headache about who to let play.
I hope so.
Guohao smiled.
No matter how talented I am, can I be more talented than you? Discovering you is the greatest achievement of my career. Also, I know that there will be people in Hansheng who will contact you privately these days and make various promises to you overtly or covertly. It's not that I won't let you contact other people. But believe me, I will definitely find the head office to fight for you. A contract that will definitely satisfy you. Don't worry, Brother Hao.
Li Hansheng also gave Guohao reassurance.
My first goal for renewing my contract must be Tabua. I also want to lead the team to win 2 consecutive championships.
With Li Hansheng's guarantee, Guohao was finally relieved. As for what Guohao said, it is also true. It is true that many teams have begun to contact Li Hansheng privately, but their words are relatively vague. For example, during the 7 Wolves of Ionia gathering, MLXG told him privately that Looper and Mata were destined to return. RNG would spend a lot of money to form an all-China class in the new season, and boss Bai Xing would invest heavily. It was nothing more than a hint to him that RNG would make a generous offer. He also said that RNG's team atmosphere was pretty good, which almost made Li Hansheng laugh out loud. Uzi is a well-known pressure monster, and his MLXG emotional intelligence is also notoriously low. Xiu will occasionally transform into a pressure monster when encountering major events. A team like this has a good atmosphere? The factory director also came to him and worked as a lobbyist for EDG. The words are similar to MLXG and also reveal some information. Although EDG will not form an all-China class, Deft and Pawn are about to return to South Korea, and the core of their tactics has left the team. EDG is bound to find a player who can shoulder the burden of carrying the team. In words, I just hope that Li Hansheng can go to EDG to play in the road, and the factory director will become the strongest father-in-law. IG Su Xiaoluo also contacted and said that IG will invest heavily in the new season. As long as Li Hansheng goes, he will try his best to satisfy whoever Li Hansheng wants to be a teammate and form a perfect lineup that Li Hansheng dreams of. As for why these teams are so crazy, first, the enthusiasm of Top to win the championship has greatly stimulated them,
as well as some large capital that has not yet entered the market. For capital, the procedures such as rebuilding a team and then buying a spot are too complicated. It is far better to directly inject capital into an existing team, especially those with good existing lineups, which will make it easier for them to compete for Li Hansheng. Similar operations are not uncommon in basketball and football. Due to the draft pick compensation mechanism in the NBA, many teams basically fail for a while. As long as they select a group of talented young people and then exchange their player rights for a bunch of high-quality championship pieces, they can immediately attract superstars. Airborne. Now some teams in the LPL are just copying this process. Secondly, because next year's World Championship will be held in China, the popularity and traffic will be unprecedented. It doesn't even have to be the final championship. Even if you reach the World Championship stage, the advertising benefits gained are immeasurable. Where can I find opportunities with such good advertising results? This is a serious and precise delivery, and the focus is on young people. Li Hansheng has a hunch that S7 will be the year when the salaries of esports players collectively skyrocket. Just like when a large number of real estate companies entered the Chinese Super League, the values of domestic players skyrocketed. The LPL playing personnel rule is 3+2. It's easy to find good Korean players. You can always find the right one if you take a walk around the LCK. But powerful Chinese players are the treasures of every team. The kind that are marketable but priceless. The other teammates all chose to go back to their hometowns to meet their families they had not seen for a long time. Winning the World Championship and then returning home can be regarded as a glorious homecoming. Especially, CCTV actually took half a minute to report on Top's victory this time. And the photo of Lee Han-sheng standing in the C position holding the cup was chosen as material. It further boosted Lee Han-sheng's popularity. Many people who don't follow the esports circle immediately became interested in this handsome boy. Especially the girls. Many people went online to ask about this handsome esports boy. And they were instantly addicted to it, and couldn't extricate themselves. The official documentary of Top's championship,
Board Up, Win with No Regrets,
was also officially released. For the first time, fans witnessed the player's journey in the World Championships in the form of a documentary. Time flies. November 10th. The entire Top team came to Wuhan and went to the Internet Cafe according to Guohao's instructions. This time it is still hosted by the Banana Project. And training in Internet cafes is not uncommon. In order to save a day's venue fees, Snake was even able to play 2 BO5s in one day. Don't even think about preparing separate training venues for each participating team. What about dreaming? The 16 participating teams hired 2 internet cafes for training. Gu Shengmin is still in Korea and has not returned. So this time Top's choice for the ADC position is JackeyLove. This kid is still a minor. But no one cares about it. At the beginning, Top had to carefully hide it, even keeping a low profile, for fear of causing dissatisfaction from other teams and being reported. But now, the official can't wait to praise Top to the sky. And their attitude is here. If you go to report JackeyLove's underage at this time, isn't this a recipe for disaster? In order to reduce the burden on the team members, Guohao decided after discussion to let the young men from the youth training take the lead. It's just that the bottom duo is JackeyLove plus Ming. In the jungle, Gao Tianliang was replaced by the older Zoom in the top lane, while Yageo was asked to temporarily replace Wei Shen in the mid lane. Go to the group stage with this lineup. The Demacia Cup itself is useless. But now that Top is in the spotlight, even if the members of the second team are passively preparing for the game, the officials will not say anything. If we can really reach the subsequent knockout rounds, it won't be too late to let Lee Han-sheng and others join. Don't be pressured by Zoom. Just perform according to your true level. Gao Tianliang. Show off. I'm waiting for a celebration banquet for your first win.
Lee Han-sheng cheered on the young team members one by one. To be honest, he is not worried that the team will be eliminated early, even though many people in this team have no playing experience. The talent is there. JackeyLove and Ming have played less games, but they have accumulated a lot of experience. With these two as the backbone, even if they are allowed to play in the uphill right away, they may be able to achieve good results. November 11th. Demacia Cup officially opens in Wuhan. Top basically killed everyone in the group stage. The main officials also had selfish motives. They knew that Top would be on the second team at the beginning, so they tried to select some LSBL teams for them. The Top second team, with JackeyLove as the core, showed extraordinary strength and talent. It's almost crushing all the way. Dimensionality reduction strikes. The 5 newcomers dared to fight hard, especially Gao Tianliang in the jungle. He played the blind monk superbly, and his operations were very impressive. And the 2 newcomers in the middle, Zoom and Toothpaste, although not as eye-catching as others, still showed their talents and performed stably in team battles.
Gui. Are all these little fans of Laoli so fierce?
Candy's eyes widened.
I'm afraid my brother's main position will not be preserved. Right? Hey, you better have a sense of urgency.
Lee Han-sheng took the opportunity to hit him.
The newcomer is fierce. What's wrong? Look at you like this. Aren't you having a good time these days? Stop talking.
Candy had a look of resentment on his face.
I haven't even met in person. I've been saving up for a whole month for this meeting. Oh, I'm not talking about money. She actually said she wouldn't see her. And she even said she was going on a trip with some girlfriend.
Lee Han-sheng's eyes widened. Good guy. In just 3 sentences, the amount of information is too much. Right.
Then what will you do in the end? Well,
Candy suddenly felt guilty. And then he chuckled.
That's it. You feel refreshed. Laoli, you should enjoy playing games every day. And go out to play with me if you have a chance. It's crazy.
Lee Han-sheng shook his head.
You'd better pay attention. Hey, don't work hard to win the championship so that you can enjoy it in the future. Don't tell brother how that a team has contacted me and the price is not low.
Candy told him in a low voice.
I've been hesitating recently. We'll see when the time comes.
Li Hansheng listened to his words and did not continue to comment. He has a hunch that there will be a lot of changes in the lineup for the new season. Chapter 268, Feng Nan worships Jiang, the only god. Li Hansheng did not want to interfere with the fate of his teammates. The careers of esports players are very short. Not everyone can compete on the field for such a long time and maintain a high competitive level every year like geniuses like Faker, Uzi, and Rookie. These are geniuses among geniuses. Too rare. The career of ordinary esports players may only be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The version has a greater impact on them. When the version is suitable, they may be able to soar into the sky. Once the version is out of their comfort zone, they may collapse themselves. Making money quickly while you are famous is the way to go for esports players who thrive on youth. Top will indeed increase investment and spend a lot of money to renew the contract. But the situation next year is obvious to all. When everyone will increase investment, your competitors will weaken you at all costs. Destroying your existing roster is an act of fair competition. I don't want to say whether Top will consider this gimmick to affect the All-China class in the future. Even if it is a 3+2 model, 2 plug-and-play Koreans are not difficult to find. But 3 top-notch domestic players are really a headache. Therefore, a jungler like Candy, who has won the world championship at a young age and is still in his prime, has no shortage of markets. Once a competitor bids maliciously, it will forcefully poach employees by offering a price higher than the market price. Top's only choice is to let go. Let everyone get together and let Candy leave. But fortunately, it's not like Top Club doesn't have talent reserves for junglers. God, Guohao is a good candidate. But there are also disadvantages. It is impossible for a new player to reach the peak immediately upon starting. And others are not as capable of cheating as Li Hansheng. The growth curve of a normal young player is that as the number of games played increases, personal abilities and status slowly reach a peak. Once there are personnel changes, Top's performance on the court will also have ups and downs. It's okay.
Li Hansheng smiled and patted Kong Di on the shoulder.
We are all good brothers. I respect all your choices. It's still early. Let's see later.
Candy's attitude was already obvious. Whoever bids the highest price will go there. He has no intention of competing for the second championship because he is not a wall player and does not know that Li Hansheng is a wall player. No one can guarantee what the overall competitive status of the team will be in the new year. This is the best evidence that no team has ever been able to win the S championship consecutively. Rather than working towards a seemingly impossible goal, it is better to be content with the status quo and get the benefits you can get first. This is human nature. And not everyone has such a strong desire for honor. Ask yourself, if Li Hansheng hadn't been in trouble, he might have made the same choice as Emperor Kong. The reason why Faker is regarded by many as the ultimate template for professional players is not because after he received the honor, he did not settle for the status quo or sink. Instead, he maintained a high desire for honor, was strict with himself, and always maintained at a super high level. The two ended their conversation and returned their attention to the competition. Most of the opponents in the group stage came from LSPL. Top really just put aside this dimensionality reduction attack and killed them randomly. JackeyLove became the most eye-catching one. After all, in a team fight, he is the only ADC who is ahead of the top laner. It simply refreshes all viewers' understanding of the ADC position. It is agreed that only those who are alive are worthy of dealing damage. The first priority of the ADC is to save life first, and then deal damage. There's something wrong with this style of painting. JackeyLove himself is a well-known high-scoring passerby, and he joined Top early. He has also appeared several times, and everyone is familiar with him. His fans all belong to that type of cultivation. It's like watching your big-headed silly son slowly grow up. And I feel more pleased with his current performance. Jiekui is in great shape. Why do I feel that Poo will be under pressure in the new season? Otherwise it is very likely that Jiekui will take away the main position. MD. Top's lineup is really outrageous. The pure second team can beat these B teams randomly. Isn't the most outrageous thing about being young enough? As long as there are no major problems, Top will be the most favorable contenders for the championship in the next few years. Don't say it's spicy. I'm already thinking about Top winning the championship again, and the Bird's Nest winning the trophy. I can only say that I am happy too early. After the group stage ended, we entered the knockout stage and met the LPL teams. Top's second team encountered Waterloo. The biggest problem came from Jakilov, who was too aggressive in his position. In the quarterfinals against IM, his Easy failed to show off his E-face many times in the midterm. IM seized the opportunity to make a comeback, ruining the good game in the early stage. As soon as they returned to the backstage lounge, the other teammates didn't take it seriously. But Li Hansheng started to complain directly.
You Wenba, do you think you are invincible recently? Do you think the other side is full of colorful pins, and you can show off randomly without punishing you?
Li Hansheng looked solemn, and spoke in a serious tone, almost pointing at Jakilov's nose and spraying him.
I thought I wouldn't die, and if we were all in together, I might not be able to operate on the other side.
Jakilov felt aggrieved and retorted in a low voice.
Are you brainless? Have you calculated in advance whether you will die? If you don't reflect on yourself when you lose the game, why don't you just put the blame aside and find other excuses?
Li Hansheng asked loudly. Jakilov no longer dared to talk back, and could only accept the training. Guo Hao on the side quickly took the initiative to smooth things over.
Okay. It's just a game. Wenba doesn't play much, so it's understandable for young people to make a few mistakes. Yes. Lao Li, are your requirements too strict?
Candy also spoke up to help.
No. Not just you Wenba, but also you. Zhang Xingran, Zheng Qi, Shi Siming, Gao Tianyang. Please listen to me. Don't tell me that the Demacia Cup is not important. Is this a regular game? Do you have to face the audience on the field? You don't take regular games seriously. It's just a casual game. How can you play in higher-level professional games in the future with this kind of attitude?
There was nothing Li Hansheng could do. The overall atmosphere of Top is like this. Guo Hao and Bai Yueyao are the type who become buddies with the players. The advantage is that they can get along with the players, and can better adjust the players' psychological conditions. But the bad news is that once the players make mistakes on the field, even if they scold them with a black face, the players will not take it seriously, and just laugh at it. There is a lack of someone with enough authority in the team to suppress this trend. Sometimes Li Hansheng feels that IM's coaching philosophy is more suitable. Coach, you can't get too close to the players. You should keep a little distance to maintain your authority as a coach, so that what you say can be intimidating. Now there is no one in the team to play this role, so he has to play it. Is he still unclear about Jakilov's character? This kid's journey has been too smooth, and he hasn't suffered any setbacks along the way. It's easy for him to lower his requirements and relax his restraints. He needs someone to constantly supervise and restrain him. Under IG's loose and even chaotic management model, which almost allows the players to grow wildly. Do you expect the players to discover their own problems on their own? Li Hansheng even felt that if Ashui debuted, IG could have had a more reliable coach who would have severely reprimanded him if there was a problem before his technical playing style was fully formed and made him restrain himself. Maybe Ashui would have restrained himself. Will Shui's subsequent achievements be higher? And what I have to do now is to wake him up. Really? After being scolded by Li Hansheng, all top members felt much less elated on the court. Jakilov also restrained himself. And Li Hansheng never thought of changing his self-destructing truck-like playstyle. But in many cases, his sudden death was due to his lack of discipline. For example, Nosuk roams the top lane, and you only have one ADC in the bottom lane. In this case, you are 100% unable to take the lane, and you must retreat to the closed grass to hang up. But Jakilov is a tough guy, and will fight under the tower. Are you saying that he doesn't have enough sense of the game to notice the danger? Wrong. It's just taking a chance, which leads to lack of discipline.
Hey, Lao Li, you secretly learned a trick from Abu, right? Ashui seems to have been awakened by you.
Wei Shen teased with a smile. Not long ago, EDG's annual documentary was also released. The story between Abu and the factory director suddenly became known all over the internet. All I can say is that the director is really invincible when it comes to making memes. 3-1. Top won 3 games in a row after losing one game first, and successfully advanced to the semifinals. On the day the game ended, everyone went to find a place nearby to have a good meal. There were several people from Hubei in the team. Although they were not from Wuhan, they were definitely more familiar with them than the people from other places. It is inevitable to meet fans offline, and the team members readily accepted requests for photos and autographs. The next day, Top welcomes its semifinal opponent, Team Snake. Snake, on the other hand, is not as difficult to deal with as IM. IM's mindless and cowardly fighting style is very torturous. But Snake will not give in. But the strength of this Snake team has obviously declined. The main reason is that Gongzi in the bottom lane played 2 BO5 games in a row in the first 2 months of the bubble, and directly killed everyone. He suffered a serious hand injury, and is still recovering from his injuries. Snake could only lift Ding Huang up again, but Ding Huang could not withstand Jaculo's impact. The mid laner tank of the Snakes is an Earthbound Spirit Brush player. What a coincidence. Toothpaste likes to play against players like this. He is also the type who prefers to farm, and wait for the team fight in the later stage. The most important thing to watch is Gao Tianyong's contest with Sofem in the jungle. The team performed well on the court. So Li Hanxing simply took out his mobile phone to see what the internet was saying about the members of the second team, the top team. But he still overestimated the flow of the Demacia Cup, having just experienced the high-intensity competition of the World Championship. Watching the Demacia Cup again seems a bit boring. The audience was not very enthusiastic about the discussion. Instead, it was a seniority picture that said female men worship Jiang that caught Li Hanxing's attention. This thing was circulated by Kangba, but Li Hanxing really didn't know who created it. But this stuff is really full of fun, according to each player's performance on the field, black spots off the field, popularity, etc. And then according to their personal nicknames. They are released uniformly according to the words 1, D, Nan, Jiang, etc. For example, Jade Emperor Corn, Yao Emperor, and Candy still obtained the title of Dragon Man just like their original trajectory. In this time and space, he does not need to rely on various dragon-grabbing dramas to come back like he did in the Wii period. But he still performed a lot of dragon-grabbing dramas. The top fans' words of Son of the Dragon firmly let him sit on the title of Dragon Man. There are 2 gods. Uzi and Rookie have also been banned. The criteria for selection is the long-term strength of their positions. Both men did it. But there is another meaning, which everyone understands. As for Jiang characters, there are currently only Gao Dui, Uzi, and Wei Jiang. In the picture, his avatars are all reversed, which seems to be a tribute to the reverse Q. Another factory manager with a Jiang character has not yet changed his name to Clearlove 7. So this title has not appeared yet. But the biggest difference with Li Hanxing's memory is mainly about Allah and Jiangzi. The only god was added in advance. Li Hanxing, who led the team to win the LPL's first S championship and won the FMVP, is well deserved and has become the only god among fans.
MD. Sean Niru is AB. Every time and space has to create a god. Right.
Li Hanxing was a little dumbfounded. Didn't expect that the only god was himself?
Shushu's mansion in the Magic City was built by me one soldier at a time. Right.
After joking a few words, I browsed through the thousands of replies below. Before he knew it, the first game on the field had been played, and Li Hanxing hadn't even finished it yet. It wasn't until the players returned to the team base that Li Hanxing realized that the team had successfully won the game.
How about it, Brother Hanxing? Your performance today is impeccable.
Jacula began to get carried away again. Li Hanxing rolled his eyes, but he didn't hesitate to praise.
Not bad. Not bad. I played well today.
It's time to scold and praise. The semifinals are still going on, and Li Hanxing continues to browse other posts. There are also some fans in Wuhan, and the team members who have reached the top offline level go to the internet to post and show off. And the comments below are all kinds of jealousy, envy, and hate. MD, when I talk about anti-BA, I use the esports toilet. But everyone laughs at the maggot baby. Everyone is a maggot baby. Right? How on earth did you Dogecoins get to the top players? I walked around the Wuhan Sports Center for several times and didn't even touch them. As expected of Brother Hanxing. When it comes to appearance, I have to stay away from the edge for a while. Number 14. Finally, it's the day of the Demacia Cup finals. The 2 teams competing are Top and EDG. And there were rumors before the game. Deft and Pawn will not renew their contracts with EDG after their contracts expire, and will return to South Korea to find a team. This is also the last time that EDG will play together. The factory director who had been resting chose to replace the Big Prince in the finals. Love Loli appears as a project hosted by the Banana Project. This opening competition will still invite Terra, who is quite popular in major domestic live broadcast rooms, to perform as the opening guest. Li Hanxing met them when he was in the backstage passage. How to say? After all, they are a famous Korean girl group with good looks. When I watched various videos before, I thought they were very beautiful. And their offline looks are also very impressive. Although they all look like technology and ruthless work, they all have their own characteristics.
They even recognized Lee Han-shung. Esports has a very high status in South Korea. The annual income of top esports players, like Faker, is not worse than that of members of these girl groups. The incomes of the members of Korean girl groups are not as glamorous as they appear on the outside. The slave contract with the management company meant that they could not get any money in the first few years of their debut. Not to mention that there were often 5 to 6 people in a group. And there were so many people to share the money with. Lee Han-shung took the initiative to invite them to take a photo with him, which could be regarded as fulfilling a small wish of his previous life. He is just one of many fleshly people. MD! It's another day to indie Korean chaebols. Candy looked at the leading figures of Terra, who was wearing sexy performance clothes, and uttered a sentence that all men would sigh with emotion. I just regret that I am not a Korean chaebol. After a great performance, players from both sides quickly appeared on the stage. The Wuhan Sports Center was not fully open this time, but tens of thousands of spectators still came. Top fans occupy an absolute number. Even EDG, the most popular domestic club in the past few years, had to be defeated in terms of popularity when faced with Top, which won the S-League championship. The EDG players, who were used to having their fans outnumber their opponents, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when they saw the scene in the audience. The factory director laughed at himself. There were originally a lot of our fans among the top fans, but I kicked them into the top fan camp during the World Championships. It is human nature to be a fan of whoever wins the championship. Everyone has a strong mentality. What's wrong with liking the championship team? In this way, you can brag louder online. If the player I like is better than the player you like, it means I am better than you. This is a simple chain of contempt in the forum. Oh, do you like Minkai? Then you don't deserve to speak loudly in the forum. How dare you be rude? For 1396, RQQ failed. The horse stepped on the flying arrow. All of these will be thrown in your face, allowing you to break your defense directly. The game starts soon. Originally, everyone thought that EDG could give a symbolic resistance. And even when Deft and Pawn were about to part ways, it was not certain that the microcosm would break out and topple Top. But Top, with all the main players on the team, showed an extraordinary competitive state. Wrong. It shows the dominance of the world champion. EDG didn't even have room to fight back. The 3 games lasted 24 minutes, 26 minutes, and 22 minutes respectively. On average, the opponent was defeated in 24 minutes per game. You know this is EDG. It is already recognized as a team second only to the Top in domestic strength. But the result is such a big gap? Is it so outrageous? This is simply a match between the Brazilian team and the national football team. EDG really has no chance at all? Isn't this a terrible loss? Who can beat this Top team? Next year's championship is already guaranteed. Top really will never work overtime. But it ends too soon. Right? It's not satisfying at all. The next time I watch the game will be January next year. You, a stinky top 8 player, can fight against the champion for 20 minutes. Which is impressive enough. At the end of the game, Deft, who liked to cry, was sitting on the chair with a calm expression. This result strengthened his determination to return to Korea. If you continue to stay in the UPL, there is no hope of defeating Top. Returning to South Korea to form a luxurious galactic battleship is the best way. After the handshakes were completed, all Top members came to the stage to enjoy the cheers and applause of the audience. But after a brief celebration, everyone rushed backstage to change clothes. Because the annual award ceremony is about to begin. Project Banana is committed to integrating the pan-entertainment industry. And this time, they creatively invited many stars from outside the industry to attend the award ceremony. It just wants to link up the esports and entertainment circles and turn the players into traffic stars. Of course, we also want to attract some female fans in the entertainment industry to pay attention to the esports industry. Players from EDG, RNG and other teams all appeared on the red carpet. The effect is SOSO. The main reason is that esports players usually don't have much body management. And they don't spend much time taking care of their personal skin condition. What's even worse is wearing a suit. Suits particularly test a person's overall figure. When everyone in RNG appeared on the stage, they were both fat and skinny. Especially MLXG, who was as skinny as a stick. And the suit on his body looked baggy. It feels like someone's kid is wearing his dad's clothes. Does MLXG want to laugh me to death and inherit my Aunt Huabe? The lyrics of a song suddenly appeared in my mind. I combed my hair like an adult and put on a handsome suit. It's no wonder that others look down on the esports circle. Is it really just a bunch of crooked people? Let's just say that esports players also need to pay attention to their personal image.
when stars from the entertainment industry appeared on the red carpet. The long-legged Obamas and the long-legged female stars in evening gowns immediately formed a very sharp contrast. Top made his final appearance, which was mainly because changing clothes took a lot of time. But when Lee Han-sheng appeared, he obviously helped people in the esports circle regain a lot of ground. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, with perfect body proportions, coupled with daily fitness, Lee Han-sheng's figure can perfectly handle slim suits. Even when compared with the male stars on the scene, he is not inferior in any way, especially after winning the championship. He was at his most high-spirited moment. That high-spirited youthful spirit made him look so dazzling. The girls in the entertainment industry who originally came to see Gigi saw Lee Han-sheng appear, and their eyes instantly lit up. Ah, who can tell me? What is this boy's name? Isn't this too handsome? I really want him to give me a supermarket package. Nonsense. I should obviously hope that he is from Schwexien.com, so that he can check my academic qualifications. The atmosphere of the barrage suddenly became strange. There is also an additional hot search on Weibo. Hashtag who is the handsome esports boy. When I came to the contestants area and took my seat, Immortal Grip, Rendong, who was the host on the stage, had already started the process. The first award is the Rookie of the Year. The best newcomer last year was EDG's support Mako. This year's nominees include Elementary School Boy Scout and the Richest Man Soph. And Lee Han-sheng is no exception. Ah Shui and Shi Siming did not appear many times, so they were not nominated. There is almost no suspense about this award. When Mako on the stage opened the envelope, she showed a smile and said the ID that everyone expected. Congratulations, Noob! The scene was filled with thunderous applause, especially the fans in the rear auditorium area who made waves of loud noises to express their support for Lee Han-sheng. Lee Han-sheng also had a smile on his face. This award was expected. He led the team to complete the Grand Slam feat just 1 year after his debut. If the official dares to give the award to others, angry fans can smash them to pieces. Arriving on the stage, Lee Han-sheng delivered a formulaic acceptance speech. He didn't say anything risque either. After all, you'll be coming up later, right? The annual award ceremony is essentially about dividing the cake. As the best club last year, Top won the coveted First S championship in the LPL division. She is the baby in the official eyes. Moreover, the god-building movement is ongoing. As the next phase of the LPL competition that is about to be built, Lee Han-sheng, adding various titles to him as much as possible, is a very common method of god-building operations. Next up are the Club of the Year and Manager of the Year. No doubt, these two awards are still top Grand Slam throughout the year. Who can be more successful than the Top who achieved this achievement? And Gua Hao, who single-handedly built the Top championship lineup, is a well-deserved best manager. Everyone at Top immediately stood up and applauded in celebration. But the managers of various clubs focused their fiery eyes on Lee Han-sheng. This is the meat and potatoes in their eyes. Any team that wants to compete for the local championship next year has been instructed by the boss to try to poach Lee Han-sheng at all costs. If they can't poach Lee Han-sheng, they will have to poach 1 or 2 people from the Top championship lineup. Anyway, we must destroy Top's current lineup. At least we can't let Top continue to be so strong. Otherwise, how can other teams take the lead? The process of the following award ceremony is still going on. And basically all the awards are divided among the Top. And in the next best lineup, Top is the best lineup covering all 5 positions, including top laner, jungler, mid laner, shooter, and support, all from Top. At this time, Uzi's personal fame was not that great, mainly because the emergence of Lee Han-sheng sucked away a large number of fans and traffic from Pig and Dog, resulting in Pig and Dog not being as popular as they were originally. Otherwise, according to the official Urin, Uzi must be inserted into the best ADC. Then it triggered a wave of online quarrels among fans. Isn't this just proper traffic creation? In the past, Lee Han-sheng would also complain about the unfairness of the official selection of MVP. Later, after his experience increased, he understood that it was nothing more than the official method of deliberately creating traffic and creating conflicts. After all, when winning a game, everyone has different judgment standards in their mind. Some fans have a higher understanding of the game. Some have a lower understanding of the game. And some have pure fandom thinking and do not watch the game, but only look at the ID. If all the selections are reasonable, how can we create topics, and where will the traffic come from? Esports itself does not make money, but the huge traffic pool that comes with esports is the basis for attracting capital to continuously invest money. Tingjing knows this better than anyone. so they have to find ways to continuously create topics and traffic. But Top's performance this year was too dazzling, and Uzi first experienced the mid-jungle split 2.0 in QG in the spring split. After arriving at RNG, he also struggled, and they didn't dare to be so stubborn. The best head coach was awarded to White Crescent. The last and most important award is given to the player with the best performance of the year. There are quite a few shortlisted people. RNG's MLXG and Hunger Strike's Gank Machine have played a mainstay role in RNG's takeoff this year. Shuhu relies heavily on his help. The looper on the top lane is also inseparable from his help. And the bottom lane also needs his gank. Help free mana. EDG's deft. EDG's impressive record of 15 wins and 1 loss in the summer split is inseparable from Deft's super performance. Li Hansheng is naturally among them. He won 21 MVPs in the summer exhibition games, maintained a 100% winning rate in the summer games, had a terrifying battle loss ratio of 15.57, and averaged a 4,396 lead in match economy per game. Such exaggerated data caused a burst of screams from the audience at the contestants' bench. Although the final answer has not yet been revealed, everyone already knew the answer, and all looked at the calm Li Hansheng. The fans in the audience at the back had already taken the lead and started shouting the idea of noob regularly. The award presenter on the stage did not show off, showing a polite smile.
It seems that the award of this award is expected by everyone. The player who won the 2016 LPL MVP is Noob. Let us congratulate you again.
A close-up shot of Li Hansheng. The audience at the scene broke out into the most enthusiastic cheers so far at the award ceremony, and the sound went straight into the sky. It is indeed what everyone expected. Li Hansheng stood up and hugged his teammates one by one, then quickly came to the stage and received the trophy symbolizing the annual MVP. The trophies for individual awards are not too big. He raised the trophy with one hand and shook it, and then gave his acceptance speech.
Thank you everyone for your support along the way. First of all, I want to thank Brother Hao, who gave me the opportunity to enter the professional stage.
Opportunity. He has also paid a lot for the club. I also want to thank Brother Sheng. He and the entire coaching staff stayed up countless nights just to provide us with various data analysis. At the same time, I also want to thank my teammates. Without their sacrifices, there is no carrying performance as I did on the top lane. We are all a group of frustrated people, proving ourselves again. I will not forget the good times of this year. This will be a good memory in my personal career. Finally, I want to thank the fans who support me. Your support is the source of motivation for me to work hard on the court. Everyone knows that next year, the S competition will be held in our country. Although the road to winning the championship is difficult, my teammates and I will not give up. The moment of winning this year was very wonderful. I look forward to sharing the wonderful moment of winning the S Championship with you next year. We are determined to win the S7 World Championship. So, in the new year and new season, please continue to support us.
Such a domineering declaration. Let the atmosphere of the scene be stagnant. But then, there was a roar of cheers and applause. The audience at the scene kept shouting like crazy, and Li Hansheng's words once again ignited the passion in their chests. Chapter 269, the transfer period begins. The barrages in the live broadcast room are also flooding the screen like crazy. He really made me cry to death. Brothers, cry hard for me and show me the public screen to express my feelings. Is this the pattern of my brother Hansheng? Get another one. Won the S crown again. What you LCK can't do, I, LPL, can do. What you, the faker, can't do, I, noob, can do. Just for these words and this attitude, Van Hansheng good is really worth it. Other players at the scene were also affected by Li Hansheng's words. But can Top really win the championship again? Can they maintain their championship roster? Guihao had a smile on his face, but he was actually a little uneasy inside. These days, the parent company has approved a lot of money for him, but he has also received some rumors, knowing that people outside will spend all their money, crazy money, just to poach Li Hansheng. Although Li Hansheng has a gentleman's agreement with them, Top will be given priority. But the substantial benefits that should be brought out still have to be brought out. And at least Li Hansheng has to see his attitude. Right. He is now afraid that some lunatic will offer a price that is too much beyond market expectations, which is the so-called poison contract in the NBA industry. That is, the value of the contract far exceeds the player's own strength and commercial value. Certainly, according to the calculations by those business elites through various data models, The commercial value contained in Li Hansheng will not be lost even if the team is given a 100 million yuan contract. But the problem is, Li Hansheng alone accounts for so much of the salary.
How can others renew their contracts? Candy, Gao Dui, Imp, and Lu Mao are all champion members. Do they want a salary increase? The contracts of these people will all expire collectively. They will not be short of home. And those clubs that want to make a big splash next year will definitely extend an olive branch to them and provide them with very generous conditions. Just when Guihao was about to start talking to the players about contract renewal. As a result, I was struck by lightning at the beginning and was seriously impeded.
Brother Hao, I want to transfer.
Before Guihao could speak, Gu Xingbin expressed his thoughts.
Has a team contacted you?
Guihao was stunned for a moment, then asked,
The price is very high? There are indeed several teams that are interested.
Imp did not hide it.
But Wei is more inclined to go abroad. The main reason is that Wei does not want to play against Pinli and the others. There is currently no team in the LPL that can defeat Pinli. Wei has already won 2S tournaments. And Wei is the world's #1 ADC. No other Lanzi can get involved. It's time to enjoy it.
Gu Xingbin actually has a clear mind. If they stay in the LPL, Top will be an unavoidable hurdle. His departure may cause some turmoil for Top. But it's not like Top has no reserves of reserve talents. JackeyLove can perfectly replace his class. In this case, Top is still invincible in the LPL. If they stay in the LPL, they will have to compete with Top. Wouldn't it be very shameful to lose to your old club then? And the audiences here in East Asia are all pressure monsters. Don't you really think that if you say I won't spray you when you win the championship, you will get the right to be exempt from spraying forever? Right? Just kidding. Bro. The effect of the spray-free right lasted until December 31st of that year. And the new year is about to start. If you don't fight well, I'll still spray you. Leaving the LPL and LCK is the best choice. If you are purely considering money, go to North America. If you still want to enter the World Championship, consider going to Europe. Anyway, whether in North America or Europe, the training requirements are quite relaxed. And the public opinion of fans will not put too much pressure on the players. He is a 2-time world champion ADC. Going to competition regions like North America and Europe is just to help the poor through technology. Right? Li Hansheng had just come off the stage and looked at Imp with a confused look on his face.
Are you really going to North America?
Li Hansheng looked very surprised. But this was also in line with Imp's character. After working hard all your life and winning 2 championships to prove that you are the best, why can't you just enjoy it?
I don't know yet.
Imp shook his head.
But I have communicated with Piglet before. He said that North America is really easy. You can start enjoying the party just by playing rank once a week.
This result was probably within Li Hansheng's expectation. Again, not everyone can keep their desire for honor and self-discipline to maintain their super competitive state. Do players love League of Legends? When I first got into contact with it, it was definitely because of the most primitive love for games. But no matter how much you love it, it will change when it comes to your career. Let you play League of Legends at high intensity for more than 10 hours every day. One day, you will be very happy. A week, you will feel nothing. And a month, you will start to notice something is wrong. And even feel a little disgusted. What about a year? It is true that Imp is top-notch talent. But no matter how talented he is, he still needs a lot of practice to maintain his competitive status. Even so, Guihao had better take the team members to the hotel they had booked in advance and finish the celebration banquet first. Taking an Imp will not mess up Top's position. After all, they have JackeyLove as plan B. JackeyLove's talent is obvious to all. And he can also be very impressive in the rare games he plays. Although we don't know exactly how the S7 version will change. One thing is certain. Riot's future improvement direction will definitely not allow ADC to have too much status. Because in any version with a strong traditional ADC, professional teams will choose to slow down the tempo and slow down the development of shooters. After all, shooters who rely on flat A to deal continuous damage are the ones with the smoothest and most stable output in the team. The fault tolerance rate is also the highest. In order to win in the professional arena, don't you just pursue a high error tolerance rate? But the boring, slow-paced game was beyond Riot's expectations. Riot's changes have always been to encourage confrontation and increase bloodshed between teams, rather than boring line-switching operations. The decline in tactical status means that the requirements for the ADC position are not as high as before. JackeyLove itself is a talent monster, which is enough to make up for the vacancy left by Imp. However, Guihao couldn't care about this at this time. His top priority was to negotiate the contract extension with Li Hansheng first. As long as Li Hansheng was the backbone of the team, Top can maintain core competitiveness. The day after the German Cup ended, all Top members returned to the Magic City. The main reason is that there is still some time before the Chinese New Year, and the 2017 Spring Split schedule is about to be announced. There will definitely be a few games before the end of the year. It is also the transfer period, and the players naturally have to stay in the Magic City. Say it again. Metropolises with richer nightlife are obviously more attractive to young people. Guihao went directly to Li Hansheng to express his intention.
Hansheng, let's talk about your contract extension,
Guihao said directly.
Okay.
Li Hansheng nodded.
I've been waiting for you to find me. Don't worry. I will never treat you badly.
Guihao was full of confidence. What he got from the head office was absolutely unprecedented.
15 million a year. This does not include various bonus terms. And your personal live broadcast contract can be negotiated with a live broadcast platform by yourself. There is no need to bundle it with the team. And you will get 5% of the club's shares.
If the first two are reasonable, the third is a bombshell. Players who can enjoy this kind of treatment. As far as Li Hansheng knew, only SKT's Faker and EDG's director had such treatment. Look at the experiences of these two people. Faker. That is the team's meritorious service cultivated by SKT himself. The sign of the competition area and even the living sign of the game League of Legends. Helping the SKT club attract countless fans around the world. Factory director. Although everything was broken at that time. And it was very unpleasant to leave tonight. And it could even be regarded as his black spot. You can't deny that this EDG was created by him and Abramovich. He is one of the veterans of the team. If he hadn't been, the club EDG may not even be able to be formed. Now, it took Li Hansheng just 1 year to achieve such a status. In addition to Top's emphasis on him, what's more important is his commercial value. It goes without saying much about commercial value. But competitive status? How can Top not know how outrageous Li Hansheng's competitive state is? They know better than anyone else that the version cannot limit Li Hansheng's performance at all. He is at his peak age. Unless Li Hansheng himself falls. But would a man who practices for an average of 16 hours a day surrender to himself? Will a self-deprecating person speak out and want to win the second S crown?
Of course. The club will also help you develop personal commercial endorsements. Nowadays, many well-known brands want to sign endorsement contracts with you. I even think that your kid will be selected into the new Forbes Under 30 Elite list. Hey.
Li Hansheng smiled.
Who knows? I am happy to sign the contract. But there is a small condition. Can Brother Hao ask someone from the parent company to help me with my connections? I want to buy a house in Shanghai. Big mansion. That's no problem.
Guihao agreed happily. With Li Hansheng's current income and the potential income that can be expected in the future, buying a luxury house is really not a big deal. Seeing Li Hansheng sign his name on the latest contract, Guihao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Hansheng could negotiate, it would be easy for others to negotiate. Jackie Love, Gao Tianliang, and Shi Siming are all here for Li Hansheng. As long as Li Hansheng doesn't leave, they will most likely stay. Now we only need to consider negotiating the contracts of several other major players. However, the good mood didn't last long. Even Guihao didn't go to find the team members. But Bai Yueya took the initiative to find him.
Brother Hao.
Bai Yueya apologized.
I may have to pursue new challenges in the new season. Oh?
Guihao's eyes widened. The players didn't leave. But the head coach ran away first?
You know it's so smooth.
Bai Yueya said concisely.
I almost won this as championship while lying down. My personal pursuit is not like this. So I want to change the team. Challenge again. And start again. My personal ability is not enough to lead the team to win the S championship again.
After all, White Crescent Moon's reasons are pretty much the same as everyone else's. It is too difficult to win the championship again. In a club like Top, you will face huge pressure when you set such a goal. The coach is a scapegoat. Not to mention that his BP is really not very good. Many times he relies on the players' personal abilities to force victory. It is also a good choice for him to cash out as a champion coach quickly.
Okay.
Although it was hard to accept, Guihao decided to respect his choice. But Bai Yueya's next words made him unable to remain calm anymore.
At that time, if possible, I will take 2 people away from the team. Ahem. If the players also have the intention to transfer, please don't stop me. Brother Hao.
Bai Yueya said these words with some embarrassment. No way. Being a champion coach is not enough. He also needs to cultivate his direct lineage. And as a top coach, he knows better than anyone how useful this group of players is. Guihao stared at it dumbfounded, then gritted his teeth and said,
Come on! Come on! Tell me who it is! He's actually staring at our top poachers!
Naturally, Bai Yueya didn't dare to reveal it yet, so he could only apologize in embarrassment. But Guihao quickly learned everything through his own news channels. We, which has been marketing the Poor B character design, suddenly announced that it has signed a cooperation agreement with ZNZF. ZNZF will use 2,000 E to invest in the construction of esports-related industries. As soon as this news came out, it caused thousands of waves. Li Hansheng was shocked when he learned about it. Is this the chain reaction of winning the championship? People who would have entered the market originally started to enter the market in advance. The purpose of ZNZF is simple: attract young people. As a city in the inland west, economic development is far less attractive to young people than in the Pearl River Delta. So we can only follow the route of becoming an internet celebrity city like Chengdu. The esports community is almost all young people. As a veteran esports club in China, we has always been popular. This is equivalent to accurately targeting young people with an advertisement. All of the 200 billion funds will definitely not be given to we. But 1 in 2,000 will be 100 million. Many clubs' annual operating expenses are less than 100 million. So, with a bulging wallet, we began their crazy coin spending behavior. This chain reaction soon led to reactions from other clubs. IG Su Xiaoluo saw that he was unable to buy Li Hansheng, and he didn't know where he got the news that Gu Shengbin intended to leave. So he directly offered an annual salary contract worth 10 million. RNG also made some moves. On the one hand, it secretly hooked up with Lu Mao, and on the other hand, it sent invitations to the support section of the VG Club. Fans of Uzi will certainly be familiar with Xiao Duan. This is Uzi's royal support. The two of them are killing each other in the rank. They are also the best dog concubine candidates in the eyes of many dog fans. Not only that, we also started to show off. They began to hook up with Candy and LV Mao. Zero was old, and they needed to find a young and reliable assistant for their brother-in-law. While Wu Shuang proved to be useless, we also need to find a suitable jungle helper for Xia. Various news during the transfer period also caused fans to start making various YYs. And top fans were worried. After all, most of the news coming out right now, all the clubs are trying to hook up with the top players. And even their own coaches are being considered. I have to be worried when I go to bed, for fear that when I wake up the next day, the house will be demolished, let alone the house collapse. Chapter 270: The Bustling Transfer Period. Fortunately, although various gossips are emerging one after another, Top's official blog has not released any news so far. After all, everything is based on the club's official Weibo news. No matter how true other rumors are, they don't count. Originally, Li Hansheng planned to broadcast live. After winning the championship, the top team has yet to conduct any live broadcast. The Demacia Cup and the annual official awards ceremony are their first public appearances after returning to China. But the teammates are all enjoying the holidays with peace of mind. Li Hansheng doesn't want to eat the traffic of his first championship alone. So he simply waits patiently for his teammates to discuss the time together before starting the broadcast. During this period of time, he was also watching the transfer periods of various major competitions, just like the masses. However, the transfer news of Gu Shengbin seems to be starting to gain some clues. Although he has decided to leave the team, he is still staying at Top's team base. Guihao does not have this pattern.
Hey, IG contacted me and wanted me to play ADC. In fact, it's not unreasonable to play with Rookie. Rookie is still very strong. But when I thought about the jungler being Lanzi, a kid, I knew this team wouldn't be able to do it. I hope.
Gu Shengbin was talking to Li Hansheng about the various invitations he had received in the past few days.
EDG also invited Wa, promising absolute core treatment. But Wa feels that they still can't beat you. Can't win top. And staying in the LPL is meaningless.
Gu Shengbin also wants to save face. And he is also very aware of the irritability of the audience in the LPL competition area. I took the initiative to leave top, only to lose the match against my old club on the field. Some fans will deliberately discuss me, so it would be better to stay away.
Then have you decided where to go?
Li Hansheng was a little curious.
North America? Or Europe? Still hesitating.
Gu Shengbin was a little distressed.
TSM offered me a 250W contract.
Well, the contract price in North America is calculated in US dollars. 250W, which is 1500W per year when converted into RMB. This contract is equivalent to more than double the price of Gu Shengbin's current top contract.
Good guy.
Li Hansheng couldn't help but widen his eyes.
North America is really not short of money. G2 also contacted me. Huh?
Li Hansheng was stunned at first. And then he realized something was wrong.
G2's top jungler is a Korean aide. Why do they still want to play 3 Korean aides? No.
Gu Shunbin explained.
Except for Perks in the middle. All the other 4 players of G2 have been officially announced to have left the team. Their boss personally told me that they have found a good candidate. H2K's jungler Jankos. European Snake's top laner Wunder. Hey, are you planning to bring out the Galaxy battleships from the entire LCS.EU division?
Li Hansheng joked with a smile.
That's not bad. With such a team composition, wouldn't it be a random killing in the European division? But the money is small.
Zhu Shunbin shook his head. If it was purely based on the strength of the team, why would he leave top? Didn't he just want to take a good rest when he left top? And use the title of world champion to make more money?
He
said with a smile, which was very similar to the mouse sound effect of his champion skin.
Wu has already informed TSM about G2's contact with Wu. Let's see if they will increase the price in the future. By the way, let's see if there will be a team in the LPL with a high price that I like. Okay.
Li Hansheng joked with a smile.
Perfect integration. Right. You have learned to wait for the price.
Europe and the United States are not willing to deal with it. After learning this news, TSM must not increase its offer? Maybe. If the orangutan captain has a hot idea, he can directly offer Gu Shunbin a contract worth 2,000 WRMB. The North American veteran is really not short of money. But various domestic clubs have begun to officially announce the departure of Korean players. Top first posted on Weibo that Imp had left the team, which attracted heated discussions among many fans. Isn't it? Poo-poo. Do you really want to leave? Although Jackie Love is very talented, can he really fill the vacancy left by Poo-poo? Woo woo woo. Goodbye. The #1 ADC in the world in my mind. Where will Puff go? I really can't accept him playing top in other LPL teams. Could it be that he wants to return to Korea? What are you thinking about? Puff. Even if I go to North America, I will never return to Korea in this life. Followed by RNG's 2 Korean players, Looper and Mata, also officially announced their departure from the team. The news that Mata is returning to South Korea has long been a buzz. Uzi fans are celebrating with joy. This idiot is finally gone. Will the puppy finally have a normal assistant? MD. As long as the support is normal. How can the puppy not be able to beat the bang in the lane? When Speaker Zyra finally left? I have long said that he must leave. Just ask if you don't understand. Isn't it called Mata? Why are you all calling me? Because Mata doesn't have a mother. Do you understand that I call her her? And here is EDG. In the end, they failed to retain Deft. And General Pon, who had been snatched away from his main position by his junior, was naturally unable to stay. The two decided to return to Korea to find a team and play Brother LOL together. However, EDG played a wave of tricks. At the same time that Pon and Deft left the team, they posted another Weibo post, Clear Love, to disconnect. Now the fans are completely confused. Is the director going to retire? Without even giving them time to speak to persuade them to stay, EDG sent out a new message.
Newcomer Xiao 7. Clear Love 7 is officially launched. Only then did everyone realize that it was actually Minkai who wanted to change his ID to correspond with the S7 season and seek good luck for his new season. Suddenly, several wealthy domestic clubs had vacancies in their lineups, which only intensified fans' jealousy over their team's new lineups. Top fans are the most calm. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jackie Love will perfectly replace Imp. What they are more concerned about is whether there will continue to be personnel changes. Compared with the undercurrent of the transfer period in the LPL, the transfer periods in other divisions have just begun and are in full swing. First of all, here in the European division, as soon as the transfer period started, the other 4 players who were kicked out of G2 began to criticize the boss Lucas, saying that he was dishonest. But Lucas wouldn't care so much and made the official announcement immediately. The H2K jungler Jankos and the European Snake's top laner who shined in the S6 World Championship. And Lucas also publicly stated that the club is chasing a shooter who has won the World Championship honor. This is almost a statement. The champion ADCs of S1 and S2 have all retired, and Piglet has long been assimilated by North American Robbie, perfectly integrating into the segment. Aren't there just Imp and Bang left now? Of these two, it was clear that only Imp would leave the team. When they thought about Imp possibly joining, every audience in the European division was extremely excited. But before they could be happy too early, Their rival TSM also publicly stated that the team is in contact with a shooter who has won the World Championship honor, and there is a high probability that they will win it. The North American audience was immediately ecstatic. In this imp battle, they seemed to be about to defeat their mortal enemy. It wasn't just Perks who performed a one-kick for. In the LCK division, the old captain of the KT team, Score, also performed a one-kick for. After the Kespa Cup in Korea, which is similar to the Demacia Cup, KT announced that all members except jungler Score would leave the team. And Rockstager Club also officially announced that all players' contracts had expired and the club would be disbanded. The entire LCK division is in complete chaos. It's no wonder that Deft and Mana, a group of Korean aid players who went abroad, chose to return home. In the past few years, the three teams SKT, KT, and Rockstager have been the three mountains that have dominated the LCK league and blocked other competitors. Now SKT has officially announced that Benji has left the team. Rockstager has even been disbanded. And KT is almost on the verge of disbanding as well. When I return to China at this time, I will definitely be able to form a galactic battleship that is quite good on paper. The European and American divisions were the first to detonate the transfer market. TSM made a high-profile announcement. Imp and Looper, two old teammates who played for Samsung White during S4, will join forces with TSM in the new season. TSM will form North America's first Galaxy battleship in the S7 season. Looper, Pilsen, Imp, the luxurious 3CS are in charge. TSM in the new season is indeed worth looking forward to. Lee Hansheng also learned from Imp that TSM would increase his salary to 3 million in one breath. He no longer had any reason to refuse. And he had his old acquaintance Looper as his companion. So he immediately agreed. One comment is the most outrageous. TSM is finally no longer Bjergsen and his four real-life teammates. But Rookie's bad treatment is still continuing. Principal One can do something. As for G2, although they failed to hook up with Gu Xingbin, they also figured out a reason. The bottom lane in the East Asia division is really easy to use. So they set their sights on the LCK division. First, it announced that it would cut off the legendary player who from the North American team GCU, the god of support, and a generation of support Madlife named M. The CJ team was relegated in this year's LCK, and then announced that all its players had been terminated, including the support, god Madlife. Later, on the recommendation of Madlife, he recruited new ADC player Teddy from the Jets. The bottom lane duo is all about a tacit understanding. The two Koreans are at least naturally barrier-free in terms of language communication, and their Madlife reputation is well known. Teddy is his favorite shooter, so there is a high probability that there will be no problems. In this way, G2 has also formed a very good lineup. I couldn't get Imp, but I got the support god Madlife, which made the European audience quite satisfied. And before the All-Star game comes, there are also endless transfer news in the LCK, and the audience is excited to see it. The reorganized KT team first hooked up with Mana, who originally wanted to find Ju Xingbin to renew their relationship. But Gu Xingbin's response is also very true. Who are you sending beta to? If you don't make any money with your knife, why don't you accompany me back to Korea to eat shit? There was no other way. Mata could only do the next best thing and invite Deft over. General Pawn, who played Brother LOL with Deft, also joined KT. They were all old acquaintances of each other and recognized each other's strength. So the main framework was immediately determined. Later, they went out together to find Rockstager's top laner Smeb, promising various conditions and promising to be the core of the strategy. When Smeb thought about it, Score was also a jungler who liked to help the top lane, and KT's current lineup was also very strong. So he agreed immediately. When Smeb, Mata, Deft, and Pawn officially announced that they had joined the KT team at the same time, the response from the audience in the entire LCK region was explosive. Audiences in the LPL division are also worried that such a Galaxy battleship will become the biggest competitor of the LPL. SKT originally wanted to hook up with Peanut, but Peanut considered that SKT did not match his style. Alright. This was actually the result of Lee Hansheng's private communication with him. Lee Hansheng still couldn't bear to see the high-spirited Peanut being wasted in SKT. So he gave him a pertinent suggestion. This made Peanut make up his mind. He finally officially announced that he would join the LZ team together with Xianming, the bottom laner. In this way, he will form a midfield combination with BDD, who has the first disaster in the Korean server and is known as Faker's successor. Not being able to partner with a real Faker, but being paired with a little Faker isn't so bad. After SKT failed to hook up with Peanut, they invited Cuz,
a super passerby in the Korean server and known as the world's best excavator, to join the team to fill the gap left by Benji. And in order to compete with Lee Han-sheng, he searched for super carry top laners all over the world. In the end, his eyes were fixed on Huni, who had gained a certain reputation in the European and American competitions, and he invited this former 3-star youth training player over. As for Duke, after officially announcing his departure from SKT, he has not found his next home yet. The transfer news from all major competition regions and the formation of various galactic battleships have made the audience in the LPL division excited and worried at the same time. And more often than not, they also complained. Damn it. All the LPL teams are hacking bastards. Right? Who can hold your breath better? CNM? Who are you torturing? It would be nice to let some news out. Labor and management are really convinced. Why are you hiding this bad transfer news? Fans are so impatient to know all the transfer trends. But the clubs just stand still. Are the clubs not interested? No. It was Tingjing officials who requested the club not to announce the transfer news in advance. Mainly for traffic. The transfer period is so long. If all kinds of transfer news are announced in advance, who will discuss it? Like now. Although no transfer news has been announced, the internet is hotly discussed every day, and the fans are even arguing among themselves. This is what Tingjing hopes to see. Just let the fans keep making noise, and keep making noise, so that LPL officials can maintain the popularity. After the All-Star game starts, the LPL spring racing will start immediately, and there will not be any window period in between. Lee Han-sheng is not just taking advantage of others. Gua Hao would ask him to talk to him about the latest situation from time to time.
The market conditions in the transfer market this year are really outrageous.
Gua Hao kept shaking his head and complaining.
These people really just want to mess around with money. They feel that money is not money. It's normal.
Lee Han-sheng smiled.
When capital comes in, people can afford it. Besides, next year's World Championship will be held in China, and the traffic will only be more terrifying than this year. Besides, our parent company's financial statements are extremely enviable. That doesn't destroy the market like this.
Gua Hao sighed.
Do you know how much money we paid to Candy and Lumao? How much?
Lee Han-sheng asked curiously.
It shouldn't exceed 500 W. Can't you be bolder?
Gua Hao rolled his eyes.
Candy 800 W. Lumao 600 W.
This, Lee Han-sheng was also dumbfounded to know. The majority of the team's salary is the double C. That is, the middle and lower players. With Lee Han-sheng as an example, teams are now gradually beginning to pay attention to the top laner. However, Nosuk's salary is basically not too high. The main reason is that these two positions do not have too many resources. He can control the rhythm in the early stage, but he is still more of a tool player. Wezfu gave a total of 1400 W. Doesn't he really regard money as money with the investment of ZNZF?
Hey, it's other people investing anyway, and we are used to being poor, so they just spend a lot of money. Besides, the main structure of their lineup is still there. They just need to add Nosuk,
Gua Hao explained.
And everyone understands the truth. Either you spend money directly, spend a lot of money, or you don't spend a penny. Spend half of it and don't spend it. And make yourself unable to get better, or worse, is the most stupid behavior.
This is the truth. And Lee Han-sheng agrees with it. Lee Han-sheng knows this club and he has indeed been digging into Sosu. It is known as a wealthy club. But what it does is not the things of a wealthy club. Whenever the lineup is improving a bit, they are just not willing to invest heavily, which makes the team suffer every time.
Does that mean Xiong Renjie and Lu Mao are leaving?
Lee Han-sheng asked.
Yes.
Gua Hao nodded.
It just so happens that when Bo and Shi Saming are playing together, if we are playing jungle, do you have any good candidates?
Jackie Love and Ming played last year, so it wouldn't be too outrageous to let them take over. But Gao Tianliang had never played in a game. Gua Hao had to recruit a new jungler. He originally wanted to recruit Peanut directly, but when he thought that Peanut's Chinese was not good, he had to wait for him to learn Chinese. Depth if these people live and die without learning Chinese, then their investment will be in vain? Not every Korean player like Imp, Rookie, Doim, Scout, etc. will actively integrate into the LPL. More Korean players actually regard themselves as pure mercenaries. Apart from Candy, the only jungler who can be named is MLXG.
Right. There's nothing else? Bai Xing won't let him go.
Gua Hao shook his head.
Do you know how much RNG spent to buy VG's auxiliary section? How many? 600 W. Good guy and Lu Mao, the champion support, Have the same price. Right.
Li Hansheng was completely dumbfounded.
The main reason is that Uzi strongly recommended it to the team. And the two of them performed really well in the ranks. I can only say that for next year's S7, everyone is going crazy and spending money at all costs.
In the final analysis, it is the world line changes brought about by Li Hansheng leading top to win the championship. The early entry of capital has changed everything. Even Li Hansheng would not be surprised if Tingjing announced to join the alliance in advance.
What about EDG?
Li Hansheng asked next.
Deft is gone. They won't be indifferent. Right. I heard that they have discovered a super newcomer who is as talented as Winball. A while ago, Abu even greeted us and said that their young AD is not old enough. He hopes that we will turn a blind eye.
This is the tacit understanding between the clubs. When Jackie Love came on the scene, other clubs didn't say anything. Now EDG wants to recruit a newcomer who is not old enough. Naturally, the other teams had to turn a blind eye.
It is said that EDG is still trying to poach Snake's Holy Spear brother to supplement its top laner.
Guo joked with a smile.
Today's teams are paying more and more attention to the top laner. And this is all the change you have brought about.
This timeline is getting more and more outrageous.
What about IG?
Li Hansheng asked next.
As the first rich second generation to join the game, Principal One didn't say anything? Yes.
Guo replied.
Rookie's contract expires this year. The condition for renewing the contract is that IG must strengthen the lineup. If Rookie does not renew the contract, I will have made an offer long ago.
Oh. Li Hansheng nodded.
Who did you buy? Originally, they planned to use Auxiliary Ben to exchange top order with we. But didn't we buy Green Hair? The deal also fell through. However, WE's top orderer, the Shy, is a newcomer who is known as one of the 3 major ravens in the Korean server. Someone who the Rookie is particularly optimistic about. IG seems to be prepared to pay directly for Theshi's contract. And Theshi's family members are more inclined to play games on IG. The Shy himself is also a fan of Rookie.
We as Leg Brother 957. So naturally there is no place for the Shy. So it is also a good choice to cash out in time.
Then IG seems to have bought a new guy from PDD's YM team. His name is Ning. Right. He will play ADC in the team.
Poof, Li Hansheng, who was drinking water, almost choked himself.
What? Ning? Playing ADC?
Li Hansheng looked surprised. But he realized it after recalling it carefully. When Ning first joined YM, he actually played the bottom lane with Ming. It was after they lost the game in the S7 LSPL that Ning switched to the jungle. Moreover, this little guy is a hardcore jerk who wants to go to IG to play games for no salary.
Then their jungler is still a kid wandering around. Well, the performance of the child Yushin is not bad. The main reason is that he can really help Rookie build an advantage. People give him the nickname Benji.
After getting to know the situation of the competitors, only then did Li Hansheng start to seriously think about his club's lineup. With Imp, LV Mao and Kong D leaving, only himself and Gao Dui remained on the team. There is no reliable jungler on the market. In other words, 2 old men and 3 new men. Although the 3 newcomers are all talented, people need time to grow. And it is obviously not normal to expect them to reach the top from the beginning.
If we can't find a suitable jungler in the new season, we will have to let newcomers play.
Guo was also in a dilemma.
It's not impossible,
Li Hansheng said.
But we need to find a reliable coach. You have to keep Woohoo and Guba. Don't let Brother Sheng take away the coaching staff. Our coaching staff is in the LPL division is second to none. Don't worry.
Guo waved his hand.
I have already arranged the contract renewals for them and several other Korean coaches. But now we are short of a head coach. Why don't you ask VG's head coach? He has no problem whether he is training new players or BP on the field. How about you come with me to contact the other party?
Guo suggested.
Actually, I have also contacted but he also has his own concerns. He doesn't like coaching a team like ours that has already produced results. Not to mention that there is an absolute core like you in the team. What he wants is to completely control the team. So I guess you will have to come forward in this matter. And we need to be quick. Click to find him. We seems to be contacting him too.
As a time traveler, Li Hansheng also has a certain understanding of There is no doubt about this man's ability. VG, we, and JD all achieved the best results in their respective clubs under his leadership. But expensive. Of course. Being expensive is not his shortcoming. It is the shortcoming of a poor club. People are expensive for a reason. And is the kind of person who knows how to retreat bravely. Once the team he leads reaches the limit he determines, he will withdraw in time. Because after the peak comes the trough. There is no need for him to destroy his own brand. Then it's very picky. He likes to pick the kind of rebuilt team, so that he can get the absolute right to speak. Everyone will follow his instructions, improve little by little, and then usher in a qualitative leap and hit the best results. If you don't want to come to top, you have concerns. This is human nature. Last year's top was so successful. This year's goal is to win the championship again. But Riot's urine is to weaken the championship team in various ways. And carry the championship debuff to win again? Even if SKT can't do it, it will be difficult for top. Next is Lee Hansheng, a player who has a transcendent status in the team. Has been in the LPL for a few years, and knows the LPL very well. The status of star players must be higher than that of the head coach. If there is a conflict between the two, it must be the head coach. These are the reasons why he is unwilling to coach at top. Logically speaking, we has Candy and Lemao, and they are also difficult to discipline. But different. Candy and Lemao are understated even in the top. The natural drawback of Nozook's position is that S6 is indeed suitable for jungle play. But Candy is not that kind of wild core play. So naturally he did not get too much. In terms of attention, thinks he can control these two people. The other three members of Lee have proven their strength last year. Now that the lineup has evolved, it is clear that they want to achieve results, which is also in line with habit of choosing a team. Okay, go ahead. Lee Hansheng nodded. No way. There are too many newcomers in the team. So we must find a coach like who is good at training players. If the team maintains its original lineup, Lee Hansheng will definitely recommend Guihao to invite Shiritong Zukai. Because there are no running-in problems with the original lineup. The head coach only needs to think about how to inject blood into the players, so that they can continue to be full of desire for the championship. Fortunately, has not returned to Korea yet. So Guihao found him quickly. In order to show his sincerity, Guihao specially arranged to meet at a restaurant that cooks Korean food. In addition to Lee Hansheng, he also brought a Korean translator. As soon as it comes up, Guihao expressed his intention. I still want you to think about it again. Noob also has something to say to you. Did not refuse directly, but looked at Lee Hansheng, waiting for Lee Hansheng to speak. I know your concerns. After winning the championship, this top team will be expected by too many fans, and I can understand that there will be a lot of pressure. If it were me, facing the invitation of a team that has just achieved great achievements, I will think about rejecting it. As soon as Lee Hansheng came on board, he first empathized with and told him about his difficulties. I know it's difficult to win the championship again, but completing such a difficult goal makes you even more great. Right. Being the first head coach to lead a team to win the championship again is a great attraction for you. Powerful. Right. And our team has had a lot of personnel changes. It can be regarded as a brand new team. There are many new people. You don't need to worry about the authority within your team. I will take the lead in cooperating with your arrangements. Even if you ask me to make sacrifices for tactics, I will accept it without hesitation. You can let me play as a tank top laner or let me withstand pressure. As for remuneration, Brother Hao will also pay you a very generous remuneration. Definitely the highest salary in the industry. Guihao on the side looked at Lee Hansheng, who was talking eloquently, and couldn't help but feel surprised. I muttered in my heart. This guy is obviously not that big. So how can he negotiate with others in such a way? First, empathize. Then point out the team's strengths. Then lower your stance to show your cooperation. And finally give benefits. Even if I talk to him myself, I can't come up with better words. Looked at Lee Hansheng with great interest. There were indeed many teams that invited him. But Top was the only one that invited star players from the team to work as lobbyists, and lowered their profile to persuade him. No doubt. Lee Hansheng's sincere attitude indeed aroused a certain interest in him. A championship lineup has been dismantled. And now Top's strength has been greatly affected. Why should I accept a team whose strength has dropped significantly? Asked. It is true that the strength has declined. Lee Hansheng was not harsh. But on the other hand, the exodus of a large number of personnel means that this is a brand new team. What ideas and tactical concepts do you have? You can just do it in such a situation. Do you want to express your ambitions on a new team? And they are all very talented players. If anyone disobeys you, I will help you deal with them. The smile on face grew wider. What about the treatment? Don't worry about the treatment. I've heard that you don't accept gambling contracts. Lee Hansheng explained directly. The LPL division currently does not invest much in the soft power of the team, such as the coaching staff. The position of most of the coaching staff is still to take the blame and order takeout.
A slightly more famous coach will sign a betting contract with the team. The better the team's performance, the more rewards the coach will receive. This was what Gui Hao thought at the beginning. But Li Hansheng knew that would not accept a betting contract. Even later, was the only coach in the LPL who could get a high salary without signing a betting contract. In Li Hansheng's words,
since we want to show sincerity, we must show it fully and show the team's absolute trust in him.
Li Hansheng raised a finger.
100W.
Shook his head.
The contract offered by we is much higher than this price.
No. 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 Li Hansheng smiled and shook his head.
1000W. There is no agreement on any terms. No need to gamble. No matter what results you lead the team to achieve in the end, it will be at this price.
This time, could no longer maintain this calm demeanor. The price offered by we for him is 500W per year, which is double for Top. At his age, there is no such thing as a love for games.
It is just a job. Everything is subject to the actual benefits obtained. Have to say, Top is impeccable in both the price he gave and the sincerity he showed.
For this reason, I don't think I have any reason to refuse.
Smiled and extended his hand.
I look forward to cooperating with you in the new season. Happy cooperation.
Li Hansheng smiled and extended his hand. Chapter 271 Premiere after winning the championship. A 1000W contract is offered to a coach. If anyone heard this, they would feel at a loss and think Top must be crazy. But Gui Hao didn't care. The departure of Imp, Candy, and Lu Mao at least helped the team save nearly 30 million salary space. Although Jackie Love, Ming and Gao Tianliang have all signed new contracts, the prices are limited. Jackie Love's new contract annual salary seems to be only 2 million. Shi Siming seems to be close to 1 million. And Gao Tianliang's is even lower, only a few 100,000. The parent company approved a large amount of money for him, but he was not allowed to put the money in his bank account to earn interest. He had to spend it to ensure the team's performance in the new season. There are so many new players in the team. We cannot rely solely on the talents of the players and let them grow wildly. Having a qualified and reliable coach who can provide certain guidance can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Riot has made it clear that the S7 season will increase the number of bans from 6 to 10 bans. In addition to higher requirements for the players' hero pools, there are also higher requirements for coaches at the BP level. After negotiating the salary with the two parties also formally signed the contract, which also indicates that has now officially become a member of Top. Gui Hao did not forget to explain the situation to him.
There are too many young people in the team now, so you have to put more thought into making these young people grow up quickly. There is absolutely no problem with their talents. I will think of a way. But first, we have to see how the S7 version goes.
Is not in a hurry. He still plans to wait until the version is officially finalized, and the team plays a few training games, so that he can collect enough samples, and understand the characteristics of each player before making arrangements. After the two parties signed the contract, Top still kept it secret, and did not announce the news immediately in order to cooperate with the official. After negotiating these, all Top members really had a short break. But they still had to cooperate with Douyu for the first broadcast after winning the championship. Douyu is eager to start broadcasting as soon as Top wins the championship, so as to maximize profits. After all, when Top wins the championship, it is also the time when the audience is most excited and excited. When people are excited, they will have some irrational consumption behaviors. It's also normal. But Top keeps dragging it on, and Douyu can't do anything about it. There is no legitimate reason to drag it on until now. The first contract between the two parties has not yet expired. The popularity and revenue of the first broadcast after winning this championship will become a reference data for Douyu. This resulted in a second quotation for Top, and other platforms were eager to try it out to see what the conversion rate was. It's about to enter the 17th year. The live broadcasting industry is also about to enter the end of crazy money-burning investment. Although it will still compete with other platforms by offering high prices to compete for people, it is undoubtedly more cautious about awarding big contracts than at the beginning, and it has begun to consider the issue of repayment. First, it is to downplay the role of free fish balls, and then it is reported that a VIP system will be launched, and certain privileges can be obtained according to different levels. In the final analysis, users are encouraged to spend money, and some small anchors have already received the rule. There may be performance appraisals in the future, especially female anchors. They must receive a certain amount of gifts every day to get their full salary, etc. None of this has anything to do with Top. After all, Douyu and other platforms are still just trying it out. And most of the users of male anchors themselves are prostitutes. The basic mode is, the male game anchors create fans for the platform, while the female anchors create revenue for the platform.
Everyone, please be energetic. The live broadcast will be broadcast later. Gao Tianyang, why do you have so little time? I told you in advance that you should get a fresher haircut. With your hair so long.
You can see the screen clearly. You can't even wash your hair. It's so messy. Go wash your hair.
Gao Tianyang, who had a square head and square brain, got up to wash his hair reluctantly. He really didn't care much about his personal image. Li Hansheng looked around again. Everyone else was ready. And then he nodded with satisfaction. The agreed live broadcast time is at 8 o'clock. And Douyu has already started promoting it early. The live broadcast room numbers of each team member were determined as early as a week ago. Li Hansheng specifically asked for 7777. Coincidentally, the current number of followers in his live broadcast room is 777W. The screen is black even though it has not started yet. But the displayed popularity value has exceeded the 400W mark. The barrage densely occupied the entire screen. Open the door! Open the door! Brother Hansheng has changed. When he wins the championship, he becomes a star. Right. Just forget about the brothers. Right. Ah! Release my husband quickly. Room number changed. 7777. Lil B is hinting at Chi Jiang again. Right. Ha ha. When the factory director sees this room B number, will he immediately go offline to gank Brother Hansheng? Jackie Love was sitting next to Li Hansheng. When he came over to take a look, he couldn't help but gasp.
Good guy, Brother Hansheng. You are not as popular as anyone else. And with your room number, are you deliberately pranking me? Chi Jiang?
Clear Love 7. When the director switched to this ID, he became famous again inexplicably. Black and red are also red, but they are ridiculed more. Then he was in the
Fengnan Beijiang
picture. His level increased, and he was promoted to
Jiang.
In the name of Chi Jiang, along with Bath Jiang and Wei Jiang. The three of them are known as the three major sauces of LPL.
Where do you have the nerve to talk about me?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
You are even more outrageous. Right? Just use 4396 as your room number? Believe it or not. When you returned to Hubei, the factory director directly twisted your head, come down, and play football. He. Factory director Dukunba and I are friends. Why don't you let me enjoy the heat for a while?
Jackie Love teased with a smile.
You and Ba deserves a beating. I support the factory director in beating him to death.
Ming also came over to finish the job. As a result, Li Hansheng took a look and realized that this guy was even more outrageous. He had a room number with 4 sevens. So Shi Ming went against the grain and asked for a room number with 5 sevens, which is 77,777. Sensing Li Hansheng's strange gaze, Shi Ming explained with a smile.
You have to be more thorough when you want to use the heat. I want to use Chi Jiang's heat. I also want to use the heat of Brother Hansheng.
Li Hansheng could only roll his eyes repeatedly.
It's on. It's on.
As the live broadcast officially started, every audience squatting in the live broadcast room saw the live broadcast of the top people for the first time. The amount of barrages surged accordingly, especially the popularity of Li Hansheng's live broadcast room, which skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye, directly soaring past the 1 million popularity mark.
Ouch. Why am I such a lazy dog? Aren't I doing a live broadcast? Everyone can see me every day. Let me tell you a number. 8 hours. Okay. 8 hours of live broadcast every day. Get it together. Get it done. The anchor doesn't know how to get it done. Why don't you give everyone a lighter for the live broadcast?
Li Hansheng is a veteran of live broadcasts. The current situation is nothing more than that the audience is more enthusiastic. The number of people is larger. And the rhythm of the live broadcast is quite well controlled.
Yo! Thanks for the super rocket sent by Li Hansheng's little wife. Thank you for the super rocket sent by domineering Hansheng falling in love with me. Wow. This idea is too much. Hansheng brother all of me. The anchor is a green little fresh live broadcast room. Don't worry about GHS.
Ashui came over to take a look and couldn't help but clicked his tongue.
Good guy. Brother Hansheng. Your fan's ID is a bit outrageous. It's okay.
Li Hansheng shrugged. He has a large number of female fans. And the spending power and willingness of female fans to pursue idols are higher than those of male fans. Changing his name to mean something obscene is a small case.
Who made Li Hansheng so cooperative? No matter how outrageous the idea is, he will choose to read it directly. Gmail friends, let's take it easy. Watch the live broadcast, and don't buy gifts. This idea is too outrageous. Is this the female fan who usually blushes and is shy when touching her little hands? The collective went crazy today. Right? Brother Han Sheng. I'm Superman. God forever. Female bodhisattvas. Please send us a message on WeChat. It's Ball. My roommate Zhao Ritian hopes to make friends with all the female bodhisattvas. So can all the female bodhisattvas be just like V? Good guy. How many gifts will Brother Han Sheng have to receive this night? Various gift special effects have never stopped. The special effects of the gifts and the dense number of barrages almost crashed Douyu server. And the entire live broadcast process was extremely laggy.
Good brothers. The pace of buying gifts should be slower. If you really want to support the anchor, just buy the champion skin when the time comes, so that you can still use my skin when playing games. What? What skin did you choose? Let me tell you. I thought of a return animation for Juku and Ba Sa, and you will know when the time comes.
Li Hansheng interacted with the audience while logging into the national server that he had not played for a long time, since the Korean server has been updated to the preseason of S7. Riot Games Korea will recycle all the super numbers issued and will wait until the S7 season officially starts before distributing them uniformly. In this case, Li Hansheng and others can only play in the national server. The account in the national server has not been played for a long time. Due to the dormant period, it has now fallen directly to the platinum tier. Entering the client, the eye-catching photo of Top winning the championship is still hanging on the homepage. Li Hansheng stood in the C position holding the cup, with golden rain falling all over the sky. This shooting angle was completely centered on Li Hansheng, so his high-spirited appearance was clearly photographed.
Yes, the photographer who took this photo suggested that Fist add a chicken drumstick to him,
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
The main thing was that I received a short notice and did not prepare in advance. Otherwise, I would pull Jiek with a double row today. Everyone would be happy. Are you having fun?
Jackie Love on the side immediately nodded in agreement.
Guess what? I'll play Draven. Okay. Let when Bo assist me. We'll kill each other randomly.
Li Hansheng teased with a smile.
Brother Hansheng, can you do it?
Jackie Love questioned.
A hero like Draven that has never been practiced will not be able to master it easily.
Bold. You Winba. Are you so stiff that you dare to question me? Brother Han Sheng? Gone. Winba is determined to be floating. Hee hee. A question from the number 1 Draven in the national server? Shock. The new world champion FMVP was questioned in the passerby game.
Look. How can I teach you how to play Draven?
Li Hansheng chuckled and directly targeted this hero, while Ashue cooperated and picked Thresh. This can be regarded as a standard bottom lane pig-killing combination. Thresh is versatile both offensively and defensively, and can be of great help to Draven. On the other hand, if the opponent chooses a combination of Jinx plus Lulu, this is a complete pig slaughter. The audience also happily thought about watching Li Hansheng and Ashue kill pigs. And by the way, see how Li Hansheng's Draven played. If you don't play well, you can still make some comments about it. The landing begins quickly. On the opposite side, Lulu plus Jinx were very aggressive as soon as they came up. Especially Jinx, who moved very smoothly, and didn't look like someone with a platinum level at all. At the platinum level, Jackie Love is not that serious. When he learns Q at level 1, he just wants to directly hook the opponent Jinx.
Look at my magic hook. Brother Han Sheng. Come on!
Unexpectedly, Jinx avoided him with a def move. And then Lulu set E to Jinx. Jinx took advantage of the range, and actually started to move A to pull Li Hansheng.
Damn it! Ashue!
We seem to be having a hard time.
Li Hansheng still didn't take it seriously. Ashue aired his Q again, and was ridiculed by the barrage and Li Hansheng. But what happened in the next 2 minutes made both of them frown. Especially in the fight after both sides reached level 3. Jinx moved at a 90-degree right angle to twist away Thresh's Q. At the same time, he also put down the E frame at Li Hansheng's feet, and cast W in seconds to hit Li Hansheng, causing him to slow down. Make your own shelf effective. This outrageous operation immediately aroused the suspicion of Li Hansheng and Jackie Love.
That's wrong.
Ashue frowned.
There's something wrong with this guy's operation. Try it again?
Li Hansheng was not sure either. The main reason is that even Li Hansheng cannot complete this operation, which means that you need to drag the mouse quickly in a very short time. Even if you let Uzi play, it is impossible to perform such an operation. JackeyLove once again took the initiative to use Q. And it was still the same scene. Jinx moved and twisted to avoid the hook perfectly. And at the same time, EW fired, allowing Thresh to be held in place. Cooperating with Lulu, he killed Thresh with a direct backhand. After triggering the passive, Guilty Pleasure, he started chasing Li-Han to advance to A.
Damn it!
JackeyLove shouted unconvinced.
Is this guy off? How can this be so outrageous? There is a high probability that it is open.
Li Hanxing also agreed with his statement, especially when he saw Jinx's strange,
turning head back and forth.
Operation. Based on the scene, Thresh is dead. Draven has no follow-up skills. And Jinx just needs to chase a forward without thinking. And there is no point in turning around. The only explanation is, the script controls Jinx to pursue forward, but the player himself controls Jinx to run backward. The two operating instructions conflict. As a result, such a strange scene appeared. But the person opposite was probably hanging in Li Hanxing or Ah Xue's live broadcast room. And he was typing and taunting everyone. Isn't it? If the world champion can't beat him, then he just says someone else is scripting it. The game environment of League of Legends in S6 was not that of S12. There were not many people using scripts. And they were not that rampant. Li Hanxing didn't want to talk to this person at first, thinking that he would report it to an official person and have his account banned. But this kid never stopped. And Li Hanxing couldn't bear it anymore.
Wenba, I'm angry. Please be more serious and hack Lulu first.
Li Hanxing's expression immediately became serious. JackeyLove on the side no longer smiled playfully, but began to operate seriously. Back online again. After meeting, Ah Xue's Thresh flashed E to swing Lulu back. And then connected with Q, Li Hanxing rushed forward with double axes in hand, matching his set of output. Even if the hero Jinx gets a kill, his early damage cannot compete with Draven.
You opened it, but your assistant didn't open it.
Li Hanxing smiled. As soon as Lulu died, the troops quickly entered the tower. Li Hanxing and Ah Xue immediately stepped forward and tried to cross the tower. Jinx turned his head again in a
weird
way, standing under the tower and turning his head like crazy. But Ah Xue just walked straight towards his face, with no intention of handing over skills at all. After reaching his face, he still used E to slow down first, and then Q to control Jinx. Although he was eventually killed in battle, he helped Li Hanxing capture 2 heads. Good to kill. Brother Hanxing gave me a fierce explosive script. This NT doesn't really think he's very good, does he? Did you deliberately take the black and red route? The facts tell us once again that even if you write a script, you can't beat a professional brother. Laughing. Where did this come from? NT wrote a script to lead his sister to deliberately show off, but it ended up being kicked out. Right. Could this be some Hanza or Kushizi who deliberately wrote a script to discuss people, but ended up being hacked instead of pretending to be cool? Then it became the show for Li Hanxing and Ah Xue. The hero Draven's ability to snowball in the bottom lane is the well-deserved #1 among all shooters in the League of Legends.
The damage is directly crushed, especially after the blood-drinking sword is exposed. It is both fleshy and capable of beating. Jinx's scripted movement was useless because he was directly crushed by damage. He was cleared in less than 15 minutes on the bottom lane and was blocked in the spring to kill. Li Hanxing also did not forget to say something heart-wrenching to kill people. Do you recognize the strength of the world champion now? But the other party no longer dared to answer the phone and could only act like a coward and pretend to be dead. But Li Hanxing's fans will not let him go. The demolition team goes straight up. What's even more outrageous is, after a while, someone dug out this person's personal information. He is a sophomore at XX University. Knowing that he was ranked after Li Hanxing, he chose to take risks and create a script to show off. I didn't expect to be educated directly. Li Hanxing encountered such a dramatic scene in the first game of his debut. It made him a little confused. But he didn't take it seriously. It was still the same thing. After all, there were only a few people who wrote scripts in the S6 era, and the vast majority were normal and good gamers. And everyone's anger wasn't that strong at this time. You won't shout out key points when you are at a disadvantage. Or if you feel uncomfortable playing in the lane. You will start to be negative and act like a pressure boy. During the process, we also talked about the All-Stars. Li Hanxing directly told the fans, "Good brothers, if you really like me and support me, give me a break to breathe. In the All-Star voting, why don't you give your votes to other top laners? Brother Holy Gun, 957, they are all excellent top laners." This year's All-Star event will be held in Barcelona. Li Hanxing really didn't want to take an international flight again.
A journey of more than 10 hours would make anyone stupid. And, with the holding of MSI, the All-Star Game has officially been reduced to an entertainment game. It has no competitive significance. It will not matter whether he goes or not. It is not S3 or S4. A good performance in the All-Star Game will affect the S of the division. Competition quota. According to the rules of the All-Star Game, the All-Stars in the division are voted by the audience, with 80% of the local audience and 20% of the audience from outside the division. The 5 contestants with the most votes in the same position will compete abroad. Another rule is that a team can only send 2 players to participate. If the quota is exceeded, they must be the 2 people with the highest votes. This is mainly to prevent popular teams from getting too many votes. S3 back then, if there wasn't a quota limit, with WE's absolutely overwhelming popularity, 5 people will compete. And it's impossible to give PDD and Xiao Xiao a chance. Nowadays, Li Hansheng topped the popularity vote. He has almost a crushing advantage in the voting for the top laner. Not only the audience in the LPL region, but the audience in other regions are also looking forward to seeing him appear again. If it doesn't work out, you can just vote for Jiekwa. Hey, Brother Han Sheng. Don't trick me. Ashui looked disgusted. He is also a lazy dog. He would rather lie at home and be a salted fish than go out far. But, in this matter, Li Hansheng was destined to backfire. Instead of decreasing the number of votes, he received soared. Want to be a lazy dog? No way. That day's live broadcast only lasted until after 11 o'clock. And Li Hansheng hastily turned off the broadcast. The group at top also officially parted ways. Imp has already emptied his luggage and is preparing to return to Korea first, where he will meet up with Looper. And then the 2 of them will head to North America TSM together. Candy and Lameo are also preparing to go to WE together to practice with their teammates there. After all, the spring split will officially begin in January. And during the period when the transfer period is about to end, LPL officials finally no longer deliberately let each team hide their transfer news. What time? Each team has announced their transfer news. EDG officially announced that Eboi, the talented ADC they discovered from the youth training program, will serve as the main ADC in the new season. Later, they announced the introduction of Holy Gun Brother from the Snake team and invited Rockstager's head coach Nof to serve as EDG's head coach in the new season. This comforts the hearts of the fans. At least this lineup looks good on paper. And the price is. They transferred newcomer top laner Audi and former Tigers mid laner substitute Zet, who joined EDG with Nof, to Snake. IG made a high-profile announcement that they would bring in Ning from YM, Shai from WE, and Duke from SKT, leaving the team to join Snake. RNG announced that it would raise Letme, the top laner from the second team, to the first team, and introduce Xiao Duan from VG. We officially announced that world champions Nosuk Candy and Lu Mao have joined. Other teams have improved, but top fans are anxious. Because, apart from the 3 departures of top, there were no announcements about any signings, which seemed out of place in the busy transfer period. And at the last moment, top then announced the news. It was officially announced that S4 champion Coach has joined. And the team's lineup for the new season is dominated by 2 veterans, Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, and will lead 3 newcomers, Jackie Love, Ming and Lian, and will also recruit newcomers from the second team from time to time. Seeing such a lineup, fans of top couldn't bear it any longer and chose to start the challenge directly on Weibo. Chapter 272. The solo competition champion is also the S competition champion. Damn it. Didn't you say that Tabwa has invested heavily? Is this the result? Guahao and Cell. You won't do anything after taking the money. Right? Is this broken B lineup competing with others? I feel sorry for brother Han Sheng, who promised to win the championship again. But in the end, Guahao, this seem a thing, refused to spend money. CNM, after co-writing and winning the championship, will you start sucking blood? Just suck the blood of my brother Han Sheng? RNM, refund your money. Return the money for the gift I gave you. Top is playing a big game. The performance in the new season will definitely be bad after so many people are replaced. So Riot won't keep watching them to weaken. The champion debuff has no effect. Top fans' anger is understandable. After others win the championship, they try to maintain the original championship lineup and then make improvements to the championship lineup. Guahao is good, letting go of 3 people in one breath, including Imp, currently recognized as the world's #1 ADC. Although Jackie Love is talented, even die-hard fans don't think Jackie Love has the ability to succeed Imp right now. This is what Guahao showed. Just after winning the championship,
He immediately announced that the team would enter a rebuilding period. The problem is, this year's S competition will be held in China. How can such a lineup defeat so many powerful enemies? Guihao's personal Weibo was exposed every day, so that he drooped in misery all day long, looking like a bad guy. Mainly, I can't explain anything. So how do you explain it? The audience won't talk to you about taking a long-term view. They just believe that the current lineup is not strong enough and is dragging down Li Hansheng and Gao Dui. In the end, Li Hansheng came forward to explain it to him on Weibo.
Please be patient. The goal of the team and I in the new season is still to win the championship. This goal will not change in any way. The reason for recruiting new people is because there is no suitable candidate in the market. 5 correct people are always better than no-brainers.
The accumulation of star players must be reliable. And hiring Coach is also to enable the new players to grow quickly. At the same time, I also ask everyone to be more patient and give us a little time. I believe that the newcomers in the team will definitely live up to your expectations. Of course, don't put too much pressure on them. If they don't play well, you guys, if you really want to criticize me, come and criticize me. I hope everyone can give the newcomers in the team a positive space to grow.
With Li Hansheng personally appearing on the platform to help explain.
The online criticism of Guihao gradually subsided. But it was this incident that made him feel more at ease. He is a typical 3-star coach and is in the same vein as Edgar's coaching style. That is, they actually care more about discipline than talent. In the field of competition, talent and discipline often conflict. The most typical example is football. South American geniuses often have flashes of inspiration on the field. But such a flash of inspiration cannot happen every game. Just like League of Legends. Similar to Faker's 2 tribulation operations, Gao Dui flashed across the wall and killed with blind Q. Such operations cannot be replicated. Therefore, coaches like him hope that the players on the field can play the game step by step according to their own tactical design, so that uncertainty factors can be minimized and the overall fault tolerance rate of the team can be improved. So, looking at the teams led by the lower limit is often very high. This is also the reason why he can still get a high-priced contract without signing a gambling contract. Team owners like this kind of coach who raises the lower limit of the team. Anyone with any brains will understand. Winning the championship requires luck and the right time, place and people. For esports bosses, it is great to be able to win the S competition championship and a huge wave of traffic. But this thing is too risky. What they pursue is advertising effect and targeted advertising among young people. So, if the team can stably enter the S competition and the knockout stage of the S competition, in fact, the advertising effect is almost the same. As for the team's upper limit, that requires sufficient talent to support it. But geniuses are all unruly. If you want him to play the game exactly according to your ideas, it will be a kind of restraint and restriction to him. Judging from the current situation, at least Li Hansheng's posture is low-key enough, which will give him enough voice. Which is enough for After signing the contract, reported to the top club immediately and had a brief coaching session with the players. He expressed his attitude in one sentence.
I believe that there is no problem with your operation and there is no problem with your talent. Leave the rest to me. I will teach you everything I know and let you become excellent player on the field.
The meaning is very simple. As long as you have no problem with your operation and ability, there will be no problem if you don't know how to operate or play in a group. He can help you get everything done. This is self-confidence and the reason for him to get a high-price contract.
But I will also put forward strict requirements for you. I hope you can listen to me more and do what I say. No problem.
Li Hansheng was the first to stand up and express his cooperation.
I will also try my best to cooperate.
Gao Dui also spoke. The 2 big brothers expressed their opinions immediately, and the 3 little brothers naturally had nothing to say. Top has entered a relatively benign cycle. For Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, doesn't have too many demands for the time being. His main focus is still on researching the S7 version. And the jungle area has undergone the biggest changes. So he will often call Gao Tianyan over to give advice and exchange some experiences. Originally, I wanted to arrange a training match. But with the arrival of the All-Stars, the training game plan had to be postponed. In the end, Li Hansheng failed to escape the All-Star event held in Barcelona. The 5 people voted for in the UPL division are Li Hansheng, Factory Director, Wei Shen, Uzi and Mako. And Riot Games also announced 2 direct invitation quotas. Give Imp and Rookie respectively. After the quota was determined, Vincent helped each player apply for visas, and then book the flight tickets. Everything was arranged properly, and the players only needed to take their luggage and set off. This time Li Hansheng brought 2 large suitcases full of top team uniforms. This time he went to the All-Star game, and Li Hansheng hoped to change into more team uniforms. To satisfy his little collecting habit, he had specially asked Gua how to pay attention to the mansions in Shanghai. When the time comes, a room will be dedicated to display the team uniforms and championship trophies he has collected. He will be able to create an honor showroom by himself. How domineering will he be during the live broadcast?
Hey, isn't this the S6 World Champion FMEP? Why do you act like this? You still have to carry your own suitcase?
The factory director saw Li Hansheng and Gao Dui from a distance and immediately started teasing them.
Yo, isn't this my newcomer Xiao Qi? Qi Jiang? You don't say H. Low to your seniors when you see them. Right.
Li Hansheng replied angrily.
By the way, Qi Jiang, I heard that Xiao Peanut seems to be going to the All-Stars too. Eh? It won't remind you of some bad memories then. Right. Ha ha ha.
Mako laughed like a pig, while the factory director's face darkened, and he glared at Li Hansheng fiercely. Only Uzi on the side looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he had no contact with Li Hansheng in private at all. However, because of the conflict they formed in rank at the beginning, they would not speak to each other even if they met offline. Fortunately, Vincent came over at this time and said,
Everyone, prepare to trigger. Imp and Rookie will set off directly from South Korea. This is not the first time for you to compete abroad. I don't need to say anything more about what you need to pay attention to. Everyone is here now.
The All-Star Games are entertainment-oriented, and I know everyone is afraid of traveling and working, so they just treat it as a public-funded trip.
The group of people went in to get their boarding passes and chatted in the departure hall.
Director, I didn't expect that you actually captured Brother Holy Spear, and Team Snake would let him go.
Li Hansheng thought it was outrageous. On the surface, Brother Xingqiang is the last card of the Snake team, and he is also considered a popular player with a certain degree of popularity in the country.
It's normal.
The factory director looked slightly satisfied.
The price we gave is not low, and Brother Xingqiang himself has a strong desire to transfer. After all, S7 will be held at home next year, and Snake's lineup has a big problem. So let him, there is no hope.
After Brother Crystal retired due to that BO10 injury, his entire career was ruined. Team Snake really needs to embark on a road of rebuilding. Brother Xingqiang is naturally not willing to accompany the team to rebuild. It is a waste of time. The golden age of esports players is only a few years, so naturally he must seize the opportunity. Moreover, the price offered by EDG is indeed high, with a high transfer fee and Audi and Z given away. This can be regarded as the change brought about by Li Hansheng. Every team in the LPL obviously pays more attention to the status of the top laner. No one will despise Top just because there are 3 young people in Top's new season lineup. As long as there are Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, Top will still be the most favorable contender for the championship. The goal of EDG and other teams is also to win the championship, so they must be based on defeating Top. Not only do you want to suppress Li Hansheng on the road, but you must at least be able to withstand the pressure from Li Hansheng. Right. This is just like the years when the OK combination dominated the NBA. Every team based on the championship had to reserve a meat shield center inside to restrict O'Neal.
Hey, I heard that your genius ADC seems to be very powerful.
Li Hansheng then asked about other things.
No. The response is fast, and the operation is fierce.
The factory director showed off with excitement.
It's no worse than your Jackie Love. I think it's okay.
Mako shook her head.
This kid likes to show off his reactions too much. He was told clearly that there was someone in the grass, but he still had to go up and show off. Hey, then you have to scold him more.
Li Hansheng imparted his experience.
You Wenba. This kid also likes to be flirtatious and has sex. I scold him every time I see him. The more indulgent you are, the worse he gets.
Eboi, Jackie Love, Abel. 3 talented domestic ADCs with high hopes. Eboi was at the top when he debuted, and then became worse every year. Abel has a withdrawn personality, and has never had any opportunities to express himself.
Only one Jackie Love has achieved good results. But the problem is that this kid also has a lot of problems. The final analysis is that they did not receive good guidance when they were growing up. After all, the domestic environment is more tolerant for such talented players. EDG is the most strictly managed club in the LPL, but it still failed to allow Eboi to develop good game habits.
Then you guys are indeed a bit strong in the new season.
Li Hansheng curled his lips.
You all want to win the championship. Right. Wait for me. See how I torture you. Hey, you boy. Just wait for me.
The factory director sneered.
Let's see how I arrange you for the new season.
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Could it be? Will EDG focus on the top lane in the new season? Not likely. Minkai's style of playing around the bottom lane has been deeply ingrained in his bones. And it is impossible to change it in a while.
Then I'll wait.
Li Hansheng was not timid at all. Uzi on the side looked on coldly. But he was secretly arguing in his heart. Just wait. He finally found the support he wanted. Xiao Duan is someone he recognizes and can help him with his landing rhythm. In the new season, he must prove himself by defeating all bottom laners in the LPL. What a bullshit genius ADC. There is only one god in the bottom lane of LPL. That's him, Uzi. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that on the road. He actually promoted a new player Letme from the second team. But there is nothing you can do. RNG has also pursued Brother Holy Spear in private. But they look down on you. If you want to go to EDG, there is nothing you can do. And RNG wants to market the gimmick of an all-Chinese team in the new season. So it is impossible to buy a Korean top order. Fortunately, Letme's current ability is pretty good. And it won't drag him back too much. He can play carry heroes. And he can also play defensive tank heroes. It is enough for RNG, which decided to focus on the bottom lane in the new season. Buying a small segment is a very obvious signal. In the new season, RNG will focus on the bottom lane and replicate the royal system of 4 guarantees and 1 in S3 and S4. After successfully boarding the plane, Li Hansheng put on a blindfold, put on headphones, and asked Milk Tea Zhou to give him a solo concert. After the group arrived in Barcelona, they immediately went to the hotel designated by Riot to check in. The streets were still dark everywhere, but the security was much better than in America. Here in Barcelona, the most you worry about is being tricked or stolen. At least you don't have to worry about it like in America. If someone gets upset, he will directly transform into the world's best male gunman and send you to see God on the spot. At the hotel, Li Hansheng met Gu Xingbin, who had been away for many days, and esports player Xiao Yang Rookie beside him.
Wow! Pairs!
Gu Xingbin rushed forward enthusiastically and gave Li Hansheng a bear hug.
Gui, you are on the road to Imp forever.
Li Hansheng smiled and patted his belly with his hand. He always felt that Imp was fatter than when he was on the top team. Gu Xingbin didn't care. Li Hansheng took the time to smile at Rookie.
Hello. Song Yijin. Hello.
Rookie smiled awkwardly. He really had no problem with Chinese. He could communicate normally even without a translator. But he was a bit shy. Just from a simple exchange, Li Hansheng could see that Rookie was not the kind of person with a strong personality. So he could not be the big brother of the team. It's a pity that Top already has Gao Dui. And IG will not let him go. Otherwise, Li Hansheng really wanted to be teammates with Song Yijin.
It just so happens that everyone is free. Why don't we go have a meal together?
Li Hansheng took the initiative and suggested. And everyone had no objections. After finding a restaurant nearby, Li Hansheng took the initiative to find Rookie and said,
I heard that your team has a very powerful new top orderer. Chung Lu? He is indeed very talented and very good at landing.
Rookie smiled happily. After S6 Kakao left the team, he finally got a reliable helper. He was full of praise for the talent and ability of the shy.
No,
I mean,
Ning,
your new ADC.
Li Hansheng inquired with interest.
Him?
Rookie frowned.
How should I put it? His ADC doesn't seem to be very good. He offered to play jungle. We let him try a few games, and the effect was pretty good. So our team is now considering letting him play jungle. He switches places with Kid.
Li Hansheng's eyes widened.
Huh? Kid will play ADC. And Ning will play jungle?
Yeah. Rookie nodded. This kind of information has no value in concealing it. Anyway, as long as the two sides arrange 1 or 2 training matches, it will be exposed sooner or later. So it is better to admit it openly.
Ning's style is more aggressive. And the cooperation with Chung Lu is surprisingly good.
Rookie had no reservations.
Kid is better at playing around me. But I don't need his help.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. This is called saying the most pretentious words in the most ordinary tone? Okay. Rookie's landing ability is indeed unique in the mid lane. After all, he is the man who has the best faker. During the S4 era, Rookie, who had just debuted, became famous for killing Faker alone. You must know that S4's Faker has not yet officially transformed. He is still a mid laner who focuses on landing operations. But he has been educated by Rookie on positioning. This is enough to show how strong Rookie's operational ability is.
You guys are hopeless.
Zhu Xingmin curled his lips disdainfully.
Quaid is just a Lanzi. If he plays ADC, your team will not be able to achieve results.
The smile on Ricky's face stopped suddenly, as if he was remembering the painful memories of S5 again. But it's okay. At least you can go to the World Championships. Right. It's better to go to the first round of the playoffs every year and then go home and go fishing. Right. Besides, Principal Wang patted his chest and assured him that IG's lineup would be upgraded in the future. So he should continue to believe in Principal Wang for the time being. Anyway, he only signed a contract for 1 year. If it still doesn't work, he will start working immediately and find a team that can compete for the championship. After dinner, when we returned to the hotel, Li Hansheng and others also met Xiao Peanut and others head-on. Naturally, the group had a warm conversation before leaving. The next day, on the playing field, Li Hansheng also saw Perks for the first time in a long time. G2's lineup in the new season has a lot to offer. But this kid is so happy that everyone's nostrils are in the air. 2. G2 has almost poached the cores of several other competing teams in Europe. Yankos, Wonder, and then hired Teddy partner Madlife from the LCK to go down the road. Such a lineup, at least in terms of paper strength, has no problem. The bottom duo speaks the same language, and there is no need to consider tacit understanding. The only problem may be that the Yusuk linkage between Yankos and Madlife may not be that good. But the spring split hasn't even started yet, so they have plenty of time to get used to each other and become familiar with each other. Coming to the European competition, it was the first time that Li Hansheng saw his popularity skyrocketing around the world. When the host introduced him to the stage, the noise made by the audience was no less than that of the popular European Kings Caps and Faker. This year's All-Star is indeed a purely entertainment game. Riot has divided several major competitions into Ice and Fire teams. According to Canyon 5v5, solo games, clone modes, etc., points will be accumulated to determine the winner. Li Hansheng did not participate in the S competition, mainly because it was boring. When you meet someone who is a little more servile, just choose a policewoman to play last hitting with you. The main reason is that Riot does not restrict the player's choice of heroes. Although it is said to be an entertainment competition, there are always people who like to be more serious. So, Li Hansheng simply didn't bother to participate in this thing. On the contrary, Uzi looked very serious, and he had an even more serious face when operating. And his attitude was that I have to win you. Well, he is also the slave-dividing player that Li Hansheng mentioned, and he chose a policewoman and Lucian.
Then came the serious Canyon 5v5. The All-Star game is mainly to allow this group of professional players to show a little bit of the content of the new season in advance. The version taken is the latest version 6.24. And Camille, whom Li Hansheng longs for, appeared in version 6.24. He can finally play.
Gui! It has never been weakened. The peak of both numerical value and mechanism.
Li Hansheng was slightly excited. No way. This hero has been stabbed and weakened all the way since he came out. He had to feel better now. The character Qi Gangying is perfect both in gameplay and lines. Especially that sentence. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray, which can be called a life mentor. As if he wanted to prove himself again. The factory director directly took out the blind monk. Qi Gangying cooperated with the blind monk and directly captured the opponent's top lane. Li Hansheng even felt that the factory director was practicing his catching skills in advance. Otherwise, why do you come on the road so often? Even Mako would give up Uzi on the bottom lane from time to time and run to the top lane to help out. Li Hansheng easily cleared the level on the top road and made core equipment early. 3 items plus Bloody Hand. In the midterm, he showed a perfect burst of Qi Gang Shadow. The two sides were about to start a 5v5 head-on battle. Li Hansheng's Qi Gang Shadow directly E-flicked into the crowd and knocked out the opponent's ADC. A connects to Q, and then uses R, Hexian Ultimatum, to evade the control skills and knock others away. After landing, he pulled up with a straight A followed by a second Q, and performed a beautiful back air kick. The terrifying real damage directly dealt the opponent's ADC an instant. The audience was immediately in an uproar. The European commentators even exclaimed, "Oh my god! This kick seems to have hit double its aorta. Fist, look at what kind of monster hero you have designed. This hero is destined to be in the hands of professional players in the new season and bring us success. Come to many famous scenes." The domestic barrage also completely exploded. WD and MD? What kind of harm is this? Smart people have already started to use Camille to increase points, while idiots are still posting barrages and exclaiming, "It's over. It's over." I have a hunch that after Jace, Brother Han Sheng's second non-ban hero is about to come out. This hero is simply tailor-made for operational monsters, like Brother Han Sheng. Damn it. Can this mechanism be any more perfect? Displacement, control, recovery, shield, and real damage are all crazy. Other top lane heroes can bring 2 of them to show that they have excellent mechanics. They have all these crazy features. It is simply a bug among mechanical monsters. This should be a Chun-Li. King Gang is too strong. Let us weaken the Sword Girl. Sword Girl. Speak English. Knife Girl's built-in displacement, real damage, recovery, and control are already frequent targets of designers. Now Camille is even more outrageous. It is impossible to escape from the clutches of designers. The LPL Division won easily. Li Hansheng became the absolute focus after the game. After all, his Qi Gang shadow once again made everyone see it. When an operation monster meets a mechanism monster, what kind of monster will the combination of the 2 create? The team uniforms carefully prepared by Li Hansheng also came into play at this time. Anyway, for every player who came to find him, he would express his intention to exchange team uniforms with the other player. This time, the team uniforms of the ancient legend and support god Mad Life are also included. Then, there are clone mode, shooter mode, where all players can only choose shooter heroes, and assassin mode, where everyone can only choose assassins. In the clone mode, Li Hansheng deliberately caused mischief with other teammates and chose the Blind Monk. Result: the factory director was also forced to play Blind Monk. When faced with Peanut, the factory director was still the same factory director. Both humans and ghosts were showing off, and only the factory director was being beaten. The domestic audience was so bad that they even made a gif of the factory director being shown off. It attracted a burst of ridicule from the domestic audience. Finally, there is even an more outrageous co-play mode, where one player controls the mouse and another player controls the keyboard. It can only be said that the entertainment mode is really controlled by Fist. At last, Uzi also killed everyone in the solo competition, and finally got his wish and won a championship honor.
TSK. TSK. Look at how happy Jane is.
The director looked a little sour when he saw Uzi holding the cup. This year's EDG can be said to have achieved nothing, with 2 consecutive second place domestically and the elimination of the top 8 overseas. This is completely unacceptable to the factory director. After all, since the establishment of the S4 team, EDG has almost dominated the domestic league, let alone other things. Result? Top suddenly emerged this year and suppressed them miserably.
No. How can I not be happy?
Li Hansheng joked.
The solo competition champion, referred to as the S competition champion, has already won the S competition championship. Why can't I be excited?
When the factory director, Mako and others heard this, they were startled for a moment, and then laughed like a pig.
You have such a bad mouth. I am really hot. Just get used to it. I'm convinced by Lao Li's words.
Gao Dui looked unfazed. As a teammate who gets along with Li Hansheng day and night, can he still adapt to Li Hansheng? The All-Star game came to a successful conclusion. Li Hansheng, Gao Dui and Gu Shengbin parted ways directly. Gu Shengbin had to take a flight directly to report for TSM in North America, and they also need to return home immediately to prepare for the spring game. The situation of winning the championship in the new season is still dangerous. If you don't work hard, you will fall behind in the face of competition sooner or later. Chapter 273: The Designer's Divine Assist. After taking the flight back to China, Li Hansheng and Gao Dui ran back to the team base as soon as they got off the plane, and almost fell asleep on the bed. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but Li Hansheng felt itchy on his face and opened his eyes. He saw Fatty Dudu and Xiao Ju squatting next to his head with their heads wide open, rubbing their heads against his face from time to time.
Let me go! How did you 2 get in? You must have learned how to open the door. Right.
Li Hansheng scratched their chins dumbfounded. In fact, a while ago, when Li Hansheng was sleeping at night, he could occasionally hear the sound of a cat pulling at the door of his room and jumping up to fiddle with the doorknob. As a result, after not seeing each other for a long time, they actually learned how to do it.
It seems I have to lock the door next time.
Carrying one in each hand, he took the 2 kittens out of the room. Li Hansheng took the opportunity to come to the lounge. The lights were still bright inside, and the team members were conducting rank training seriously. He simply opened the door and walked in. Stand directly behind Gao Tianliang and watch him rank.
Hey, the jungle area has been greatly changed.
Li Hansheng took a look and couldn't help but be a little surprised.
That's right.
Gao Tianliang nodded.
looking purely at the changes in the jungle. It's like a new game. It's true,
Jackie Love joked happily.
Fortunately, my brother is playing ADC, so the changes are not that big.
Players who play online generally have a longer shelf life than jungle players. This is because no matter how you change the online game, it basically revolves around the landing point, and the basic game points cannot be changed. The jungle position itself requires more thinking. Just the change in the wild monster refresh time requires junglers to change their thinking and adjust.
Come on! Let me see what's changed in the jungle.
Li Hansheng sat in front of his computer and started a random customization session, then went in to take a look. First, the two bodyguards beside the red and blue buffs were cut off directly. Now the red and blue buffs are alone. The stone men enter the familiar nesting doll mode and learn the splitting book. After the big stone man is killed, it will split into two medium-sized stone men, and then split into two small stone men. The F4 camp has two new birdies, and will be called F6 from now on.
Wow! Isn't this wave of epic weakening for the factory director?
Li Hansheng suddenly exclaimed.
His most beloved F4 is gone! Isn't this strengthening?
Jackie Love retorted.
F4 becomes F6, and there are two more units. So you can earn more money to farm this group of wild monsters. Brother Hansheng, you Winba, please pay attention. I'm live broadcasting,
Ming reminded, rolling his eyes. The two of them were joking about the factory director, but the audience in the live broadcast room could hear clearly. Little B kid secretly teases me Chichon every day. Right? What did my cute Chijiang do wrong to deserve being teased by these little brats like you every day? Brother Hansheng? Damn it! I heard Brother Hansheng's voice. Tell him to start broadcasting quickly. Jinkunba is outrageous. It turns out that professional players are just like us in private. They like to make jokes. Right? Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hands indifferently.
Do you understand Chijiang's pattern? He won't care. It's just that the factory director and I are from the same hometown. We are pure buddies. He won't care.
As a result, the words just fell. Ding dong. Both of their cell phones rang at the same time. It was a WeChat message from the factory director.
What the HL? Which one of you is going to complain to the factory director? You don't want to set the pace like this.
Li Hansheng quickly smiled and sent an Akita dog smile emoticon back to the factory director. He then looked at the changes introduced from the S5 season. Its 2 years of disciplinary benefits are no longer on the stage. Potion of True Sight, Power of the Heavy Hand, Wolf Spirit, and other buffs have been deleted. Now the punishment will provide a healing effect of 100 plus 10% of the maximum health, as long as it hits a large or medium-sized wild monster. It is to spread the punishment reward of the previous exclusive red buff to all wild monsters.
This change is okay. There will be more jungle heroes who can play in the new season,
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
But the fun and playability of the jungle are not that high.
Gao Tianyang shook his head.
If you really want other junglers to play, wouldn't it be
okay
to get the previous purple jungle knife back?
The purple jungle knife is a type of jungle knife in the S5 season. Its effect is that it can turn punishment into area damage, which can greatly enhance the jungle brushing efficiency and restore status. But the effect is too buggy. So many online heroes will use it. The most typical one is the mid laner APZ in the S5 season.
It's okay. In fact, it's just to reduce the difficulty. Various jungle buffs are effective for veterans like you. But for newcomers, it will undoubtedly make it more difficult for them to get started. It's good to be like this,
Li Hansheng said of himself.
And this will indeed bring more jungle heroes to the scene.
The most typical one is the Prince. The most important reason why the Prince was unable to play in the previous version was due to status issues. It is easy for the Prince to be half disabled after slaying a circle of wild monsters. With this kind of health, if he is ganking online, he will explode if he is counter-crouched. Now, no matter what kind of wild monsters are punished, the blood can be restored, which can greatly improve the Prince's condition after killing the wild monsters. In addition to these changes, the refresh time of wild monsters in the jungle is now increased from 100 seconds to 150 seconds.
Hey, with this change,
Li Hansheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Is Riot encouraging junglers to do more things online? This is a good thing.
Why can S6's Leopard Girl dominate the jungle? Refreshing quickly is one reason. But the more important reason is that the wild monsters in S6's jungle refresh time is too fast. One group lasts 100 seconds. Basically, you brush from bottom to top. You can wander around in a line for a while, and then go home to prepare for the second group of wild monsters. Wild monsters refresh quickly, giving wild core heroes like Leopard Girl room to play. As long as they rely on unlimited access to the jungle economy, they can make themselves fatter and even develop better than online heroes.
Yo! Divination flowers that detect vision, honey fruits that restore status, and exploding fruits that can move?
Seeing that there are more and more familiar elements on the map, except that there are no toilets on the upper and lower roads. The structure of the entire map is similar to the version before Li Hansheng traveled through. It can be seen from the changes in the jungle that the core jungler's overly strong performance in the S6 World Championship really scared the Fist. Although Top, who won the S6 World Championship, did not rely on wild core tactics to win the championship. But they still have to pay attention to changes in field of view. In comparison, there are basically no other online changes. And some major hero changes will also affect the middle lane and jungle. The next afternoon, Hongmi came to the training room immediately, holding a notebook in his hand, which was densely written in Korean characters that Li Hansheng couldn't understand.
Today, I just want to communicate with you some changes in the new season and what we should pay attention to in the next game.
Took the initiative to speak, and the translator on the side perfectly conveyed what he wanted to express.
In addition to the major changes in the jungle, there are also a lot of updates and revisions to the Assassin Hero. I believe you have all seen it.
Said with a smile.
Hansheng, what do you think? Hey, the designer is really a hacking genius.
Li Hansheng suppressed a smile.
What do you mean by delaying the assassin's outbreak? Doesn't the assassin just want to fight the outbreak?
Also smiled. There is a problem with the logic of this change by the main designer. According to the designer's explanation of the version changes, they felt that the traditional core shooters in the bottom lane lost their living space because they were too passive in the face of the assassins, and their living space was suppressed by the assassins. From this point, we can see that designers sometimes really don't know much about games. Is it because of assassins that traditional big cores can't play? Wrong. The version is the root cause. The bounty design of the First Blood Tower makes the competition for lane rights in the bottom lane more intense. How can your traditional core compete with others for rhythm? The subsequent series of changes can only be said to be both good and bad. The Male Swords E was originally a skill that teleports behind the enemy to cause a silence effect. The silence effect was removed before, and now the form of the E skill has been redone and turned into a wall climbing skill, which is greatly enhanced. The support ability of the Male Sword and Carter has also changed from a simple and crude E to enter the crowd as a WR, to needing to be linked with a dagger to deal high burst damage. The changes to these two assassins are actually nothing. The Male Sword was indeed a bit too simple and brainless before, making it impossible to counterattack, while Carter's skills were simply too simple and crude, and the mechanism was too simple. Riot's redo is basically in the same direction, which is to improve the operation of heroes and make the linkage between skills more accurate. After all, when many heroes were designed in the early stages, the designers' game concepts were not mature enough. The mechanics of many heroes were too simple and crude, without linkage, and some even felt like they were plagiarizing the Dota style. Initially, the old version of Metal Master could control the souls of enemy heroes, but in League of Legends, soul units are not equipped, so this effect seems useless. But if you put this effect in Dota, you won't feel any effect, a sense of dissonance. It's quite normal. After all, the founders of Riot were first managers of the largest foreign Dota player enthusiast website, which collected a large number of hero ideas provided by players for Dota. The remaining changes are open to debate. Zed was originally a W Shadow clone with a passive effect that could increase his attack power by a percentage. But now this passive has been deleted and transplanted to the ultimate move. Units killed by Zed's ultimate move will have a certain amount of attack power stolen by Zed. This change is indeed more interesting, but it is a weakening in itself for Zed, which means that in the later stages of Zed, Zed will have much less attack power for no reason. And what about the Little Fishman? The ultimate move of the Little Murloc will now determine the damage based on the flight distance of the ultimate move, which puts the Murloc players into an embarrassing situation. If you use QR to hit the target, because the ultimate move is thrown close to the face, the damage of the ultimate move is almost negligible. If the ultimate move is thrown from an extreme distance, it will easily be twisted away by someone's position. The other assassin in the middle, Enchantress, didn't escape either. The skill form of Enchantress has not changed. The 4 skills of QWR are still the same, but the passive skill has now become another one. That is, targets hit by Enchantress skills will be marked. After 1.5 seconds, Enchantress can use the skill again to detonate these marks, causing additional magic damage.
The Enchantress's ultimate move is now to create a clone to release the copied skill with herself. She can also copy the ultimate move and summon the clone anywhere on the map. To put it simply, Enchantress is now stepping on the minion with a W. After 1.5 seconds, there will be an effect similar to Rise throwing E on the minion line, causing the spell to surge and spread, and then use Q to detonate it directly. In terms of Qing soldiers, there is almost no difference in skill form between Enchantress and Rise. In the past, the Enchantress used W to go to QRE, or WR stepped close to receive QE, or use W to chain and fly a kite. But this can't be done now, because the damage needs to be caused around the spell mark after 1.5 seconds. And now Enchantress's ultimate move can copy any skill at any time, breaking away from the previous restrictions. Before this, Enchantress's ultimate move was a mindless copy of the last skill you released. Li Hansheng knows that this version of Enchantress is also very OP on the field, even because it makes up for Enchantress's most scarce wave clearing ability. Her appearance rate on the field has always been high. As a result, Riot could only continue to forcibly weaken the value, which made this version of the Enchantress sit on the bench. Besides, enemies and rivals in the wilderness, Mantis and Poodle have also been slightly reworked. Mantis Q, Taste of Fear, now no longer causes extra damage to the isolated effect after evolving, but directly returns the fixed cooldown reduction time. The deceleration effect of W, Void Spike, before evolution has been removed. After evolution, it will cause up to 80% deceleration effect on isolated targets. He has not changed at all. As for the ultimate move R, Incoming Void, the invisibility duration is increased. What's even more outrageous is, now after Mantis evolves R, every time it passes through the grass in the wild area, it will gain the effect of invisibility. This directly maximizes Mantis's dual ability in the wild. After all, for Mantis, a stealth effect means a stable trigger of the isolated and helpless effect, and there is no shortage of damage at all. As for the Poodle, its skill form has been directly redone. The passive brutality value is increased to 4 cells. Jumping out of the grass on level 0 will automatically increase by 1 cell. The Q skill has changed from the original basic attack enhancement skill to a thrusting effect with a small displacement, and to AoE damage. W, War Roar, can restore blood, and the full rage reward mechanism makes him immune to control effects for 1.5 seconds. Nothing else to say. Just the change of Q from single target damage to AoE damage greatly enhances the speed of the Poodle. And W's blood regeneration without control also makes the Poodle no longer afraid of control and being killed instantly when charging into the formation. Now in the ranking, the winning rates of Mantis and Poodle are already high. The junglers of all professional teams are also practicing these two heroes urgently, and they will definitely become regular players on the court in the new season. As for assassins such as Joker and Akali, there have also been changes, but they have little impact on the professional arena. The backward skill mechanism means that these two heroes are destined to miss the competition. I looked at the data of the Korean server. The winning rate of Enchantress is not very high because the gameplay has not yet been fully understood. However, the winning rates of Mantis and Poodle are exaggerated. These are two heroes that must be mastered and targeted. At this time, Li Hansheng said, this version of the Enchantress must be practiced. Oh wait, you can try my outfit. What outfit? Gao Dui suddenly became interested. Everyone was watching Li Hansheng sitting in front of the computer. The idea of dressing up the Enchantress in rank is still the same as before. Everyone mainly focuses on the Ghost Book and the Abyss. And Li Hansheng opened the customization and revealed the technology gun as the first item. Oh? Gao Dui was stunned. A technological gun? Yes. Li Hansheng nodded. After this version of Enchantress is redone, you should not regard her as an assassin, but as a mage who deals continuous damage. The blood-sucking technology gun can enhance your ability to rely on the line. Actively, the effect can also be regarded as increasing your small burst and subsequent skill hit rate. Li Hansheng actually remembers it very clearly. When S7 first started, everyone was unfamiliar with Enchantress. It was in the LCK that the Enchantress genre suddenly appeared with technology guns, and this hero immediately became an absolute favorite on the field. In fact, the subsequent outfits are still based on the normal mage. But the first core item is the technology gun, which is a change in operational thinking. In the past, the Enchantress needed to complete the entire explosion as soon as she entered the field. But now, due to the limitations of her skills, she had to continuously output. So the overall outfitting ideas and gameplay needed to change accordingly. Okay, I'll go test it in my rank later. Gao Dui nodded with interest.
Is this what it feels like to have a genius in your team? Didn't know what to say. He experienced the joy of the white crescent moon. Li Hansheng can barely be regarded as half a coach, which saves him a lot of things. Moreover, Li Hansheng is a liver emperor. He takes the lead in training hard every day. If the team members want to catch fish and see how hard the big brother is working, how can they not work hard? Then continue to speak.
Due to the increase in the refresh time of wild monsters, the time available for junglers to gank will also increase, which means that the confrontation in the early stage of the game will increase. So we need to arrange more vision to obtain enough information, so as to make sure we don't make wrong judgments during small-scale fights in the early stage, causing the situation to get out of hand.
After that, made his request.
I ask you to make sure you have a real eye every time you go home.
This requires team discipline. Vision layout has nothing to do with talent. It purely depends on the team's tactical execution and discipline.
Also, I have already arranged the targets for the training matches. There are domestic teams and foreign teams. Everyone needs to hurry up. It's not long before the official start of the spring split. If you want to achieve good results for the new year, you must enter a state of preparation now.
Chapter 274, Situations Faced and League Groupings. In fact, judging from the changes collected so far, is generally optimistic. Top still maintains a strong 3C system. Jackula's talent is not inferior to Imp's, but they are not the same type of players. This allows Top to continue the system they are best at. He is also very optimistic about the champion's debuff. Teams that rely on the strong personal abilities of the 3CS are difficult to target, because the players' personal abilities are strong. Especially the hero pools of Li Hansheng, Gao Dui, and Jackulov are very deep, and Riot cannot limit them by weakening the heroes. Compared to last year, Nosuk's linkage will be weaker. This is mainly because Nosuk is a newcomer and lacks experience in the field. But Gao Tianliang in the jungle is better than Kindi at the level of detailed operations, especially in the spring game. The jungle is destined to be dominated by mantises and poodles. This type of assassin jungler will undoubtedly achieve greater performance in the hands of operational players. Space. From the current perspective, the bottom lane still continues the tone of the S6 World Championship, with functional shooters paired with expendable soft assistants. The main thing is that the tone of the professional arena has been set. With the First Blood Tower mechanism here, there is no room for traditional core shooters who need time to develop. The only exception is the policewoman. It's because the hero policewoman was chosen to be a good laner, grab a health tower, and lead the rhythm of pushing towers, even in the LCK, in order to compete for the right to move down the lane. A strategy of using Bomberman to play ADC instead of traditional shooters emerged. This is also due to the changes in the new version. Bomberman's W has been strengthened. Defense towers with health below a certain percentage will be directly executed by Bomberman's W, whether it's from the hero pool or the game version. Top doesn't need to worry for the time being. The only thing you need to worry about is the ban position.
Risk will adopt a 5-ban model in all leagues starting from this spring split, eliminating the original 3-ban model.
The reason is also very simple. There are already more than 100 heroes, and Riot cannot guarantee that more than 100 heroes will be balanced. There will always be a few supermodels. For example, Captain and Tetsuo from S5, Leopard Girl from S6. Once this happens, the balance between the red and blue sides will be broken, and the red side will bear huge BP pressure. The winning rate of the blue side in the World Championships in the past 2 years has been too high. Even if the red side can win in the knockout stage, it is basically equivalent to winning the game. It can only be processed by adding the ban bit. The main reason why is worried is that currently only the league adopts the 5-ban model, while the ranking game is still 3-ban, which means that the players cannot explore through daily training. But is still very optimistic. The increase in bans is actually a change in direction that increases the requirements for players' hero pools. In the past era of 3 bans, you might only need to master 2 to 3 heroes. For example, placing an order. Just knowing the 3 illusion gods is enough for the classics. But it is different now. Now players need to be proficient in at least 4 to 5 heroes. If there is a player who can only forehand big Gnar and backhand small Gnar, the whole team will have to pay for the hole he dug in BP. Fine. There is no problem with the hero pool of all top players, especially the 3C positions. There is no need to say more about Li Hansheng, as long as it is a top lane hero. He can't do any hero. He can even come up with some weird heroes to play in the top lane. Classic top laner Lucian, Snake Girl, Icebird. As for the real difficulty, did not say it clearly. It was just a small ambition of his. That is, he is trying to build Top into an invincible battleship that is truly driven by the 3CS. Once successful, Top will never be restricted by versions again. Although S6 Top also focuses on the 3CS. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The core of the team's tactics is actually centered around Li Hansheng in the top half. White Crescent has path dependence, and he is a typical one. What's wrong with my tactics surrounding the strongest person in the team? There is indeed nothing wrong with this. But it can easily lead to an embarrassing situation like 4 guarantees in 1, where you are playing an open card almost every time, and the opponent does not need to guess, and can see through your tactical intentions at a glance. And this is a waste of Top's talent as a luxury 3C. If Top is allowed to develop, anyone in the 3CS can stand up and carry the title. And anyone can become the core of tactics to carry the team. That's it. Top's choices on the field will become diversified, and opponents will not be able to guess their tactical intentions. You thought I was going to be on the road? In fact, what I want to support is the middle and lower level. Do you think I want to support the bottom lane? In fact, it's above average. Do you think I want to raise 3C? Wrong. In fact, I want to raise Gao Tianliang from the wild area. Once this ideal state is achieved, Top will truly have no restrictions. Certainly, this is difficult, and the requirements for the players are also very high. But it is precisely after seeing that Top has enough talent that has such ambitions. In the next few days, Top indeed played high-intensity training matches almost every day. Whether it's the LPL or the LCK, those powerful enemy teams are facing the pain of lineup changes, and everyone is not very adaptable. Training also focused on Ming and Gao Tianliang. His tactical concepts have extremely high requirements for Yafu's linkage. Besides, the performance of the 3C positions was very solid, and he didn't have much to say. Especially some of the decisions made by Li Hansheng and Gao Dui in the middle and late stages were impeccable. Although Jackie Love is irritable, it's more of a discipline problem, such as not being careful enough in his stance and being too greedy. These can all be adjusted slowly. When playing a game with IG, Li Hansheng actually saw what Ricky said. What the HL? Didn't Ning join IG as an ADC? Why did he go to jungle? Jackie Love looked confused. And the Kid God actually came back to fight ADC again? No wonder IG is still so bad in the bottom lane. What are you talking about? Li Hansheng scolded with a smile. Ning is doing quite well in the jungle, especially his cooperation with the Shy, which actually made me feel a little bit of pressure. Everyone rolled their eyes and pretended to be Li Hansheng again. After several days of training matches, summarized many issues. But there was only one real core issue. There are too many newcomers, and it is impossible for you to expect them to make no mistakes on the field. They are not rich enough in terms of personal condition, psychology or field experience, and it is impossible to plug and play like veterans immediately. But this also gives them the pleasure of training the team. If they are all veterans, what else can he do as a coach? Are you really just responsible for ordering food and delivering takeout? As the spring split approaches, promotional videos for the spring split are also scheduled. As the champion team of S6, Top got enough shots, especially Li Hansheng. So many shots took up almost 1/3 of the entire promotional video. The official trend is already very clear. For Li Hansheng personally, not only is he highly praised by the official, he is also pursued by many capitals. Some fashion magazines approached him to shoot cover photos, and some cosmetics companies also approached him. Topo used the influence of the parent company to get Nike to sign a contract with Li Hansheng, and even let Li Hansheng transform into a model to walk the catwalk at the new product launch conference. BMW even defeated Audi and Mercedes-Benz to become the title sponsor of Top in the new season, and also signed a personal contract with Li Hansheng. The reward they gave was to directly give Li Hansheng the latest BMW 5 Series. When these news began to hit the screens of major media, only then did everyone react. When will the status of esports players be equal to that of celebrities who were once above and above? Aren't these the benefits that only the noble stars in the entertainment industry receive? Only Li Hansheng knew it. As long as there is capital, and as long as the capital is willing, isn't status a matter of their words? As for why capital praises him so much, it's very simple. Capital pursues profits. The S7 World Championship is held in China. As the most popular and trafficked player in the LPL, investing in Li Hansheng is actually equivalent to making a fixed investment advertisement among young people. The cost does not need to be too high. If it were ordinary advertising, how much advertising money would you have to spend to achieve such an obvious advertising effect? However, this endless stream of endorsements still makes fans feel a little surprised. Gui. Brother Han Sheng has really become a top star now? Wow. Wow. I still miss Brother Han Sheng, who was bullied by the internet. Why do I suddenly feel like I am watching my unsatisfied son finally grow up? Little B, you are taking advantage of my brother Han Sheng. Right? Ah! My husband is so handsome. Bye. 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 These latest styles are a must-buy. Li Hansheng can be said to have made a lot of money. Not to mention various endorsements. He still has a huge amount of income that has not arrived. And that is the live broadcast contract. Among the renewal conditions provided by Tabwa, one of the conditions is that his live broadcast contract can be signed separately with the platform. And Li Hansheng made his own estimate. If his new contract is signed for a slightly longer year, the price is estimated to be hundreds of millions. Originally, he squeezed out all the money he made in the past year in order to buy a luxury house in Shanghai. But he immediately made a lot of money. After the money arrives, Li Hansheng will buy a large amount of Bitcoin. And just wait for the highest price of Bitcoin in his memory to be sold. Say something pretentious. Just look at it now. To Li Hansheng, money is just a simple number. And he has nothing to do with it. I have a house and a car. The 5 Series is not a luxury car. But it is adequate. He has no special interest in sports cars. It is fine to drive it to show off. But the actual driving experience is not good at all. As for food, clothing, housing and transportation, he usually lives in the base. Eats in the base canteen. And wears clothes that are sponsored by the club and brand merchants. There are even many young rich women among his fans, who will send him some clothes worth thousands or tens of thousands. Li Hansheng is really useless. TMD. Laoli. Labor and management are so envious that their teeth will be broken. Candy yelled on the phone that after he signed a big contract with Wii, he immediately bought a Mercedes-Benz E-Series. Result? Turning around, a brand owner of the same level directly gave Li Hansheng a car of the same level. How could he not be envious? Hee. Didn't I tell you before that if you want to drive a car, you don't need to buy it. Someone will give it to me directly. Li Hansheng pretended to be cool with a smile. Originally, he thought that at least S7 had to win the championship at home to be so favored and pursued by Capital. Unexpectedly, the Capital in this time and space all ends so early. It can only be said that the World Championship won by S6 has brought too many changes to the world line. The current situation has even exceeded Li Hansheng's personal expectations. New Year's Day, January 1st, 2017. The first day of the new year. Shirkwan and Tingjing jointly held the group drawing ceremony for the 2017 LPL Spring Split. Shirkwan is a subsidiary of Riot Games, which is responsible for the broadcast of LPL competitions. Project Banana's poor performance throughout S6 made Riot really fed up with their low-level mistakes. In order to save venue rental fees, teams were allowed to play a BO10 in one day. And professional teams were even arranged to go to internet cafes for training matches. Frequent on-site network fluctuations also caused the game to be interrupted. Riot simply took back the right to host the event, and then arranged dedicated manpower to host the game. It's been a few months. The LPL League is about to start again. Now let's take a look at the grouping situation. Miller and Wawa still serve as commentators and hosts. The rules of the league have not changed. The 12 teams are still divided into 2 groups. A and B. Play a double cycle within the group, and have a single cycle duel across groups. The card pool is arranged based on the team's historical results in the 2016 Summer Split. Number 1 seed pool, Top. EDG. Second seed pool, RNG. Wii. IG. Snake. Number 3 seed pool, Newbie. LGD. VG. IM. Number 4 seed pool, OMG. QG. This grouping is a bit interesting. What a smile. Although Snake is in the second seed pool, we all know that their core top laner Holy Spear has left the team, and the overall strength has yet to be tested. After the VG team introduced Benji, formed SKT's championship midfielder combination in S5. Monkey King plus Benji. In short, many teams have significantly improved their strength this year, and no one can guarantee that they can win this league championship stably. The lottery ceremony officially begins. Top was drawn in Group A, while EDG was in Group B. After the final rounds of drawing, the results of the drawing are as follows. Group A, Top, IG, RNG, and B, LGD, QG. Group B, EDG, Snake, Wii, IM, VG, OMG. Wow! Judging from this group situation, Group A is a perfect group of death. Miller couldn't help but exclaimed.
IG and RNG have significantly improved their lineups in the new season. Even though QG is a newly promoted team, joined the midfielder combination with Clid is a midfielder at the power level. And Top has 3 newcomers in this year's lineup, which may not necessarily lead to the top spot in the group. And it is very likely that it will overturn. That's right.
Wawa nodded.
It's not that we don't believe in the abilities of Noob and Weishin, but the newcomers need a space to grow in the LPL arena. Fans should not put too much pressure on Top. I think in the spring, no matter how Top plays in the game, Sisterly can do it. And the summer game is the time for them to exert their strength.
Can only say. Officials really want to be Top and spare no effort. He even started to help Top find excuses for losing the game in advance. Maybe the officials also feel that with as many as 3 newcomers in the lineup, it is really difficult for the Top to form substantial combat effectiveness in the new season? And 2 days after the grouping situation came out, the LPL spring split schedule was also announced as soon as possible. It can only be said that there will be a big show in the opening game. In Group A, Professional IG did not miss the opening match, and their opponent was Top. In Group B, the feud between WE and EDG will continue again, and the 2 sides will start a fierce showdown. Both games are great to watch. In the duel between Song Yijin and Gao Dui, the IG genius top laner Shai, who has been making a lot of noise on the internet recently, will face the test of Li Hansheng. As for the feud between WE and EDG, even going back to the S4 period, the EDG team was born with original sin for WE. In the past few years, WE was in the rebuilding period and had little room to resist against EDG. But this year, we spent a lot of money in the transfer market, spending nearly 2,000 W to package the champion Nozook, and their strength has been further improved. However, EDG is facing a decline in strength due to the replacement of old and new players, and the outcome of both sides is still unclear. As soon as the schedule was announced, it aroused heated discussions among the audience. Woohoo! Is my favorite LPL going to start again? Brother Hansheng is awesome. Top is awesome. I declare. Top booked the spring split champion in advance. I declare your declaration valid. Laughing to death. Fans of Shun divided by. Can you please stop jumping in a hurry? You really think your family is a god? Right? You still want to win the championship with 3 rookies? Don't lose the game then, and feel sorry for your GG on Weibo. WE and EDG. Is 60E dead or a bastard? IG is really a professional user of the opening game? You really won't miss the opening match once? GKD. GKD. I can't wait to watch the game. January 19th. Everyone at Top got ready early and took the bus to the competition venue. The 3 newcomers were all a little excited. Although Jackie Love and Ming played last year, they were just there to feel the atmosphere of the game. Now, they really appeared as the main members of the Top team. And the feeling was completely different. MD! Why do I feel like my hands are shaking? Gao Tianyang looked nervous and made many small movements. Hee hee. Ming teased. It's okay. If your hands are shaking, I suggest you give yourself a few slaps to calm them down and they will stop shaking. Go away. Why don't you slap yourself? Gao Tianyang rolled his eyes, but his expression was still a little restrained. After all, they know what kind of team they are on. For a team like Top, victory is deserved. Failure is unacceptable. Once they lose the game because of them, the fans' anger will let them go. Li Hansheng smiled and said, What are you doing? Calm down. Everyone. If we really want to lose the game, away, and I will be the first ones to be charged. Besides, an IG can scare you like this? IG is just a Lansy. Gao Dui frowned. Hearing these words, I felt like I was seeing the good teammate I once was. Gu Shumin should be killing everyone in North America at this time. Right? Chapter 275. The $10 million are worth it. After changing the organizer of the event, the venue of the event has also changed. Last year's LPL competition venue was at the Hongqiaotiandi Performing Arts Center, but now it's at Super Brand Square. It is located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City, Lujiazui, opposite the Oriental Pearl Tower. It is no exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth every inch. As expected of Riot himself, Jackie Love's eyes widened. The specifications and treatment are completely different. Last year's Banana project was indeed a bit too petty. Li Hansheng just smiled. How much capital will enter the market this year? How much capital continues to wait and see? Riot is bound to seize this wave of opportunities, attract more capital to enter the game, and start a true alliance. Naturally, these image projects on display will not be ignored. The team members arrived at the scene relatively early because they had to come over to get familiar with the venue before changing to a new venue. All kinds of promotional slogans can be seen everywhere. When you enter the gate, you can see the huge LPL Division logo. On the side is a photo of Top holding the cup at Staples Center. This is an exclusive honor for the championship team. Every spectator can see it from here. You can see this picture whenever you come in. On the other side is an area dedicated to receiving team support items. And there is a voting pool next to it. Audiences who come to the scene on the day of the game can vote here, before the official start of the game between the two sides. The official will also check the support rates of both parties. When we came to the passage, the walls on both sides were covered with promotional posters of players from other teams. Most of the photos of Director and Uzi were of exciting moments after making wonderful moves on the field. After officially entering the venue, I discovered that the capacity of the venue is slightly larger than that of Hangzhou, which means that it can accommodate more spectators to watch the game. Uniformed staff were shuttled back and forth at this time, making final adjustments before the official start to ensure that there would be no accidents in the opening game. The purpose of establishing Shirkwan itself is because Riot and Tingjing are fed up with Banana Plan's garbage event hosting capabilities. If something goes wrong on the first day of the new season, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Gao Tianyang and others couldn't help but feel tranced watching the stage. All this was a brand new experience for them. The coveted main force status has now been obtained. But, when you get the main force, you will also bear the pressure on your shoulders. Perhaps sensing that Gao Tianyang's expression was too nervous and serious, Li Hansheng couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder.
I'm playing IG today. The opposite Ning is a jungler who just switched from ADC. So don't worry too much. Besides, away, and I will seize the lane to reduce the pressure on you in the jungle. You just need to perform normally.
Is Gao Tianyang strong? The answer is obvious. It is impossible to win the FMVP of S9 without strength. But his shortcomings are also obvious, such as fragile psychology and poor ability to withstand pressure. For such players, it is more important to encourage them and help them slowly accumulate enough self-confidence. As long as his self-confidence is built up, his performance on the court will enter a positive cycle.
Brother Hansheng, who are you looking down on?
Jackie Love was very dissatisfied and felt that she had been underestimated. So she immediately shouted,
in the words of Poo Poo, the child god is a Lanzi. Baolon is also a second level disabled. Beat them, and us can the bottom lane not have lane rights? Sure, Ming. Do you think Brother Hansheng looks down on others? Indeed.
Ming still giggled.
But it's not necessarily true. It depends on how the coach arranges it.
Alright. The opposite of Gao Tianyang is Jackie Love. This kid is indeed born with a big heart. He is one of those rare players with a big heart. No matter how much pressure he puts on, it will not affect his performance on the court. But it's precisely because of my good mentality that I often don't feel the pressure. And once fans praise me, I can easily become arrogant. You can't praise him mindlessly. But occasionally you have to suppress him appropriately to stop him from being so high profile.
Oh, wait. Did you hear that? Yuanba said that he wanted to carry us today. This is what you said. So we will mess around.
Li Hansheng deliberately followed his words.
Oh?
Jackie Love was stunned for a moment, then smiled.
No, Brother Hansheng. I was joking. Anyway, I don't care about anything else. You kid, don't forget what the coach said.
Li Hansheng reminded with a half smile.
What did the coach say? I remember.
Ming reminded.
If you die on the field due to disciplinary reasons, if you die once, you will practice 10 more Korean server ranks after the game.
Gao Tianyang on the side even said angrily.
No way. No one is playing ADC. The supports have all wandered away. And they are so stupid that they want to last a last-ditch attack under the tower. Right.
Jackie Love was so crowded that he was speechless and had no choice but to close the microphone. It has to be said that has a good handle on Jackie Love. He can see the lazy nature of Jackie Love at a glance. Therefore, additional training is used as punishment. This is undoubtedly the most difficult punishment for lazy dogs to accept. It's like putting a tight spell on Jackie Love. Although it is impossible to completely change some of his bad habits, it can play a very good limiting role. While talking, everyone came to the lounge backstage. The bright red top team logo was hung on the door, which was similar to the helmet of the Spartan Warriors. There was still a little time before the game officially started, and everyone was bored and playing with their mobile phones. One obvious change is that starting this season, several camera positions have been added to the backstage lounge, and officials will play some clips from the lounge between games. After a while, The staff came to lead the team members to the dressing room. Li Hansheng allowed the makeup artist to do various things on his face.
TSK. The new players have really good skin and good looks. They are better than many young talents in the entertainment industry. And they are more photogenic.
The makeup artist girl is obviously well informed. And she doesn't want to go to other places to help her. Few celebrities wear makeup. And it's easy to create a sharp contrast.
It's okay.
Li Hansheng smiled modestly.
Just average. Just third in the world. We Team's Mystic is also very good. A typical Korean handsome guy. You two can make your debut in a group.
Mystic is WE's ADC player, and is nicknamed brother-in-law. He is indeed a typical Korean handsome boy. Even in the Korean entertainment industry, where there are many handsome men and beautiful women, his looks are definitely good enough. Today there are competitions between Top and We. So there are many female fans at the scene, accounting for almost half of the entire audience. Back in the backstage lounge, it was almost time to go on stage.
IG is a very good opponent for us at the moment. Everyone must be serious and use what we have trained in the training matches.
Before going on stage, did not forget to remind the players again and again. For Top, who have many newcomers and need to accumulate experience in the game and get used to it. IG's intensity is really just right now. First of all, IG is definitely not weak. With Rookie in the middle, IG will not be the bottom team. Now that they have introduced Duke and Shy, their top lane strength has been significantly improved. Kid in the bottom lane will have shaking hands when playing in the World Championship. And he will not be able to face Uzi. His hands are shaky. But he can definitely be considered an above-average LPL level starting shooter. IG will definitely have no problem entering the playoffs this season. And if they even perform a little better, they may be able to compete for tickets to the World Championship. Everyone came to the edge of the stage to wait. Immortal Grip, Rendong was giving an opening speech on the field. His loud voice resounded throughout the venue.
After more than 4 months, the LPL League War has reignited again. After a lively transfer period, each team has made reinforcements and launched a charge for the league championship with a brand new lineup. Who will have the last laugh and win the Silver Dragon Trophy as expected? Let's wait and see. Today, the 2017 League of Legends LPL Spring Split competition is about to kick off. Let us welcome Top Esports Gaming with the warmest applause.
Rendong imitated the European and American commentators and dragged out his long tail notes. A burst of brilliant fireworks suddenly erupted from the edge of the stage. And all the top members came to the stage one after another, lining up to face the audience. The audience in the auditorium also showed their enthusiasm, cheering enthusiastically, waving their cheering sticks, and making a huge noise. Among them, Li Hansheng has the most support objects. Female fans either wear photos of Li Hansheng on their headbands or hold support signs with words of encouragement for Li Hansheng written on them. Those who didn't know thought it was some celebrity holding a fan meeting here. Not to mention the team members. Even looked stunned and surprised when he saw this. Is this treatment even more exaggerated than what Faker enjoys in the LCK division? But it's normal. The first S championship in the LPL division. The first domestic FMEP. And Li Hansheng is still the absolute core of Top. And his performance on the court has always been outstanding. More importantly, after suffering losses in the top lane in the past few years, the audience is extremely hopeful that there will be a top laner in the LPL who can carry the game. Li Hansheng appeared at this time, coupled with his good looks that can join the entertainment industry. It is not too normal to have such an exaggerated popularity. Super high honor itself is unisex. Outstanding strength attracts male fans, and super good looks attract female fans. On the other side, when all members of IG came on stage, there were also die-hard chickens cheering and shouting for them below the stage. But compared with the lively scene when Top appeared on the stage, it pales into insignificance. All members of IG looked at Li Hansheng with envy. This guy is a real-life winner. Honors, flowers, applause, cars, houses, tickets. Oh, now I just need a girl. The sharp contrast between the two teams also aroused discussion among the audience in the live broadcast room. Hey, isn't this the IG of an ancient wealthy family? Why is it so popular now? Laughing to death. Are you okay with being a jerk? Being crushed like this by a new team? MD. As a man, I think Brother Hansheng is ridiculously handsome. For Brother Hansheng, I don't mind turning into a scheming slut. Sheng Bao, you have to work hard today. As the players from both sides finished their appearances, they all returned to their seats to start debugging their equipment and logging into their competition server accounts, while communicating with the referee behind them. On the scene, The director cut directly to the promotional video of the LPL Spring Split. This year's LPL Spring Split promotional video is divided into 5 short films, namely Journey, Hope, Persistence, Imprint, and Summit. What is playing now is the Summit chapter. Not so much a promotional video for the Spring Split. Rather, it is a documentary of Top Team's S6. The entire clip is almost full of Top's various game scenes and the narration of Top players. From this, we can also see the official preference for Top. The final scene freezes with all the Top members folding their hands in front of their chests, staring at the Silver Dragon Cup placed in front of them.
Welcome all summoners to the live broadcast of the 2017 LPL Spring Split.
What was iconic voice sounded.
This is the Super Mall, the new venue of LPL. The new year and the new venue mean that our LPL should also have a new atmosphere.
Miller took over the words very cooperatively.
The game has ushered in a new version, and each team has also welcomed new players. The past year has been very important to us in the LPL. It has been an unforgettable year for the fans in the competition area.
And we finally got our wish and successfully won the cup in the S competition. This year, the S competition will be held in our country. And the finals will be held in the Bird's Nest, a venue with great symbolic significance. We absolutely cannot miss this championship. The league is a test for each team. Only the winner who passes the test of the long league will be qualified to represent our LPL division to compete for the championship with the best players from all over the world.
Miller spoke eloquently for a long time, and then brought the topic back to the game. He took the initiative to talk to another partner on the side.
Have you played the latest new version? Rita.
2 men paired with 1 woman is a fixed match for the LPL commentary booth in the new season, with the female commentator purely serving as a vase. Rita smiled and nodded.
Indeed. The Assassin's outbreak is delayed.
She obviously did some preparation before the game.
Then what do you think of the changes to the fist?
Watanabe asked.
The words of a professional player in the live broadcast today are more appropriate.
Rita smiled.
Today's assassins have become things without the soul of an assassin. A real assassin should have a knife blade lick blood.
The audience burst into laughter. Obviously everyone knew who said this.
Ha ha ha. You are indeed a fan of my husband with a clear stand.
Miller laughed and teased.
You don't hang out in Noob's live broadcast room with high intensity every day. Do you? That's natural.
Rita made no secret of being a fan of Li Hansheng. Casters really should remain objective and impartial. But now the fandom culture is popular. If you find a popular player or team biased commentator, you can gain the support of the team, players and fans. Why not?
It is worth mentioning that there is also a new hero on the scene. And that is Camille. I think everyone has seen this hero operated by Noob in the All-Star game. Although in version 7.1, the designer has specifically weakened it. It has a certain value, but I don't think it affects it. In the hands of a top laner, this hero is unsolvable. It is indeed said that designers will focus on the champion team for debuffs. But they have designed such an exaggerated top lane mechanical monster in the new season. Is it because there are not enough heroes that Noob can use easily?
Mainly, Qi Gang Shadow has too many mechanisms. Displacement, recovery, real damage, control, non-selectable, and shield are all a large version of Wei, which is equivalent to the top upgrade of Wei's abilities in all aspects. In the later stage, a kick can really hurt thousands of people. Just like playing, King Gang has the ability of Sword Queen in single combat and pulling, and can even crush Sword Queen in team battles. I can only say that in Riot's designer department, each team is responsible for different things. Hero designers are only responsible for the heroes, while another team of designers is responsible for numerical balance. Just like Chun-Li, she is only responsible for numerical balance and does not design new heroes.
However, IG has introduced the Shy in the new season. This talented top laner who became famous very early, and was originally in WE's youth training, and is known as the top 3 Ravens in the Korean server. The battle between him and Noob in the top lane will be the highlight of the game between the two sides. Well, there is also a 5-ban mechanism that will be introduced in the professional arena in the new season. BP will be divided into 2 rounds, and the coaches will have more room to play. Top introduced the championship coach in the off-season in order to improve the BP level. There will be more room for performance. At the same time, we also know that there are 3 newcomers in Top's lineup for the new season. Their performance at the beginning of the season may not be too stable. This is actually good news for other teams. It depends on whether IG can seize the opportunity. Another interesting thing is that IG's jungler Ning originally joined IG as an ADC during the training game. They discovered that Ning was playing he is more talented in the jungle position than in the ADC position. So we simply let him transition to the jungle position, while Hazard returned to his familiar ADC position. Let us see if Hazard can use his rich experience when he returns to the shooter position. Come teach the newbie Jackie Love a lesson.
The BP for both sides begins.
The director switched the screen directly to the BP screen of both parties. Top still actively chooses the red side, now that the ban position is sufficient. Is not worried that the red side will suffer from the ban position. The blue side's IG directly banned Malzahar with one hand. This was not to defend the mid laner, but to prevent assisting Malzahar. Top then backhandedly banned Syndra. Several mid lane mages who shined in the S6 World Championship. Zar suffered numerical weakening in version 7.1. Victor and Snake, on the other hand, lost their combat effectiveness to heroes because their core equipment, the Ice Staff, was weakened. The price of the Ice Staff has become cheaper, but correspondingly, the health value, magic power, and slowing effect have been weakened to a certain extent. But the chain reaction is that Zyra's support becomes stronger. The current ecological environment in the bottom lane is still functional shooters paired with expendable soft supports. Ice Staff can also be regarded as Zyra's core equipment. Supports do not have that much money in the first place. The price reduction of Ice Staff is a major benefit to support Zyra, and large masks have also been reduced in price. At the same time, Bird Shield's properties have been nerfed. The plus 15 magic resistance aura has been removed, and it no longer provides cooldown reduction and health properties. These are all major benefits for Zyra.
IG's second choice is to ban Han Bing. In this case, Varus will become the most popular choice.
Although Varus originally had certain functionality, it was not popular in the S6 World Championship. But the designer made a big move. Directly strengthens Varus's passive, Desire for Revenge. The duration and effect of the attack speed are increased. Not only that, Destruction, the core equipment of all attack speed special effects shooters, has also been strengthened, and the passive percentage damage has been increased by 2%. This can also be regarded as a change of direction to strengthen heroes such as Varus, Big Mouth, and Ice.
Top chose to block Ryze. Is this a desperate target in the middle?
In the last ban position, both sides were given Zyra and Snake Girl respectively. Top chose the 3-ban mid lane to limit Rookie's performance. And IG's goal was also very clear. They wanted to choose Varus. For a non-displacement ADC like Varus, the best partner is actually Tom. But Tom is very weak. Afraid of Zyra, I simply banned her.
No. IG has released Cheat Gang Shadow. Are they really sure they want to release Cheat Gang Shadow to Noob?
Miller found something even scarier. But IG will soon give the answer. Grab King Ganging in seconds on the first floor.
Wow. It seems that IG has great trust in their talented new top laner, the Shy,
Miller exclaimed. The director also showed the Shy Man the camera. Today, the Shy Man is still a little shy and smiles very reservedly. Top grabbed Varus with a backhand, and then directly snatched away the Enchantress.
Enchantress?
Miller's eyes widened.
Enchantress is the victim of the assassin's delayed outbreak. Her performance in rank is very bad. Has Wei Shen developed some new gameplay?
It's similar to Li Hanqing's memory. Enchantress originally developed the technology gun gameplay in the Korean server in March or April. Before that, although I had a good appearance rate in the LPL, my winning rate was worrying. It is understandable that the commentators would question this choice. And IG took down Spider and Jace with a backhand.
Rookie's mid laner Jace? Then you really need to rely on spiders to make up for the AP output.
Couldn't help but frown slightly. And then relaxed. He saw through IG's little tricks. To fight the green steel shadow, there are now only 3 choices on the scene: Jess, Sword Lady and Poppy. Jess and Sword Lady can be suppressed in the early stage, while Poppy has W, Steadfast Style, which can restrain the green steel shadow's entry into the field. But Bobby is not Li Hanqing style, although he can also get it. But IG firmly believes that Top will not let Li Hanqing take this kind of tool role. So only Sword Girl and Jace will be left. And they will steal Jace themselves. Once Top gets greedy and grabs the bottom lane support first, and leaves the top laner for the second round, they can ban him directly. Top instantly summons the Sword Girl on the 3rd floor.
Wow! Sword Princess!
Miller exclaimed. And even the audience was in an uproar.
King Ganging versus Sword Girl. The duel between the 2 operational top laners. Let's wait and see.
The second round of BP begins. Immediately set Easy to the ban position, not wanting IG to get the double poke system of Jess plus Easy. Not to mention that Easy was also considered a signature hero of the Child Yushin in the ADC position. IG can only be forced to send the Poodle to the ban position. Top second ban is given to Jin, which directly blocks all options in the bottom lane. Now the only mainstream shooter left is a policewoman. Can a child's wandering god have such a high tactical status? Moreover, the female police system is particularly demanding on the operational capabilities of a team. IG? Do you have that operational capability? You get what you pay for. By seeing through IG's little BP routine, was able to turn around and conquer the entire army, putting IG in a dilemma worthy of being a champion coach. IG can only send Mantis to the ban position accordingly, and continue to target top selection in the jungle.
Top chose Kalma, leaving IG with not many bottom lane options.
IG really doesn't have any good choices at the moment. The female police system is not what they are good at, and the children's game has not used female police officers many times in their career, especially the redesigned version of the S6 policewoman. He has already gone to the jungle. He has not played much with the new version of the policewoman. Finally, IG can only settle for the second best choice of a bottom lane combination like Wheelmon plus Nami.
Wheelmother? Well, it can be regarded as strengthening the strong team building ability of IG's lineup.
Miller gave his own evaluation, and Top directly selected the Blind Sin in the last move. There are not many choices in the wild area at present. The Poodle, Mantis, Blind Monk, and Spider are the new version of the wild area F4. And the male gun is actually okay. But in order to match IG's early rhythm ability, Gao Tianliang cannot choose this kind of hero. Otherwise Top will appear too passive in the early stage. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. IG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, King Ganging vs Sword Girl. Jungler, Spider vs Blind Sin. Middle lane, Jess vs Enchantress. Bottom lane, Wheelmon plus Nami vs Virus plus Karma.
The lineup of IG tends to use personal abilities to open gaps in the middle and top lanes, and the bottom lane has stable development to provide functional types. It is crucial whether the newcomer Ning can find the rhythm to help his teammates build an advantage. Their lineup is actually the linkage is not strong, and Top's lineup is not easy to evaluate. Mainly, no one knows what kind of performance the new version of Enchantress can achieve. We can only say that both the top, middle and jungle are heroes who will cause trouble in the early stage. Let's treat it as a personal game. Let's compete in ability.
Commentators also need to slowly adapt to the new version. After all, various changes have been made. Various heroes have been reworked. And the game has just begun. There are not enough game samples to support the data, and they can only make accurate evaluations.
Gao Tianliang, try to surround the middle and top as much as possible.
Hongmi did not forget to tell Jakula before leaving.
Jiaqua, be more stable on the bottom lane and don't give the opponent a chance.
He was really worried that Jakula would move too aggressively as a non-displacement shooter. While Karma can provide protection, it doesn't provide the same protection as Tom. Once Jakula is given a chance, it is really possible that he will be eliminated by the opponent in an instant.
Communicate more. Exchange more. And the eye positions must be arranged well. Make sure you have enough vision information before deciding what to do next. Gao Tianliang and Shi Sening must observe the map more and let the online players can operate with peace of mind and perform stably.
And we will definitely win.
The three newcomers who were named nodded solemnly, especially Gao Tianliang. He knew very well how heavy the task on his shoulders was. Once he lost his rhythm, both the middle and upper lanes would be dragged down. He took several deep breaths to calm down his emotions, and put down such a sentence. Also took off his headphones, and came to the midfield to shake hands with IG's coach. And then the two of them walked backstage together. Chapter 276 within 100 steps. There must be a jungler. With the cheers of the fans at the scene, Summoner's Rift appeared in front of everyone. Neither side had any intention of invading, and chose a very conservative snake position to protect their own jungle areas. The main style of the bottom lane duo of both sides basically continues the style of the S6 World Championship, which focuses on taking the lead and attrition. And both need to go online as soon as possible to compete for the lane rights in the bottom lane. There is also a small change in the jungle. The first round of refresh time of wild monsters such as Frog Princess, the first ADC in the jungle, is delayed, and they refresh a little later than the buff monsters. This change is actually an early prevention of direction changes. Once again, the bottom lane duo will take advantage of a group of wild monsters to grab two online at the beginning. Because the delay time is not long, it will not affect the jungler's normal brushing. It just prevents the bottom duo from eating wild monsters. At the same time, the duration of the red and blue buffs, which originally lasted 120 seconds for the first buff and 90 seconds for subsequent buffs, is now changed to 120 seconds for all. The extended duration of the buff ultimately encourages the jungler to do more things online in the early stage, rather than just mindlessly farming in the jungle. Riot's intention is still very obvious. Dikemba helps me figure out how to operate it. And then they all start fighting. The more intense the fight, the better.
It's only been more than 2 months since the finals. But why does it feel like it's been so long since I last watched Top's game?
Wawa joked with a smile.
I feel the same way.
Miller smiled.
In addition to observing the players' adaptation to the version today, I can also see if they are lazy during the holidays. I don't know about other players. Anyway, Noob will definitely not have any condition problems.
Rita said it was Lao Shengzha. Li Hansheng plays Hanbok rank on live broadcasts with high intensity every day. And everyone is watching. This is also one of the reasons why Li Hansheng has relatively few black fans. Damn it. You play the game well. You can win the championship. And you work so hard. How can you be so bad? Being embarrassed is a different kind of whitewashing. While the commentators were joking, the first wave of minions on the field had already arrived online. The director very wisely focused the camera on the top lane. The heroes chosen by the top laners of both sides are very interesting and confrontational. Not to mention that one of the two sides' IDs is called Noob, and the other is called the Shy. The Shy has only officially logged into the professional arena for the first time today. But he has already gained a certain reputation in the Korean server during his previous live broadcasts. Even many viewers in China know him. And some people have even begun to look forward to the showdown between the two. Today I can finally get my wish.
It's a pity that the Shy Man now is not at his peak.
Li Hansheng felt regretful. He simply didn't even bother to use the accumulated points. He won the 16th consecutive S-Game Championship and FMEP, as well as the Best Top Laner of the Year, the Best Rookie of the Year, and the Best MVP of the Year, which allowed him to accumulate a lot of special honors. You can maximize your landing operations to 100, and you can also improve other attributes. But now, it doesn't seem necessary. If you add it like this, it would be a bit too bullying for the Shy in his early childhood.
Let me see what kind of strength you are now.
Li Hansheng licked his lips excitedly. The 7.1 version's weakening of Qi Gang Shadow is not painful at all. The growth health value is reduced from 95 to 85. The shield duration of the passive, Adaptive Defense, is changed from increasing with level to a fixed 1.5 seconds.
And then, there is a big change. The stun duration caused by sending enemies flying is reduced. These weakenings do not affect Qi Gang Shadow's landing strength at all. In terms of skill values alone, Sword Princess cannot be compared with Qi Gang Shadow. Therefore, Li Hansheng did not choose the newly strengthened War Heat in terms of talent, but still chose the consumption-based Immortal Grip. His luck was not very good. The first flaw appeared on King Gangying's back. Facing King Gangying, who took the initiative to step forward, Li Hansheng chose to take the initiative. GNG's range is 150 yards, while Qi Gang Shadow's range is only 125 yards. So GNG can take the lead and hit a flat A, and immediately follow up with a Q, breaking air slash, on the spot. But Qi Gangying didn't give up, and just kicked Sword Girl, instantly launching a passive, Adaptive Defense shield. Since Sword Girl's panel attack power is higher, Qi Gang Shadow gained 20% of the maximum health worth the physical shield. He endured the damage from the minions, and chased the Sword Lady against A. This is where Qi Gang Shadow is rogue. He has a shield, and can use it to forcefully exchange health with you. When the shield disappeared, King Gangying immediately took a small step back to adjust his position, and then handed over W, Tactical Sweep. This forces Li Hansheng to not retreat. Once he retreats, he will definitely be scratched by the outer ring of Qi Gang Shadow's W, taking more percentage damage and allowing Qi Gang Shadow to recover his blood. Li Hansheng could only turn around and hit King Gangying again. But after King Gangying landed, he immediately tied the A and widened the distance between them. Even if Li Hansheng triggered the effect of Immortal Grip, this wave of blood exchanges did not make any money, and the two sides were basically in a 50-50 situation.
MD! Those damn numbers are weird.
Li Hansheng frowned and cursed. But, the next second, he moved forward predictably, because the flaw behind Qi Gangying was about to disappear. So the next flaw would most likely be on the front or above. With a 50% probability, he bet on the front. The Q skill that had just improved and had a good CD was used again.
and the flaw was just on the front. This time, Sword Lady's health finally gained the upper hand. Whether it is W or passive shield, the level 1 Qinggang Shadow has a CT of nearly 20 seconds. It starts with a wave of skills that can be arrogant, and then it has to be suppressed by the Sword Queen. Although I can't see anything, I always feel that these two people played a very top-notch game. While Hua fully demonstrated his knowledge of nonsense literature, the battle on the top lane was very fierce. Especially when Li Hansheng succeeded in grabbing 2. He immediately took the initiative to hand over Q to the line, and once again took the initiative to hit a QA in the face to consume. After Qinggang Ying retreated and opened his position, he once again tried to use W to consume, but was blocked by Li Hansheng's backhand W, Lawrence Hart's eye knife. On the top road, Li Hansheng took advantage of the stronger combat power of Sword Girl level 1 to gain the upper hand. The competition in other lanes is also fierce, especially in the bottom lane. Jackie Love and Ming got a stronger landing combination, and they started to attack the children Yushin and Baoan like crazy. Virus's shooting range is a full 575 yards, while Wheel Mom's is only a measly 500 yards. Moreover, Virus, who has learned Evil Arrow Rain at level 1, can completely rely on the deceleration effect caused by the E skill, and use the range and movement speed to pull repeatedly. Karma can also help shooters push the line as soon as they come up. Nami's biggest problem is that she can't help her shooters push the line. This puts IG into an embarrassing situation as soon as they come up in the bottom lane, and they are pushed back to the tower very early. Wow! Top's rookie bot lane combination is playing so fiercely. Miller praised it first, and then did not forget to help the child Yushin to make up for it. The child Shin may not have played ADC for too long, and he still needs to find his form. Look at the movements of the junglers on both sides. I have a hunch that the first wave of collisions will occur on the top lane. The junglers of both sides are usually brushing from bottom to top, and they are both quick 3 roots, with double buffs plus a group of 3 wolves. And the goal is to hit the road. Ning took a look at the troop situation on the top lane. The advantage of Qinggang Ying over Sword Girl is that Hook Lock can provide a stable control, which is exactly the type of online hero that Spider likes to cooperate with most. As long as Spider's teammates can help provide a stable control of the first move, then Spider will be the jungle hero with the highest explosion at level 3. No one. After all, there are 2 forms, 2 sets of skills, and both QS have their own killing damage. But the problem is, if he wants to go up, Gao Tianliang on the opposite side will most likely go up to protect him. After all, Li Han's boost line is so high up the road. I'll do it, Ning said in simple words. Kwai. The Shy nodded. He still only knows a few simple Chinese words. Judging from the small map, Ning's Spider did not go along the river because he was afraid that the grass in the river would expose his whereabouts to the vision arranged by Li Hansheng. He first hid in the triangular grass behind the first tower on the road and waited patiently for Li Hansheng to advance his troops to his first tower. Then he patiently waited for the Shy to slowly clear the lane, and formed a wave of slow lane push on the road. As soon as I hung up on the road, I hung up for nearly half a minute, and still didn't leave. What a coincidence. The commentator and the audience from the god's perspective can also see that the blind monk at the top of the sky is also on the road, but he is hanging in the grass on the line. Miller was speechless for a moment, and didn't know what to say. Has the 2 junglers agreed upon this? They just want to help without brains. Whoever leaves the top lane first is the dog. Right. But this also shows that although the Shy is a newcomer, his status in the team seems to be very high. Rita said. Everyone knows that IG is Rookie's team, but Ning doesn't care about Rookie at all. It's normal for Gao Tianliang to focus on Li Hansheng. After all, Li Hansheng is the absolute core of top. Is this coming? The doll suddenly exclaimed. The spider, which was originally hanging in the grass and motionless like a tortoise, finally started to move. He walked out of the grass, stuck at the extreme distance, and stood behind the Qinggang figure step by step. And, although the Shy didn't speak, he directly marked that his E skill was ready. Apparently, he was telling Ning that he would use E first. Qinggang Ying's way suddenly shot 2 hook locks towards the wall on the side, and then he flew towards the wall under the pull of the hook locks like a soldier. And then the second stage of E, wall return, flew towards the Sword Princess, facing the menacing Qinggang Shadow. Sword Girl instinctively handed over her W, Lawrence Eye sword, and stood in a blocking posture. However, in the imagination, the scene of Qinggang Ying crashing into GNG did not appear. The Shy was a thief. He just handed the second E in the direction of Li Hansheng. But he did not choose Li Hansheng as the target.
The two passed by each other. The Qi Gang shadow was in the air, but it moved to Li Hanqing's side, and was not hit by the reflected sword energy.
Beautiful. The Shy deceived Noob's W perfectly this time. The spider flashed, cocoon.
Miller's volume suddenly increased. Although Ning and the Shy didn't communicate in too many details, they showed great tacit understanding. The spider in human form flashes directly and crosses E. When Sword Queen activates W, it is actually equivalent to self-control. She must stand in place and assume a blocking posture. During this period of time, Sword Queen cannot move. And even if the spider got this timing right, the spider silk it fired would just hold Sword Princess in place the moment Sword Princess W ended.
IG Winnow cooperated perfectly. But the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind.
Rita also shouted.
Xiaotian is right next to protect Noob.
King Gangying immediately connected A to Q, accurate etiquette, and cooperated with Spider QW to cross. And then switched forms, and used E Fabian to move over. The next second, both the Shy and Ning were shocked. Especially Ning, who immediately became elegant and easygoing.
Hack! Gao Tianyan is better at squatting than I am.
Ning himself felt that he was already outrageous. He squatted in the top lane for more than half a minute. Who would have thought that the opposite jungler was even more outrageous? Blind Monk immediately put W, Golden Bell cover, on Sword Princess to put a layer of shield. And then E, Thunder Break, followed by 2E to create a deceleration and slow down the damage they caused to Li Hansheng.
King Gangying! Kill King Gangying!
Li Hansheng shouted quickly, and determined the target of the fire with Gao Tianliang. Spider is at full health, but Qi Gang Shadow is not in that good shape during the landing process. And the shield provided by his passive, adaptive defense, has long since disappeared. Blind Monk immediately connected A to Q, Tian Yin Bo, and hung Q on Qi Gang Ying's body first. After Li Hansheng recovered, he immediately connected it with Q to break the flaw under the Qi Gang Shadow, and then used E, Deadly Stab, to continue to slow down the Qi Gang Shadow, making it impossible for the Shy to distance himself. It was obviously IG who took the lead, but the difference in HP between the two top laners was not that big. The Shy handed over W, Tactical Sweep, and wanted to use the Outer Circle W to regain blood. But the Blind Monk immediately handed over the second stage of Q to complete the quick close. And Li Hansheng used a beautiful A flash to break King Gangying's flaw again, and also avoided being hit by King Gangying's Outer Circle W. Unable to regain blood, Qi Gangying could only dodge and pull away. But the Blind Monk decisively drew it with the dodge. Qi Gangying, slowed down by the red buff, could not distance himself at all, and the Blind Monk easily took the head. First blood. At this time, the dangerous game in Li Hanqing's talent was triggered, helping him regain a mouthful of blood. Spider, who has fully mastered his skills, will also lose the ability to continue fighting in the future. And he is the jungler of the blue side. At this time, the red buff has long disappeared, and he can only be forced to retreat.
Nice! Gao Tianyan!
Li Hanqing hurriedly praised.
Well done to you for this reverse squat. MD! It's your first time playing professionally, and you got killed in just over 3 minutes? You're even tougher than my buddies. Gao Tianyan. Strong. 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 Have you booked this year's Rookie of the Year? Right.
JackieLove, who was far away in the bottom lane, also came for the first time. Praise for a moment. JackieLove likes to cut the screen very much, and he can be regarded as an alternative among ADCs. All ADC players are basically like Uzi. In the early stage, they will pay special attention to online reinforcements and landing. Cutting the screen to observe the mini-map is an auxiliary thing. ADC just wait to hear the feedback. JackieLove is different. Even during the landing process, he will cut the screen as frequently as the midfielder. The advantage is that he can support the jungle faster than the opposite ADC. After all, because real-time screen switching will obtain more map information, he can predict possible collisions in the jungle in advance, so he can take action earlier. The disadvantage is that, like Mr. Defay, he will cut the screen, causing the opponent to lose concentration and acquire skills that should not be acquired.
It's not as exaggerated as you said,
the two boasted, which actually made the bastard a little embarrassed. He is sensitive inside and lacks self-confidence. It was his luck to meet teammates like Li Hanqing and JackieLove, who like to praise others.
Noob's fans should be relieved to see this wave,
Miller joked half-jokingly.
Although Kenny is gone, there is still another man standing behind Noob. Ha ha ha.
The doll let out a hearty laugh.
According to your statement, Kenny seems to have left, but he is actually always here. Right.
Kindi was watching the game in the lounge. He was wearing a Wii uniform. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but think of every detail of his career in top. He subconsciously said,
Lao Li is still as strong as ever. And Gao Tianyang performed well too.
When he saw that his teammates were looking at him, he quickly changed his words.
Brother Leg, I will let you enjoy the Emperor-level treatment like Lao Li later. It's ridiculous.
Leg brother, WE's top laner 957, chuckled and shook his head.
Don't help me deliberately. Noob and I can't compare.
957 belongs to the same type of top laner as Looper, a top blue-collar player who can carry and also be a solid defensive top laner. The specific choice depends entirely on how the team positions itself. On the field, after the Shy was killed, he smiled and said,
Damn it! Damn it!
This is his quirk. When people are killed alone, they show off their negative energy. But when they are shown off to others, they will smile happily when they are killed alone. But the Shy is the other way around. After being shown off by others, he would smile happily. But when he was shown off by himself, his face was often expressionless. Ning glanced at the troops on the road and wondered how the Shy could laugh. Big brother, your army line exploded. When they attack, the troops on the top side push back. At this time, Li Hanxing had a perfect pushback line on the top lane. After he returns home, he replenishes his equipment and doesn't even need to pay TP. He just goes back online.
Hey, how can you play with this army line? Shameful man.
Li Hanxing smiled. As a time traveler, Li Hanxing has no idea about Veshi's personal playing style and technical characteristics. The Shy has not changed his style of play since his debut. Highlight your head. The purpose of landing is to suppress you and manipulate you. The difference is that in S8 and S9, he was at his peak personally, and had Ning at his peak standing behind him. So he could become the world's #1 top laner. But when he started to decline, and his own jungler no longer played around the top lane without thinking, his stubborn behavior will make him look like the
easiest player in the world.
As long as the opponent's jungler dares to come, I will fight to the death for you. And I will never let you go home empty-handed. Do you want to teach the Shy now a lesson? Chapter 277, Teach the Young Shy Boy a Lesson. Li Hanxing planned to control the line temporarily. Although he could not prevent Shy Man from losing experience, it could cut off his development and prevent him from replenishing troops. He still tried his best to give Gao Tianyang a space to express himself freely. The most important thing for junglers is their ideas. They must have their own ideas, rather than being constrained by teammates on the field and forcing themselves to only go to one lane to gank. That leaves too few options and is not conducive to the jungler's personal performance at all. This can also seduce Ning to focus a lot of energy on the road. Li Hanxing also knows Ning well. His ganking strategy does not include the bottom lane option at all. It basically revolves around the top lane. If it is not feasible, he will go to the middle lane. So Jackie Love in the bottom lane was mad at him. And Li Hanxing didn't stop him, because the bottom lane really didn't face any big threats.
Wow! It's so uncomfortable to be on the road.
Miller couldn't help but smacked his lips.
I feel uncomfortable just looking at it. This army line is controlled. The most important thing is that IG's field of view in the upper half of the area is not enough, so that the Shy cannot obtain enough field of view information.
Wawa said. Rita shook her head.
It's not so much that IG's visual field layout is not enough. It's better to say that Top's real eye layout is too much.
The three of them, Ueno, Nakano, have all returned home once. And everyone must wear real eyes when going out according to requirements. In fact, IG also arranged a lot of ward positions, but they were all eliminated by Top's real ward.
After Coach joined Top, the most intuitive feeling is that Top's current BP will be more perfect, and the overall discipline of the team has been significantly improved.
Rita continued to talk about her feelings.
In this situation under the circumstances, I am quite optimistic that Top's 3 newcomers can grow rapidly, allowing Top to continue to maintain its core competitiveness.
Ning saw how miserable the top lane was, so he thought about going to the top lane to help clear the lane. Otherwise Li Hanxing could control this lane for 3 to 4 minutes. Being on the road itself is a disadvantage. Once there is a real level difference, no matter how talented the Shy is, he will be manipulated to death by Li Hanxing. Ning once again came to the top lane, with the goal of helping the Shy relieve the pressure on the top lane. What a coincidence. Gao Tianyang also came to the road again. Gao Tianyang's purpose in this game is also very clear. He will give up part of his own development, not help other teammates, and focus entirely on the top lane. This is not because Li Hanxing's status in the team is too high. It's because of the hero's choice that he will inevitably make such a choice. As a hero, Sword Princess must be the father of the whole team. And the whole team must support Sword Princess as a father. Because this is a hero who needs absolute say. If you choose Sword Lady, and you don't help her, and you don't give her corresponding tactical status, then why did you choose Sword Lady? Wouldn't it be better to choose a big tree to mix in the top lane? It just so happens that a new talent, Power of the Colossus, has been released in the new season, giving these top lane fantasy gods a new spring and a chance to debut. The current situation is that Li Hansheng has begun to gain a certain advantage in the top lane. So he can focus on the top lane, so that Li Hansheng can roll the snowball more comfortably. Certainly, to obtain the team's resource tilt, you must also shoulder the burden of carrying the game. Otherwise you will become a negative example. One person. I take 3 lanes, and I have 0 output in team battles. Li Hansheng obviously will not be in this situation, as 6 performance throughout the year has perfectly proved that he is the kind of person who can lead the team to victory. There is absolutely nothing wrong with piling resources on Li Hansheng. If it were another team, if you were so desperate to catch him, Jubi would punish your other teammates. But Ning is so stubborn. So I want to help. The two sides meet again on the top road. However, because the two junglers met early, the two sides did not fight. The spider ran to the line and used his skills to help clear the troops. The blind monk helped to use his body to forcefully resist the troop line, preventing the troop line from entering the tower. He used his own status as exchange for Li Hansheng's line control. This, Miller couldn't laugh or cry. The junglers on both sides are determined to help their own orders. Right. Can they still play Sherwan? It looks funny, but the impact on the top lane is real. Li Hansheng beat the Shy by a full level. When he reached level 6, Li Hansheng chose to go home and immediately bought the artifact Tiamat. And then TP returned to the line as soon as possible. The Shy is still at level 5. But at this time, Li Hansheng no longer chooses to control the line, but starts to push the line. Anyway, after making Tiamat, I can't control the line even if I want to. Soon the military line was pushed back. For such a situation, the Shy can accept it. Standing under the tower, he can at least replenish his troops and develop them. Certainly, we will also face the consumption of Li Hansheng. When the defense tower attack had just been launched, Li Hansheng immediately attacked a Tiamat Q and launched a wave of 4 consecutive attacks. Although the defense tower locked on himself immediately, it was delayed due to the attack speed limit. Has not yet emitted magic light waves. On the contrary, Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation to distance himself and withdrew from the range of the defense tower. But King Gangying didn't lose too much blood, because the Shy also immediately backhanded a Q to create a passive, adaptive defense shield, which offset most of the damage. But the problem is, when the line of troops is suppressed under one's own tower, such a counterattack will definitely result in losses. Because he attacked Sword Girl, the hatred of the soldiers of the top family immediately transferred to him. Standing under the defense tower, he was unable to escape the hatred immediately, and was beaten by the soldiers for several rounds. It started. After gaining the advantage, Noob started to show his face and use all kinds of damage-free consumption under the tower. Seeing this familiar scene, Miller laughed out loud. Maybe the Shy is indeed very talented, but he still needs time to grow. And it is still too difficult to expect him to compete with Noob, who is now at his peak. What people like Smev and Duke can't do, it's hard for a newcomer to do it. When the next wave of troops entered the tower, Li Hansheng's murderous intent became apparent. King Gangying's shield is still on CD, and it's still level 5. With no ultimate move, he walked straight towards the Qin Gangying under the tower. The Shy was like a formidable enemy, and he was also very good at Sword Girl. He knew that. Now his bloodline is actually within Sword Queen's killing line. The safer way is to retreat immediately and not be so stubborn. But can I still be called the Shy if I don't have a head? Why can't you operate the opposite side yourself? As long as the operation under the tower is successful, you can immediately reverse the unfavorable situation on the field, allowing you to gain an advantage in turn. In a disadvantageous situation, a mediocre person would choose to do nothing rather than make the same mistake again. But genius, you will always choose, and you would rather make mistakes. But you must also take the initiative to try to reverse the situation on the court. Li Hansheng did not take action immediately because the flaw behind Qin Gangying had turned red and would refresh in the next second. Good luck. The latest flaw appeared on the front of Qin Gangying. Li Hansheng immediately hit A and E in 2 quick combos, which also included the damage of Immortal Grip, combined with the real damage caused by the upper hit breaking the flaw.
Qi Gangying's HP was immediately reduced by a large amount. The Shy quickly drew A and then Q, accurate etiquette, and pulled back. Qi Gangying will get a small acceleration effect after opening Q. But the problem is that Sword Princess E can create a deceleration effect. The two effects cancel each other out, which actually means that the Qi Gang Shadow is not accelerated and cannot move away immediately. The next second, Qi Gangying's body suddenly showed flaws everywhere. This is the effect of Sword Girl activating her ultimate move, Unparalleled Challenge. Daisy didn't dare to be stubborn. His flash is not improved yet. And Li Hansheng has not flashed either. So he can use E to distance himself. He immediately used E, Hook Lock, to pull himself towards the defense tower and put some distance between him and the Sword Queen. Then tried to run to the back of the tower with the second E. He overlooked one thing. After Sword Princess activates her ultimate move, there will be an additional movement speed bonus. When he pulled the E Hook Lock to the wall, Sword Princess did not stand there stupidly, but chased forward. Therefore, when he ran behind the defense tower with his second stage E, Sword Princess directly handed over Q, breaking Sky Slash, and also used W, Lawrence Eye Sword. The displacement of the air-piercing slash allows Sword Princess to get stuck in front of Qi Gang Shadow perfectly. It stands to reason that she will be knocked unconscious by Qi Gang Shadow's second stage E. Sword Princess, who can turn on W, is immune to all controls. And the reflected sword energy while Qi Gangying was stunned on the spot. Ouch. The Shy showed his iconic smile again. Being dazed, he could only watch helplessly as the Sword Princess raised her sword and dropped it. The flat A with the second E critical hit damage fell, breaking the second flaw. Using the acceleration effect and timeouts reset effect of the basic attack, quickly penetrate the third flaw. At this time, Qi Gangying's health bar could no longer hold up and returned to 0, becoming a corpse on the ground. And the blood recovery array was also knocked out. Sword Lady's blood volume began to rise rapidly. And then she calmly left the range of the defense tower.
Chung Lu, is there so much pressure on the road?
Rookie in the middle asked. His expectations were very calm and did not have a questioning tone. Rookie's personality is not the kind of person who conveys negative energy to his teammates. The main reason is that he knows the strength of his top laner. And he got him Qi Gangying, the strongest top laner in the current version. But he was killed alone?
It's okay. It's okay.
Daisy didn't find any reasons or excuses. He just kept talking about me and took all the responsibilities. But hit the road. This is the path that is most likely to snowball. Once a solo kill occurs, it means that it is very likely to be penetrated by direct confrontation in the follow-up. After making Tiamat, Li Hansheng did not rush to make the greedy Hydra, but turned around and started making 3 items. After possessing 3 items, Sword Queen's damage will experience a qualitative leap. And as he prioritizes making small wooden hammers, although the instantaneous burst may not be as high as the radiant light, it gives himself more room to pull. Combined with the movement speed advantage brought by the small wooden hammer, he can pull the opponent better. Ning, another iron-headed kid from IG, is on the road again. He is bound to cooperate with the Shy to recover the disadvantage on the top lane. After all, after reaching level 6, Qi Gang Shadow's ultimate move can force people to stay. And Rookie is also trying to move up.
Gagadogo!
After arriving at the predetermined location, Ning began to signal the Shy to take the lead. The Shy on the line immediately handed over E, Hook Lock, to hang on the wall. And the second stage of E flew towards Sword Girl. The Shy is also very proficient in Qi Gang Shadow, and is also familiar with all the skills of Qi Gang Shadow in fighting Sword Girl. This wave of his was after an E, and he deliberately paused on the wall, trying to trick Li Hansheng's W. When he saw that Li Hansheng didn't take the bait, he immediately used his second technique, diagonally tilting the E to trick Li Hansheng. But Li Hansheng still didn't take the bait. When the average value of each attribute exceeded 95, Li Hansheng became absolutely confident in his reaction ability. He is fully capable of handing over W when Qi Gangying is about to touch him. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic to try to deceive his W through such techniques. No way. The Shy could only hand over his ultimate move, Hex's Ultimatum, and the Hook Lock immediately turned into a hexagonal cage, locking Qi Gangying and Sword Girl in it. After landing, Qi Gangying directly used A and Q to play his passive. The spider had also walked out of the grass at this time. However, the next second, Ning was stunned. Such a big green steel shadow disappeared directly in front of him. Transformed into a living person? I saw that Sword Girl took the initiative to remove the flaw in Qi Gangying's body without any hurry, and then immediately launched her ultimate move, Unparalleled Challenge, with her backhand. King Yang's side once again had 4 flaws. Next, Li Hansheng once again demonstrated his ability to break the speed of light 4 times a second. AE Flash Q Tiamat. It didn't even take a blink of an eye for all the 4 flaws around Qi Gangying to be destroyed. The whole process is exactly the same as the operation performed by Li Hansheng in the S6 World Championship. Level A breaks the flaw in the face. Then he quickly refreshes the basic attack. Uses Flash to adjust the position to break the second flaw. Angles Q to the third flaw. And then Tiamat resets the normal attack again to break the 4th flaw. The whole process doesn't even take a second. The Shy was also stunned because his screen instantly changed from color to black and white. The audience at the scene was in an uproar. You are the one who is known as the top 3 Ravens in Korean server. IG's genius top laner. Right? Carry it away. Carry it away. Please invite the next talented top laner to appear. Hee. Jiza doesn't really think that any genius of a cat or a dog can compete with my brother Hansheng. Right? That's it? 10% off water bottles? Before the game started, I was so excited about the Shy that I thought it was so cool. Here we come! The speed of light of Chinese sword master Li Hansheng breaks 4 times in 1 second. Miller's face flushed with excitement, and he kept shouting. It's too fast! It's really too fast! Yes! Rita also nodded. Noob is really fast! The veteran driver Dowan next to him smiled ambiguously. It's okay if we say noob soon. But don't say it. Rita. Noob will be angry if he hears it. Rita, who is also an old dirty turtle and an experienced driver, instantly understood that if she was in the live broadcast room, she would have to drive. However, she still restrained herself on the commentary stage. Feshi's death instantly made Ning an orphan. Before he even got close, his teammates were gone. How to spell? Sword Girl still has W in her hand. So even if he wanted to go up, it would be impossible. Just when he wanted to run away in despair, the blind monk didn't know when he came to kill him. W touches his eyes, not giving him any time to react. A library. Shenlong swung his tail and kicked him away, directly into the face of Sword Princess. In fact, if there is a slow-motion replay, you can even see the spider being kicked out by the blind monk's ultimate move. And the blind monk also stole a flat A. Then the second Q hit. When Rita saw the scene, she subconsciously said, Isn't the blind monk's RQQ a sure hit combo? When the factory director in the backstage lounge heard this sentence, his face turned dark. The audience was also amused by Rita. This should be directorite. Both humans and ghosts are showing off. Only I, Chi-chan, am being beaten. Right? You can't make it. Right? Who hasn't made a mistake yet? Facing the spider that came to his door, Li Hansheng quickly made up for the damage. This version of Power of Time was deleted and replaced by Power of Colossus. The impact is, the general fault tolerance rate of junglers will be reduced, because the previous Power of Time is a stable investment that can bring health benefits. But now that's gone. Junglers like Spider can only choose Thunderlord's Edict. In this way, the Spider's early damage burst will be higher, but it will also become more squishy. What a coincidence. The same goes for blind monks. Gao Tianliang's blind monk is also Thunderlord's Decree. And the burst is quite high, and combined with the Sword Queen, the crispy spider will be killed instantly. The 2 iron-headed boys in Winnow and IG once again performed by 1 get 1 free. Li Hansheng received a wave of double kill. 3 kills, 1 assist. And the level lead went directly to level 2. The Shy on the road is actually no longer worthy of appearing in front of Li Hansheng to take the line. Wow! When such melee warriors are selected on the top lane to fight for operations, it is a huge enhancement for Noob. Because you can't mix in melee combat. You have to show off your operations with Noob, Miller said eloquently. The designer promised to target the championship team. But why up to now? All the version changes have been to benefit the top? Isn't this a good thing? Wawa chuckled. Maybe top can really accomplish the goals that other teams have failed to accomplish? What does this goal mean? Everyone knows it. Winning the S championship again. The game on the court has reached this point. In fact, IG is already destined to lose. Their lineup itself has little linkage, and their team fighting ability is average. Heroes like Spider are holding them back. The only way they win, it is the upper, middle and jungle that gain a huge advantage in the early confrontation. But now, the upper field exploded directly. Although the middle lane was slightly better, it was not enough to make up for the holes dug by teammates. The bottom lane has also been suppressed. 3 ways were suppressed. How does this allow IG to win?
Top launched a wave of textbook-level 41-point pushing teaching around Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng once again showed the LPL teams how the Sword Lady top laner can correctly lead the team to victory. That is, don't join the group easily. If you can wear it alone, you must wear it alone. Single belt. Single belt. In the end, Li Hansheng and Jian Jihao scored 8-0-5, leading the team to victory in the first game with a superb record. Chapter 278, just 2 words. Play. When the IG base crystal exploded, the top fans at the scene suddenly burst into enthusiastic cheers. The waves of applause and the muffled sound of the cheering sticks merged into huge waves, as if they were going to cover the ceiling. Overturned. Miller and Wawa also shouted in unison.
Congratulations to Top for taking the lead and winning the first round of the opening game.
Rita added appropriately.
This is a typical Top-style victory. Noob on the top lane is the absolute core. The whole team cooperates with him to push 4 and 1 points on the wing, and finally takes advantage of Wu Jiafei GNG's strength on the wing. The containment force pulled IG to death. But we must also praise IG. In this situation, they seemed very decisive.
If IG is willing to delay like EDG, it can indeed extend the game time. But what's the point? You can only mess with your own mentality. The IG team is of the same origin in this regard, regardless of the advantages and disadvantages. I will fight with you first. If you win, buddy, you can successfully win or make a successful comeback. Losing is nothing more than accelerating the progress of the game. It neither tortures itself nor the audience. This is the fundamental reason why IG has a group of fans even though its record is mediocre. The team style is particularly pleasing for a team like IM that plays a tortoise style. So what if your results are better than IG? If you can win a championship by setting up a bus, that would be awesome. But if you set up a bus and you are just torturing the audience, and you still want to be popular with the audience and passers-by, that's a bit nonsense. High EQ, IG seems very decisive. Low EQ, IG has no brains and cannot operate. Although I'm a diehard Prodigy, I also appreciate IG's gaming style. If you don't like it, just do it. Run a hammer. I'm quite optimistic about this year's IG. It won't be a shame if you can't make it to the top. Who can do this better than Brother Hansheng? Children Yushin. This definitely helped Principal Wang block the mushroom eggs. Otherwise, why would he be able to remain the main force? Did not pursue any complicated tactical arrangements right from the start. He chose to continue to use the system that Top is best at, in order to allow the 3 newcomers to adapt to the rhythm of the game more quickly. Only after they all get used to it can we begin to slowly design and experiment with other tactics. No way. In addition to exercise, what newcomers need most is confidence. The best way to build self-confidence is to win games. Losing games will only destroy the newcomer's already unstable psychological defense. It can also be seen from this point that IM's coaching level is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary domestic coaches.
Strong. Brother Hansheng.
Jackie Love took off his headphones and praised with a smile.
Gao Tianyang. Just go to the top lane to take advantage of the situation. My brother almost fell asleep while replenishing troops in the bottom lane. And I didn't see you coming to help. What's wrong with helping the strongest person in the team?
Gao Tianyang replied angrily.
If you think about it carefully, if you had Brother Hansheng's strength and dominance, could I not help you?
Jackie Love opened her mouth, but didn't know how to reply. Once the team's tactical focus is on the top lane, and the main focus is on 4 to 1 point push, the top lane will be the core. The shooter's sense of presence will be particularly weak, and he will basically be a replenishing machine with no emotion on the field. After you are out of the landing phase, your support can still go to the top single and squat back, or actively help catch people, arrange your vision to protect, and get a certain amount of shots. ADC. As long as you don't play in a group, there is almost no chance to shine. This is not difficult for Sisterly. Why it is impossible for Shinzai's team to design tactics around the top laner. Uzi enjoys the feeling of suppressing his opponents in the landing phase, which also allows him to gain a lot of attention during the landing phase. But the ADC position strength is during the team battle period, and the landing period is not the time when you should be in the limelight. On the IG side, the Shy still has a perverted smile on his face. This guy's brain circuit is really different from normal people. When others abuse him, he smiles as if he won a 5 million lottery ticket. Rookie was new to him, and thought the little brother was using a smile to cover up his inner sadness and embarrassment.
Chung Lu. Noob is indeed very strong. It wouldn't be embarrassing to lose to him. Ah.
The Shy smiled happily.
He's really annoying.
when he noticed that Rookie was looking at him like he was a fool. Daisy explained.
I'm very happy to be able to compete against players I hate. This kind of game is interesting.
Rookie then nodded in realization. The young man has a future. Don't be arrogant when you win, but don't be discouraged when you lose.
Is that what you mean? But?
Rookie glanced at the backs of the top players, and couldn't help but feel envious and sighing. What if he could have such strong teammates? However, such thoughts were quickly forgotten by him. Rookie's character is not very strong. He can even be said to be a good old guy. The only thing he can do is to work harder, be more self-disciplined, and extend his training time. Since his teammates are not strong enough, he must be strong enough to make up for the shortcomings of his teammates. This is Rookie. This is Song Yijin's way of forbearance. Soon, the official MVP selection results have come out. Li Hansheng, who played a superb record, won the MVP of this game without any suspense, holding a Western long sword and a cold look on her face. The original painting of the sword woman is the base. Li Hansheng's new spring game final makeup photo is on the side, and on the left are his various statistics in the previous game. This MVP is a real deal, as the absolute tactical core of the team. Li Hansheng also showed a carry-level performance and led the team to victory. Backstage, also smiled happily, looking at the returning team members with a glowing face. If he was still very resistant before coming here. So, now he has experienced the fun of flying an aircraft carrier. Who can say no to a team with explosive talent? Especially when there is a killer like Li Hansheng in the team, who is truly talented and can crush the opponent. He finally understood why his old leader Edgar complained to him after the quarterfinals of the World Championship, saying that losing to Top was purely a non-combat crime. It was not that SSG was not strong enough, but that Li Hansheng was too perverted. Even he could understand why Bai Yueya, who coaches such a talented team, mindlessly develops tactics around the top lane instead of enriching tactical options. What's wrong with passing the ball to the strongest man on the field? He feels the happiness of the White Crescent Moon last year now.
Not bad. Not bad. Everyone performed well in the last round.
Emphatically praised the three newcomers.
Gao Tianyang, you performed very well in the jungle in the last round. You can play more confidently and proactively later. There are still too few jungle invasions. When we gain enough advantages, you have to become stronger in the jungle. Jackie-Love restrained himself very well in the last game. Keep working hard in the second game. Ming, your vision and roaming support are also very good. But you need to be better in the lane to get such an advantageous combination with your talents. Can definitely help the team gain a greater advantage at the landing level. Can it?
Speaking skills are also quite high. If you were a coach with low emotional intelligence, you would definitely give this combination to Uzi plus Xiaoduan. And you would definitely be able to defeat the children Yushin and others in the lane. Taunting is undoubtedly the stupidest behavior. Although you may not mean that. The person listening to you will think that what you are expressing is that you are not as good as Uzi. Doesn't have much to say about Li Hansheng and Gao Dui. The two main players performed perfectly, and there was no fault at all. When they took the stage again, the mentality of both players actually had no impact. We are all veterans, and the league is a long process. If you care too much about winning or losing in a certain round, you will only put too much psychological burden on yourself and fall into endless self-internal friction.
Welcome everyone back to the game. The second round of the opening game between Top and IG is about to take place. In the first game, Noob used his signature Sword Girl to create a huge matchup advantage in the top lane, and then used his own advantages to launch a 4-point push to help the team win the game. In the second game, the two sides will exchange sides. Let's take a look what adjustments will IG make. The good news is that IG on the red side will get the counter position. It depends on whether they will leave the choice of counter to the mid lane or the top lane. The bad news is that they will have to take the ban position on the top lane. They will not be too determined to let go. King Ganging. Right.
Accompanied by a crisp sound, the BP scenes of both sides were immediately displayed in front of the audience.
Top chose to actively ban Malzahar.
In fact, Malzahar's assist routine appeared during the S6 World Championship. And in this year's preseason version, the great inventors of the Korean server took this routine to the extreme, mainly because of the price reduction of Ice Staff and Large Mask, which is good for Malzahar. Moreover, during the landing phase, Malzahar can use the Summon Void bugs to help the shooter push the line like a soft support. After reaching level 6, as long as he has a flash, he can also flash his ultimate move to force open. And he has the existence of a passive set, and the Q skill can detect vision. It also allows Malzahar to go to the jungle to set up vision in the mid to late game. so that heroes such as Zyra and Nami will not be easily caught and eliminated in seconds, resulting in the team's attrition on the field.
IG chose to ban the Enchantress with a backhand? The last game of Wei Shen's Enchantress did have some outstanding performances, and the effect of his first naked technology gun seemed to be pretty good. It made the Enchanter's battery life extremely big enhancement.
Top second-hand ban was given to Syndra, still targeting Rookie. IG's choice is to ban the Poodle. Top's Mantis on the third floor was simply banned, while IG banned the male gunner with a backhand.
Oh? Did IG choose to release Qin Ganging? Are you so confident?
Miller's eyes widened, and he was really surprised by IG's decision.
Is the IG coaching staff on vacation during the All-Star game, so they haven't watched Noob play? That's not right. At least I will study Noob's daily ranking record. Right.
Wawa also thinks that Sisterly can't do it.
Maybe it's just confidence?
Rita gave a relatively reasonable explanation.
Shai seems to be a very confident player, so he also feels that he can handle Qi Gang Shadow.
In this version, if your top laner can handle Qi Gang Shadow, this will give the team a huge advantage at the BP level. Faced with a gift from the other party, Top naturally had no reason to refuse. Top directly grabbed Qi Ganging from Li Hansheng on the first floor. IG's backhand locked Rise plus Ice. Ice has not been significantly strengthened, but it is also due to the strengthening of Ruined Blade, which is a chain reaction.
In this way, Top can choose Virus. Virus can be regarded as a lower-ranking substitute for Han Bing. Right?
What Anna expressed his own opinion. Miller shook his head and explained.
Han Bing and Virus are not really substitutes for each other.
It seems that both heroes are powerful and functional shooters. But in fact, the effect on the team is different. Han Bing's main strength lies in the ultra-long-range forced opening of her ultimate move and Eagle Strike in the sky, which can obtain more map information for the team. Virus, on the other hand, is stronger in his damage-causing ability in head-on combat. Due to its own percentage damage, Virus's damage capability in head-to-head combat is higher than that of Ice, and it is also faster than Ice in fighting tanks. However, Top made an even more unpredictable choice. Karma plus Zyra come out directly.
Oh? Mid laner Karma?
Rhea looked surprised, but Miller seemed to see him's plan.
Second, with Kochum's move, the bottom lane is more important for support. Now that he has robbed Zyra, then IG will not be able to choose a good match with Han. Ice assistance. The remaining shooter positions include Jin, Varus and Easy. IG can ban any two of them at will. Top will have the remaining options. Kalma will play Rise in the middle. The early lane rights are in Kalma's hands. Kochum's BP ideas really crushed the opponent.
IG didn't expect it either, but they had no choice but to bite the bullet and pick Jace in the last resort. Shai thinks that the character that can be used to suppress Qin Ganging is Jace. It is also true. Before Qin Ganging made the 3-piece plus Bloody Hand 2-piece set, Jace could indeed overwhelm Qin Ganging under the condition of equal development.
Noob uses Sword Princess to crack the Qi Gang Shadow, and Facey plans to use Jace to crack it. Let's see if he can succeed. We still have to encourage this kind of bold attempt.
Entering the second round of BP, IG banned Jin with one hand, while Top banned Nami. IG banned Virus second hand, and Top banned Lulu. This is to completely ban all the soft assistants that can be played in the bottom lane. In this way, no matter what heroes IG plays in the bottom lane, they will be suppressed. However, IG's two-hand ban also forced Top to only choose Easy in the bottom lane. Although Easy can be played with Zyra, the effect is obviously not as good as the previous two. After all, the Ice landing is much stronger than Easy. IG simply grabs the Blind Monk first. The powerful midfield combination of Rise plus Lee Sin puts more pressure on the top mid lane. Top's selection was not unexpected. He locked Easy first, but the last selection was far beyond everyone's expectations. Olaf.
Ah? Olaf!
Miller couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Karma plus Olaf are also very strong. The midfielders of both sides are determined to fight against each other.
On the last floor of IG, I really have no choice but to bite the bullet and choose Thresh. Thresh cooperates well with Lee Sin, and they try to change direction in this way to relieve the pressure on the bottom lane. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and IG is on the red side. On the road, Qin Ganging versus Jace. Jungler, Olaf versus Blind Sin. Mid lane, Karma versus Rise. Bottom lane, Easy plus Zyra versus Ice plus Thresh.
Compared with the previous one, this IG lineup has closer linkage between each position, including midfielder and Wilder assistant. Therefore, The focus of IG is that the midfielder and jungler must gain the initiative in the early stage. Top's lineup still seems to be a 4-point push system with Qi Gang Shadow as the core. But is Qi Gang Shadow good at beating Jace in the lane? We don't know. Whether Top can win depends on the team. How can we help King Ying establish an advantage? However, Ryze's ultimate move on IG can lead people to capture singles. If Han Bing's ultimate move is more accurate, it can also create danger for Noob, who is split pushing on the side. The Arrow of Prey. The Rat King in the semifinals of S6, everyone still has memories. Right. In addition to the poor combination of IG in the bottom lane, their BP is still reasonable.
After a few words of instruction, the coaches from both sides left the players' bench and returned to the backstage. Even if Wahao has an average understanding of the game, he can still see that when facing IG in these two games, Top completely destroyed the opponent in terms of BP. This is also explained sideways. This 10 million is really worth it. Where can I find such a coach? Almost every game has the opponent's BP calculated. Here at the scene, with the cheering sounds of fans from both sides, the full view of Summoner's Rift was also presented to everyone. This one, when everyone thought nothing would happen again, something unexpected happened on the field. Don't look at the fact that IG's first level team has Thresh as a hook, and Ryze's W also has the continuous slowing effect of ice. But Top's Olaf plus Karma are enough for them to drink a pot. And Easy also has good combat effectiveness in level 1 pull. The most important thing is to calculate mentally, and not intentionally. When all the top players left the house, they rushed to the upper half of IG's jungle area as a group. At this time, there were only Jace and Ryze in the upper half of IG's jungle area, standing respectively in the triangle grass on the top road and at the river mouth next to the F6 camp. When he saw the aggressive top people, Rookie was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. If you can't keep it, you can't keep it. And when he returned to the first tower in the middle and thought about it carefully, he understood Top's strategic intention. Isn't your IG confident that you can use Jace to defeat Qi Gang? Then I will force you to change to the jungle. In this way, the blind monk is forced to the lower half, and Olaf can brush around the upper half, just as afraid of being caught. And King Ying's ability to cooperate with the jungler is second to none among the top laners. That is to say, you Jace can't beat me King Ying in the early stage. Do you dare to press? If you dare to press Olaf, you will definitely experience what it means to be on the road for two people, and enjoy the pleasure of being beaten by conjoined twins in turn. Miller saw this too.
Wow! Top has designed such a trap since the beginning of BP. Now it's just a trap?
This moment, no matter how optimistic Shy is, she can no longer be optimistic at this time. Chapter 279. Welcome to LPL. The Shy is indeed stubborn, but that doesn't mean he has no brains. All Top's actions at the beginning were to tell IG on the bright side that my jungler wanted to focus on the top lane, and to circle around the top half. Do you dare to press it? The scene of Gao Tianyang being squatted and bombed in the last game was still vivid in his mind. And no matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't help but start muttering at this time. This is also the first time the Shy truly felt the cruelty of the professional arena. No matter how strong your personal ability is, can you still do 1v2? 1v3 in the early stage?
I personally think that Top's biggest success this year is to take Coach under its wing,
Miller said with emotion.
I heard through the grapevine that Top's annual salary for Coach is no less than that of a top player. But judging from the 2 games against IG so far, I think this annual salary is worth it. This is what other teams need to learn from. If a team wants to achieve results, it not only needs 5 good players, but also the construction of the coaching staff cannot be ignored.
Obviously, the landing period hasn't even started yet, and IG has already started to feel uncomfortable in advance. The credit must belong to the coaching staff. This is clearly an opening routine designed by the coaching staff for the team. The purpose is to discuss the opponent's top laner and make the top laner, who should have to resist pressure in the early stage, more comfortable and more stable to spend their own time. Disadvantage period.
Let's see what Ning will choose. Should he accept switching to the jungle with Xiao Tian to target the mid and bottom tier players? Or should he go for the top players?
Gao Tianyang chose to start on IG's F6, in order to give himself a faster jungle clearing efficiency. He also deliberately ran to the middle to let Ryze hit him with an AWA. Ning, on the other hand, chose the most conventional way to start with his own blue buff. And it's not yet clear how he will decide. Soldiers are online. Li Hansheng and the Shy also met online. The director once again focused the camera on the top road.
Rita
exclaimed.
I just realized that Noob chose Thunderlord's Decree. Right. Don't all the Qi Gang Shadows choose Warzeal?
Miller also looked very surprised. This is a fixed mindset. For some heroes, such as captains, the only talent option is Grasp of Immortality, which is his optimal solution. Why? Because the captain's stats are not enough to support him in dealing with various landing situations. He must use Grasp of Immortality to improve his landing ability so that he can survive the period of weakness. But King Ganging is different. King Ganging's various stats are now at their peak. And he is a pure numerical monster on the top lane, as long as the value is enough. The talent is no longer unique, and you can choose the talent you want according to different situations. King Ganging beats Jace, and he is destined to be suppressed in the early stage. Bring Immortal Grip? The probability of triggering is not high, because in the early stage, even if Qi Gang Shadow brings a passive, adaptive defense, shield to exchange blood with Jace, he will still lose money. After all, Jace has 2 sets of skills, and he also has a long-range form. In terms of range, there are advantages. With War Zeal, which Jess would be so stupid as to have sex with you standing up. Moreover, King Ganging itself will not always play stand-up with others. In the later stage, it will focus on Q, precision etiquette, to fight with the opponent, instead of being like Sword Princess, who has to constantly fight you against A even if she does not break the flaw. Bringing Thunder Lord's Decree will increase your ability to play a set and increase your instantaneous burst ability. This is also to cooperate with the team's early tactical thinking of going up the road. After all, Olaf's damage is not that stable, and Li Hansheng needs to provide higher damage. After all, if you have enough values, your talent will give you the power to choose. If you don't have enough values, you don't have the right to choose talents, and you can only pursue an optimal solution. The Shy also noticed this. He didn't know yet what Li Hansheng was paying attention to when he reached the point, but this did not prevent him from choosing to use his range advantage to suppress it. The basic values of Jace in S7 have not been weakened yet, and level 1 is really overwhelming. Sees the grass on the line and gets stuck in position, preventing Li Hansheng from getting close to the line. Oh! Olaf wouldn't be so perverted as to catch him in 2 levels. Right? Do you think you are a blind monk? The Shy deliberately walked out of the grass and tapped Li Hansheng. Under normal circumstances, he should immediately enter the field of vision of the bush card to draw away the hatred of the minions. But he did not do this. Instead, he had to resist 2 rounds of concentrated fire from the minions before entering the grass. Ah? The doll didn't understand very much. Did Shy make a mistake? Why is he standing there in a daze? But Li Hansheng knew very well that the Shy did not make a mistake, but was planning for the next battle. He deliberately attracted the hatred of the blue side's minions. When the blue side's minions focused on Jace, the red side's minions were still focusing on the blue side's minions. This will cause the bloodline of the blue side minions to drop faster. And what does it mean once this happens? There will be a wave of slow push lines belonging to Jace on the road. According to normal circumstances, Olaf Super 3 will hit the road. By then, Jace, who is on the road, will be able to accumulate 2 waves of troops and also bring artillery vehicles. Such a troop line will have no less than a hero in early combat effectiveness. And once in this process, Jace found an opportunity to lower Qi Gang Shadow's bloodline. At that time, there is no need to worry about Olaf coming to the road to gank, because as long as Qi Gang Shadow dares to come up, Jace will most likely be able to exchange 1 for 1 through operation, and the accumulated troops will flow into the blue side due to the death of Qi Gang Shadow. In the first tower on the road, Jace will not suffer any losses. During the landing phase, the troop line is your best protective barrier besides defense towers. The Shy obviously wants to create a perfect wave of troops to protect himself and relieve the huge pressure Olaf puts on the top lane. Oh! Not bad. Li Hansheng smiled. Although he is still very immature, the Shy at this period has already shown the potential to be the world's #1 top laner in the future. He seemed to have underestimated Gao Tianliang. After Olaf quickly finished F6, Gao Tianliang took a look at the mini-map and found that Jess was standing very far forward. He immediately went straight to the road. Who says that Olaf, a 2-level player, can't gank online? Brother Hansheng, if you hit E, he will die. After his good performance in the first game, Gao Tianliang spoke louder now, obviously having accumulated a certain amount of confidence. Okay. Li Hansheng smiled, because Olaf's F6 was so fast. When Gao Tianliang came to the grass in the river on the top road, the top laners of both sides were still at level 1. Did Xiutian's gank come so fast? Miller's eyes widened in surprise. The Shy didn't notice it at all. Level 1 Jace will definitely die. That's right. Even players with a bronze level in the game can sentence Jace to death in advance when they see this scene. When he saw Olaf starting to sprint, he ran out of the grass in the river. The Shy was obviously taken aback, but without giving him any time to think, the level 1 Qigong Shadow had already handed over the hook lock, and the device on his waist shot out 2 iron ropes to hook the wall and pull the Qigong Shadow over. Since Jace was standing against the grass on the line, he was very close to the wall. When Qigong Yi is released towards the enemy, the dash distance will be doubled. Seeing Qigong kicking towards him, Buzz just immediately flashed and ran back. However, almost at the same time, Buzz, the green steel shadow in midair, also turned into a golden light and disappeared, and then came directly in front of Jace.
Oh my god!
Miller's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief.
Is this noob directly predicting the flash of the Shy with E? Or is it a temporary reaction? I don't understand. But it's so cool.
The doll shook his head.
It's not important whether you predict it or not. What's important is controlling Jace. Facey can't leave.
Jace, who was knocked unconscious on the spot, could only watch as Olaf used Q from a distance to slow him down. And then Qigong and Olaf surrounded him. It was time for the familiar status of the team to show itself. After Jace was disabled, Olaf stopped in time. Qigong pocketed the head with a simple shot of flat A. First blood. First blood obtained.
Hack! Brother Han Sheng. That's so strong.
Gao Tianyang was also shocked.
Is that a prejudgment? Or a temporary reaction?
No matter what the situation is, it proves Li Hanqing's personal strength. The former proves that Li Hanqing's consciousness is very good and he can predict Theshi's next operation, while the latter proves that Li Hanqing's reaction speed is comparable to that of non-human beings.
Well, it's actually a temporary reaction.
Li Hanqing smiled.
It's a basic operation. Don't worry about such small details.
This kind of operation has actually been done by MLXG. The vampire in the middle is opposite, and after the opponent flashes, he temporarily flashes past. It can't be said that the operation is particularly difficult. After all, there is still a little reaction time. Judging from Li Hanqing's current reaction speed of 95 points, it is not very difficult to complete such an operation. Although the exchange flashed, Qigong definitely did not lose. Qigong Shadow has the E skill as a displacement, and it does not rely so much on flash. But Jace is different. Jace doesn't have any displacement ability. This Shy doesn't even have Storm Knight Surge, so his self-protection ability is very poor. Without flash, if this Jace dared to move even a little bit forward, he would die. The Shy really couldn't laugh this time. It's not because he was caught to death, but because the troops on the road were rotten. He deliberately created a wave of slow push lines on the top lane. But due to his premature death, the slow push line was not completely formed. Instead, he helped Li Hanqing create a wave of perfectly developed soldiers. Either he can immediately TP the minions and quickly go online to push the troops forward. But this is risky. If Olaf does not go far, he can kill another wave of carbine, and he will be disabled by then. What to do? The Shy not only showed his extraordinary potential, but also showed the potential to be the best in the world, top laner in the future. He chose to directly TP the online minions.
Huh?
Miller and others were completely dumbfounded.
Can this TP be handed over?
This, Wawa and others were also completely dumbfounded.
Xiaofian hasn't gone far yet.
Seeing this, stop talking about the commentators. Gao Tianyang was also completely shocked. He really didn't expect that someone could be so stubborn. Is it too disrespectful to treat him as a jungler as a human being? Perhaps Li Hanqing was the only one in the audience who was not surprised to see such an operation. This is considered a basic operation for the Shy. The Shy is the kind of player who loves to gamble. When he was at his peak, he especially liked to pretend to have a jungler behind him and forcefully exchange blood with others. The opponent also knows that Ning likes to take the top lane, so he will always be deceived by him, and his health will be lost in vain, resulting in a loss of health, thus losing the initiative in the lane, and he can only be suppressed. This kind of behavior of pretending to have a jungler behind it is essentially a gambling behavior, and the bet is that the other party will be fooled. In the late S10, after everyone saw through Theshi's logic, many people chose to be tough instead of being fooled, and the Shy often pretended to cause trouble. The resurrection time of level 1 Jace itself is very short, and Olaf cannot walk too far even if he wants to. The 4.5 second TP chanting time ended, and Jace just landed. Qigong calculated the time correctly and handed over E hook lock in advance. The moment Jace landed, he handed over the second stage of E wall back and kicked Jace. Kick him unconscious. Olaf also walked out of the river grass at this time, although he did not sprint. With the help of King Ganging to stun people first, Olaf could easily use Q to slow down Jace, who has been unable to level up to level 2. Does not have E, the door of acceleration, nor can he hammer open the people around him. He could only watch helplessly as the two men surrounded him again. He tried to speed up himself by switching forms, but with such a small acceleration effect, what was the use in the face of Olaf's continuous deceleration? Right. Olaf doesn't have a red buff. But Olaf doesn't need a red buff. There is a problem with Gao Tianyong's mentality. But it's not a problem with his operation. How can someone with poor operation be able to play Qiyana to perfection? As long as the first Q hits, there is basically no possibility of losing the Q if you throw it close. Jace is killed again.
It was blown up on the road.
Miller was completely dumbfounded. He died twice in less than 3 minutes. Why are you still playing with a hammer on the road? Jace is still at level 1. And Qinggang Shadow is almost at level 3. Even if you, Jace, have an advantage in the early stages of the hero, can you still defeat Qinggang Shadow, who is 2 levels ahead of you and 2 heads ahead of you? At this time, IG's first wave of counterattacks came belatedly. Ning is a serious choice of speed 3. He did not go to the bottom lane. Instead, he chose to come to the middle. I want to cooperate with Ryze to create a wave of kills. Rookie directly flashed EW to freeze. And Blind Monk used Q to explode. Not enough damage. Why is Karma the top badass hero in the mid lane? Isn't it just that the line is pushed quickly and the self-protection ability is strong? E Encourage puts a layer of shield on yourself to offset the damage. And then RW chains the Blind Monk while also restoring blood to himself. And backhand Q, Inner Flame, to create a slowdown. It was very easy to get out of danger, without even needing to flash. The strong midfielder of Ryze plus Lee Sin is a strong threat to any mid laner. But there is really no way to deal with Karma. And Ning is driven to the bottom half of his own speed 3. And he has no red buff. And cannot cause subsequent deceleration effects. But Karma was in a disabled state. And Gao Dui had to be forced to return to the city for supplies. But this actually helped Gao Dui. When he returned home, he took out a Dolan ring again. After Karma, who has the double Dolan ring, returns to the line. A single arc you can clear out the ranged soldiers, and the melee soldiers only need a few rounds of flat A to take them away. The Yuppie is fast in pushing the line. Ryze can't. If the current version of Ryze wants to clear the line, he must use E to kill the minions with residual health to create the effect of spell surge and spread. Or use double E to create surge and spread of spells. Then use Q. However, Ryze's mana in the early stage is simply not enough to support Ryze's use of skills so frequently to push the lane. What's more, Ryze's skill damage is not as high as Karma's enhanced Q. Gao Dui easily grabbed the line right in the middle. After pushing the line through, he chose to go straight to the top. Ryze's mobility can only be realized after level 6. But as long as Karma learns E, Encouragement, he will have extremely strong drawing ability. This is also a special requirement that has for Gao Dui in the new season. He must have more roaming support instead of relying on himself in the middle route. In the middle and jungle, has no problem judging the version. Riot obviously does not want the mid laner to be just a simple AP damage dealer in team battles. It also needs the mid laner to take on more of the team's rhythm. Due to the change to the jungle area at the beginning, Olaf is still in the upper part of the map. The two quickly met at the dragon pit, and then went straight to the road. Hit the road this way. The troop line was still controlled by Li Hansheng not far from the top tower on the blue side, which made Dashai quite uncomfortable. Although he could gain experience, it was not so easy to replenish troops. But at this time, Li Hansheng directly chose to cross the military line and walk towards Jace. With such an obvious behavior, Dashai naturally didn't dare to stay where he was and immediately ran into the defense tower. Result: in the grass next to the stone man behind the tower, Olaf walked out with Karma. King Ganging took the lead in defending the tower. And then the second he knocked him unconscious, and used W on the way over. Just when he hit Jace's face, the outer circle of W hit Jace. This can be regarded as a little trick of King Ganging, the second company of EW. After landing, AQ launched A, Adaptive Defense, shield to resist the damage of the defense tower. And Olaf used AQ from a distance. When the shield on King Ganging disappeared, Karma used the second RE company to put on shields for his teammates again. Level 2 Jace was unable to resist against the three of them. Die again under the tower. In more than 3 minutes, King Ganging had already obtained 3 heads. This is equivalent to Dashai dying once a minute on average. Good guy IG.
This new top order really dares to arrest him and kill him. I can't tell whether this man's operation is violent or not. But he is indeed not afraid of death. If this were in the passerby game, would teammates have to report that Jace was a coincidence? Laughing to death. Do you expect this kind of person to grow into a top laner like Brother Han Sheng? What about dreaming? Rookie! Welcome to LPL. Ha ha ha. This has the same flavor as last year's top military training Marin. Does every Korean top laner who comes to LPL have to undergo a wave of welcome ceremonies like this? Chapter 280. Super long distance kill. First win of the season. The Shy has been completely blown through. Some people died right after the game started. But they didn't die until about 20 minutes. All flashes and TPs were paid. The level was suppressed. The economy fell behind. And the army line exploded. All the unfavorable factors for the top order have been accounted for. After Li Hansheng came home, he took out a small wooden hammer and straw sandals in one go. What he wanted was mobility. As long as Jace doesn't give him any space. With his current advantage, he can easily complete a solo kill, counting the gap between 3 heads and the replacement troops. The economic gap between Li Hansheng and the Shy has been widened to more than 1,000. The key lies in the military line. Leaving the army line, the Shy can't find any development opportunities at all. But Jace is still the kind of hero who particularly needs development. If it's a fantasy top laner like Titan or Big Tree, if you don't let me develop, the worst I can do is go to other lanes to kill your teammates. At least I have stable first-hand control. But not Jace. Jace is a pure damage output character. Without equipment, how can you deal with damage output? Hitting the road is destined to go to jail. Moreover, at this time, Jace was already threatened with even replenishing troops. If he dared to get closer to the army line, Li Hansheng will Q the minion first. Wait until the second stage Q gets better, and then immediately EW kick him over. When he lands, he will directly pull up with A followed by the second stage Q. After kicking a wave of real damage, he will immediately retreat. Anyway, the shield provided by Adaptive Defense allows him to resist Jace's bursts. And Jace's AoE damage is quite a lot. If the Shy dares to throw away skills, the soldier line will only get worse. And Li Hansheng's wave of blood exchanges combined with Thunder Lord's decree basically reduced his health to more than 1/3 in one wave. After being consumed for 2 waves, Jace's blood volume will drop below half, entering a very dangerous situation. It's not like Ning didn't want to go on the road to help. But there is no way to help. How to help? The blind monk can't beat Olaf in a duel in the jungle. And Ryze has no lane rights in his own lane. Karma is better than Ryze in terms of clearing the lane and running the map. Don't expect Jace to support him at any time on the top lane. But Jace, who has no level and no equipment, is just a virtual comparison. King Gangyingzi can move at super long distances. Even if he gets to the jungle a little later than Jace, he can still support him. 3v3 in the upper, middle and jungle. IG just can't beat it. Top firmly controls the initiative in the top half. Then we can only go to the bottom lane. After all, Thresh is here. But the problem is, Top's bottom lane could obviously seize the line rights. But they did not. Ming and JackeyLove were very stable, and stayed behind to supplement the troops. If the hero Easy really wants to mess around, there is nothing you can do against him. The Q skill has a range of more than 800 yards, which can allow him to stably transform into a little Mundo in the bottom lane, and use Q to replenish troops without any thought. Anyway, Easy's equipment is cheap enough. Magic Slice and Ice Fist are both about 2,000 yuan. It doesn't matter if you fall behind a little bit in last hit once in a while. It will still disgust you when you enter the team battle stage. There is a deadlock on the IG field. It seems that we can only wait until Ryze reaches level 6 or Ice in the bottom lane reaches level 6. So that IG can find a chance to make a comeback. Miller expressed his opinion. After Ryze reaches level 6, he can take the blind monk to teleport to the side to catch people, which is indeed a good rhythm point. But not before Ryze reaches level 6. On the road, something happened again. Li Hansheng, who had 3 heads in hand, was even promoted to level 6 earlier than the middle laners of both sides. Moreover, even before reaching level 6, he had already started planning. He no longer took the option of controlling the line, but actively pushed the line. After the troop line enters the tower, he used the passive, Adaptive Defense, shield to complete the damage-free consumption under the tower. Still use Q to hit the minions first. After saving up the second stage of Q, immediately use EWAQ to deal the damage of Thunder and the real damage of the second stage of Q, and retreat immediately. At such a close distance,
Daisy had no room to operate even if he wanted to. What's more terrible is, due to the head experience, Daisy did not calculate the exact time when Li Hansheng would reach level 6. When he was replenishing troops under the tower, and saw Li Hansheng suddenly promoted to level 6 with a flash of golden light, he was dumbfounded. Li Hansheng will not give him any chance to escape. It was still E, hook lock, followed by W, tactical sweep. After knocking him out, he directly AQA. But he didn't hand over the ultimate move immediately. Instead, he used A to adjust his position, and not give Jace any chance to escape. How will level 4 Jace face level 6 Qigong Shadow? Li Hansheng originally thought of using the short-term invincibility of his ultimate move, Hex's Ultimatum, to avoid the third attack from the defense tower. Now it seems that there is no need to use the ultimate move. Jace was directly killed by him under the tower, and the green steel shadow, with remaining blood, left the defensive tower calmly.
There's really no way to help it.
Miller shook his head dumbfounded.
The disadvantage on the top lane is too great. It's so big that Jace's development under the tower has become a problem. This is the case for heroes like Jace. His ability to counterattack under the tower is too weak.
Jace is similar to the captain. He is a pure damage output character without any control ability. The lack of control means that he cannot counterattack immediately, or he can rely on defense towers to carry out effective counterattacks. After getting rid of the hatred, Li Hansheng went home immediately. The money he had with him was a little embarrassing, mainly because the head of Jace, who had died 4 times in a row, was no longer worth anything. It only costs about 200 yuan, and its economic value is only a little higher than a wave of troops with artillery carts. But his condition is not very good. So he chose to return to the city and immediately handed over TP. This time his target is Rise, who has just reached level 6 in the middle. Instead of waiting for death and letting Rise find an opportunity to hack him, he might as well take the lead before Rise hacks him. Li Hansheng's flash is about 1 minute and 50 seconds, and his talent is 0/18/12, which happens to be Insight. So his flash has already improved.
Rookie obviously hasn't noticed the danger yet, and Rise didn't flash.
Miller's volume got louder and louder, especially when Li Hansheng entered the river grass on the left side of the middle road. Actually, Rookie is defensive in the middle, because top is too strong in the upper half of the map. IG's vision in the upper half is very scarce, and a large number of visions are arranged in the lower half. Rookie's position is also closer to the lower half of the area, far away from the grass in the river on the left side of the middle. Li Hanzi can't reach him at all when he presses. But this is not a problem for Li Hansheng at all.
A way is ready,
Li Hansheng said directly.
Okay. Do you want to be in this position too? The distance is too far.
Miller shouted in disbelief. See? The green steel shadow walked out of the grass with elegant steps, and then moved E, hooklock, towards the wall. Next, Buzz, after handing over the flash, used the second stage of E wall return to kick over. This allowed Li Hansheng to complete a wave of ultra-long distance displacement, and the distance of this wave of displacement was directly beyond Rookie's knowledge. Rookie looked at himself, who was kicked unconscious, with a confused expression.
Huh? Is this a god or demon?
The commentators were also shocked.
Oh my god! Is this Qigong Shadow's E-Flash? No. I remember Qigong Shadow flashes first, and then the second E. Can it be operated like this?
Miller seemed a little incoherent. The audience at the scene was also in an uproar. Obviously, it has only been a month since Qigong came out. For ordinary people, there are still a lot of operational details of this hero that have not been discovered. What Li Hansheng showed was a completely new understanding for them. Very simple. Qigong's E-Flash is divided into 2 operating conditions. The first is when Gao Tianliang goes on the road in the first wave, and Li Hansheng uses it when he cooperates with him. The actual operation sequence is E-Flash, to adjust the final landing point of the second section of E through Flash, thereby forming a 100% dizziness. The second type is the current wave of Li Hansheng's operations in the middle. The actual sequence of operations is E-Flashy. What is used here is a little trick of Qigong Shadow's E-skill. After Qigong Shadow hangs the first E on the wall, it will flash out directly. Although you leave the wall, you will not fall directly. At this time, you can use the second E to fly. Kick out. The general mechanism is the same as that of Poodle's. The Poodle originally had to be in the grass to jump and attack, but many people have encountered it. The Poodle has obviously walked out of the grass, but it can still jump over. Or the Poodle flashes out of the grass and still completes the passive jumping attack. It's the same truth. there is a delayed judgment mechanism. As for the difference between the two E-flashes of Qin Gang Shadow, the first type of E-flash can turn your E-skill into a sure hit control skill, even if the opponent hands over the flash. You can follow it to ensure the hit rate of the skill. The second type of E-flash can maximize the displacement distance of your E-skill, but it does not guarantee a hit. If the opponent moves better, or if the opponent flashes, your E-skill will fall behind. How to choose depends purely on the situation on the court. If you need E to hit, then use the first E-dodge. If the enemy is too far away, and you need to complete a super long distance displacement, then you should choose the second E-dodge. Rookie, who had neither flashed nor triggered Wind Rider, had no room to move and dodge, and was directly kicked to the spot. Li Hansheng landed with an AQ, and Gao Dui's Karma immediately used E, Encourage, to speed up the shield for himself, and rushed forward with an RQ. Li Hansheng handed over his ultimate move, Hisco's Ultimatum, before Rise tried to control him with W. A hexagonal cage composed of hooks and locks imprisoned Rise. Standing inside, each of Qin Gang Ying's flat A shots would deal a percentage of damage. Rise simply couldn't withstand it. The head was taken by Li Hansheng again.
Wow! Noob's performance. IG can't stop it at all. IG paid the price for their boldness in BP.
The doll shook his head.
How dare you let go of Noob's Qin Gang Ying? Indeed.
Rita chuckled.
From the current point of view, Noob's Qin Gang Shadow should be the only one in the entire LPL competition. Not the whole world. At least I haven't seen any professional players, or which anchor shows a higher operational understanding than Noob.
Everyone understands. IG's head coach is responsible for ordering food. Awkward. Isn't the person in charge of ordering the food a child wandering around? I also wonder. Is it Liang Jingru who gave IG the courage to release the T0 hero recognized as top in the current version to my brother Hansheng? Brother Hansheng can handle Qin Gang Shadow, but it does not mean that others can also handle it. Thacey's talent may indeed be very high, but there is still a certain gap between him and brother Hansheng personally. And the IG team is not even 1 star behind Top. Indeed, Top designed various routines and tactics for me. Brother Hansheng. In the early stage. Do you have any on IG? Does Su Xiaolu really think that Thacey can handle brother Hansheng alone? The Peak Rockstager also had to use 2 SMEB plus peanuts to suppress one of my Hansheng brothers. The barrage was naturally meant to be ridiculing. And the main choice of using Qin Gang Ying as the main character was indeed easy to cause complaints from others. After winning this head, when Li Hansheng returns home again, he can directly buy Yoguang. After having Yoguang, his instant burst ability has been significantly improved again. With Yoguang's passive and the real damage of the second stage Q, Li Hansheng's EWAQ, Thunder, Burst can knock out nearly half of Jace's blood volume. Chai really doesn't even have a chance to develop stably against Li Hansheng. The entire game has completely entered Li Hansheng's rhythm. It's just a matter of how he wants to end it. When the game reached 18 minutes, Li Hansheng, who had just cooperated with his teammates to win the dragon, went directly into the opponent's bottom jungle area. 3 items, Bloody Hand, Tiamat, and a luxurious 2.5-piece output equipment. He now has no pressure in 1v3. At this time, all 3 of IG's first towers fell, and the 2 middle and upper second towers also fell, leaving only the bottom 2 towers still there. After clearing the opponent's 3 wolves, Li Hansheng thought of joining up with his teammates. But then he saw Han Bing appearing at the second tower in the bottom lane to replenish his troops.
Hey! Who gave the child god the courage to appear in my sight?
Li Hansheng laughed.
What the H.L. Lao Li, don't tell me that you can even kick me in this position?
Gao Dui was stunned. Li Hansheng is now at the 3 wolves. And Han Bing, the child's wandering god, is far away at the second tower on the bottom road, separated by 2 damn walls and a passage. I guess only Zack, who is at full level E, can jump over this. Right? Can the Qin Gang Shadow move so far? The next second, Li Hansheng told him with practical actions whether it would work or not. It is still E, hook lock, that hangs itself on the wall directly opposite the 3-wolf pit, and then hands over the flash. Buzz. Only then did the second stage he kick the eye shooter in front of the second tower on the bottom lane. In the astonished eyes of everyone at top, Qin Gang Ying actually completed a super long displacement of nearly an entire screen distance. When the green steel shadow flew out from the shadows on the side, the child Yushin was immediately frightened.
What the H.L.? When did Qin Gang Ying come here?
He really couldn't figure it out. IG has a field of vision in the grass next to his own blue buff. If Qin Gang Shadow comes from this position, he has no reason not to discover it in advance. But now, Li Hansheng will not explain to him. Landing an AQ. The moment Han Bing's stun ended, he launched his ultimate move. Although Han Bing's backhand big move stunned him under the tower. The Ice ultimate move in the face-to-face state cannot provide too long control time at all. And when King Yangying took a light step, after touching his face, he directly made an AQ. And the backflip kicking posture of the second Q was still so elegant. The terrifying real damage directly emptied nearly 60% of the Ice blood bar with one kick. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Countless spectators watched this scene happening on the field with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Whether it's the ultra-long distance displacement attack or the terrifying real damage of the second stage of Q, they are all amazed.
Oh my god!
Rita took a breath and couldn't help but sigh.
What kind of monster top laner did Riot design for Noob? After watching this game, are you sure Riot really doesn't want to weaken it? King Yangying? Isn't this hero too outrageous? A second level Q kicking so much blood? Yeah. Even if you have the equipment advantage, it's not so outrageous. Right.
The doll was also shocked. The damage caused by Li Hansheng's Qi Gang Shadow was beyond his imagination. If the equipment is better, the real damage of thousands of kicks in the later stage is really no joke. So what else does the ADC do? Generally, the HP of an ADC is only about 1,500. King Yangying's second stage Q can do thousands of real damage. Doesn't it mean that just adding a little damage can instantly kill the squishy shooter at will? Is this more terrifying than an assassin? The assassin can burst out thousands of damage instantly. But it is either physical or magical damage, which will be affected by panel armor and magic resistance. Real harm is the most real harm, whatever the value shows. Then how much blood you have to lose?
MD! The fists are really outrageous.
Jackie Love cursed.
You really don't treat us shooters as human beings. Why can the top laner have such a terrifying hero? My Easy is just a little water gun in comparison.
Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing. Riot's goal has always been to increase the confrontation on the field and make the game faster. But if the shooter is too strong, the game will be a situation where both sides drag the shooter's equipment into shape without thinking. Therefore, the ADC does not have to think about how the whole team waits for you to develop before teaming up like in S3, S4, and S5. This is also the reason why functional shooters appear more frequently.
Don't worry. There will be times when you feel happy.
Li Hansheng comforted him. When the version of the incense burner monster comes in the summer season, shooters will indeed be able to enjoy themselves. And IG's morale also plummeted completely with this wave of kills. In the end, the game only lasted 23 minutes. And Top defeated IG through a perfect team battle. 2-0. Successfully won his first victory in the spring split.
Let us congratulate Top. Successfully won the opening game and ushered in a good start to the spring season.
Wadaba immediately shouted loudly in an exciting tone. Miller on the side added,
although there are 3 newcomers in the team, Top still showed their extraordinary dominance. Noob is still the same Noob. And with the addition of Coach Top's strategy in BP has changed even more. We still have reason to believe and be optimistic that Top will achieve excellent results this year.